At a certain hospital, the enraged cry of a young man rang out, "I still want to live, I don't want to die." Before him was a medical record listing the patient Kim Isaac, along with a strange disease never before seen in history. The doctor told him, "This is a disease never detected previously, so it will be named after you. I'm very sorry, but you only have 6 months left to live." Kim Isaac, upon hearing this, walked out of the hospital like a soulless man. He walked along the road, bumping into people left and right. People seeing him like that couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong with this guy? Kim Isaac paid no mind and drifted on, thinking, no way, I've been working myself to the bone. He ignored the red traffic light and kept walking, constantly asking himself, I just got my life stabilized. So am I supposed to die now? He walked in the road, forcing vehicles on both sides to stop and blare their horns. One man even jumped out of his car, shoved him and shouted, "Hey, move, do you know how dangerous this is?" Kim Isaac was pushed and fell, and unexpectedly a paper flew toward him. Seeing that paper, he hated life even more. I'm already sentenced to death, how can life be so unfair to me? On top of that, it was the very day he'd won the lottery. I still want to live. I don't want to die yet. I'll be content with everything I have, so please, please, please don't let me die. Crushed by utter injustice, Kim Isaac collapsed in the street, sobbing and screaming. Then, by some miraculous means, he was transmigrated into a dried tofu block. Just moments ago, he wanted to be content with his current life, and now he tilted his head and complained. Of course I want to live, but not like this. Can't reincarnation make me human? Do I have to be reincarnated as a bald, dried tofu block? Even with this body, it has stolen half my will to live. I can't even defecate properly anymore. While furious with no outlet, a pack of monsters crawled out from somewhere. Kim Isaac drew his blade from its scabbard and cut down the crazed monsters in a sweep. Just after killing the smaller pack, a giant charged toward him. Kim Isaac leapt in to fight that one, feeling nothing but joy inside. After waiting so many days, this miserable streak is finally about to end. He brought his blade down, and the giant monster fell. With that, the suppression of the rebel legion concluded. After Kim Isaac's transmigration, he became the lowest-ranked demon, a bone soldier. But with each battle and slaughter, he gradually grew stronger, becoming the soul-devouring king. Now he had slain the last band of demon raiders and become the leader in this darkness. The feeling of being praised as the demon king by every monster filled Kim Isaac with joy. But these ones were stupid, and they liked to chant his name as Isaac, which constantly annoyed Kim Isaac. Although he'd taught them many times, they still mispronounced his name. In the end, he didn't care and only prayed they'd take care of themselves. As for a demon king like him, he went to receive his reward. He had struggled up to now for a single goal, to eat and defecate, to become human. So anyone freeloading, beware, you might end up like Kim Isaac. A while later in the heavenly hall, the giant monster's head was thrown down. The angels saw this and broke out in a cold sweat of fear. From beginning to end, Kim Isaac coldly stared at the throne. Above, 5 people sat watching him and slowly stepped up the stairs. Standing before those 5, Kim Isaac smiled happily and said, I have eliminated those who opposed you. Our agreement still stands, doesn't it? As per the contract, turn me into a human. The 5 angels heard this and began excitedly debating. You wiped them all out? I thought it would take you at least 500 years. This is insane. At that moment, one called for a servant and asked, I heard all the high nobles formed a group to force him to work himself to death, didn't they? Kim Isaac heard all of this but didn't lose his temper. He stayed humble and asked, why are you talking so much? Didn't you say that if I defeated them all you'd make me human? He cursed inwardly. I followed your words, you bastards. One angel smiled and said, could you do us one more favor? Kim Isaac got angry hearing that. Even if I'm just a skeleton, you should know your limits. Even if you are gods, I'm not afraid of any of you. He erupted with Demon King aura and shouted, damn it, why do you keep enslaving me? You bastards, you prefer to make me do hard labor rather than turn me human, right? His demonic aura filled the heavenly hall. The angels grew a bit uneasy and whispered to each other. It seems he's realized. Didn't we say from the start he shouldn't be used? Why make a deal with such a madman? Hearing their discussion, Kim Isaac flew into a rage and cursed. Are you all only good at ordering others around? Besides summoning and sealing spells, you lot can't do anything, right? I see, so that's why I wasn't sealed. On top of that, I was reincarnated into a body that shares my name. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became, grinning slyly. Those fools acted as if they were so great, yet they were careless and failed to seal me. While he was savoring his amusement, a maid took the chance to shove a feeding bottle straight into his gaping mouth. Kim Isaac struggled desperately, but 2 servants held him tightly, preventing any resistance. After drinking for a moment, he wondered in surprise, is this vegetable juice? Now I'm really dead. Are they trying to assassinate me with this disgusting concoction? It took so much for me to become human. Moreover, something felt slightly wrong inside my body. No sooner had he thought that than his eyes blurred and shut, and all he could recall was the sinister look of the 2 servants watching him. Outside the holy nation Helen, in the Middle Eastern temple, a bishop was walking along happily. He thought cunningly to himself, by now that child is probably finished. Suddenly someone approached from behind him and asked, you look cheerful, don't you? Bishop. This man was the emperor, father of the holy nation Helen, Alexander Heathcliff Hela. Upon seeing him, the bishop immediately bowed and greeted, "Hail to the son of the empire." Hela asked calmly, "What is a bishop doing here?" The man smiled brightly and replied, "The Joshua family has come to pay respects to the candidate saint. After all, you know the church can't ignore a saint." Hela smiled and continued, "I understand. Since this concerns the saint, you should meet them in person, right? If any incident occurs after handing the saint to the church, that would be unfortunate." The bishop heard this and his face contorted like a monkey's rear. Before he could reply, they heard a shout echoing from inside the castle. A servant's voice rang out, "Young master, the young master has." The bishop lowered his head and smirked. Immediately after, he and his soldiers ran inside. Hela threw open the door and shouted, "What happened?" The maid turned back in panic and replied, "Young master." Hela peered inside, frowning in confusion. The maid exclaimed, "So cute. Look at that chubby belly. He's so adorable. He eats so well. Truly an angel. Look, he's already finished 15 bottles of vegetable juice by himself." Hearing this, the bishop stuck his head in to see, inwardly scolding in puzzlement. "Impossible, how is it still alive? And it drank all of that too. That's not ordinary vegetable juice." A few minutes earlier, Isaac had been vaguely wondering, "Something feels a bit off. Inside my body, reincarnated again." Suddenly he snapped his eyes open. Wait, this is Saint Killer Tai, a deadly poison that destroys clerical holy power. It may not act immediately, but as a toxin, if you drink enough of it you will die. But I will convert this poison into the mana of the demon race. So it's truly a gift from heaven for a former demon king like me. I didn't expect they'd give me a demonic substance that can be transformed into mana. Wonderful. I'll suck up all of this magical baby food. So Isaac finished the bottle and shouted, like, "If there's more, give it to me." The maid, a bit scared, asked cautiously, "Asking for more already? Why do I suddenly feel like I understand what he's saying?" The male servant quickly brought another bottle and awkwardly said, "Of course, the more he drinks, the happier we are. After all, the toxin, no, the vegetable juice doesn't take effect immediately." Isaac gave that servant a thumbs up, reveling, "Wonderful. For this victory, I'll absorb all this mana. I don't know who put this here, but you did well. Now the thing I must do immediately is leave the conscious world and enter the subconscious world, to go to the deepest place there, the world of origin where the mana core is formed, and can be entered from within." Isaac leaped and danced. After all, he's safe here. After a bit of play, Isaac got down to business. His small hands rose and he muttered, "Now concentrate. I'll condense the mana I've absorbed into a mana core. I'll need a mana core to use magic, so if I want to cast spells in the future, I must do this." As he spoke, the light in his hands flashed. Isaac panicked. A magical explosion. After the light dimmed, Isaac slowly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Wait, this is a mana core. It usually has 3 colors, so why is it white?" No, color isn't the issue. Clearly, I haven't properly condensed the mana into that little core yet. Then what is this kind of energy? After observing for a moment, Isaac forced a smile. This far exceeded his expectations. The tiny legs began to wiggle little by little. The small hands reached out as well, curiously wondering just how many blessings had been stuffed into this baby's body. "If I work with this, I could become a monster even more powerful than I ever imagined." He pressed into his core, placing his wish to survive upon it. Remembering his past experiences with awe, the deepest, desperate desire carved into his soul, survival, his craving to live, was so strong it would drive him mad. That was the origin of his becoming the long, dry demon king. And with that, he could create original special spells and skills. Moreover, he had successfully inherited the mass of magic inside this body. And in the real world, Isaac lay motionless, making the 2 servants anxiously ask each other, "Is he dead? Check him." But before they could check, Isaac pointed straight up, causing the male servant to scream in fright, he's alive." Then both of them sighed with relief when they saw Isaac simply pointing like a normal baby. Suddenly, Isaac opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Another bottle. Give me a stronger dose." Back in the present, Hela also sighed to the servant, "Thank goodness, nothing happened." Isaac smugly thought to himself, "Oh, I almost got assassinated, big deal." But the bishop grew pale, wondering why it was looking at him like that. Inside the crib, Isaac stared at the pile of bottles on the floor, worried. Did I drink too much? No, I can't do anything that would arouse suspicion right now. I must act dumb. Smile like you've never smiled before. And coincidentally turned toward the bishop, making him frown. What the? If he drank that much he should be dead, vomiting blood everywhere. And yet he's still... So he grimaced and concluded that the kid was mocking him. A few days earlier, inside this castle, someone's voice echoed in a dark room. "The one who becomes the saint will rule the holy nation." Ridiculous. In the end, everyone insists their child is the saint, even the lowest ranked families. Hearing this, the bishop performed a ritual and assured, "Do not worry, all the other saint candidates have already been dealt with." The other replied coldly, "That goes without saying, but I've heard some unpleasant rumors that one saint candidate might be from the Joshua family." The Joshua family, the emperor's right hand. Upon hearing this, the bishop gritted his teeth and said, "But we can't do anything to them." The man immediately tossed aside the glass in his hand and shouted angrily, "That brat will die the moment you arrive. You only need to confirm his death. I've already had someone take care of it. The saint must come from the Burit family. The one giving the orders was the head of the Barit family, Cardinal Pontiff Hyeri Barit. Back at Isaac, the bishop's face grew even uglier as he recalled and thought inwardly. He said it would surely be dead. So why is it still alive? How could such an absurd thing be possible? Hela, who had been watching, came over to nuzzle him and praised, "How interesting. This shimmering blonde hair is the same color as the founder of the Holy Nation's family. Isn't that so, Bishop?" The bishop stammered, "Yes, sir, how can you say that?" Isaac was dazed and wondered, is this person the emperor? Hela affirmed, "I even think this boy is closer to the divine than the current pope, truly befitting the final saint candidate." At that, Isaac leapt in his mind and shouted, "What? I'm a saint candidate, so that's why those others kept calling someone a saint, a holy one." The bishop grew even tenser and thought, damn it, the emperor is already favoring him, this can't be allowed to continue. He hurried forward with a smile and said, "Your Majesty, allow me to care for this child." Hela asked, puzzled, "Why is that?" He hurried forward with a smile and said, "Your Majesty, allow me to care for this child." Hela asked, puzzled, "Why is that?" The bishop offered an excuse, "Something's wrong, no newborn could drink that much vegetable juice." Hela, unconcerned, replied, "What's wrong with a saint candidate drinking the church's provisions?" The bishop, unwilling, begged, "But we're still not certain. Please let me care for the boy." Hela refused immediately. "The Joshua family will send someone, so wait until then." Meanwhile, Isaac calmly hugged the bottle, thinking, me, a demon king, a saint candidate, how could this be? While thinking that, he suddenly burped out a breath of magical energy. Isaac quickly covered his mouth, inwardly cursing, damn, that's the dark mana I haven't digested yet. Has anyone seen that? Fear draws what it fears. Just then, the bishop seized the opportunity to speak. "Your Majesty, it seems I just sensed a dark mana emanating from this child, which looks suspicious, looking at his face." Isaac swore inwardly, this bastard, has he detected it? Without hesitation, the bishop declared loudly, "This child may merely be a failed candidate with mana. I must report this to the investigator at once." Hela angrily shouted, "What the hell? How dare you speak of a precious saint candidate like that?" The bishop ignored him and insisted, "You needn't worry. The pope has his eye on the Baris family's candidate to become the next saint." Hela's face darkened as he thought, he wants his own family's child to be the saint? How shameless. Isaac also cursed inwardly, so that's why he wanted to eliminate me. At that moment, Isaac's body was lifted up. The bishop smiled maliciously and ordered, "Bring the investigator here." Hela hurriedly intervened. "Wait, the Joshua family are close allies of the court. As emperor, I think this child should still be examined." The bishop turned and replied, "I understand, Your Majesty," but didn't forget to add over his shoulder, "But you've also said the crown prince's blessing will be granted after the saint is decided." Hela's face darkened further as he thought, if I don't support the child the pope chooses, will he refuse to grant the crown prince his blessing? So he asked, is this the church's will? Isaac cursed bitterly in his mind, these bastards. This is bad for me, if they discover who I am. The bishop said nothing and carried Isaac away, smiling as he said, "Otherwise we can examine him right now." With my exorcism power, Isaac gripped the bottle tightly and thought right. The bishop, unaware of the nightmare about to unfold, smiled and explained, "If the boy is human, there's nothing to worry about. But if he's a demon..." Immediately, Isaac swung the bottle and smashed it straight into his head. The blow rattled the bishop's teeth and jaw. One tooth fell out, then a few more, leaving everyone a bit pale. But Isaac pretended to be innocent, inwardly delighted. "Whatever, I'll act like a real baby." The bishop's teeth were loose, his face swollen, and he shouted in confusion inwardly, "What the? Just with a bottle the damage is." Suddenly people shouted, "Is that light holy power? Then this child must be a saint." Everyone was astonished, thinking, no, I clearly sense holy power within me. But I don't understand what this power is, so for now let's beat the old man. Isaac gleefully struck again, sending who knows how many more of the man's teeth flying. Isaac shouted, "Grandpa, let's see what you can do to me, you dog." Still unsatisfied, he continued swinging the bottle repeatedly, leaving the bishop bewildered and unable to react, beaten to the point of coughing up blood, with only the scent of dark mana remaining, while the crowd, blinded by holy power, rejoiced endlessly. After a while, Isaac smiled innocently again, thinking, I enchanted the bottle to make it harder, then pretended to be an innocent baby. How's that, you dog? The bishop was too beaten to stand, but the people cheered. The bishop has been impressed by his holy power. Another person noticed the auras around the bottle and wondered curiously, what is this? Though it's weak, whenever I use dark mana there's a bit of divine mana attached. These two are completely opposite. How can one use both? It must be related to that white mana core. While they were still observing, the bishop snatched the bottle, threw it forcefully and shouted, I swear on everything, this child is heretical. Perform an exorcism immediately. Hearing him, Isaac wanted to smash him more and cursed helplessly inwardly. Stubborn bastard, you think I don't have a way to kill you. He slipped his hand into the bishop's robe, mouthing a repentant chant. I don't want to do this either. He grabbed an arm and exclaimed, but it seems you have something interesting here. Then he pulled out a bandaged section of arm, and demonic energy filled the air. The bishop was horrified. This is a relic residue of a high-level demon, an item that can absorb the powers of demon kind. He always kept it on him in case a demon pursued him. Isaac looked at the arm with pride. The bishop panicked. How does this kid know about it? Before he could react, Isaac threw the arm away, and it landed in a corner, stopped by the crowd. Isaac muttered, "Look closely, you dog. If you keep watching me, don't blame me." As soon as the words left his mouth, the cloth wrapping the arm was undone. Isaac snapped his fingers, and the arm immediately turned into demonic energy, growing larger. The crowd shouted, "A demon. Why has one appeared here?" Hella stared at the bishop in horror and demanded, "Bishop Masa Burit, explain yourself. A demon in the chapel. Have you lost your mind?" The bishop tried to argue, "Can't you see? That child just pulled out a relic." Hella grew angrier and snapped, "A relic is an item tied to dead demons. How could it immediately resurrect a demon? Everyone listen, protect the child from the evil demon and that bishop." The soldiers obeyed and immediately rushed in, pulling Isaac from the bishop's grasp. Isaac was carried away but turned back to taunt the old bishop. "Serves you right, you hateful mutt." Then he looked at the demon being restrained by the soldiers, curious to see how powerful the bishop really was. But the demon, upon seeing Isaac, went berserk and muttered, "Saint." It lost control, roaring, "Kill the saint," and lunged to kill him. Isaac was stunned by the spectacle. A few soldiers rushed in to block it, protecting the young master. Isaac grimaced and wondered, "What's wrong with it? I revived it. Why is it targeting me?" But thinking of the holy knights beside him, he clicked his tongue. No worries. However, the guards were knocked away by the demon. Isaac turned back suspicious. Are they really holy knights? The demon continued to charge, yelling, "Kill the saint, rescue the imprisoned king." Fortunately, a soldier leaped in time and grabbed it. Isaac decided he had to stop it himself. Surely no one would notice his mana in the chaos, right? Why are there so many people trying to kill me in this life? The demon lunged again. Isaac calmly faced it, thinking angrily, "I saved you and now you target me." Mana shot from his eyes, and an image of its past life appeared in the demon's mind as a loud voice bellowed, "You ungrateful little demon." The demon immediately turned into a kitten, trembling and too afraid to approach. But externally, Isaac's body radiated holy light. The crowd only saw the brilliant holy light driving the demon back. Hella witnessed it and was left speechless. The demon dared not move, panicked and confused, and finally fled. The soldiers cried out in alarm, "The demon is running away." Voices rang out in the room praising, "That holy power. Lord Isaac defeated a high-level demon, truly impressive. He's so young too, truly the young master." Isaac stared at his hands and muttered, "What is this? Is that really holy power? And it's me. It's over, impossible. Could this strange body be converting my mana into holy power? Wait, then where will I get dark mana from? This holy nation is already short on dark mana." While Isaac fumed, the bishop was seized by soldiers, who, unwilling, shouted, "Let me go, you fools, that kid is a heretic. He used demonic power. A demon set foot in the holy nation. Your majesty, I will perform an exorcism to expose its true nature." Hella barked, "Enough, bishop. You dare slander an innocent saint candidate as a heretic and even release a high-level demon in front of the royal holy knights. Even if you are of the Holy See, don't expect me to let this pass." The old bishop had to kneel silenced, but he still harbored intentions in his mind. The seed of doubt had been sown. He would soon find the spy. And if that happened, it would badly affect the Holy See. Even at the cost of his life, he would save his family. So at minimum, he had to eliminate the saint candidate. Thinking and acting, he immediately summoned the illusory form of a large wolf behind him, aiming it straight at Isaac. Isaac thought with annoyance, "This stubborn man has finally shown his true face. Does he really think he can kill me with such a weak attack?" As he thought this, the wolf suddenly vanished. Isaac was surprised. "Wait, am I out of mana?" At that moment, a graceful blade flew in, gently severing the wolf's neck. A young man with a sullen face stepped forward, growling, "How dare you lay a hand on the descendants of House Joshua?" He wore a blue cloak, and his arrival made the crowd recoil in fear. "That's a knight of House Joshua." The one who acted was the seventh son of House Joshua, Riley Joshua. Riley pointed at the bishop and shouted, "Arrest this bishop immediately." The soldiers rushed in. The old bishop screamed, "Release me, you Joshua dogs, how dare you touch me." Isaac rubbed his chin and thought, "Wait, Joshua. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere." Everyone bowed before Isaac. Riley approached Isaac and said softly, "Sorry I'm late, Isaac." Isaac assessed him, thinking, judging by how serious he is, he's probably stronger than the royal knights. Riley stepped to the side and pointed to someone behind him. "I can't say this makes up for past wrongs, but it's a small gift I want to give you." The man produced an item from his chest. Isaac guessed silently, "Is it gold?" "A gold bar." But it turned out to be a model, and the man happily shouted, "This is a model of the Demon King that was long ago executed. Our young master is so adorable." Isaac looked at the pile of models of himself as if falling into an ice cellar, thinking bitterly, "How can I survive in this mad family?" Yet the people cheered excitedly. "Look how he enjoys it, so cute, he's even moved to tears." At that moment a thought flashed through his mind. "Wait, Joshua, I remember now. The saintesses who once tried to defeat me." Past memories surged back. "I am so Joshua, the 45th saintess. I am Joshua, the 61st saintess. You have no right to know my name." Thinking this, Isaac clutched his head and groaned. "Of course, they're all from House Joshua. Damn it, not only am I a saint candidate, but I'm also born into a family of saintesses. What sins did I commit in my past life to deserve this? At that moment, the bishop's voice rang out. Those damned people! The crowd immediately turned to look. The soldier tasked with restraining him barked, "How dare you, shut up." The old bishop continued to scream, "I knew you were heretics. Where did you pick up that creature, you fiends? I will expose your true identity." Riley drew his sword at once, but the old man kept wailing. "Unbelievable that you dared to bring that monster with you like that. Has House Joshua really rotted this far? I will utterly annihilate your Joshua family." Before he could finish, a sword sliced his throat. Riley looked at him coldly and snapped, "You should be grateful for the mercy of House Joshua. That's why we didn't cut your head off." Watching that, Isaac approved. This one seems useful. Willing to strike the bishop just for slandering his house? Given a good reason, he might even dare attack the Holy See. But before he could watch long, the soldiers carried him away, soothing him. "Young master, you don't need to listen to those words. You only need to look at and hear good things." Isaac muttered in frustration, "These idiots get lost. None of them are useful." Suddenly, he glanced at two people among them and remembered the Joshua Azure. They had once been extremely powerful enemies. His former subordinates would shudder just at the thought of the Joshua Azure. With matters handled, Riley departed, calling back to Hela, "I will not forget this debt of kindness." Hela replied, "While we're on the subject, could you speak with your housemaster about the royal family's interest in raising this child?" Riley stopped and shot him a warning glance. "Your Majesty, please don't joke." Isaac heard this and was delighted. Was the royal family paying attention to him? Hela remained calm. "Both internal and external forces of the holy nation will target this young master. You realize that, right? Of course, House Joshua is not weak, but are you sure your current order of faith can protect this child?" Hearing this, Riley sighed and said nothing. Isaac tugged at his attendant's collar, straining to eavesdrop. "What are they talking about?" The emperor analyzed, "Especially since the Pope also rejects this child and the boy shares the founding emperor's hair color. Moreover, the demon king Kala might be hunting the boy too." Hearing this, Isaac was puzzled. "That's unfair. Wait, I'm Demon King Kala, so why would I be hunting myself?" At that moment, Riley answered, "Forgive me, your majesty. Because this child descends from House Joshua, we will raise him as one of our own. Whether it's the Pope or Demon King Kala, House Joshua is fully capable of handling them. In fact, I believe predecessor Saintess Melissa would be delighted to see Demon King Kala again." Hela could only smile. "I believe so too." Riley continued, "So how could we consent to let the royal family raise the direct descendant of Saintess Melissa?" Hearing this, Isaac swallowed in curiosity. "Wait, Melissa." He suddenly remembered that his final enemy before invading the heavenly realm had been Melissa, the most troublesome and insane saintess he'd ever faced. "Not only was I born a saint candidate in a family of saintesses, but I'm also a direct descendant of Melissa. What did I do in my past life to deserve this?" In this world, after being defeated countless times by Demon King Kalo, they decided to create an ultimate weapon, the Saintess. A scepter forged by the gods to punish evil, a radiant war blade, the light of the holy nation and the highest rank of the knights. With the overwhelming combat power of the Saintesses, everyone thought Demon King Kala would soon be defeated. However, Demon King Kala was extraordinarily ruthless. Isaac sifted through his memories. "I never killed the Saintesses. Killing them only hurt me. When a saintess dies, all her holy power returns to the gods, and they use that holy power to nurture future saintesses. However, the last saintess, Melissa, was truly powerful. I nearly died at her hands. I never expected Melissa to be my ancestor." Riley admired and said, "A saintess exists for nothing but the death of Demon King Kalo. House Joshua is the only house that created saintesses, and our sole duty is to defeat anything that stands against the gods. I'm certain House Joshua can fully protect this child." Hela fell silent upon hearing that. Another soldier chimed in, "Exactly. Do you know how many saintesses fell dead at the hands of Demon King Kalo?" The more Isaac heard, the more wronged he felt. He muttered angrily, "Who did anything? Who touched anyone?" That soldier continued, "Demon King Kalo once imprisoned a saintess in a labyrinth after deeming her unworthy of his presence. Someone protested inwardly, I let her go. How was I to know she'd be so lost?" The man went on, 5 saintesses have died of despair already. Ridiculous, these people should be in an asylum." Suddenly, Riley patted his butt to comfort him. "It's fine, nothing to worry about. Even if you're cursed, we'll do everything to protect you." The man snapped back bitterly, "I'm the one who can't accept that. Curse me then." Seeing his scowl, Riley scooped him up and soothed with a smile, "We are very grateful for your birth. Your parents only asked one thing of you, which is that you do not grow up to be like that cruel Demon King Kalo." Hearing this, Isaac froze, unsure whether to laugh or cry. He shut his eyes helplessly and thought, "Oh, anonymous parents of mine, sorry for shattering your hopes and dreams." At that moment, Hela suggested, "Please reconsider. Demon King Kala was sealed 150 years ago." Isaac seized on that detail and slowly analyzed. "That long? Doesn't that mean Melissa must be dead by now? She's been 50 years since our last fight." Hela continued, "In that time, the demon tribes have begun to expand their armies. Having a saint nearby would be a perfect opportunity to increase the holy nation's influence. Therefore, this young master is very important to the royal family. However, currently there is no saintess of House Joshua. It has been over a year since the saintess who gave birth to this child disappeared along with her husband. Once again, shock, my mother is a saintess. Riley objected at once. Even though my brother isn't here, the lady of the house is still very powerful. House Joshua can absolutely protect this child. Isaac held his head and complained, I thought nothing could surprise me anymore. What could be more shocking than my mother being a saintess? Wish granted, Hella added. Didn't you say Lady Melissa is currently out hunting the Demon King's minions? Riley replied immediately. She will return soon. The lady will surely be delighted to meet her grandson. Isaac angrily cursed inwardly. Hey, she's lived over 200 years. Why won't she just die? Hella continued. It will still be some time before Melissa returns. Noticing Isaac's odd expression, she asked, the child seems worried. Is he all right? She added at once, he'll be fine soon. While only Isaac was seething and screaming inside. You think I'll be fine soon? When my eternal enemy still grins like that, the moment Melissa finds out, I'll be roasted on a stake. Others might survive, but Melissa is the last person I can face and live. Thinking this, he reached out and grabbed Hella's hand, playfully clinging to attract his attention. Your Majesty, please take me with you. Hella was immediately moved by this gesture, and he quickly seized on it as an excuse. Look, even the boy wants to go with the royal family. Riley ignored Isaac's attempt to crawl toward Hella and justify himself. He's just a bit overly friendly, Your Majesty. Hella refused to let go, grabbed Isaac's hand and said, the royal family can provide a lot for the boy. Even if House Joshua specializes in creating saintesses, they don't have much experience raising saints. Riley tugged one of Isaac's hands back and replied, this child is destined to be a demon-slaying knight, and no house trains exorcist knights better than House Joshua. Besides, the boy is the first saint ever born in history. Isn't the royal family also inexperienced in raising a saint? So the two began to tug and shout, the royal family is better, House Joshua is better. The soldiers rushed in and hollered, please calm down, you'll tear the young master in half. Isaac turned pale, inwardly screaming, I'll go with the royal family, so stop this, I don't want to die. He glanced at Hella, sweat pouring yet forcing a smile, and continued thinking. Moreover, the light of life radiated constantly from the emperor, illuminating everything around. That means I'll have a better chance of survival if I go with the emperor. I can't miss this opportunity. The emperor seemed to understand the thought and smiled cheerfully. Wise choice, little one. Those words left Isaac stunned. That night in a desolate place, a bishop knelt before a group of men, repeatedly alleging, impossible, I'm certain he used mana. I'm sure that child is a demon's offspring. The black-robed men immediately drew their swords and threatened, holy power is granted by the gods themselves. Are you telling us the demon tribes possess holy power? The old bishop cried in fear, but I'm certain it was mana. How could I confuse mana with holy power? The black-robed man declared coldly, the Holy See has rendered its final judgment on your testimony. With that, he swung down. The bishop only managed to gasp, Cardinal. Blood spurted out. The black-robed man finished his sentence. It is the crime of sacrilege. After dealing with the bishop, another black-robed man said, I'll go assemble an attack team. But the leader replied, no need. The emperor will take the child with him anyway. There will be many opportunities within the royal territory, so we'll plan for that later. This time, that brat must die. Isaac, enjoying himself, suddenly felt an itch in his ear and thought irritably, which bastard is talking about me? The next morning, sunlight streamed into the carriage. Isaac woke groggily. He was being taken to House Joshua. Outside the carriage was a crowd of cavalry escorting them, which made the black-robed men question life. What's going on? I thought he was going with the emperor. Back that day when checking Hella's life light, Riley's body also emitted a similar light. He bowed and replied, yes, your majesty, House Joshua is indeed not suitable to raise the child. You can imagine it's a place littered with demon corpses and mana cores. Those who looked at him silently reevaluated. Does this person's desire to live shine so brightly? Riley continued, the most precious thing in Joshua is the corpse of Demon King Kalo. At this, someone was startled. Aha, my body, you have it. You should have mentioned this earlier, for heaven's sake. As Riley was about to hand him over to Hella, someone grabbed his hand, started pointing at things, putting on an adorably suggestive expression. Let's go to Joshua together. Riley was immediately moved by that face and at all costs demanded the child back from Hella. So now Isaac sat cross-legged in the carriage, dejected, thinking, even though I'm being pulled out of the royal family and handed to the army, this is the only way to reach my body. I trained that body in mana to a level comparable to a god. If I can't get it back, then being level 10 means nothing. More than that, it's the first time I've seen the light of the will to live shine that brightly. So following this uncle to Joshua would be a huge advantage for my survival. At that moment, someone inside the carriage asked, why is the Pope's army chasing young Master Isaac? Isaac listened. He was wondering the same thing. Why make such a big deal? Riley explained, because we received a prophecy from the gods. They said the saint will become a child of the gods. The other asked, so that means that person will become the next pope? Riley replied, yes, that's why the Barit people worked so hard to create a saint. The more Isaac heard, the more shocked he became. What the hell is going on here? The Pope is the most powerful cleric capable of using level 10 holy arts. He's like the king of all clerics and holy knights. In the Holy Nation, he wields power almost equal to the Emperor. Over thousands of years, Barit has produced countless popes, so it's reasonable they'd fear someone, a saint candidate, snatching that from them. So that's why all the other houses also want to create a saint. At that moment, a horse's neigh rang out outside. Riley stuck his head out and asked, what's going on? The coachman bowed and reported, Sir Riley, we've arrived at the duchy, but there's a bit of a problem. No sooner had he finished speaking than several soldiers appeared behind them. And one spoke up, excuse me, but you are not allowed to enter the duchy. Isaac thought in bewilderment, what's this now? Riley leapt from the carriage and shouted, how dare you? Don't you recognize the Joshua family crest? Have you even been properly educated? The leader sneered, of course you cannot enter. We need to eliminate the child who carries the saintess's blood. As soon as he finished, a purple barrier sprang up around the group. Someone in the carriage shouted, it's the demon tribes. Isaac wondered dumbly, what the hell? I clearly forbade attacks on human territory. What the hell is the new demon king doing? The demon leader pointed at the carriage and taunted, listen well, inferior humans. Our revered king has ordered the outright extermination of saintly men and saintesses. Isaac bristled and muttered, told you, so a new demon king has ascended. But the man continued, in the name of Demon King Kalau, Isaac, we will eliminate all saints. Isaac flew into a rage and cursed, fuck, when did I ever say that, you blockhead? The leader kept babbling, if you leave the child behind, perhaps Demon King Kalau Isaac will be willing to spare you. Before he could finish, a bolt of lightning struck him, incinerating the loudmouth. With the leader dead, another shouted, you lowly holy knight. Riley ground his teeth and shouted, how dare you speak such words to a demon-slaying knight of Joshua, so you've chosen death. He raised his sword and shouted, hear this. For the ideal of protecting the small lives of this world. House Joshua, and we will utterly destroy evil. We will hunt to the depths of hell to exterminate your kind. That cruel demon King Kalau, I can't believe he used his minions to reclaim his body like that. The demons heard enough, they would not tolerate others mocking their king, and they charged forward shouting, how dare inferior humans like you? I will not allow you to insult demon King Kalau. It's all for the goal of resurrecting our king, Lord Isaac. The two sides rushed into battle. One soldier secretly carried Isaac out of the carriage, sped away and whispered, sorry young master. AS letter 1 EAFC still felt confused, wondering, what's going on? Is someone impersonating me? The soldier ran into the deep forest, set Isaac down and said, please wait for me here. I'll be right back. As he spoke, he erected a protective barrier around Isaac. Isaac raised his hand to test it and judged, this barrier is strong enough that even high-ranked demons can't penetrate it. Because nothing can enter from the outside, but that also means nothing can break out from the inside. If so, will to survive, activate, release the magic. Isaac focused his mind and recited the chant, hear my call. Created by magic yet endowed with a mind. Whisper the thing watching me. Immediately a black shadow appeared. Seeing Isaac, it cried out joyfully, ahaha, my revered lord, my master. Isaac quickly clapped a hand over its mouth. All right, long time no see, shut up now or I'll kill you all. Whisper whispered, I thought I'd never witness your magnificent visage again. Isaac, exasperated, I thought I was done for too. Isaac recalled, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Whisper is only a detection magic but has developed its own consciousness. I created it because using detection magic and analyzing results manually was too exhausting. Over time, it formed a personality, though it's still slow. At that moment, Whisper spoke, your cruelty is as grand as ever. Congratulations on seizing a child's body without feeling a shred of guilt. But how dare those filthy gods do this to my master? Even if my master can be somewhat despicable, I can't believe they placed him into such a dirty child's body. Isaac, fed up with its constant circling questions, barked, enough, go find the enemies instead. Whisper cheerfully, I'll start immediately. I will search within a 100-meter radius now. With that, it sped off. A while later, Whisper reported there are 88 enemies, all monsters. None of them can compare to you. Isaac muttered, are they crazy? Wait, 88, are they going to fight? If the duchy's security tightens, summoning minions will be harder. Damn it. At this rate, I'll have to end this myself before House Joshua finds out. Even if it consumes all stored mana, I'll have to do it myself. Suddenly, Whisper reported again, now only 51 enemies remain. The number is dropping fast, now just 31. Isaac was astonished. What? How did it suddenly become like this? Whisper continued, now 13. The soldiers panicked. Riley shouted orders, everyone obey, form a defensive barricade. Whisper reported again, now only 4 remain. Just then, a hoarse voice rang out, "You finally arrived, brother." The demons answered eagerly, "Let's go up together." The demon general from the other day returned and grimly ordered, "Today we will kill that saint." Before Demon King Kalau had finished speaking, he slaughtered his companion and charged forward. The sight terrified the soldiers to the utmost. Whisper gleefully reported, "There are no more enemies." After absorbing the power, the demon Kalau blocked in front of the soldiers and shouted, "How dare you touch my king? Pay for it with your lives." Isaac heard from afar and could only scream, "What the hell is wrong with it this time?" The demon relic ignored everything and kept shouting, "My king, my one true master. How dare you imprison him in that lowly child's body?" Since Isaac freed him, all the twisted affection the shadow relic felt for Isaac exploded. Seeing the soldiers do nothing, it roared again, "Don't you dare look at that child with your disgusting eyes. I'll gouge every last one of them out." One soldier hearing it shout asked Rilai, "Sir, what is he saying?" Humans couldn't understand it because it spoke a different language. Whisper cheerfully joked, "Wow, it's chaotic out there." Isaac fell silent and thought, "It seems that bastard has already recognized me as Demon King Kalau. Credit to its loyalty. But what are you trying to show off?" On the other side, after a moment of language confusion, Rilai commanded the soldiers to rush forward, all knights ready for battle. Locked up, Isaac angrily screamed, "Ba ba ga ga, stop interfering with my life, that huge monocore." A soldier, hearing his baby noises, turned and soothed, "Young master, please wait for us a moment, I'll handle this quickly." But the boy didn't understand while the demon relic did. It rejoiced and cried out, "He, my master has recognized me. The guiding light has recognized me." This terrified the soldiers, who shouted in fear, "Sir Rilai, that demon is showing hostile behavior." Moments later, the relic ignored everything and hurled itself at Isaac, roaring, "I'm coming right away, my lord." Rilai, caught off guard by this action, shouted awkwardly, "That lowly creature is charging toward Isaac." As it drew closer, the relic raged, "You filthy knights, how dare you lock him in that disgusting thing?" Someone silently thought, "Good, it noticed me. I can't let my monocore be destroyed like that." Then he shouted, "Na ba, break that barrier now." The demon's eyes immediately flashed a cold light. It poured all its strength into the shield and yelled, "I understand your command, my master." Seeing this, the people screamed in horror, "Young master, the barrier has—" Isaac grinned smugly. He grabbed the demon's hand and praised, "Well done. Now stop causing trouble and go rest." The demon, still confused, had its magic forcibly drained. It reverted into a hand and, puzzled, asked, "Master, why?" Rilai's men had by now rushed over. But seeing Isaac put on an innocent act, they guessed the boy had just tamed that demon as a familiar. Hearing this, the soldier who had carried him lifted him up and praised, "He tamed that demon on his very first try. Isn't that wonderful? That's a holy art only a saintess or the cardinal might use." Isaac alone knew that wasn't holy art, it was me using mana. Rilai stood back observing and judged, "That must be the holy rite for taming familiars. Though it's a powerful holy art, why can't I sense any divine power from that boy?" The soldier replied, "Power often reveals itself in danger. Besides, that thing rushed straight at the young master. Surely the shadow relic's instinct warned it of danger, so it tried to eliminate the cause. Our young master is amazing, isn't he? I can guarantee it. He will become a saint, mark my words." Rilai froze as he analyzed, then pondered. He's not wrong, demons tracked this place because of the boy. Even if the boy isn't a saint, he clearly has some special power. But why does it have to be a little boy? Because of Demon King Kalau's curse, Joshua's son will. Suddenly that soldier's voice rang out, "I've made my decision. I will protect Isaac's future, the future of House Joshua, as captain of Joshua's honor guard." Rilai was stunned when he heard that. After a moment he smirked, "I see, I've been too foolish. I only feared Demon King Kalau's curse, but this child will surely bring honor to the name Joshua." He picked Isaac up, tossed him playfully and said, "Let's go home, Isaac. Your uncle will teach you many things. You have natural talent, so I'll raise you to be a great holy knight." Isaac thought happily, "It's fine if I don't become a holy knight, just give me my body back when we get home." Suddenly Rilai added a decisive line, "Although your lifespan may be short, I will do everything I can to save you. Your name will be known across the continent." Isaac flailed and shouted, "Ba ba ba, wait, did you just say something offensive?" Seeing him, Rilai asked, "I know you'll like that." Isaac cursed silently, "Hell no." Rilai continued, "When we get home, this uncle of yours will teach you how to curse that hateful demon King Kalau." Hearing that, Isaac swore, "Damn it, those damn those Joshua." A few days later, in the Duchy of Joshua, the carriage carrying Isaac arrived. A series of grand architectural structures like statues appeared, alongside castles crowded together across the duchy. This understandably made Isaac jealous. Those bastards, demons, get beaten to pieces while they live in such luxury. How much did all this cost? Damn capitalism, my demons work like oxen and dogs to get food for their young. Then Whisper piped up, "Master, this place is worlds apart from our shabby palace. Just selling a few statues here would buy us 10 Demon King palaces." Someone annoyed replied, "I know, shut up." Rilai suddenly picked him up and said with a smile, "This is the residence of House Joshua, Isaac. the origin of the continent's demon-slaying efforts. Look, when you grow up, you'll be like those children. The children, Riley pointed out, were hammering furiously at a straw effigy and shouting, "Die, Demon King Kalo, I will destroy you, that Demon King. You low creature, hurry up and die. Even tearing you to 100 pieces wouldn't be enough. Die, Demon King, die." Isaac sighed inwardly. What are you teaching these kids, such fanatics? Then he thought, whatever, now that I've infiltrated the holy nation, soon I'll burn the emperor alive and turn this place into the empire of Isaac. Whisper jabbed again. What's wrong with you? Demon King Kalo, fretting over playful children. How petty. Embarrassed, Isaac snapped, shut up and scout the surroundings now. Whisper immediately obeyed and flew off. After a while, it reported back to Isaac with a building marked full of points. Isaac cheered happily. Amazing, these are mana cores. There's so many. Whisper marveled. This is the first time I've seen so many mana cores gathered in one place. How many demons did they kill to get this? At that moment, the carriage stopped and the coachman called out, "We have arrived, my lord." Riley set Isaac down and quickly ordered, "Prepare a room for me. Isaac will stay with me." The steward, slightly embarrassed, began, you see. "Sorry, Lord Riley, we've received orders to take Master Isaac to the secondary residence." Riley asked in confusion, "The secondary residence? Why?" The steward replied awkwardly, "Young Fifth Lord said that Master Isaac must never be allowed into the main house." Riley immediately snapped angrily. He wants to send Isaac to that cursed place to let the boy die or what? Isaac responded indifferently, "This family is something else. I knew this since I was left to fend for myself at birth. House Joshua is collapsing." Riley held back for a moment and said, "My brother is acting foolishly." Isaac agreed, right, if I have the right to live in the mansion, why should I be sent to the secondary house? Whisper jumped in sarcastically, "But the mana cores are in the secondary residence." Immediately, Isaac demanded to go to the secondary residence, but Riley grabbed him and said sternly, "I cannot allow my nephew to stay in such a haunted place. Come to my room, Isaac. I'll read you the scriptures about the battle between the Saintesses and Demon King Kalo every night. After that story, I'll teach you the exorcism methods used specifically against Demon King Kalo." Isaac groaned and yelled, "Oh my god, that's basically trying to kill me. Do you really want me dead?" Just then someone stepped forward to block them, shouting, "Why are you making such a fuss overtaking in this homeless brat? I already told you to send him to the secondary residence. After being gone for a while before finally showing up, now you dare defy your brother?" The speaker was the fifth son of House Joshua, Gowel Joshua. Isaac shot that man a quick look, thinking to himself, what a loudmouth. Gowel stepped forward and instructed, "Put him down, I'll take him to the secondary residence." Riley immediately barked, "Are you kidding? This child is a descendant of House Joshua. There's no way he's sent to the secondary house we used to exile people to in the past." Isaac glanced at him and thought, that rude bastard must be on the side that doesn't welcome my presence. Riley shouted, "Move aside, I still have to tell my nephew the story of Demon King Kalo's purification." Isaac inwardly winced. "Fine, put me down, send me to the secondary house if you want." Suddenly Gowel pointed at Isaac and teased, "When did you start liking children so much?" Then he sneered and added, "Descendant of the turd." Isaac looked at that face and groaned, "I actually like that he wants to send me to the secondary residence. What's wrong with this bastard? Is he a cleric or a thug? Whatever, I'll go to the secondary residence and absorb my mana cores there." Suddenly Zolai stepped back and snapped, "Do you think I don't know why you want my nephew taken to the secondary residence? You want others to think the boy is cursed to keep him out of the competition, right?" Isaac was surprised to hear this. "What? Wait, that's not true. I still have to protect this family, then become a saint and then the Pope. More importantly, I must take revenge on those damned saints." Gowel taunted, "If you don't want others to think that, then don't act like it. I heard a demon escaped from this child's body. Maybe he's already cursed." Riley's guards immediately shouted in rebuttal, "That's not true. The young Master Isaac helped defeat that demon. Being targeted by a demon from the start shows how important he is. Indeed, he possesses the holy power of a saint." Hearing them, Gowel burst out laughing. "Haha, I'm moved to tears. How much effort did you put into covering up this piece of trash? Don't play games with me. If you call it the next saint, then show me its power." No sooner had Gowel finished than Whisper leapt out and kicked at Isaac. "He wants to see your power. Summon a meteor for him." Isaac snapped back annoyed, "Meteor my ass." Suddenly Gowel had an idea and said, "Right, if you're calling it a saint. Then try it on that tree over there. The symbol of our house, why not have it revive the thing the family had treasured? That sacred tree died because of the demon's dark mana. If it truly meets the conditions to become a saint, then at least it should be able to revive that tree, right? Of course, only if it's really a saint like you say." Looking at Gowel's attitude, Riley said sourly, "Have you looked at yourself lately? Isaac muttered, Melissa, you're great in battle, but why are your descendants such shit? The eldest is missing, the fifth son is insolent. While talking, Isaac suddenly exclaimed, huh, what's that? Whisper asked confused, what's what? Isaac grabbed it tight and barked, what are you thinking? Go there and take everything from me. With that, Isaac threw Whisper toward the withered sacred tree. Riley calmly analyzed, a tree that's been dead for 70 years and you expect a child who can't even speak. He was still speaking when a light behind them stole his words. Gowel also turned around in shock. Riley exclaimed in disbelief, what the hell is that, the sacred tree? They saw the sacred tree suddenly lush with branches and leaves, bursting with life as if nothing had happened. Gowel cried out in alarm, the sacred tree has revived. Impossible, even with purification and restoration magic it had been dying bit by bits. What on earth is happening? Isaac thought smugly to himself, it's nothing. There was a bit of dark mana near the tree's base, so I drained all the corruption. Right then Whisper flew back out of breath, reporting, I've absorbed all the mana there, I'm so full. The blonde soldier ran up and shouted, Lord Riley, how did that tree? What did you do? Riley replied nonchalantly, I did nothing. The soldier broke into a sweat and gasped, then could it be? Isaac turned and snapped at Whisper, it was all mana, what a waste. Whisper moaned miserably, now what, do you want me to vomit it all back up? Before Isaac could answer, the soldier shouted, then it must have been Lord Isaac. The guards all joined the shouting. Gowel forced a laugh to deny it, that's crazy, no one in this house has ever been able to heal that tree. How could this brat do anything? Right, someone must have helped him. Right, it must have been Riley, but no one listened to him. They tossed Isaac into the air cheering, as expected of the young master. First exorcism, now purification. Seeing no one would listen, Gowel tightened his grip and demanded of Riley, you did it, didn't you? Riley, confused, what do you mean? Gowel, crazed, lunged forward and grabbed Riley's collar, shouting, you must have received help from the Saintess. And then you made it look like that piece of trash did it, right? Riley replied miserably, what on earth are you talking about? Gowel screamed again, stop your tricks. Riley protested, how could I have met that missing Saintess? The scene made the cheering soldiers fall silent. AI thought sourly, Melissa, you should focus on running your house instead of hunting demons. Your family is a chaotic mess. Yet the man called brother doesn't resemble Melissa at all. Honestly, it'd be easier to believe Gowel was Melissa in disguise. Suddenly Whisper piped up, what about the second brother? AI punched his fist and blurted, oh, I think he actually looks more like that damned pope. Over here, Gowel, still angry, spat, don't play dumb. You think I don't know you brought this brat back to make him the next saint candidate? I can't believe you'd use this dirty trick when our house already has a candidate. Isaac asked curiously, there's another candidate in the family, and that rude bastard wants that candidate to win. Whisper laughed and said, looks like you'll have to compete with him. But you don't seem bothered at all, do you? AI said, don't you think that candidate would be cruel if that bastard supports him? Defeating him would be fun. Whisper agreed, that makes sense. Riley, after being shouted at, snapped angrily, so are we just going to ignore the boy? He's our nephew and the son of the eldest. He has the right to lead this house. Gowel sneered, nonsense eldest. He ran away while the family was in danger. You even want to bring up the eldest who only just told us about this kid's existence? Watching them argue, Isaac thought, so that's why I'm discriminated against. This life is great, huh? Whisper complained, you can't be so indifferent about your own life. At that, Gowel smirked, aw, but the kid is still the Saintess's son, right? He might just be a bastard child of the Saintess we picked up from outside. After all, she's a Saintess, but it's not certain he's our eldest child, right? I guess his face looks fine because he resembles that woman. If it's beneficial to the house, I think we could sell him to preserve the lineage. As soon as he said that, Riley stopped holding back and punched him full force in the face. Gowel screamed in pain, are you crazy? Did you just hit me? Riley coldly barked, did you think you could get away after saying that nonsense? The soldiers were shocked again while AI was delighted. Right, brothers should spar like that occasionally. It also helped me learn some useful information. Seeing Riley keep attacking, the soldiers hurriedly intervened, pleading, my lord, you can't do this, stop them. Isaac was pleased, the more chaotic the family, the easier it would be for him to take it over. This damned family is already collapsing on its own. Whisper mocked Isaac's expression, come to think of it, if this house falls, won't you die too? Is your brain shrinking inside that baby's body? Isaac snapped, shut up. A while later, inside the family's main house, Isaac sat sullenly at the large table, staring ahead, muttering angrily in his heart, this is never-ending, so annoying. In front of him, a group was holding a meeting with another brat. What should we do with this kid? Isaac thought irritably, none of these damned family members are sane. They really know how to treat an heir, huh? They kept discussing that we took and raised that country girl into a saintess, so at least she shouldn't have given birth to this useless son. She's not worthy to be a saintess. AI retorted more sourly, are you crazy? That's going too far. Suddenly a woman's voice rang out and everyone fell silent. Riley, we've already decided to raise this child in the secondary residence to avoid attention. The speaker was Eli Joshua's second wife, the acting lady of the house, Hannah Joshua. She saw Riley not answer and demanded, "Why did you allow this child to come here?" Isaac wondered incredulously. "Does she openly show hostility like that? She must be the one behind those trying to push me to the annex." Gowel, his face bandaged, snarled curses. "The acting lady head is asking you, hurry up and answer." Hearing that tone, Isaac guessed she must be the mother of that ill-mannered uncle. Riley didn't answer Hannah's question but asked back, "Isn't father here?" Hannah bowed her head and replied, "He went out of town. I must admit this whole thing about a saintly candidate is really chaotic." Riley immediately closed his eyes and said, "What a pity, he should be told that the eldest nephew of this family, Isaac, has resurrected the sacred tree." At those words, everyone seated in the meeting room was startled. Gowel jumped up and shouted, "That's just a coincidence. How could this kid have done that? Maybe it's the Joshua family's prayers finally working." Another elder chimed in, "I think the same. Even our head couldn't find a solution, so how could a child like him do it?" Hannah agreed, "I concur, there was no evidence from the start." The others in the room murmured at their words. The acting lady head said sensibly, "It truly is a great blessing that the sacred tree has revived." Isaac muttered in annoyance, looking at them. "Want proof?" He raised his small hands, and the whole crowd immediately gaped and turned to look, only to see Isaac slowly condensing a core of energy in midair. The elders recoiled in horror, clutching their heads, stammering, This is the energy of the sacred tree." Isaac raised it triumphantly. "Look closely, surprised now, you blind chickens." After a moment, the group calmed, and one person suggested, "It seems Isaac has removed the mana that was corroding the sacred tree." The opposing elders broke into a sweat and said, "What? There was mana on the sacred tree, but a newborn could remove it." Those in agreement replied, "Isn't that the most reasonable explanation right now? The boy directly formed a physical manifestation from that mana before our eyes." "That's true, but even if this exorcism method worked, it certainly wasn't simple. A single small mistake could have killed the sacred tree. That's why the head chose cyclical purification instead of direct exorcism." Gowel heard this and was shocked, mouth agape. "What on earth are they saying? There's no way a newborn could do that." Riley shouted, "Isaac must have exorcised the dark mana instinctively." A breastfeeding infant accomplished what no one in the sanctuary had done in 70 years. Gowel panicked internally. What is he talking about? Unable to contain himself, Gowel pounded the table and yelled, "Elders, do you really believe this absurdity? A newborn that can exorcise, he can't even speak. Outsiders would surely laugh at us. Look at him, it's not even credible that he's of the Joshua line. What if he's actually from some unknown family?" Isaac grew more disgusted the more he listened, and paid no attention. Riley loudly defended, "Honorable elders, please listen to me. This child will certainly become a saint. He could even become the next pontiff." Isaac agreed when he heard that, he damn well will. Before anyone could react, Riley picked him up and shouted, "And above all, this child will destroy the dry-licked demon king." Someone scowled and shouted, "What the hell is that? The previous sentence was fine. Always claiming you'll kill me, what's with that?" Hearing this, the elders shouted, "The demon king Ko Lao, that despicable creature." Han smirked, "You're digging your own grave, Riley." She replied, "If you're so confident, why don't we put it to the test? I request permission to use the reliquary vault." At the same time, in the northwest lands of the holy nation Helen's dark forest, a demon had just had its head cleaved by a blade. Amid the gloomy land and piles of demon corpses stood a man. After clearing the demons, he sheathed his sword and sneered, "This place is pathetic." Suddenly a soldier approached, knelt, and said, "Greetings, master." The man didn't turn and asked, "What is it?" The soldier reported, "Your representative at the house has requested use of the reliquary vault." The man walked off, replying, "I already said the Holy See must not use it." The soldier said, "This isn't the Holy See's request. Your grandson succeeded in reviving the sacred tree, so the acting lady wants to see if the child has the qualities of a saint." Hearing that, the man was slightly surprised, turned and asked suspiciously, "What do you mean? Why would there be a saint in our house? I won't allow that. The reliquary only allows saintesses to survive inside. Tell them to avoid unnecessary conflict, no exceptions." This man was Jai Joshua, head of the Joshua house. Suddenly another voice rang out, "Let them do it." "Who said that? Isn't reviving the sacred tree impressive?" The speaker was Melissa Joshua, the former saintess and lady of the Joshua house. She continued, "The vault has been opened anyway, so why not put all saint and saintess candidates inside it?" The soldier blurted, "What? But if we do that, what if a child from another house snatches something valuable from the vault?" Melissa smiled and replied, "I hope so. Even the greatest saintesses of previous generations couldn't take anything from that vault. Who knows, if someone does retrieve an item, they might be able to find the demon king Ko Lao and destroy him. Then we should reward that person." With that, she ordered, "Tell them whoever brings out the best relic from the vault will receive a reward even the Pope couldn't buy. That person will receive the Joshua family heirloom and be taught the family's secret techniques by me personally. Whatever the child who succeeds asks for, I will grant it." The reliquary vault wasn't only a repository of relics but also housed a secret technique thousands of years old. For generations, Saintesses guarded it, so the Joshua house was considered its keeper. Because only children under 10 were allowed in, the vault functioned as a ritual for Saintess candidates. At 1 year old, the children entered to choose an item, and people predicted the Saintess's future power from what the child brought back. However, the vault was extremely dangerous. Even Saintess candidates risked their lives entering it. After many accidents, the reliquary vault was sealed. Over here, Whisper laughed and said, "Let's see if my master can survive and bring back a relica." Isaac scowled and snapped at it. "Why are you telling that story?" Whisper asked again, "But you're looking forward to it too, aren't you, master?" Isaac agreed. "Of course, people say the corpse of the demon king Ko Lao is inside it." Seeing Whisper's sly face, Isaac could only sigh and listened in silence. Suddenly, a hand lifted Isaac up as a voice said, "Are you excited, young master? The lady of the house has opened the vault to all candidates. All descendants of the 5 noble houses will come. Even that cursed house of the Pope will attend, but I'm sure you'll win no matter what happens." The soldier tossed Isaac up. Whisper sighed. They really are making a big deal out of this. Isaac felt a bit unsettled inside. Goods, the more people there are, the more easily they'll be distracted, so it'll be easier for me to get my body back. Suddenly, Riley picked him up and warned, "You must be careful, Isaac. There will be demons captured from the battlefield guarding it." Isaac was slightly shocked, thinking, are there really dangers because demons guard that place? If you get caught by them, they're probably only level 6 at most. "I only need to use overwhelming force." Just as he thought that, Do Lai doused him with cold water. Level 8 demons aren't easy to handle. The soldier beside him added, "Still, that level 9 dragon is probably the worst." Riley agreed, "If we're only judging by rank, yes." Isaac was horrified. "What the hell? Why are there level 8 demons in there?" Whisper complained, "The entire Joshua house must be insane. A dragon where a bunch of kids will go. At least you know a lot about dragons, though." Hearing it, his master broke into a sweat, thinking, "What now? This time we're doomed. Dragons are danger on a whole different level." When Whisper asked, he said, "Well, I tricked them a few times." Whisper cheerfully asked, "How many exactly?" He regretfully replied, About 70. He remembered that day after the dragons realized. That sound echoed in his head. That bastard tricked even the little dragon. What did he sell those kids? They're not even 3 years old yet. Even the ancient dragon was fooled, let alone the little dragon, the bitch of a dried-up skeleton mother. Remembering this, Isaac gritted his teeth and cursed. This is bad, and they also have good memories. They'll recognize their lost souls. Whisper gleefully prodded him with a blade. "It's fine, maybe it's time I get a new master." Isaac fell apart thinking, it seems I'm out of options. So there are level 8 demons and a level 9 dragon in the reliquary vault. But my current self can hardly deal with level 6 demons. To fight them, I'll need to seize all the Joshua family's mana cores. Enough time to head to the annex. Thinking that, his face turned terrifyingly cunning. The next day, in the main building of the house, Isaac was sitting, reading a book intently. Seeing him like that, Whisper curiously asked, "Master, are you okay? You look like you're about to be exorcised." Isaac now looked haggard, reading holy texts and fiddling with ways to rip the demon king Ko Lao to pieces. Reading more, someone ugly thought, "Damn, if I knew how to control holy power, I'd easily learn all the sacred arts by now. Someone summarize it for me. They started teaching me this before I was even weaned. Or I could control their minds and force them to teach, right?" Seeing Isaac like that, Whisper teased happily, "Master, are you planning to use dark magic at the congregation center? Do you want to be exposed as a demon and bring down the Joshua house?" He glared at it and snapped, "What happened to your personality in the last 150 years? Whisper fell silent after being scolded. Isaac muttered, "With only this theory, I can't understand anything." Just as he was letting out short yawns, Riley picked him up, smiling, tired. "It must be because so much happened today." Isaac objected in his head. "Obviously, a kid my age needs 16 hours of sleep a day." So Riley carried him back to his cradle. To Isaac's surprise, Riley raised one hand. The restoration spell was cast. Isaac rejoiced inwardly. "Wow, a holy spell, amazing." Next, use magic to attack Uncle. Seeing him wriggling out of the cradle, Whisper reminded him, "Please just lie still. By the way, you need to get to the annex. You have to find a way to drive these people out." Isaac suddenly remembered, right, the annex, I must quickly get rid of all these people. So he lay still pretending to sleep. Whisper said in exasperation, "Who falls for such a terrible acting job?" But the two of them believed it, happily saying to each other, "Isaac fell asleep so quickly, what a wonderful child. He does everything so fast." Whisper snapped irritably, "Are you all insane? You fell for that?" The two left. As they went, one said, "It's late, we should go, right?" "Yes, I need to train anyway." Hearing that, he smirked inwardly and Whisper sighed in resignation. Truly an interesting bunch. Suddenly, Riley added a sentence that made Isaac start. "Anyway, the talisman is very dangerous. So you should put it away quickly, it's very precious." That was Isaac's first talisman, so he was told to keep it safe. The soldier cheerfully complied, "Yes, sir, I'll display it in the most visible place." This made Isaac want to cry. "I still need to revive that talisman. I can't let you take it." "Ah, my talisman, I need to absorb mana from it." "In that case, I'll go drain the mana cores in the annex right now. Let's go." He crawled out of the cradle. Whisper sneered contemptuously. You actually plan to crawl all the way to the annex? Not sure you'll even make it today. Isaac replied, I have a plan, just open the door for me. Whisper, exasperated, flew off while still kicking. Yes, of course I'm not going to carry you the whole way. After pushing him a bit, it suddenly cried out, your uncle locked the door. It's locked from the outside and there's even a holy seal on it. Isaac swore angrily, that damned uncle. He ordered, break it down. Whisper warned, then they'll think you're being attacked and come running. Isaac, helpless, could only stand there pounding on the door with his tiny hand. He gritted his teeth, thinking, this is driving me crazy. I can't cling to Whisper all the way there. But if I use magic, everything will become even more complicated. And how could I possibly escape? While he was thinking, the door suddenly opened, striking him in the face. A child from outside walked in, looking slightly surprised to see Isaac toppled on the ground, and it had an insulting attitude. Obviously, this child couldn't even walk yet. This child was Shuri Joshua, 5 years old, son of Gowel Joshua, the Joshua House's saint candidate. Isaac was pissed at being shoved. Is this brat my rival? Whisper flew into a rage and shouted, how dare he harm my master? Shuri glared at Isaac, thinking, a talisman even a genius like me couldn't make. There's no way that brat could. As soon as he finished speaking, he gathered holy power in his palm and declared to Isaac with arrogance, I am the one who will become the saint. How dare you compete with me? This is my plan to escape this cursed house. Hearing that, Isaac knew this kid was itching for a fight and glanced for the milk bottle. Whap! This time Isaac used mana to control the milk bottle to attack. He triumphantly shouted, I found my means of transport, and suddenly got smacked right in the face. Shuri cried indignantly, do you know who I am? Isaac ignored him, thinking, you look exactly like that Uncle Dukan, then you must be his son. And I see you gathering holy power to attack me. You bastard, you deserve to be beat. With that, Isaac controlled the milk bottle and banged it on him relentlessly. Whisper even cheered, good hit, master. Isaac grinned widely, muttering, you insolent brat, just accept that you'll be my means of transport. Shuri, taking the blows and crying, suddenly gritted his teeth and activated a defensive holy spell. He shouted angrily, you think you're special or what? Isaac was taken aback by this move. Oh, Shuri shouted again, surprised. No one my age can use a Tier 3 defensive holy spell, but it's still too early to be impressed. Tier 3 offensive holy spell, Radiant Saint, receive this. Isaac watched him cast to learn, thinking impressed inwardly, using 2 Radiant Saints at once. He smirked and replied, thanks for the meal, now let's see this. Immediately, a super wide Tier 3 defensive holy spell enveloped Isaac's body, absorbing Shuri's attack. Seeing it, Shuri screamed in horror, how can a defensive magic be this large? Isaac ignored him and continued casting more, smiling. Because my uncle never taught me, I didn't know how to use it, but thanks for showing me so much. As soon as he finished speaking, the room filled with Tier 3 radiant spheres. Shuri looked around in panic and shouted, impossible. Before he could react, Isaac pointed and them attacked him. Shuri, not knowing how to defend, yelled loudly, wait. But the radiant spheres didn't stop and rained down like a shower. Whisper finally flew over and asked, Master, as much as I enjoy this, is it really okay to kill someone from the Joshua house? Isaac exhaled and replied, who said I was killing him? The attacks don't even hit him. When the dust cleared, Shuri was holding his head, his body only lightly scratched. Realizing he'd been tricked by a kid, he stood up angrily and cursed. You damned brat, you can't even beat us. Why did you scare me like that? No matter how many offensive holy spells you use, you cannot defeat a saint candidate like me. As he was speaking, a deep, ominous voice sounded. You dare? Shuri, a bit intimidated, turned to look, and saw a demon standing there blocking the way, asking ominously, do you dare attack my master? Are you tired of living? Have you picked a burial place yet? Shuri was scared into silence, not daring to move or answer. Isaac took the opportunity to climb onto the demon, squinted at Shuri and said, carry me, what are you waiting for? That face of yours looks more demonic than the demon beside you. A while later, in the quiet of the night, Shuri walked through the darkness muttering, I am Shuri Joshua. In the future, I will become a saint. I will escape this cursed Joshua house and become the Pope. But right now, I have to carry this damn child somewhere. Isaac kept tapping his head and babbling. Shuri angrily demanded, why are you doing this? Do you know who I am? No sooner had he finished than the demon reappeared and threatened, move your soul before I tear you into 100 pieces, you lowly vermin. Shuri immediately shut up, telling himself, right, focus on surviving and getting out of here first. But tears flowed uncontrollably. Shuri whimpered softly, someone please save me. After a while, the two left the main building. Isaac still sat on Shuri's shoulders directing, Grandpa, go left. Grandpa, do you want to die? Focus. Shuri grumbled angrily, Grandpa, even my grandfather wouldn't understand you. Where exactly do you want to go in the dead of night? But when he looked up, his face went pale. In front of Shuri now stood the family's second annex. He immediately shouted, What are you doing coming to the haunted annex? Shuri collapsed inwardly, wondering, why did this crazy kid drag me here? Several people have died here, so the head of the family forbade entering. Only Isaac and Whisper exchanged smug remarks. Hee, looks like there's quite a lot in here. You'd have to train, die, and be reborn for decades to accumulate this much mana. So Isaac tapped his head and shouted, "Come on, kid." Shuri, confused, asked, "You want to go in there?" "No, we can't go in," the adults said not to. The demon reappeared and threatened him. "Shut up and lift your feet, you inferior creature." So Shuri had no choice but to tiptoe in carrying Isaac into the annex. Isaac glanced around and assessed. Looks like it's worse inside than outside. Suddenly his gaze landed on something. Wait, could that be? Whisper reported irritably, "The whole place has been sealed, master. All the doors have something like protective barriers on them." Isaac immediately deflated. What a hassle. Seeing him like that, Shuri said, "Hey, let's turn back, everything here is locked anyway." Isaac flew into a rage, grabbed his hair and yelled, "Grandpa." Shuri leapt up cursing, "Are you crazy? Don't grab my hair." Suddenly he noticed the portraits on the wall and exclaimed, "It's the previous heads of the family." Then he sneered, "So now you want to fight for the next patriarch's position?" "It's useless because the next patriarch position will be mine anyway." But as soon as he said that, Isaac hurled the milk bottle straight at one portrait. Shuri was immediately frightened into wide-eyed shock. Not only that, Isaac had the bottle smash the remaining portraits too. Shuri screamed in horror, "Hey, are you insane? Why are you doing this to the heads of the family?" Isaac replied irritably, "Grandpa, you shouldn't have placed barriers on these portraits." After smashing the portraits, Whisper announced, "The barrier has been broken, master." Isaac grinned widely. Perfect. He left Shuri and climbed down. Shuri, a bit astonished, immediately asked, "Hey, where are you going?" Seeing he crawled too slowly, Isaac rolled off like a ball and shot away. The sight terrified Shuri even more. "Hey, are you crazy? You made this mess and now you want to roll away where?" Isaac rolled into a room full of barrels and tubs containing dark mana. He ignored Shuri and ordered Whisper to close the door. Shuri hurriedly chased after him, shouting, "Hey, stop, what the hell are you doing, you damned kid?" Before the door closed, AI turned back and grinned like a demon, replying, "A brat like you doesn't need to know." Done, Isaac sat cross-legged and entered meditation, beginning to absorb the dark mana in the room. Outside, Shuri panicked, pounding on the door and screaming, "Hey, you damn kid, get out of there, hurry up, I'll tell the adults. I'll tell them everything and you'll be kicked out of here, see." But before he could leave, people arrived. Vi led a group from the family over. Seeing Shuri at the door, he asked in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Shuri protested unfairly, "Uncle, you're just in time. Isaac, that monster has." Before he could finish, Hannah shouted loudly, "What do you think you're doing? Shuri, you clearly know this annex is forbidden. What were you thinking bringing Isaac to this haunted place?" Shuri flinched, not daring to argue, staring blankly at everyone. So she scolded him further. "Do you know how many people saw you carrying Isaac around? And there are traces of offensive holy spells in Isaac's room. Are you going to take responsibility for all this?" Shuri stammered in response, "No, I didn't bring that kid here. And yes, some of the offensive spells there were mine." But before Shuri could calm down and explain, Riley sat down and patted his shoulder consolingly. "Shuri, you've gone too far this time. Whatever the reason, causing trouble for a suckling child is the fact." "Where did you lock Isaac?" Shuri sobbed. "I didn't lock him anywhere. Isaac went in on his own." But no one believed that excuse coming from a toddler who can't even walk. Riley opened the door and called, "Isaac, are you in there?" Others chimed in, "Sir, do you think I locked him up?" Riley looked into the room, his face visibly tense. Isaac was sitting by the door, crying pitifully. Everyone turned to console him. "Are you okay, Isaac? Oh my, the boy looks terrible." Riley held Isaac and comforted him. "Thank God you're fine." Although he looked frightened, it seemed nothing serious had happened. Then Riley glanced over at Shuri. He walked away, calling back, "You should reflect on yourself." Shuri, unable to clear his name, said bitterly, "No, it's not like that, I really." As Isaac left, he shouted, "Grandpa, thanks. Thanks to the kid, I had a hearty meal." Seeing his face, Shuri broke down and screamed, "That damn kid." Hannah, worried, asked, "Why does it look like his blood pressure spiked?" Shuri replied, "Probably because it's so cold here. A child so small already, tusk tusk." Isaac happily felt the mana in his body, secretly smiling. "This truly exceeds my expectations. I've absorbed an amount of mana equivalent to 100 years of grueling training in one go. Yes, with this amount of mana, I can finally carry out that plan." Seeing Isaac keep moving like that, Riley thought he was terribly frightened. The next day, at the family's main residence, Isaac continued to listlessly read holy texts. A voice rang out, "Isaac, I want to introduce someone to you. This is Isili. From now on, she will take on the role of your caretaker." Isili stepped forward to introduce herself. "My name is Isili L. Archer, a holy knight of the Joshua family. I pledge to serve you until my last breath." Hearing that, Isaac recalled and guessed they planned to assign someone to watch him because of what happened before. So he scowled, turned back and shouted, "Grandpa, you there, Grandpa? You're fired, get out of my sight." That expression of his left both of them stunned for a moment. Isili stepped forward and softly said, "Young Master Lai, may I pinch his cheek once?" Seeing the two of them making that hungry face, Isaac threw up his hands. Why are there so many lunatics in this family? Suddenly, Rilai reached into his coat and said, "Ah, right here, I've got a gift for you." As he spoke, Rilai pulled out a ring box and handed it to Isaac. Isaac took the ring and his face fell. He thought, "Did my uncle pick this up from a trash bin?" Whisper also complained, "I thought I misheard, but it seems the Joshua family really is facing a financial crisis. How is this worthy as a gift for the master's first birthday?" But when Isili saw the ring, she cried out, "Oh my God, isn't this the Holy Maiden's heirloom?" Isaac, a little surprised, inspected it. The Holy Maiden's heirloom. Rilai ruffled his hair and said, "Your uncle received it from the council. It's reserved just for you." After checking it for a moment, Isaac was astonished. It's real. This is the ring the Holy Maidens used in the battle against me. The ancestral ring, containing a divine miracle spell. The holy power contained within it is truly magnificent. That said, it seems it can only be used once or twice before it shatters, but I already have a solution. Thinking that, he glanced toward a nearby tree. Gawel was scowling like a monkey, looking this way. His sullen face made Isaac think, that expression proves it's the real thing. He looks like he wants to beat his grandson to death. Yet a few seconds later, Gawel's sweet voice rang out. "Aha, Isaac, my little grandson. Oh, isn't he just adorable? I hope you feel comfortable here." Isaac leaped up and shouted, "What the hell is this?" Whisper added, "Could he be mad?" Gawel inwardly thought awkwardly, "Damn, this just got more complicated. I sabotaged the blessing device in the relic storage so this brat wouldn't receive the blessing. But unexpectedly, instead they gave him the Holy Maiden's heirloom." He recalled last night, because Isaac couldn't receive the blessing. To be fair, we gave this to the boy. The Holy Maiden's heirloom. "Please give it to my child." "Shuri, but didn't the boy already receive the blessing from the sanctuary? Don't be greedy, go back at once." Back in the present, Gawel resolved to take it while pretending to donate it to the sanctuary. The kid definitely won't understand its true value. Thinking that, he rummaged in his coat and said, "If you're going to give a gift to the boy, at least choose something better. That other thing is totally useless." Rilai asked in surprise, "Useless? Are you saying the Holy Maiden's heirloom is useless?" Gawel's brother ignored him and cheerfully produced another ring box, telling Isaac, "Isaac is also my beloved grandson. How could I give him something useless? This ring has been directly imbued with many blessings from the sanctuary, so keeping it will be more useful for the boy when entering the relic vault. It's an exceedingly precious item that Rilai could never possess." Rilai froze at his words and stopped advancing. Gawel kept flattering, "Isaac, take it, won't you? Come on, hand over that old, filthy ring to me." Before he finished speaking, Isaac swung his hand and struck him, instantly leaving a dent in his face. Not only that, Isaac snapped the ring box shut, cursing that ridiculous stinking thing of the Pope, then hurled both the box and the ring into the sky, and the box plopped down into the nearby pond. Rilai watched this sweating, thinking, that ring looks thousands of times more valuable than the item I gave the boy. Gawel, like a cat with its tail stepped on, screamed frantically, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and find that ring for me." Isaac turned back smiling, still clutching the old ring in his hand, leaving Rilai utterly astonished. He actually chose mine. So he happily reached out and said, "Isaac, my beloved grandson, from now on I will bring you all the best things in this world." Isili chimed in, "Young Master Isaac is the greatest, unlike those others." Meanwhile, Gawel's men painfully groped for the ring, complaining nonstop, "It's too deep, young master, we can't find it. No, you must find it at all costs. If it's lost, don't expect to keep your lives." Isaac smugly thought, "I've cast a gravity spell on it, they'll never find it." Whisper praised, "As expected of my master. Your decision to touch that filthy object with a finger is truly admirable." Suddenly Isaac ordered, "Go retrieve it before dawn." Whisper froze. "Me?" Isaac barked, "Do you expect me to crawl and get it?" He thought to himself, "That thing is worth a fortune, so if I get the chance I'll sell it." Gawel, after some time of searching in vain, clutched his head and screamed. A few hours later, the sound of fist pounding the table and Gawel's voice rang out. "That damn brat. Does he know how valuable that thing is? Forget it, I bet he doesn't even know how to use the ring properly. It's exactly the kind of item for someone who can't use holy magic. It needs to absorb the holy power of at least 20 people to be usable. And of course that's impossible. I wonder if even 10 people will attend his first birthday." The next day, at the family's main residence, thousands of people flocked in like to a festival. Inside the room, Isili's excited voice rang out, impressively. Over 148 saint candidates have come to attend. Including nobles and attendants, about 4,000 people have gathered today. It seems all the ducal families plus dozens of marquis houses have come. Even the emperor has arrived. Other nations have sent saint candidates as well. Amazing. But Isaac heard this and looked bored, complaining miserably, "Why are there so many saint candidates? Are those gods too lazy so they drew lots everywhere?" Whisper said, "They're the sort who would do things like that." Suddenly Rilai rubbed his chin and said, surprisingly, I thought no one would come, thinking this was a trap. Just then, someone pushed the door open and shouted, "How could they think that? My long unseen friend." The person who rushed in was the chairman of one of the Empire's 3 merchant guilds, Rilai's close friend, Count Simon. Rilai exclaimed in slight surprise, "Simon, you're here too?" Simon replied nonchalantly, "The rumor has spread throughout the Empire, so of course I had to come." Everyone knew this wasn't a trap and decided to attend. Besides, wouldn't the frail boys of the Joshua family participate too? Not to mention the rewards the head of the Joshua family has offered. So how could I miss it? Even the Pope's family will be there. Hearing that, Isaac asked curiously, what reward did she put up? Rilai tensed and said, "Don't joke. How could the Pope's family possibly participate?" Simon ignored him and said, "There's no way those arrogant, unpleasant types would show up on Joshua family territory. Except for the Barit family, they consider everyone else filthy commoners." Hearing that, Rilai shouted, "Simon, lower your voice." Simon paid no mind and continued, "Why, my son Armin is also a saint candidate. After all, this event is organized by the Joshua family. The Pope's family has no reason to come." Rilai warned again, "You should think carefully before you speak." Simon just kept blathering on, unconcerned with those faces that always looked like they'd just stepped in shit. He was still speaking when suddenly a voice rang out. As the old saying goes, nothing is more dangerous than a crude friend. Both of them startled and turned to see a familiar face enter, continuing, "Oh my, the wisdom of the ancients is never wrong." Rilai tensely shouted, "The Cardinal." Herrick curled his lip and, stepping forward, said, "I didn't expect the weaklings of the Joshua family to hold an event like this. I hope this inexperienced child will bring something back from the relic vault to save your family's face. I've been curious to see the face of the child who dares claim to be the Joshua family's saint candidate. Yet now I don't see that brat anywhere. Oh well, in any case, this is an opportunity for you. I offer you my sincerest prayers that this saint candidate may raise your family's renown." Rilai dared not look at him and thought nervously, could this be a ploy arranged by the sanctuary? The fact that the number of saint candidates jumped abruptly from 25 to 148 in a week was already strange. The only explanation is that the sanctuary is turning a blind eye to candidates suddenly appearing out of nowhere. Everyone will try to make their child a saint candidate, but once those children are placed in the vault, they will inevitably try to eliminate weaker rivals. It might very well harm the boy amid the chaos. If that happens, Isaac will be in danger. But look at him, does that face seem like one that would be in danger, uncle? They say the Joshua family's son is all looks and family reputation, but utterly useless otherwise. However, to those who crave power and envy the Joshua family, or those trying to curry favor with the Pope's family, the despisers of the Holy Maiden's bloodline, the Joshua children become perfect prey. Before the contest, someone handed the kids some water bottles and instructed, "Give this to the Joshua family's brat as a little joke. He won't die, but he won't be able to do anything afterward. Mix this potion into his water and use a holy toxin. Teach that brat a lesson about the world's cruelty, humiliate him before everyone, and announce to the whole world that the Joshua family's child will never become a saint." But right now Isaac has already finished several bottles. Licking his lips greedily, he praised, "Delicious." Licking his lips greedily, praising, "Delicious." Seeing him look their way, the other kids trembled and cried, "Everyone, I'm so scared. How many bottles did he drink by himself?" Isaac didn't care, tossed the empty bottles and cursed, "Grandpa, bring me more. This poison can't kill me." "Grandpa, tell me more." The children were terrified. Some even wanted to go home. "What's wrong with that child? I thought you'd laced it with a laxative already. A freak. Or did he grab the wrong bottle? I don't think so. Let's go." Shuri held his head and complained, "Why does he keep drinking? It's so humiliating. Don't tarnish the Joshua name anymore. As a saint candidate, you should at least recognize when something's wrong." Shuri jumped forward, snatched the bottle from Isaac and shouted angrily, "Stop drinking, are you that thirsty?" Then he handed him another bottle, saying, "Drink this." But Isaac immediately threw it in his face, sneering, "Grandpa, this one's poisoned." He turned feral and lunged, yelling, "Grandpa, give it to me now." He then jumped into a scuffle with the one holding the holy toxin while the others clustered, gossiping. Has death come to fetch this kid? Or is he so oppressed he wants to sleep early? No, it seems he has strong poison resistance. I heard someone can reach self-detoxification through training holy power. What? Are you saying that kid has reached that level already? But then why is he going after poison bottles? Maybe he's ensuring no one else can drink them because they'd be in danger. Hearing them, Shuri sat in a corner and muttered, "Since when did he become so good?" Suddenly someone cried out, "Really? Are you implying that kid is sacrificing himself?" Seeing him, Shuri was horrified. "Kina Baris, why is he here? I'd never heard the Pope's family would participate." The newcomer is the direct descendant of the Pope's family, Kina Barit. The kids now recognized him and buzzed, "Wait, isn't that Kina Baris? Why is the Pope's family in the Saintess relic vault? Oh my, looks like we already know who will win." Isaac, focused on drinking the poison, glanced over and assessed him. "So that boy is guaranteed to become a saint, but can the Pope's Baris family really have hair that pure white, bleached? Strange. All the others in that family have dark hair." Suddenly Kina spoke up. What's strange about a member of the Pope's family being in the Saintess Relic Vault? Our family leads all the clergy, so the Saintess Relic Vault belongs to us. I'm just here to take what's mine. Why are you acting surprised? Hearing this, Isaac judged by the way he spoke arrogantly that he must indeed be of the Pope's family. But that boy is truly a monster. His pure holy power even surpasses a bishop's. Indeed, he's the #1 saint candidate. Suddenly, Kina continued, you plan to use such crude methods to insult the family head, and you still call yourselves saint candidates? Pathetic. What good comes from humiliating a child? How could a child possibly have poison resistance? Surely it's the saintess power trying to protect this child. Hearing him, Isaac looked down on him and thought, ignorance must be hereditary, huh? Kina cast a spell and said, it's okay, let me detoxify him. Isaac was slightly surprised and reevaluated. At this age, he can use a holy detox spell? Look at that amount of holy power, he must be at least level 5. But then he thought differently. Is this kid trying to bluff someone? Is he using me to show off his skills? Clever, you want to show? I'll give you one. The next instant, Isaac slapped him hard across the face, the smack loud enough to be heard across the universe. The kids immediately shouted, has the holy power disappeared? Kina was also startled and looked back. He looked at his hands in confusion and wondered, my holy power has been nullified. Could it be possible against a child like him? Could he be stronger than me? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. And murderous intent flared as he glared at Isaac, cursing inwardly, that vermin of the Joshua family. Isaac shot him a glare in return. What are you looking at, brat? Grandpa, I'll smash your skull with this bottle. No sooner had he finished speaking than Shuri rushed forward to stop him. He shouted, no, don't do that. Seeing this scene, the kids clustered together and whispered, oh my god, is he caring for the child because they're from the same clan? That boy just slapped the person trying to save him. What a brat. Do they really think they stand a chance against the Pope family's clan? Does he really think he can protect that child? Shuri heard them and cursed inwardly. You idiots, if it weren't for me, that bottle would already be in your heads. Kina sighed and said, it's fine, maybe I just startled the boy. After all, he's only a child. Anyway, good luck to you, descendants of the Joshua clan. At least try to do something to save your family's reputation. Ha ha ha. Isaac flew into a rage and glared at him. Kina turned back and taunted, but of course the best treasure here will be mine. After all, a Joshua wouldn't even dare approach the corpse of the dry Lao Demon King anymore. Hearing that, Isaac calmed down. Shuri wiped sweat and muttered, what an annoying brat, what's he trying to do, show off? Just then, Isaac grabbed him by the collar and spat. Grandfather, what did that white-haired brat just say? Grandfather, did he just mention the corpse of the dry Lao Demon King? Shuri bowed his head and protested. Hey, what's gotten into you all of a sudden? Don't yank my head like that. You, the head of the family, promised to grant secret techniques to whoever brings back the corpse of the dry Lao Demon King. Hearing this, Isaac froze for a moment. He cried out as if hearing the end of the world. Melissa, you dare toy with my corpse. After a while, the place fell silent again. Isaac looked up at the sky, recalling that he had accumulated mana in his body for centuries. If he could take it, reaching level 10 wouldn't be a problem. But now the kids are all watching it, so there's no way for me to sneak it out. Oh well, whoever gets in my way I'll just trample. Suddenly an adult voice rang out. Everyone gather around, you're about to leave, so from now on listen carefully to what I say. This relic repository is a sanctuary. It stores the relics of past saintesses. Isaac heard part of it and complained, starting the history lecture again. When will we ever get out of here? So boring. Then he crawled away, whispering, Grandfather, I'm leaving first. Shuri shouted softly, hey, wait, where are you planning to go? But without answering, he dashed off like the wind. The kids listening heard the sound, turned around, and were all horrified. Meanwhile, Isaac was sprinting away, smugly thinking, time to use the holy technique I just learned. The instructor saw this and cried in panic. Isaac, you can't, that's a forbidden area. If you go that way, all the traps in the repository will trigger. As soon as he finished, all the kids went pale. They didn't hesitate and quickly chased after Isaac, urgently shouting, stop that boy right now. At the same time, outside the Joshua mansion in the banquet hall, Vasily anxiously prayed, hoping the young master was safe. Suddenly, someone approached and touched the magic orb in the center and said, we've established a connection with the inside of the relic area. My summoned beast is tailing the third candidate, so I'll relay information to everyone. The door to the first relic chamber has opened. The candidates are currently passing through. Riley thought inwardly, it's already starting. The announcer called out, the current third position is Armin. Simon immediately shouted, my child. The announcer continued, second place is Shuri Joshua. Gowel anxiously said, that means my child. Someone above whispered worriedly, and first place goes to Isaac. Hearing that, both Riley and Asili were stunned. Inside the shrine, Isaac was still powering himself up and running at full speed. The instructor, pants falling, couldn't catch up and yelled in frustration, Isaac, please, not there. If you keep running, more traps will be triggered. As he spoke, he stepped on a trap and was struck black by lightning. Shuri screamed in panic, Elder. Immediately after, hell on earth opened up. The kids kept triggering traps and screamed loudly. Mom save me mom, I want to go home. Shuri painfully chased after Isaac, angrily scolding, "You madman, why did you run there and cause this mess?" The relic repository's challenge was dangerous enough on its own, and now these kids have to avoid the traps meant to stop intruders. Isaac ignored it. After running a bit more, he stopped before a door and thought, so this is the door to the second relic chamber? Suddenly a voice announced, the second trapdoor has been activated. Enter the auxiliary door of the second relic chamber. Shuri screamed in horror. Isaac wasn't there, but Whisper, speaking for Isaac, replied playfully, "Wonderful, Master, thanks to the mana you absorbed in the annex, I've been upgraded. Good, now I can make you work harder." Damn capital, I mean I didn't say master. Isaac ordered indifferently, "Bring everything here." Whisper immediately flew off in response, "Yes sir." It headed straight for Shuri's spot. The kids who had luckily avoided the traps now stopped and discussed, "Damn, I didn't know it was this strong. So that's why the Saintesses are so powerful." Suddenly one kid pointed and said, "Isn't that the Joshua clan brat? Yeah, I think his name is Sue something. How can he fly like that? Maybe his clan taught him beforehand, that's not fair." Shuri cried silently inside, "Taught? What training? You fools act like I want to hover like that." "Put me down." Whisper ignored him and kept pulling him toward Isaac. Then dropped the bundle and reported, "Master, I've secured the informant for us." Shuri painfully scrambled up and questioned Isaac, "Stop this. I don't know how you passed the first relic challenge, the trial of choice, but from the second relic chamber, one small mistake could kill you. You must face your fears and choose the difficult path to heighten your perception of." Before he finished, Isaac gave him a taste of being struck by lightning and snapped, "Talk too much." He crawled over, looked at Shuri singed all over and asked, "Grandfather, whatever, quickly explain what's inside the second relic chamber." Shuri threw up his hands and answered, "Once you enter, remember you're never to attack the enemies, understand? Don't attack them." Isaac was surprised. "Grandfather, what nonsense is that? Why can't I attack my enemies?" Shuri yelled helplessly, "That's the only way to get through the second chamber. Whatever appears, you must stand still for 3 minutes before they vanish. Say you understand or we'll both die." Isaac gasped, "Ridiculous, testing my patience." Shuri cried and begged, "Please, someone actually died because of it." Isaac replied, "Grandfather, all right, how hard can it be? Just don't attack, right? 3 minutes isn't a problem for me, 3 hours would be trivial." No sooner had he finished than the door to the second chamber lit up and a voice echoed, "Welcome to the Hall of Calm. Patience is a virtue and reason is cold. Stay calm and steadfast, and that patience will lead you to the light. Whoever is obedient, sit still and listen." Not far away, Kina's group was also approaching. A kid asked anxiously, "Are you sure this is okay? We're at the end already." Kina smiled and answered, "There's no reason for us to go first on a dangerous path. Those meat shields will protect us. Have you forgotten there's an 8th rank demon guarding the second repository door? I'm sure the ones up front are stuck there. See, the challenge has begun." On this side, the door was still opening bit by bit. Seeing Isaac dazed there, Shuri warned anxiously, "Don't act rashly." Behind the door, an angel slowly appeared, smiling kindly at Isaac. "That patience will lead you to the light otherwise." Before it finished speaking, it got punched, and it shouted, "Fuck you, eat rice." So Isaac managed to hold still for exactly 3 seconds out of the required 3 minutes. Shuri was scared pale by the scene. He remembered what Isaac had said earlier, 3 minutes is no problem for me, and immediately cursed, "Damn it, 3 minutes counted in seconds." Unable to bear it, Shuri grabbed his head and screamed, "Ah, this crazy guy." Isaac and Whisper together mocked, "How can I stand still when facing a divine being's face? Right, I think 3 seconds is long enough." Another voice rang out, "You have failed. Those lacking patience will be punished by the deity." No sooner had the words ended than a giant monster stepped out inside. Shuri despaired and lamented, "That's it, I'm definitely dead now." But Isaac gathered power in his small hand and delivered a single punch straight into the monster's stomach. Shuri couldn't believe it, his mouth dropping open. With one blow, the monster had a hole punched through its belly. Isaac then returned to his seat as if nothing had happened. The scene left Shuri terrified. What just happened? A moment later, the monster collapsed into countless boulders. Isaac hung his head and complained, "This is supposed to be rank 8, are you kidding me? The golem was created by my subordinates' magic. The elite demons of the Dry Lao Demon King, the 14 retinue. This is their unique magic. Have they become dogs for the Joshua clan now? Or does this place relate to my body? I need to go check myself." Seeing him leave again, Shuri shouted anxiously, "Hey, where do you think you're going?" Suddenly a voice rang out, "Ah ha ha, I never expected the descendants of the Joshua clan to help us like this." A red-haired kid stepped out and shouted, "See, I told you those Joshua people knew how to get through the trial. This is Faith Crimson, one of the 5 faiths, the 3rd son of the ducal Sepet family, Nizer Sepet." He pointed at me, "Thanks for defeating the gatekeeper for us. Now move aside, we'll be the first to enter the second repository." The kids following along chimed in, "You have no idea what we went through because of that damn brat. Yeah, if that kid had gone in first, he'd trigger all the traps inside." Hearing them, Isaac wondered in confusion, "Why are so many of them still alive? Maybe I should just kill them all to make it easier." Suddenly, Nizer pointed at Shuri and taunted, "I didn't expect the descendants of Kshua to be so sinister. Shuri, you're related to him, aren't you? Shuri looked bewildered, unsure how to explain. Me and him? No way. I told you it's not true, can't you hear me? Nizer ignored him and stepped up to Isaac to taunt further. You've seen this kid dodge all the traps, right? Do you think he could do it on his own? He noticed the ring around Isaac's neck and shouted, see, it's an artifact. Then he snatched the ring, certain. This ring must have some magic bound into it. Everyone look, with this we can avoid all the traps ahead. Shuri sighed, you misunderstand, kid, it's a death charm, not a saving charm. But he seems so calm and I'm terrified. He's not the type to let someone take his things so easily. Seeing no one object, Nizer took the ring and led the way, shouting, stay there, Joshua. The one who will bring back the corpse of the dry, loud demon king, something no one has ever done. Certainly no one but me, the third son of the ducal Sepet family. He excitedly ran in and saw something glowing beneath him. Then boom, the whole group plunged into a sea of fire, agonized screams echoing nonstop. It's a trap, what the hell is this? Shuri thought in panic. Of course, he handed them the explosives to carry. He used them as bait. After a while, the area fell silent again. Shuri resumed acting as transport, carrying Isaac past a pile of classmates' corpses strewn before them. Past where Nizer lay, Isaac glanced aside, thinking, all the minds here have exploded, thanks, kid. Suddenly he sensed something, lifted his eyes to look behind him and saw a few kids following, which irritated him. Why are those kids following me? And they were praising that child must have some divine sense. Probably, after all, the boy comes from the Saintess family. Nizer acted weird earlier, that ring looked like an antique anyway. Besides, there's no way someone from the Joshua clan would cheat like that. Whisper teased Isaac, it seems they've recognized your greatness, oh magnificent master, huh? Isaac scowled and snapped at it, I don't need their approval. Sensing the demon on his head getting annoyed, Shuri mentally recited, you'd better run away before it's too late, this kid is scarier than any demon. Suddenly one kid stepped forward and yelled, if there's truly a saint, I think that child is the most fitting. Pleased to meet you, youngest son of the Joshua family. I am Paris Julius, the second prince of the Julius kingdom. The kids clustered and whispered, that's a kingdom east of the holy nation Helen. They say the prince there has received the god's blessing. Hearing this, Isaac assessed, oh, this one might be useful. So he tugged at Shuri's hair a few times. Shuri stopped immediately, looked at the door ahead and announced, we've arrived. This is the door leading to the third repository. Before they could open it, 2 orbs of light fell from the ceiling. A statue emerged and a voice sounded, greetings, candidates, this is the memory floor. Show your courage and resolve. The kids immediately cheered excitedly. Luckily, we followed this child, great. We've reached the next repository and will obtain the dry, loud demon king's corpse. The statue continued, the challenge is simple, defeat us and claim glory. The kids muttered, they say to show them courage, so we should fight them, right? Just try it. Isaac thought differently, that gatekeeper. Could it be? Oh, it's probably bait, this will be entertaining. Thought finished, the corner of the devilish mouth curved up. Isaac began acting strangely on top of Shuri. Shuri, confused, recalled, Isaac always makes the right decision. So that gatekeeper was lying. The first repository was about choice. Isaac just had to rush through. The second was about tranquility. Isaac was anything but calm. And this third one is about memory, which is the hint. So we have to recall what happened in the first and second trials. We cannot attack them. Just then Isaac waved his hand to signal the kids to step back. Shuri was a bit surprised, Isaac being kind, helping these kids too. But then he reconsidered, no matter how nasty he is, he's still a descendant of the Saintess. Could the Saintess's kindness have awakened? Have I misunderstood Isaac all this time? This kid would sacrifice himself and guide everyone the right way. Just as Shuri thought this, Isaac formed an orb of light in his hand, aimed it straight at the statue and struck. This action stunned Shuri for 5 seconds. The statue also went berserk, gripping its weapon, and swung a straight slash toward the kids. They only realized they'd been deceived when they were attacked. Fire and explosions mixed with relentless screams. Shuri glanced up and exclaimed, my god, what the hell is this? Could it be that their faces now look no different from demons? He thought slyly, long time no see, you crazy one. Inside the statue, 2 demons crawled out laughing. How foolish to believe others so easily. Candidates for sainthood. Isaac also laughed out loud. They're puppets created by magic. The 2 demons were released, and explosions immediately erupted everywhere. The surviving kids painfully cried out for their parents. Where did the members of the Joshua clan go? They were just here, find them quickly. Shuri and Isaac were enveloped by an invisible level 6 holy spell. And there was also that prince. Seeing he was safe, he shuffled over cautiously. Isaac felt pleased inside. This was the blessing Uncle had given me for emergencies. This was indeed the right time to use it. Little Paris spoke softly, thanks for casting the holy spell on me as well. Isaac motioned for him to understand, then tossed him a ring, indicating he should take it. Paris immediately held the ring up to inspect it, and joyfully turned to ask, you gave me this because I'm not used to fighting demons, right? Thanks a lot, I won't forget this kindness. No sooner had he finished speaking than Paris poured holy power into the ring. Instantly, his holy power was drained dry and he screamed, I'll tell my father about this. Whisper and Isaac chuckled with satisfaction. As expected, he's our owner. Sir, the prince has the most holy power after all. Shuri couldn't hold it in any longer and looked back at him, wondering, Uncle, exactly what kind of monster did you bring into the clan? After a moment, the children cried out in unison. Is there anyone here who can use defensive holy magic? Gather together. They arranged their tactics, some to defend, some to attack, while the two demons continued to slaughter and roar. Accept your punishment. One kid blocked, another seized the chance to charge and counterattack, preparing a high-level light sphere in his hand. But just as he was about to strike, he inexplicably tripped over the platform and fell. Immediately, the kid who took the blow recoiled in fright and looked back. And before he could understand what happened, a ring flew to his side, and his spell suddenly lost all holy power and he fainted. The demon striking him paused and looked, then puzzledly turned to its companion and said, Is there anyone else here we've tricked? Whisper reported back, The ring has absorbed all the holy power from the kids over here. Isaac ordered, Then go to the other side. Whisper complied and flew to the other side. One kid immediately lost all his holy power and collapsed. Isaac thought to himself, Don't hate me, these puppets won't attack an enemy that's been neutralized. So fainting from having your holy power drained is better than being wounded. After dealing with those two, Whisper returned to report, Master, it's almost done. No sooner had it finished speaking than a gigantic fireball appeared, rushing straight at the two demons and incinerating them. Whisper hadn't time to prepare and hurriedly dove face first to avoid it. At that moment, another kid stepped in and shouted, Found him, Isaac. It was none other than the white-haired boy Kina. Seeing him, Isaac thought irritably, I've been wondering where this kid wandered off to. Finally, he's decided to show up. Shuri was staring down below, terrified and thinking, Oh my god, I know he's a genius. But beside Kina, a pair of wings slowly appeared, and then the complete body of a gigantic bird manifested. Shuri was horrified inside. At this age, he can already summon a holy spirit. Has he been cheating? Kina said again, You surprised me. I didn't expect there to be anyone here besides me who can slay demons. Or did you also lure those kids into a trap like in the first trial? If so, then. While he was still speaking, two other kids suddenly entered supporting each other and shouted, No, that child tried to complete the trial for us. He even showed us which way to go. He's our benefactor. Hearing them, Isaac sighed inwardly. Seems these kids have all gone crazy. Whisper mocked, Isn't this what people call Stockholm Syndrome? Kina paid no mind and turned back, Benefactor, aren't you ashamed to call yourselves saint candidates? I can't believe you need help from a child like that. One kid snapped back, Hey, you've been hiding the whole time. Why are you barking so loudly now? Did you help at all while we were bending over to search for traps? More and more kids crawled out from who knows where and started cursing. Yeah, Isaac seems more like a saint than you. When we get out, we'll tell our parents about this. You're always avoiding danger. Who did everything? You didn't do anything. Let's tell our parents that following the Joshua clan would be better. Shuri heard them and lamented inwardly. That's not true. The cruel child is trying to profit off those people. They were angrily cursing when the ground suddenly shook violently. The children turned toward the sound and saw a light sphere rising there. They crowded around, curiously asking one another, Is that the real gateway leading to the third archive? It seems so, I think so. So that means the second trial is over. The light sphere spoke, Congratulations to the candidates for passing the second trial. I am the final gatekeeper of the Archive of Sacred Relics. Now choose, end the trial here and select your treasure, or continue to face the challenge to reach the third archive. One kid said, Of course we'll choose the latter. The voice immediately rang out. Choose carefully, end the trial here and take your treasure, or continue to face the challenge to the third archive. If you pass the challenge, you may find treasures in the third archive, but if you fail, you will die. Hearing this, the children trembled in fear. Whisper reported, Master, judging by that voice's magical aura, Isaac cut him off and confirmed, Yes, it's a dragon. It's been a long time since I've seen one. Then what it said about death must be true. Suddenly the kids found courage and shouted, Even so, I'll still choose the challenge. We've come this far after so much effort. Right, if we can get treasure from the third archive, we'll surely become saints. Me too, I want to reach the third archive. After a moment of discussion among the kids, the voice rang out again. So you choose to face the challenge despite the danger. Very well, then accept the challenge. No sooner had the words finished than the ground shook again, and rocks rained down continuously. Isaac was exhilarated like a fiend, and the voice rang out. The final trial is simple, praise your God. No sooner had it spoken than a statue fell. The children asked one another in confusion, What is that? Another statue? Is that our God's statue? The statue moved and spoke, Show reverence to your God. Only those who prove their faith may enter the third archive. The kids couldn't believe it and said, All we have to do is kneel and pray before that statue. But this is a trial, this is way too simple. Only Isaac was annoyed and cursed under his breath. No way, you bastard. Kneel before that piece of crap, especially after it's toyed with me for hundreds of years and tricked me at the last minute. Suddenly a kid stepped forward and said, it's not that hard, right? I just need to pray to our God, correct? He dropped to one knee, raised both hands to pray, O Most High, supreme and worthy of all glory and honor. This humble servant bows to worship. The statue immediately spoke, you are well taught, good, pass. The kids sprang up cheering, the others clustered and whispered, we only have to pray, yeah, really. Suddenly Isaac jumped down off Shuri. Shuri was about to tell him to pray when he kicked her and snapped, sir, why should I do that? Then someone else walked past Isaac. Kina approached with dignity, saying as he walked, we were taught how to pray at the cathedral. Look, this is the correct posture for worshiping our God. The kids exclaimed in surprise, I want to be a servant too. Then, to Shuri's astonishment, the whole group knelt and prayed, their voices echoing, O Most High, supreme and worthy, we bow to worship. Seeing him still standing, the statue barked, what are you standing there for? Do you want to give up and accept death? Immediately, Shuri joined the others in continuous prayer. Suddenly, the statue turned its attention elsewhere, and seeing Isaac tilting his chin up, it asked, Child, why do you not kneel? Isaac retorted angrily, Sir, are you insane if you think I would? Seeing him sitting there acting superior, the kids turned and asked each other, what's wrong with that boy? Does this child have a problem with his faith? So the rumor that the Joshua clan lost their faith is true. Hearing them, Shuri ground her teeth and thought angrily, that cruel bastard, stop tarnishing our family's honor and just pray. Kina looked at Isaac with satisfaction, thinking, all of this will be recorded. Does that kid want to lose his chance to become a saint? No matter how talented, without faith it's useless. I shouldn't have paid him any mind from the start. The statue snapped again, what an act of disrespect, child of the Holy Maiden's clan. Before it finished, Isaac shouted back, sir, so what, you pig? Gee, even if I die, I won't kneel before your pile of crap. The statue, as if understanding him, fell silent. Anyone excited suddenly felt a majestic pressure descend. The statue now exuded murderous intent as it stared at him. A cold voice resounded, blasphemer, receive your punishment. Someone pressed down but still defiant, cursed, sir, fuck off. If you think you're tough, come at me, I'm so angry I'll smash that statue. Whisper leapt forward to dissuade him, Master, that's very dangerous. But he had made up his mind, and holy power quickly condensed in his palm. Suddenly the statue returned to its original demeanor and exclaimed, Excellent. Isaac also extinguished the holy power in his hand, sat up, and looked at the statue in confusion. The statue said again, You are approved, that candidate child, proceed to the third archive. Hearing this, Kina cried in disbelief, what? He rose in indignation, pointing at Isaac and demanding, You said we must demonstrate our faith to be approved. That kid didn't even pray. And yet he was approved, that's absurd. The statue replied, that child is the only one who meets the requirements to pass through this gate. Only he has shown his faith to the divine. Do you really not understand? You knelt before the statue, not before the God. Is your faith really just kneeling before a symbol? Hearing that, Shuri was a little unsettled and thought, although it takes the form of a deity, a statue is still just a symbol. We've been fooled. The kids erupted in commotion. How can this be? That statue looks like our God in the holy painting. Indeed, the scriptures forbid worshipping idols. Then the statue pointed at Isaac and said, Look at that child. Even faced with the fear of death, he refuses to submit and keeps his faith true. Therefore, only that child is worthy to enter the third archive. Isaac, resentful, swore back, Shut your mouth. Kina glared at him, grinding his teeth. I will not accept this. He charged at the statue and shouted, That kid can't even speak yet. How do you know he didn't kneel out of faith? Whisper jumped out and said, I think he's got a point. The child clearly didn't want to. Isaac nodded in agreement. And seeing no one object, Kina shouted even louder. Besides, if he truly has that faith, then why doesn't he have a holy mark? Hearing this, Isaac flinched slightly and the kids murmured in surprise, The boy doesn't have one. I'm here. How could a saint candidate not have a holy mark? Seeing everyone's gaze focus on Isaac, Kina smiled smugly, thinking maliciously, he's the only candidate without a holy mark. Give up, kid, you can't be a saint without one. But the statue said, You say a saint candidate without a holy mark, it's because he's still young. At that answer, the whole group was stunned. The statue, indifferent to their reactions, sniffed and said, I mean he is still too young. Kina, bewildered, flew into a rage and argued, That sounds ridiculous, wait, can you move? The statue replied apathetically, I mean the child is still a baby, trust me. The kids then shouted, Then let me in too. If someone without a holy mark can enter, why can't I who has one enter? Right, I have one too, that proves I'm a candidate. The statue exhaled and answered, You must understand that having a holy mark doesn't mean you are special. Do you all really think that? So you all want to enter the third archive, right? The kids answered in unison, yes. The statue pondered for a moment and said, If so, go in, I allow it. Hearing that, the group cheered with joy. Wonderful, now we can enter the third archive. Only Shuri was somewhat surprised, wondering, something's off. Did it really let us in that easily? The statue continued, I mean, if you all want to jump into the fire like moths to a flame, go ahead. I will certainly let you in. As soon as it finished speaking, the statue dimmed, a terrifying smile curling its lips. The door to the third vault opened, and dark mana was released, striking the kids in the face. Some struggled to breathe, others vomited uncontrollably, when the voice rang out again. Do you feel it? That's the dark mana emanating from the corpse of the withered demon king. Know your place, you fools. I had planned to spare those who couldn't withstand the dark mana. Now most of the kids have collapsed, vomiting continuously on the spot. Only Isaac's mouth curled into a grin, excitedly staring inside and shouting, wonderful, the body is mine, the corpse of the withered demon king, my body is in there. Isaac drooled with longing, thinking, I never thought we'd reunite after self-destructing in the heavens. Oh my god, look at the volume of dark mana leaking out. His wicked demeanor immediately terrified the kids, but the voice said, look, that child has proven his faith. That's the face of a brave warrior. The kids turned pale and muttered, sure, but his eyes are glazed like an addict. What kind of freakish child is that? The voice from the orb rang out again, it's not too late. Those who cannot smile in the face of death should turn back. If you give up now, I will allow you to choose treasures from the second vault. Hearing that, the kids resolved inwardly, damn, how can we endure this massive dark mana? No way, we're not going in. Going in means death. I'll just try to pick the best item from the second vault. Then a voice rang out, no, I don't need any treasures from the second vault. Kina stepped forward and shouted, we will enter the third vault, so activate all the traps inside. Hearing him, the kids cursed this madman under their breath. The voice, surprised, asked, are you serious? Kina spread his arms and announced loudly, no saint in history has ever taken the corpse of the withered demon king. Not even the famed saintess Melissa could do it. The voice praised, it seems you know something about the third vault. Kina smugly thought, there's no way Saintess Melissa would let these kids die, this must be a method to weed out candidates. He added, I don't want to hear talk about us taking treasures without trouble. So restore the third vault to its most dangerous state. Only then will I be esteemed above the saintess. Hearing that, Isaac sneered under his breath, this kid is really crazy. The orb lit up and responded, if you say so, then fine. It's even easier for me to determine who the saint is. Seeing the blinding light, one kid couldn't help shouting, if you want it, go in alone. But the whole group was lifted up, screaming in disbelief, why are you dragging us along? Deep inside the third vault, a skeletal hand lay at the center. The kids who entered could not stand up again. A jock cried out joyfully, oh, what a mess. Whisper pointed and called, Master, over there. It's the place with the skeletal hand, surrounded by swirling mana. Whisper exclaimed happily, your body is there. Isaac whispered in secret joy, well done. My baby, no, my body is absorbing energy from the third vault. The kids now saw it too and panickingly asked each other, is that the corpse of the withered demon king? Just the hand is already emitting that much dark mana. Isaac thought differently, it's not the whole hand, only the thumb. Is that what's left of me? The others are all copies. Suddenly, the hand surged with a massive amount of mana. From within that column of mana, the shape of a demon emerged. The kids clutched their heads in fear. A demon thought there wouldn't be any more after the second trial. The voice rang out again, didn't you say you shut off all the safety devices? Isaac stared at the demon in astonishment. Wait, that's the demon stomped the ground, threw its head back and howled, you vermin, how dare you crave the body of the sovereign. One kid pointed at Kina and spat, it's all your fault, are you going to take responsibility for this? Kina waved indifferently and stepped forward. Trust me, I guarantee you can leave here safely with a treasure. He thought, the 14 retainers, the elite subordinates trained by the withered demon king, are also fools captured by the Holy Pope's clan. I've prepared a sacred spell capable of countering that one. The treasure will definitely be mine. Thinking this, Kina's eyes lit up, and immense pressure descended as he intoned, kneel. At the sight, the kid stared and whispered, wow, that's the light of the Holy Pope's clan. Kina privately rejoiced, good, it's working, now I'll take it. Suddenly the demon snarled, so it's you, isn't it? No longer controlled, it lunged toward Kina, threatening, you vermin dared crave the body of my sovereign. At the same time, outside the entrance to the relic vault, people gathered and murmured, what's going on in there? The connection was suddenly cut off. And a moment later, someone ran up shouting, big trouble, the demon seals in the third vault have been lifted. Hearing this, Rilai and Simon broke out in terrified sweat. Simon bit his hand and murmured, Rilai, the sealed demon is one of the 14 retainers, right? Rilai wondered in panic, how did this happen? If it really is one of the 14 retainers, then those inside are in danger. Those with children inside also clamored, what about the elders sent as supervisors? They disappeared while trying to disable traps in the vault. Does that mean the kids inside are in extreme danger? How can the children deal with that monster? We must stop the trial and get them out. Just then, a huge teleportation gate appeared outside the entrance, the blinding light causing everyone to squint. Riley stared inside, puzzled. Is the relic vault opening? What is that blinding light? Someone said, please stay away from the entrance. The leaking dark mana could be dangerous. Another person said, no, wait a moment. I can't sense any demon's presence. Has it been defeated? Hearing them, Harriet, hidden among the crowd, quietly rejoiced. Well done, Kina. The crowd buzzed. You mean the demon guarding the corpse of the withered demon king has been defeated? Then surely one of the saint candidate did it. Probably Kina Barrett, as expected of the Holy Pope's clan. Riley bit his lip and endured as he heard them, while the others paid no mind and stepped forward to congratulate Harriet. Congratulations, Eminence Cardinal, this result befits the strongest saint candidate. Harriet smiled in return. It seems Kina has completed his task admirably. Saying that, he glanced at Riley, thinking smugly to himself. The Joshua clan, this is the outcome for your foolish defiance against the authority of the Holy Pope's clan. Now that we have the corpse of the withered demon king, you will have to submit to us. It's time to put an end to your pretentious displays of nobility. Suddenly someone shouted, look, the kids are coming out. Everyone turned to look. Riley anxiously prayed, Isaac, Shuri, please be all right. After a while, most of the children came out, and upon reuniting with their families, they burst into loud crying. Riley took stock for a moment and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank the heavens, though a few were injured, fortunately none were seriously hurt. Seeing no more emerging, the crowd discussed. It seems the children who entered the third vault haven't returned yet. Could they have met with danger? Riley grew more uneasy, staring fixedly at the gate without blinking. Suddenly someone shouted, the last saint candidates are coming out. Shuri and Armin, exhausted, led the group of kids out. Gowel and Simon rushed over to ask, child, are you okay? As Gowel lifted Shuri, the child wailed as if never before. Gowel tenderly asked if the child was hurt anywhere. Riley, now pale, couldn't believe it and screamed inside. Where is Isaac? Isn't the boy with them? Suddenly Harriet shouted, Kina, step forward. Kina looked at him with a sullen face. Harriet demanded, Kina, what are you holding in your hand? Where is the body of the withered demon king? Kina stammered, terrified beyond words, that. Harriet flew into a rage and cursed. Since when did I tell you to bring this useless thing back? At that moment, another teleportation gate appeared in the sky, and the crowd pointed toward it, shouting, look, is that a wolf? In the air, a wolf stood there holding Isaac in its jaws. Riley also turned in astonishment and exclaimed incredulously, wait, that's Isaac. The wolf landed and Riley ran over calling Isaac. Asili also called out, young Master Isaac. She hesitated as she looked at the wolf and said, but young Master Riley, that wolf is a guardian drake, serving as the protector of the relic vault. A sacred drake? Riley thought in shock. She's right, that's the little drake, the guardian of the relic vault. Though it appears as a wolf, the energy it emits proves it's a sacred drake. Lady of the house, you have a close bond with dragons and summoned it to guard the relic vault. Its mere presence is noble enough. He walked over to look at Jock, puzzled, and wondered, what was that sound? He only saw Isaac chewing on a small bone in his mouth. Seeing this, a few people shouted, Elder, could what he's holding actually be the body of the withered demon king? Why is the boy holding it? Isaac did it. That child brought back the body of the withered demon king. Hearing them, Harriet barked, Kina, did you give it to that brat? I don't think that was a wise action. But it's the mercy of a saint helping the householder save face. As he spoke, he shot a glance toward Riley, when suddenly the wolf's voice rang out, what nonsense are you spouting? No one but this child managed to take the body of the withered demon king, you fools. Hearing that, Kina grew even more terrified. Harriet couldn't believe it either. What? Kina recalled the scene and was still horrified. Why did my sacred spell have no effect? The demon rushed forward and shouted, you vermin. It positioned itself right in front of the kids, slapped down and bellowed, die. The children dared not look and fled. Kina was frozen in fear. With a bang, smoke and dust rose in a thick cloud. Kina slowly opened his eyes, surprised to see the children protected by a barrier. Seeing Isaac's small arm still radiating holy power, they understood who had done it. The child of the Joshua family. The demon missed a strike and angrily spat, you filthy cleric, how dare you crave the body of the great withered demon king? Die. It threw another punch. Isaac, enraged, swung his fist and angrily retorted, grandfather, you idiot, grandfather. Don't you even recognize your master? Back in the present, the crowd now looked at Harriet with contempt and murmured, that dragon won't lie, right? So the Joshua family's child really did bring it back. Then what did Kina do? Suddenly, Riley stepped forward and said, but isn't that dragon extremely dangerous? The 14 retainers aren't monsters the children can handle. Why did you remove its seal? The wolf replied smugly, oh, the 14 retainers. That white-haired brat requested I lift the seal. The kids calmed down and pointed at Kina, accusing, yes, Kina asked the dragon to activate all the traps in the third relic vault. He dragged us along and put us in danger. The crowd then surrounded Harriet and accused, so our children nearly died because of Kina. How could someone from the Holy Pope's clan do such a thing? If Isaac hadn't defeated the demon, everything would have been worse. Wait, does this mean the Joshua family's child beat the Holy Pope clan's child? Isn't that wonderful? A child not even a saint yet is already that strong. So the rumors that the Joshua clan is about to return are true. The more Harriet heard them, the angrier he grew, grinding his teeth. Riley was both relieved and worried, thinking, Isaac, you've really done something great. Just then, some elders came over and cooed to him, "Little one, that bone is dangerous. Can you be a bit more obedient this time?" But Isaac stubbornly refused and pushed their hands away. The old bones cried in disbelief, "Oh my, how is this child so strong?" Isaac thought with pleasure, "I have so much mana now, maybe it's from the will to survive, but I can absorb it almost instantly." Unable to pry it from Isaac, someone went to Riley and said, "Ha, Isaac did very well. The lady of the house will be delighted to hear this." Riley forced a smile and replied, "Yes." She then added slyly, "With that, we can finally track the soul of the withered demon king using detection magic." From afar, Isaac heard and choked up, Wait, is this why they wanted my body?" He looked again at the elders and was terrified. Their voices sounded like soul-seeking demons. "Hand it over, come on, find the withered demon king and tear him apart." Isaac panicked and cowered back. "What the hell is this?" One old man, face flushed, said, "At last we can avenge a 150-year grudge. Bring it here." But Isaac ordered the wolf to sit down, then took the opportunity to swallow the bone whole. Quickly urged the wolf to fly off, cursing inwardly, "You crazy lot, I hope I never see you again." The next day in the clan's main hall, a group of elders gathered to ask, "Have you found it?" The old woman replied, "I don't think it's here." After a while she collapsed into lament, "Why hasn't it appeared?" Not far away, Isaac ground his teeth and muttered, "Go search for it all day and see if you find it." Even so, the events at the relic vault still weighed on his mind. He recalled the fight with that demon. After Isaac knocked it back, it panicked and in demon speech said, "Master, is this mana yours, master? When I heard the news of your death, I thought my world had collapsed, but deep down I always knew you would return to us. Master, I need to serve you." Master was captured. At that point, the demon vanished. Isaac tried in vain to get it to continue and angrily cursed, "Damn it, if you're going to speak then say it clearly. I have many more questions for you." Back in the present, he rubbed his chin and analyzed. The ones who captured him were from the Holy Pope's clan, right? I need to investigate this. As he thought that, a bottle of milk was brought before him, startling Isaac awake. Riley shouted madly, "Isaac, go quickly, bring more laxatives, something strong." Seeing this, Whisper laughed heartily. Isaac grimaced and cursed, "Damn this clan, one day I'll cause chaos for them." An old man wailed anxiously, "If the lady of the house finds out, we're done. She might even gut the boy." Riley calmed him and reassured, "Calm down, elder, it'll be fine. Although she once dissected one of her sons, the boy is still her grandson after all." Mentioning this made the two of them even more horrified, even her own son. "Over there," Whisper said, "but didn't Melissa go on the pilgrimage with the householder here?" Aya replied, "Yes, they won't return for some time, so I just need to absorb all the mana before Melissa comes back and then flee." Suddenly, the door to the room was opened by Gowel. He strode in boldly and shouted, "Riley, come out here immediately. The lady of the house is calling for you." The moment he said that, Isaac jolted. "What?" Riley was just as alarmed. "My mother is back, but she's never returned early from a pilgrimage like this." Isaac broke into a sweat, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, did they come back early because of me? I haven't finished absorbing the mana yet. This is bad. With Melissa's temperament, she'll certainly tear me apart." After a while, gold and jewels were laid out in the room. The elders, incredulous, asked, "Are all these gifts for Isaac?" Riley sighed, "I thought the lady of the house would come herself." Gowel joked back, "Afraid, she's not back. She only sent a voice message saying she'll return with the householder. Besides, I never said she had already arrived." Hearing his steady tone, Isaac gritted his teeth and cursed, "That damned bastard." Suddenly, the blonde soldier entered and reported, "It seems the Holy Pope also sent a gift." At the news, two elders spat and cursed, "God damn them." The blonde soldier was confused by this scene. "The Holy Pope's envoys will hear you, they're waiting just outside." No sooner had he finished than a man entered, smiling. "The Emperor is very concerned about this incident, so this is a gift prepared by the Holy Pope's people to apologize and to thank the Joshua clan." But it seems the Joshua clan doesn't much like the Holy Pope's gift. However, I'm sure everyone will like this one. The Cardinal said it will be of great help to Isaac. Seeing the item inside, the elders stammered, "Is that the three armies general?" Isaac asked confusedly, "What the hell is that?" Whisper answered, "It's a medal." Meanwhile, the old men clustered together and muttered, "A medal from the Holy Pope? No way." Suddenly the man exclaimed, "Lord Riley, please accept it. It's meant for Isaac." Isaac couldn't understand it, looking at the man thinking, "It's mine. Why is he giving it to Uncle?" Riley, trembling with anger, shouted, "Did he really say to give this to me and not Isaac?" The man smiled and replied, "Yes, I was ordered to ensure it was presented to you." Hearing this, Riley grew even angrier. An elder couldn't contain himself and jumped up, shouting, "You're giving something that belongs to Isaac to another family member. Are you insane? Do you know that awarding a medal to another member implies that the recipient of that medal is dead?" At that explanation, both Isaac and Whisper were startled. The man smiled again and said, "What? Oh my, please don't misunderstand the Holy Pope's good intentions. I was instructed to do so simply because he's still too young." The old man from before wouldn't back down and snarled, "What about the thing on the medal's ribbon? Don't the Holy Pope's people know that the sunflower symbolizes that the medal's recipient is deceased?" Isaac grew angrier the more he heard, "Do they want me dead that badly? The Holy Pope's gone mad." The old woman lunged in, cursing, "God damn it, that holy pope and his clan dare to openly mock us over the Joshua curse." Seeing the tension rise, Gowel stepped in to mediate. "Calm down, elders, we can't be hasty like this." He was shouted down. "How can we stay calm, Gowel?" Gowel forced a smile and replied, "This could be misconstrued as the Joshua clan openly hostile toward the Holy Pope's clan. If this is blown up, it won't be good for our family." He spoke half aloud and kept the rest to himself. "To put it bluntly, we should know our place. This must have been done intentionally by the cardinal. Even though I'm allied by marriage to their clan, this is still dirty. Anyway, this also means Rilai's family and that brat won't be able to do anything anymore. That's convenient for me." Thinking that, Gowel ordered, "What are you standing there for? Rilai, go accept it and show your gratitude." Rilai shouted angrily, "But brother," Gowel cut him off, "what's there to be angry about?" Isaac disagreed too. He waved his hand dismissively and thought, "This won't do." At once, the metal in the box suddenly burst into flame, the fire growing larger and drawing everyone's attention. The man holding the box couldn't bear the heat and tossed it away. Gowel exclaimed in disbelief, "That's holy flame." They saw a blue holy fire envelop the metal and lift it high. The Holy Pope's men panicked. Who cast the holy flame? The metal. They looked over and saw Isaac's arm raised, a little holy flame on it. His smug, unabashed face grinned at the man. They no longer cared who did it and shoved it onto Isaac, ordering him to perform the ritual. The Holy Pope's men jumped up, clutching their arms in alarm, and angrily shouted, "What is the meaning of this? This is a medal personally awarded by the Holy Pope to you. Are you trying to go against him?" The old men, putting on mournful tones, wailed, "Do you mean we did this on purpose? The child is so young, what would he know? Are you going to punish Isaac, a child who won't even accept the medal?" Unfortunately, this happened before the boy received the medal, so consider that we were never given it. Hearing that, the man yelled in disbelief, "What? Are you insane?" The elders unitedly threatened, "Or do you want to?" Rilai held up the charred medal and asked him, "We accepted the medal sent by the Holy Pope. Despite the fact it was melted by a child's toy flame." The elders joined in, lamenting, "The metal really melted? Oh my." Seeing he couldn't argue with the crowd, the Holy Pope's man tried to reconcile. "Please give it back to me. I must have handed over the wrong item." Rilai tossed it back, but the metal suddenly burst into flames. The fire leapt onto that man's hand and burned him, despite his screams as he was burned. The old men turned and scolded Isaac affectionately. "Oh my, our little Isaac is such a troublemaker." Isaac, pinched on the cheek, muttered, "Get your hands off me or I'll burn you right now." After a while, the man finally managed to put out the fire and stood up, seething. He didn't dare stay any longer. He ran off shouting as he fled, "Damn you Joshua people, remember this." Immediately, the elders' mournful expressions vanished and they cheered playfully. "Well done, Isaac, you've put our minds at ease." One man even stepped forward to instruct Gowel, "Throw that disgusting metal away." Then he threw his head back and laughed. The lady of the house should have seen that bootlicker of the Holy Pope's face earlier. The others joined in. "Well done. Rilai, you were behind all this, weren't you? Using holy flame was a brilliant idea." Rilai looked bewildered. "What?" An old man came closer and whispered, "Don't play dumb, kid, you're the one who cast the holy flame, right?" Rilai, sweating, shot back, Weren't the elders the ones who did it?" Hearing him, all the elders fell silent in confusion and began questioning one another. "Didn't you also cast the holy spell on the boy when he entered the reliquary?" "I only cast an invisible magic." "What about the speed Isaac used? If the boy could do it, then how?" After a while, they turned to stare in one direction as if at a monster, murmuring, "Could this child have cast all those holy spells?" The ancient script book, a legendary treasure that allows its user to instantly learn and cast the spells contained within. Ajak recalled and marveled. It really was the right move to take this book from the archive. Although it's weaker than the fire magic I used as the dried demon king, it's still quite useful. The elders, unable to find an explanation, returned to discuss. Could the boy's mother have used holy magic? Is Isaac's mother a fire mage? She's actually the complete opposite. Then he's more than just talented. It's like someone who can compose poetry without ever learning to write. Even the prodigy saintess Melissa had to learn to read before casting her first holy spell. Hearing the elders mutter, Isaac joined in, grumbling, "What's all the fuss? This is getting unbearable." At that moment, Asili cried out, "Pardon me, elders, but isn't it even more surprising that he erased the Holy Pope's blessing?" The elders rushed up to her, eyes widening as they replied, "Indeed, you've got a sharp eye." The elder who ordered the medal thrown cried, "Bring me that medal at once, I must inspect it personally." Rilai answered, "Yes, elder." Before he finished, he couldn't find the medal and shouted helplessly, "It's not here." He flew into a rage and yelled, "What? It was clearly just here." Gowel, standing back, cleared his throat and said, "I threw it away." "You told me to do it. You shouldn't have said it out loud." That elder, helpless, ordered, "Gather people and go look for it." Gowel refused to go. He stood silently, thinking slyly, "I can't believe that brat could melt the Holy Pope's medal an item forged from supposedly unfusible metal. We can't let the Lord find out about this. Let's see how they explain it without any evidence. A few days later, in the western part of the Joshua Duchy, the head of the Joshua clan returned. He ordered his descendants, although the mansion is not far now, do not let your guard down, understood. Staring at the layer of ice he himself had frozen, the Lord frowned and muttered something under his breath. At the same time, inside the clan's mansion, the elders stood ashen and murmured, why indeed, the body of the dried demon king still hasn't appeared. Isaac was high on a pile of laxatives, smiling in satisfaction. Thanks, feels like a tonic to me. The elders collapsed again, hanging their heads and lamenting, 3 laxative pills and 500 fruits from the Julius clan too. Hearing them, Isaac commented, those fruits are tasty. I heard they boost affinity with holy beasts. Holy beasts, creatures that assist in battle, there's no reason not to befriend them. I'll need their help to defeat the Holy Pope and the gods in Rilai's future. Surely the Joshua clan must have one right. At the thought, Isaac was stunned in disbelief. Outside the window, a giant whale was rising into the sky. It was the Joshua clan's holy beast, Terran Blom. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the door. Please wait a moment, or would you like to dine first? The clan head ignored them and directly opened the door and entered. The elders bowed their heads and saluted when they saw him. Hail, clan head, hail, clan head. Watching the man approach, Isaac sized him up. That man is the head of the Joshua clan, so he's my grandfather. Holy crap, look at the aura of survival radiating from him. I have a good feeling about this. Suddenly, Rilai stepped forward to block him and reported, Father, please wait a moment. Slitting Isaac's belly won't solve anything. Isaac smugly thought, don't worry, my dear uncle, there's no way he'd slit my belly, right? But the clan head didn't bother to care. He pointed straight at Isaac and in a voice cold as ice said, throw him into the sea of flame. Hearing that, Isaac froze, unbelieving. Rilai panicked and shouted, no, father. Isaac also cried out in fear, what's wrong with that survival aura? Why are you planning to burn me? Are you insane? So only my uncle stands on my side. Rilai loudly defended, the boy is still far too young to be thrown into flames. Hearing that, Isaac angrily snapped, so if I grow a bit older it's okay to toss me into the fire? Feels like I'm just getting roasted anyway. Rilai continued pleading, Father, please reconsider. Gowel ran over to add, that's right, that would be an overly generous reward for the brat. Isaac lost it and cursed, how the hell is that a reward? Suddenly Joe spoke up, indeed, if we throw Isaac into the fire, we could reclaim the body of the dried demon king and the boy might become stronger through the flame's blessing. But please give us a little more time. Gowel sneered again, or fine, gut him instead. Rilai then suggested, or dunk the boy in water. Hearing that suggestion, Isaac flew into a rage and cursed, you lunatics can all go to hell. Gowel kept spouting, that can't happen. The flame and water of the shrine are secret treasures of the Joshua clan used to nurture a saintess. And you suggest using them on a useless, snot-nosed brat? Rilai protested, useless? How can you say that? Hearing this, Isaac grasped the situation a bit. Judging by how he objects, those things must be good for me. Gowel babbled on, Shuri is the one worthy of receiving them. Remember, Shuri defeated the demon in the reliquary. Rilai retorted, what are you saying? It was Isaac who defeated that demon. Even the holy dragon spoke on his behalf. Gowel replied, that dragon must be mistaken. How could a child who can't even walk do all that? Rilai snapped, don't get ahead of yourself, brother. This has gone too far. Isaac even used holy flame to singe the metal sent by the holy pope. We witnessed that with our own eyes. Are you going to deny that too? Gowel persisted stubbornly. Who knows whether you and the elders colluded beforehand? Besides, there's no evidence at all. Suddenly the clan head cut in, a medal. He pulled the medal from his coat pocket and asked, is it this thing? The only one connected to the divine is the holy pope, and an object blessed by him is called a blessed medal. Looking at the medal in the clan head's hand, Isaac was a bit puzzled. Even as the dried demon king, I couldn't melt it so easily. How could this happen? Did I happen to be born stronger in this life? At that moment, Rilai cried in surprise, how did you find it, father? The clan head replied nonchalantly, I picked it up on my way here. Seems like it was at the bottom of Lake Elaisva. On hearing that, Rilai said excitedly, look, father, the boy carries a flame strong enough to melt the holy pope's emblem. Isaac smugly thought, that's right, now you can prove the Joshua clan is superior to the holy pope. Rilai added, he can even withstand the dried demon king's flames. An elder chimed in, indeed, clan head, this child will surely become an excellent dried demon king hunter. Rilai continued, haven't many civilians been harmed by the dried demon king who has been hiding until recently? The elder agreed, exactly, if we ignore this, the era of the dried demon king could rise. Hearing them, Whisper said dejectedly, whether now or in the past, it seems those impostors of yours have been running rampant, master. Isaac sighed, I'm wondering who they could be, but it's not that important. The more attention they draw, the more it benefits us. Whisper agreed enthusiastically, that makes sense. Suddenly Joe's voice rang out, not just now, father, think about what happened 70 years ago. The dried demon king came to the Joshua clan and cursed us. At that, Isaac jumped in disbelief. What? Rilai ground his teeth and recounted. He came to us and declared he would destroy the saintess's bloodline. Just thinking about that curse makes my blood boil. Whisper burst out laughing. If that happened 70 years ago, then it couldn't have been you, Master. You died 150 years ago. Isaac ignored the jibe and mused, a curse on the bloodline, so that's why they kept yammering that I can't live long. But never mind, a curse from an ordinary demon is child's play to me. I just need to suppress it with higher grade mana and it won't affect me. Then the elders said, even if that curse doesn't kill us, it will suppress vitality, cause erectile dysfunction, or stunt development. That's why many people live their whole lives without growing a single hair. When Isaac heard hair mentioned, he flew into a rage and vowed, I'll definitely kill that fake. Whisper taunted him, baldness can be hereditary, you know. Isaac snapped, can't you see the clan head and Riley have full heads of hair? You. Suddenly the clan head stepped in front of Isaac and said, a curse. Judging by those red eyes, the boy must be cursed too. Fire and water alone won't be enough. Hearing this, Isaac grew uneasy too. What now? You're making me a little worried. The clan head paused, then said, I will grant the boy a sacred spirit. Those words made everyone startle. What? Isaac was also astonished. A sacred spirit? You mean the creatures that are only possessed when they are bestowed? I really need one to reach the transcendent level, a tier even the gods can't touch. What a marvelous gift. With a sacred spirit, I'll become transcendent and punch those arrogant deities right in the face. Gowel couldn't stand it and objected, a sacred spirit, that's far too preferential. Father, isn't that a reward for those who have brought great glory to our clan? What has this child done for us? Even if it really could melt the metal, that's just a blatant provocation against the Holy Pope. Do you think they'd easily overlook that? Hearing this, Isaac ground his teeth and cursed. That name again, why don't you get cursed into silence? Suddenly the clan head glared at him and growled. So Gowel, when they sent that so-called gift, what did you do? Gowel flinched and didn't dare to answer. The clan head continued. Those heretics dared to humiliate us right in this mansion, yet you not only escorted them away safely but now defend them. What exactly have you done besides bullying your own little nephew? And now you intend to stand in his way. Even beasts protect their own. Have you forgotten that the Joshua clan was built on the principle of protecting the weak? This little child should be protected and cared for, yet he could help us restore our honor. Isn't that an example of bringing glory back to the Joshua clan? Call everyone to the main mansion. I will bestow a blessing on Isaac. A few days later, inside the clan mansion, Riley arrived with a few people and asked in confusion, Father, you're not simply bestowing something on the boy, what do you mean? The clan head turned his back and said, don't you understand? If we shove the boy into the fire or water to expel the dried demon king from him, the boy will be harmed. The shrine's flame and water have strong anti-demon properties, so the boy wouldn't be able to learn any exorcism rites. Riley wiped sweat and asked, so the boy can't advance beyond a level 5 cleric? The clan head answered, yes, the boy will be stuck at level 4 forever. He pulled out 3 gems and said, I'll let Isaac choose between fire, water, or a sacred spirit. That should serve as a test. Gowel inwardly rejoiced at the proposal. Is that so? I knew he wouldn't easily grant that brat a sacred spirit. The clan head placed the 3 gems before Isaac and said, Isaac and Riley stood tensely thinking. Fire, water, and sacred spirit energy. Isaac picked the white gem, child. Please choose it, Isaac, but Isaac instead reached for the red gem. He raised it curiously to inspect it. Riley immediately froze. Gowel bumped him and taunted, don't be so disappointed. After all, even a last straight level 4 Joshua will make a scene. Before he finished speaking, a strong light burst forth. The red gem in his hand cracked and shattered, releasing a gigantic flame. The onlookers cried out in shock, what, isn't that the shrine's flame? Within the flame, the image of a person gradually coalesced. Riley exclaimed in horror, it's an arrogant divine being hovering in the air, looking down. The elders stepped back and shouted, it's a sacred spirit. Gowel couldn't believe it and ran over to question, what's going on, father? Why is there a sacred spirit in that gem? The clan head calmly looked on and said, don't be alarmed. Gowel said there was only one sacred spirit, did he not? The Joshua clan's roots are of water. But for a child who can create a fire hot enough to melt the Holy Pope's gold. I planted a trap even in this test. It seems the boy chose correctly. Still, this was beyond my expectations. The divine being now seemed to be going berserk. Erupting flames and roaring. Have you lost your mind or what? Ai la Jiaswa, you dare summon a royal tier like me to the mortal realm. The more he roared, the angrier he became, continuously spewing fire in all directions. The elders couldn't bear to watch and fled, urging one another, quickly use holy wards for defense. Gowel screamed in panic, Father, you summoned a royal tier. Do you intend to burn our entire land to ash? The clan head tensely pointed and replied, it wasn't me. It was this child who did it. This brat really intends to turn this place into his grave. Isaac heard him and could only lament his own bad luck. The fire spread wider and pushed everyone back to avoid it. Isaac muttered irritably, I only meant to add a bit of holy power to summon a mid-tier. Why did it call out a royal tier? Whisper, baffled, asked, exactly what the hell are you made of? Isaac grew even more unsettled. I wondered what I could summon if I pushed it a little. No sooner had he thought that than both he and Whisper were surprised to see the divine being, unable to contain itself, rampaging, its released flames growing larger, prompting Whisper to exclaim with delight. Anti-demon flame, that's it. Its fire can convert mana into holy power. It will help you a great deal, master. Isaac froze but agreed. True, but how can I subdue her? Watching the divine being torch the crowd, Whisper suggested, do it the traditional way. AI frowned and analyzed. Moreover, royal-tier sacred spirits are linked to the celestial realm, and I still can't get too close to those damned gods. Whisper helpless, right? After all sacred spirits have close ties to the gods. Just then, a loud shout rang out. My gods, clan head, drive her away. This sacred spirit is so mad even the gods would abandon her. The clan head remained calm, stroking his chin and murmuring, if I'm hated just because of hair color, then maybe I should renounce the gods too. Seems you can't trust anything with black hair. Hearing him, Isaac was surprised, so that's why this sacred spirit was cast off. The sacred spirit heard their words and cursed angrily. Shut up. You weak mortals, what the hell are you thinking? You dare summon me with a subjugation ritual? The clan head ignored her raging and replied coldly, I didn't call you. The sacred spirit then yelled, ridiculous, you must have used your authority as clan head to summon me. The clan head paid no mind and pointed at Isaac, that boy there. Hearing that, she fell silent and looked in that direction. Seeing the one he pointed to, she shouted even louder, are you insane? Did you sacrifice a child to summon me? The clan head replied coldly, I would never do such a thing. She pointed at Isaac and said, even if your clan collapses, it wouldn't go this far. What did you do to this infant? But on closer inspection, she asked, slightly wary, what on earth is wrong with this kid? Isaac greedily reached toward her, resolving inwardly, not only powerful but hostile to the gods, I've got to have her. I'll use you as my mana filter. Sensing something amiss, she condensed a fireball and hurled it while shouting, fine, I'll test it myself. If this child truly summoned me with a subjugation ritual, then he'll survive this attack. The fireball charged at Isaac, but no one rushed forward to stop it. Only when it struck did Riley jerk and shout, Isaac. The sacred spirit was secretly pleased at the sight. Let it go, I'll finish it off cleanly. Before she finished speaking, she saw Isaac unharmed, greedily crawling toward her. The clan head said coldly, now do you believe? This nursing child is the one who summoned you here. Now choose, make a contract with this child or refuse and accept punishment. Hearing this, she gritted her teeth, unwilling to choose, and flew down toward the crawling Isaac while trying to explain, do you think a sacred spirit of my rank cares about that punishment? This is even better. I'm already here. I'll burn the Joshua clan down and enjoy my freedom. Watch your lands burn, you stupid whale. As she was speaking, someone lunged forward, opened wide, and swallowed her whole in one bite. This shocked everyone into silence. They scrambled to intervene. Isaac, you can't eat that, she screamed in fury, you crazy brat. She couldn't break free and could only wait helplessly for the others to rescue her, but no one acted. They just warned, don't swallow this time. That only enraged her more, and she raged. Have you all lost your minds? How have you been raising this child? Just wait, you bastards, I'll retreat for now, but I will repay this debt. Hearing that, Isaac stopped licking and said, oh ho, planning to teleport. Inside his mouth, the sacred spirit thrashed and shouted, see you later, you sons of bitches. But nothing happened, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Whisper beamed with satisfaction and teased, oh my. She didn't understand and asked why couldn't she? Suddenly, a familiar surge of energy shot straight at her. To the onlookers, it looked like holy power, but the sacred spirit cursed in fury. Damn it, that's dark mana. The clan head forced a smile and explained, the boy swallowed the dried demon king's thumb. She screamed in madness, what the hell did you feed this child? Isaac thought sacred spirits are the purest beings in the holy realm, essentially embodiments of holy power and extremely vulnerable to dark mana. As he suspected, even a little dark mana overwhelmed her. She clapped her hand over her mouth and wailed, damn it, I'm losing my power, I feel sick. Stop it, please stop. The clan head remained cold and said, oh, what a pity, the dried demon king's power is too great for us to approach. This remark made her angrier. You'd go berserk at the mere mention of the dried demon king and attack, yet now you can spout such nonsense. The clan head stooped to negotiate. If you stay by my grandson's side and cleanse all the dried demon king's dark mana, I'll bring you home. She freaked out and cursed, where did you get such a treat? Do you know who I am? The clan head didn't care and replied, then enjoy being eaten. After waiting and hearing no more from him, the sacred spirit panicked slightly and threatened, you lunatics, this is why I hate you all. If you weren't descendants of the saintess, I'd have cut you off long ago. Damn it, since it's come to this, I'll use this brat to destroy that damned lot. Hearing that, Isaac kept licking and cursed, Grandpa, those bastards, what did you say? After a while, she couldn't take it and cried out, 4 days, just let me stay with this brat for 4 days. 4 days is all I need for a finger. The clan head pondered silently, only 4 days, how boring. But there was no other choice. The clan head turned and ordered, open the East Manor gate and take this child and the sacred spirit inside. Do not allow anyone to enter until the purification is complete, understood? Hearing this, everyone panicked and protested. Clan head, father, the East Manor is... Before they could finish, the clan head barked to stop them. Enough, I don't want to hear about it anymore. Isaac didn't want to be difficult either. He pulled the sacred spirit from his mouth, outwardly looking disappointed. But inwardly he grinned slyly. The East Manor is next to the annex. There must be a lot of mana cores there. And so time passed quickly. In the East Manor, the Joshua family. Just like any other day, a massive explosion occurred. The servants, fed up with it, stood outside calmly discussing. Isaac's at it again. Was that Lord Isaac? It's more like the dried demon king and his mana. Looks like the clan head has given up. Then the next successor will probably be Lord Gowel from the Pope's line or his brother, right? It seems Lord Isaac has been cursed and is no longer in the line of succession. But is he really cursed? To tell you the truth, just yesterday a relative checked on him and was so terrified they ran out. They even said he looked like a bald old man. Wasn't he more like a malformed monster or a skeleton? Come to think of it, he's been holed up in there with a sacred spirit. For 10 years now, hasn't he? I wonder how much more abuse this manor can take. The next day, at the Joshua estate, the East Manor, like any other day, echoed with a loud scream. And the servants were immediately frightened and ran away. But today, Asili came to visit Isaac. She hesitated to approach the door, her hand on the knob for a long time, afraid to open it. Finally, summoning her courage, she opened the door and called out, "Young Master Isaac, I'm here." Seeing inside, she asked in alarm, "Young Master, are you all right?" Isaac had something in his mouth. At Asili's call, he yanked the lollipop from his mouth. Asili blurted in confusion, "How strong is the dried demon king's curse that you still haven't grown up?" Isaac smiled inwardly. "What are you talking about? I'm trying not to grow up. After all power is absorbed most effectively as an infant. There are innate abilities that can only be obtained right at birth." Not far from there, the unlucky sacred spirit had just woken and groaned drowsily. "Hey, my whole body aches." Asili turned and greeted, "Did you sleep well?" But before she could fully wake, she snapped, glaring at Isaac and shouting, "Damn it, whatever it takes, today I'm going to purge all that mana. I nearly purified almost everything yesterday." Saying the same line for nearly 10 years, her body surged with a heap of dark mana again. The harmless-looking child glanced over, and the sacred spirit went crazy, cursing as usual. "Hey, you brat, why has your mana increased again?" Isaac pretended to look away, smiling to himself. The sacred spirit angrily lunged and grabbed his collar, screaming, "You damned monster, how much of the dried demon king's body did you swallow that even after 10 years of purification the mana hasn't decreased? And it even increases every time I wake up." Isaac smirked inwardly. "Well, that's because for the past 10 years I've been secretly absorbing the mana cores in the annex every night." Whisper added with a laugh, "I never expected there to be so many demon cores in the annex." "That's wonderful, Master. I thought it would take 40 years, but I never expected you could finish in just 10. Isaac sighed in relief. Finally, the exhausting mana collection was over. Self-taught, his knowledge was a bit limited, but he'd trained up to 6th level holy magic. Seeing Isaac sitting silently, Asili worried he was unhappy and comforted him. "It's okay, young master. The Holy See is about to act." Isaac wondered inwardly, "The Holy See?" Asili added, "The dried demon king's subordinates, the 14 retinue, will all be executed. Now we can completely cleanse the dried demon king's mana, so don't worry too much." Hearing this, Isaac jumped up and yelled, "Grandpa, no, are you crazy? I still have a lot to ask them. You're going to execute them." Asili ignored him, put Isaac back in the crib, and smiled. "Now have some candy and rest." The young master helplessly held his head and muttered, "That damned imposter, I have to do something about him." At that moment, laughter rang outside the door. "Ha ha ha, well done." Gowel walked Shuri and praised, "Not only did you level up, but you're also the youngest priest to be ordained. I heard the princess will also attend this investiture ceremony. Is that right? What an enormous honor that you, the valedictorian, have been assigned as her protector." Shuri smiled and replied, "Of course, after all I'm your son, it's nothing." Gowel puffed up and laughed, "That's right, and you're modest too. My son is becoming more reliable just like me, you're so clever." Before he finished laughing, he noticed Shuri was gone and called out in confusion, "Huh, Shuri, Shuri." At that moment, Shuri was being teleported away, crying and screaming loudly, and landed face first on the ground right in front of Isaac's crib. Still indignant and confused, the familiar voice called out, "Hey, Shuri." Isaac leapt up, stood on the crib rim, towering above, and shouted down, "You want to die? Every time you open your mouth you spout lies. Do you think your life ends after graduating the academy?" Shuri clammed up, cursing silently. "It's that crazy name again." Isaac continued lecturing loudly, "Remember, thanks to my training you were able to level up and score high on the exam. And now you act like you're something." Shuri protested indignantly, pounding his chest, "I worked hard too. Do you think becoming valedictorian was easy?" Isaac retorted, "With your skill level it was impossible, you idiot." Shuri fell silent, stammering in agreement. Yeah, that's true. Isaac rubbed his chin, thinking, maybe I should start preparing for the priest ordination ceremony. After all, most holy spells require ordination before they can be used. Thinking that, Isaac jumped down and shouted, Hey Shuri, I need your help. Shuri, startled, asked me, what now? But when he saw Isaac's grim face, he quickly forced a smile and said, what do you need help with? Isaac curled his lips and said, hand over everything you've got, the quiz prize money, and even the allowance you get from Gowel. Shuri cried but could only curse inwardly. He's truly a demon. Isaac, as if understanding Shuri's thoughts, said, I thought so too. And what's this about the dried Demon King's subordinates being executed? Isaac asked further. Shuri answered wearily that, after the incident at the Relic Archive, they stopped obeying orders. Since they seemed to be just waiting to die, they decided to remove them. Isaac, surprised, really? There's no choice then, I must get it this year. Shuri asked in astonishment. Get what? Isaac replied, priest ordination. Shuri almost burst out laughing. But when he saw Isaac's raised fist, he tried to stifle his laugh and explained. You haven't even enrolled in the academy yet, and you want to be ordained. No sooner had he finished than he took a bop from Isaac, who said coldly, try laughing again. Shuri meekly replied, I wouldn't dare. A moment later, Shuri hesitated and said, actually there's a recommendation system. If the academy professors happen to be present, you can get ordained by receiving a recommendation letter and passing the exam, but you must have achieved a great deed to prove your virtue. Isaac immediately exclaimed, oh, what a perfect system for backdoor deals. Before he could enjoy that, Shuri added, but your character is terrible. Isaac grew angry, about to explode, when Whisper added with a kick, at least this bastard knows how to judge people. Isaac promptly scolded it, then heard Shuri continue. You must save a life to be recommended. The higher the status of that person, the greater your chance of selection. But when does an important person conveniently get into danger for you to rush in and save them? Isaac didn't bother and muttered while calculating time, so there's only 1 month left. He then asked, the princess will attend this ordination ceremony too, right? Shuri, sensing something was off, still forced out an answer, yes. Isaac grinned wickedly and said, isn't the princess an extremely important figure? The next day, at the Joshua estate in the training grounds, Riley stood at the gate and shouted, go on, Isaac won't come to the capital. 2 family members tried to persuade, Your Grace, this year is different from other years. This time, he absolutely must attend the founding festival. This is the year when saint candidates will be ordained as priests. Riley fell silent and brooded upon hearing this. Seeing that, the two continued analyzing. Over the past 10 years, while other candidates have achieved many great deeds, young Master Isaac hasn't even shown himself. That's right, he displayed extraordinary skill at the Relic Archive 10 years ago. I heard young Master Isaac is living in the East Manor. Like the Saintesses, right, I'm really eager to see how much he's matured. As an academy lecturer, teaching young Master Isaac is my lifelong dream. Also, this ordination ceremony coincides with the princess's birthday, so the Pope will personally preside over the ceremony. Hearing this, Riley calculated inwardly, the Pope. The other added, he will bestow the title of hero on those who are ordained. Riley lapsed into thought again. Receiving the hero title will significantly increase a person's field of power. That's a huge benefit. But Riley still refused, replying, Isaac is not old enough to be ordained. They weren't satisfied and said, if he's that talented, does age matter? After saying this, the two looked at Riley with shining eyes awaiting his decision. Riley held his head and sighed and in the end had to agree. Fine. Hearing that, the two visibly cheered. But Riley curled a sly smile and said, but you will be held responsible. So the local big shot gets to storm the founding festival again. As usual, the manor where Isaac lives would explode a few times because of clashes with dark mana. An old man in the distance silently watched the scene over there. He pondered thoughtfully, so that's where it is. Even the Pope can summon the Spirit King only once, so did that brat really summon it through a subjugation ritual? And it's an exorcising sacred spirit to boot. A fire spirit with black hair, quite likely it's a guardian of the heavens. A sacred spirit can't become a spirit king because of its evil nature. The Pope and his family love collecting spirits. If they saw this one, they'd go mad. If I can steal this sacred spirit and present it to them, I'll surely be richly rewarded. I've already prepared something that can neutralize divine mana. If I can suppress that brat's divine mana, the dried Demon King's dark mana will definitely go berserk. Then I can sneak the sacred spirit away amid the chaos. A moment later, a voice sounded outside Isaac's room. This room, Professor. He was invited in. The servants exclaimed joyfully, finally we can meet the young master. Yes, indeed. Oh, young Master Isaac. As they said, he looked no different from 10 years ago. Hearing the noise, AI Jax turned his head, broke into a radiant smile and called out, Old Grandpa, please come in, here are my recommendation letters. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't contain themselves and cried, Ah, my heart, we must take him to the academy right now. Only the old man stepped forward, gritting his teeth as he stared at AI, thinking, that little fox dares to charm others. I'll use everything to drive the Dry Demon King's dark mana insane. Isaac continued to regard him with sparkling eyes. The old man held him and shouted inwardly, now go crazy. But nothing happens no matter how long he waited. He looked down to see Isaac mischievously winking at him and making faces. The old man's face turned gray as he wondered, why isn't anything happening? I've released enough divine mana to destabilize the dark mana. Just then, the sacred spirit leapt onto Isaac's head and shouted, hey, you annoying brat, what are you waiting for? Kill that damned cleric. Why are you releasing so much divine mana? The old man felt both relieved and anxious. Here we go, the royal class sacred spirit, this is my chance. He drew from his sleeve a cloth wrapped with dark mana, slowly wiped Isaac's face with it and said, seems awfully hot today. Isaac sniffed and was surprised. What's that smell? His face twisted ugly as he cursed silently at that bastard. On the other side, the sacred spirit suddenly clutched its throat, coughing violently. Seeing this, the others exclaimed in surprise, Sacred spirit, what's wrong? She couldn't bear it and released a large amount of purified dark mana. Losing control of itself, it grew larger and glared at the people. The old man immediately shouted, is the Dry Demon King's dark mana going berserk? The others also cried out in alarm, it's dangerous, Professor. Outwardly, the old man feigned fear, but inwardly he was pleased. Good, now I just need to smuggle this crazed sacred spirit out. He chose the moment and crushed the gem in his hand, condensed a fireball in his palm and muttered the name inwardly, Soul Severance Shroud. Immediately, a column of fire shot straight toward the struggling sacred spirit, but the fire that shot at her automatically reversed, coming back to the old professor, leaving him astonished. Immediately, he was burned by his own flame and screamed miserably. Isaac felt smug inside. What do you think you're doing, using fire like that? The screams inside made Riley in a silly panic and rush in, shouting, Isaac, young master. Seeing enough people had come in, Isaac rubbed his chest and thought, this should be enough, right? Good, now there are plenty of witnesses. He sat cross-legged in a serious pose, absorbing the dark mana back into his body. The sight stunned the panic crowd into silence. They cried in disbelief. Is young master Ajak absorbing the demon mana? Yes, he's calming the frenzy. After a while, Isaac looked at them with sparkling eyes, happily thinking, so the mana has been dealt with. He snapped his fingers and ordered the sacred spirit, you there, stop immediately. The dark mana enveloping the sacred spirit dispersed. Witnessing this, everyone gasped, purifying holy power, oh my. The sacred spirit was no longer frenzied. It slowly shrank and fell, and finding itself unharmed, was somewhat surprised. But the others shouted, incredible, he controlled the Dry Demon King's dark mana. He even calmed the rampaging sacred spirit, and with the Joshua family's purifying holy power, the sacred spirit couldn't believe it either and wondered, what's going on? Shivering, Asili stepped up to Isaac and cried, it's a miracle. Aja, young master, you've finally spoken. I'm so proud of you. Hearing this, Isaac held his head and complained, hey, are you only focused on that? No one paid attention to the old man lying sprawled on the floor from the burns. They rushed to praise Isaac. Seeing this, the old man grew even more resentful and muttered, what the hell just happened? No sooner had he finished than the sacred spirit flew before him and snarled, I should be the one to question you, that lackey of the golden faith. Who is behind this? Questioned, the old man trembled and tried to excuse himself. You misunderstand, I only came to see young master Isaac. The sacred spirit growled, misunderstand. You were wearing fireproof clothing from head to toe, and you say it's a misunderstanding. From now on, all fire spirits will have no relations with the clerics of the Pope's family. Hearing this, the old man collapsed to his knees. The sacred spirit covered her mouth and laughed. I only did that because I was annoyed, so don't get the wrong idea. Having said that, she flew off and the old man panicked and begged, what? Please wait a moment. How could a sacred spirit sever ties with clerics who are linked to the divinity, especially those of the Pope's family? The sacred spirit can't have that ability. She ignored his cries and coldly barked, get out, I severed ties with the gods long ago. I'm no longer bound by their rules. Those who heard this showed their satisfaction. As the old man was about to say more, she cut him off and snapped, get out of my sight. Then she turned back to Isaac and softly said, and Isaac, you saved me with divine mana, and moreover controlled the Dry Demon King's dark mana. Now that the Dry Demon King's dark mana has been purified, our contract ends here. However, I will stay by your side to repay this debt. Isaac inwardly laughed. Of course, no wonder it's a divine entity, a bunch of fools who won't owe anyone. The others cheered, we'll return to the Holy See to report this. A child like this must be ordained. Isaac's face grew even more sly as he laughed inwardly. Ha ha, thanks for all the recommendation letters. A few days later, inside the clan's meeting room, Riley came in to see the head of the family. Seeing him, the head held up a paper and read, the Holy See has approved Isaac's ordination. They want the boy to attend the ceremony. Riley, astonished, so fast was he recommended because he saved members of the Joshua family and the academy. The head cut in, no, the boy was recommended for saving a royal class sacred spirit. Mentioning that, Riley remembered, right after that, who could object. Suddenly the head pointed at the paper and said, more importantly, ordination is equivalent to graduating from the academy. so I tested Isaac to see if he had the necessary knowledge. Unexpectedly, he scored a perfect score on all 1,600 questions. Seeing the result, Riley was overjoyed. A perfect score. Nothing could be better, besides now the boy can walk and talk. But the head sighed with a headache, regretting that his attitude was somewhat poor. Now we only need to assess Isaac's character. Most will pass, except for a few pathological or criminal cases. Riley brightened. Ah, I remember. That's a test using holy magic to force truthful answers, right? The head flipped another sheet to see how the boy answered. The content read, what do you think of the family that gave you life and raised you? Isaac answered, I will conquer it. It will all be mine. Riley excited. Oh, such strong will. The head also approved. At first I was shocked, but only someone with that ambition is fit for our family. The second question was, what will you do after being ordained? Isaac replied, chew up those damned gods, of course. This left the two speechless. The third question, what are your goals and aspirations as a cleric of the holy nation Helen? Isaac answered, I will destroy this nation. Seeing the answer, Riley gaped as if his eyes would pop out. He was still bewildered, pointing at the paper, when the head cleared his throat and said, only you and I know these results. If Isaac takes such a test again, Riley held his head and groaned. The boy would certainly be executed for heresy. Seeing Riley grasp the seriousness, the head slapped the table and decided, I will go to the ordination in his place. Do not let Isaac leave the house during that time, understood? This brat needs to be properly disciplined first. That night inside Isaac's room, Whisper shyly called, Master, have you decided? Isaac replied contentedly, of course. His tiny hand grabbed a cloth bundle, sneakily wrapped the package and crawled out the window, laughing, I'm off. The next day at the Roman Capital Academy. Inside the Department of Holy Arts, someone called out, I heard this time a 10-year-old boy will be ordained. The children whispered in surprise, really? What did he do to be ordained so early? Looks like this year's graduation ceremony will be very interesting. At those words, a red-haired boy burst into laughter. Nizer sat smugly before the kids and sneered. A child who can't even walk gets ordained, what a joke. Another kid, puzzled, asked, what do you mean can't walk? Nizer replied nonchalantly, that's it. That boy hasn't grown a bit in 10 years. He's cursed by the dry demon king. How could he possibly mature? Saying that, he turned to taunt, right, Shuri? You expect someone like that to be ordained? It's probably just an honorary title. The others laughed and chimed in, oh really? Shuri, sitting there and taking hits, had no choice but to sigh, it's such a nuisance. He was silent for a bit, and now it's starting again. But Nizer wouldn't relent and turned back to mock. The Holy Maiden's clan sure gets pampered. Even a useless brat gets ordained. It's ridiculous. Hearing this, Shuri couldn't hold back, darkened, stood up, and cursed under his breath. That bastard, how dare he? Just then another kid stepped in and shouted, do you think the Holy See is a joke, Nizer Sepet? And besides, the recommendation Isaac accepted came from Duke Leon Sepet, your father. I didn't think you'd be stupid enough to insult your own father. Stung by Kina's retort, Nizer angrily snapped, shut up, you aren't even a student anymore, what are you doing here? Kina replied calmly, I didn't want to come either, I was invited. Besides, I was asked to guide you as an advisor and holy arts instructor. That left the others stunned. After saying that, Kina turned to Shuri. Shuri, I'm really worried about you. Shuri didn't understand a thing. Kina smiled and explained that cursed Isaac will never be able to become a priest. If the Joshua family still holds by the time you become head, maybe. But if it collapses, come find me and I'll give you a menial position in the Pope's family. Those words made Shuri, who had just calmed down, fly into a rage. But he had to clench his fists and tell himself, no, stay calm, it's not the time yet, there's nothing I can do. Shuri tossed his head to the side and said, I don't need your help, take care of yourself. With that, he gloomily returned to the dormitory. A little while later, inside the dormitory, furniture was thrown everywhere by Shuri. He clutched his head and screamed, damn them, why is this nonsense happening to me? Our family won't even attend the ordination because that brat ran away. Why now, that useless bastard? I curse you to lose all your hair like the dried demon king. No sooner had he finished than a magic circle appeared, and a baby's arm reached out from within. Isaac's face darkened as he hissed, what did you just say? Shuri saw on th letter 1EA7N and shrieked in terror. Isaac continued to thunder, bawled, huh, do you want to die? Shuri, terrified, screamed, why did you crawl out of there? And how did you even get here? Isaac sat with his legs crossed like an old man and replied calmly, to be ordained, of course. The family head and my uncle tried to stop me, so I ran away. Anyway, Shuri, look at the baby bottle that's been hooked out. Shuri backed away in horror. What now? Isaac barked, you coward, you actually went to beg for a menial job from the Pope's family. Before Shuri could finish, he took a blow to the stomach, hitting Isaac while cursing. Shut up, how dare those bastards slander the name Joshua? Joshua belongs to me, only I may insult it, only I may destroy it. Shuri wailed, what the hell are you talking about? After beating Shuri senseless, Isaac pointed the baby bottle and declared, remember this, Shuri. I will be the one to burn the Joshua family to ashes. Shuri cried helplessly, gods of heaven and earth, please take this bastard away. Seeing Shuri continue to submit, Isaac jumped off the bed and shouted, don't be weak, lead the way now. Shuri shouted back in panic, where are you going? Isaac cracked his knuckles and replied maliciously, to smash those dogs who dared touch you, of course. A while later, inside the gathering spot for the kids, some people saw Isaac arrive and whispered, what's this? Who brought that kid here? Look at his hair, so nice. Isaac paid no heed to anyone, clutching the bottle and shouting, who did it? How dare you mess with a member of the Joshua family? The kids, hearing that, immediately turned their heads away as if they hadn't seen anything. Isaac stroked his chin and murmured to himself, that red-haired girl, I recall meeting her in the relic archive 10 years ago. It must be her. Hearing that, Shuri hurriedly ran in and shouted, wait. He thought to himself that he had to stop him. If he caused trouble here, they'd be in big trouble. Besides, that girl is Nizer's sister. She's Naki Sepet. Shuri leapt up hurriedly, trying to get in and grab Isaac. But he had already darted over, landing right in front of Naki and shouting, you there, redhead, did you cause trouble for Shuri? Naki paid him no mind and replied calmly, I never laid a hand on Shuri Joshua. It was Nizer who did it. Isaac didn't care either, folding his arms and declaring, good, then you admit it. Hearing from afar, Shuri tore at his hair and cried, I told you it wasn't Nizer Sepet, are you even listening? Then Whisper jumped in, Master, I sense a familiar energy from this girl. Isaac confirmed with satisfaction, yes, it is familiar. It's the energy of one of the 5 great patron deities. Seeing Isaac keep targeting her, Naki pointed at him and retorted, you must be the Isaac from the rumors. One is the cursed child and the other is a descendant of the Pope's family. Looks like this year's pious purity ritual won't amount to much. The Joshua family will sooner or later be struck from the 5 faiths rolls. Hearing the girl, Isaac thought irritably, how rude, typical servants of the 5 patron deities. Shuri couldn't stand it any longer. He slammed his hand down and shouted, Isaac, don't pick fights with rival families, go home. But his words were useless. Isaac put up a hand to stop him. Shut up, why should I go back? Am I here to receive my ordination? Naki shut him down immediately. You'll never be ordained. Nizer said he'll file an appeal with the Pope to cancel it. There's no way an unrecognized child can be ordained. Hearing her, Shuri gritted his teeth, that bastard. Naki kept jabbering, and with your attitude, you won't need Nizer's appeal. You'll self-destruct sooner or later. At that, a servant quietly asked, Miss, should I call the investigators? Shuri thought in horror, no, that's no good. 70% of investigators are from the rival family. With no other option, he leapt forward, grabbed Isaac and shouted, Isaac, let's go now. At that moment, shouts rang out from outside, and a foot brimming with deadly intent stepped in, followed by the massive body of a wolf, causing the kids to scream in terror, a monster. While the kids were scattering, Isaac smugly thought, there it is, my insurance. Naki exclaimed in bewilderment, a monster, did it escape from the training room? A servant rushed forward to block her, saying, it's dangerous, miss, step back. As he said that, a blast of force hit him, and he was sent flying by a wolf's paw. That paw whipped again toward Naki's face, terrifying the girl. At that moment, Isaac grabbed the baby bottle and shouted, hey, it's not that easy. He hurled the bottle at the wolf, muttering in annoyance, damn it, I've been calling you, and now you finally crawl your way here. Wounded by the blow, the wolf changed targets. It bared its teeth and growled at Isaac, who was standing there. Naki calmed herself, condensed magic, and shouted, you damned monster. But she glared and snarled at it, now get out of here. Isaac's aura of authority radiated toward the wolf. Recognizing the master of that force, the wolf was moved to tears, and finally behaved obediently like a small dog, happily running back out. Seeing this, Whisper said with satisfaction, truly my master, you pulled a sleeping monster out, beat it to a pulp, then kicked it away to show off. Isaac folded his arms and smiled, I'm just doing what's necessary. Just then, the Pope's guards burst in, where's that monster? Stay away from that monster. It seems to have run off in that direction. Contact the monster response team immediately. Someone concerned rushed over to Naki and asked, Miss, are you all right? Shuri looked and recognized the investigator. He hurriedly scooped Isaac up, intending to bolt. Ha, then we'll be on our way. But the investigator slapped his shoulder and held him back. Stop there. No one is to leave until the investigation is over. Shuri grimaced and thought, we're done for. He awkwardly turned back and forced a smile. Aha, we really don't know anything. Suddenly Naki shouted loudly, don't do anything pointless. She pointed at Isaac and said, that child saved me. That statement left both Isaac and Shuri dumbfounded. Naki brushed off the investigators, stepped forward and asked, you're Isaac, right? I'm sorry for what I said earlier. But don't think I'm especially grateful to you, understand? Seeing the girl's flushed expression, Isaac wondered inwardly, what's wrong with this kid? The kids who had run off began to gossip among themselves. So the boy really did get a recommendation letter for saving someone. Among the kids, a stunned blonde girl said, that child is the one my brother mentioned. She is the princess of the holy nation Helen Charlotte Electric Hella. At the same time, at the Joshua Manor in Relay's office, a voice rang out, oh my, why do you keep refusing, Cardinal of Thansak? Isn't your nephew being ordained a good thing? Let the boy attend the ordination ceremony. The family head, displeased, replied, get lost. The voice persisted, continuing to persuade, but the Pope will be angry. The family head was unconcerned and said, that's not my problem. My nephew will be raised at the Joshua Manor until he comes of age. The other person was not satisfied and threatened, if you keep locking a child like that up, it will affect his character. The family head ground his teeth upon hearing this. His character is already bad, there's no convincing him. The man changed the subject and announced, I don't know if you've heard, but it seems there's a golden-haired child walking around the academy. On hearing the description, the family head realized it was Isaac and angrily shouted, Riley replied in alarm, yes, father. He hurried in and asked, what's the matter? But then saw the family head hastily putting on his coat and growled in anger, prepare to go to the capital immediately, we must be there before tomorrow. Riley, stunned, objected miserably, even taking the fastest route will still take at least a week. The family head's face darkened as he snarled, we have 23 hours and 48 minutes left, no more car travel. We must run. The next day, at the academy dormitory in the capital, Shuri pounded on the door in distress and pleaded, hey Isaac, what are you doing? Are you planning to stuff that small body of yours into a priest's robe? Get out now, everyone's already here. They're just going to laugh at you anyway, so hurry up. Just put it on and go back home, please. While still crying, a voice called out, I'm ready. Shuri startled and blurted, I beg you. Halfway through the sentence, he was made to widen his eyes by Isaac's appearance. Then, unable to believe it, tried to stifle a giggle. You, Isaac ordered, let's go. The final night of the founding festival. In the banquet hall for the ordination ceremony, the kids all sat properly in their places, awaiting orders from above. Suddenly a loud voice shouted, everyone stand up. A foot stepped into the hall, followed by the hosts of the 5 great families entering in procession. Gowell saw this, stood up, and applauded with the others. But inwardly he sneered, those are the heads of the 5 great families, the position equivalent to Riley of the Joshua clan and even the cardinal of Than Sac. All of it will surely be mine. At that moment, Riley, out of breath, came over and asked, am I not late? Gowell surprised Riley. Riley didn't care and asked directly, have you seen Isaac anywhere? Gowell showed obvious irritation and replied, why are you looking for him here? He's probably at home. And don't tell me you ran all the way here. Riley answered miserably, yes, that's exactly what happened. Then do you know where Shuri is? I think Isaac is with the boy. Gowell said, I haven't met him yet. Before he finished, someone shouted, the Pope has arrived, begin the ceremony. An old man entered from outside, followed by a group of clergy. He was Pope Giulio Barret. Seeing him enter, everyone bowed. The spokesperson cried out, may the blessings of the gods always be with Hela. No sooner had the words finished than the Pope sat on the throne at the center. The spokesperson signaled, please be seated, my honored guests. The family head also sat down, thinking puzzled, I don't see Isaac anywhere. The spokesperson read aloud, the ordination ceremony will begin now. When Isaac's name is called, please step forward. The family head thought to himself, well, that's fine. The spokesperson read again, Isaac Joshua. This made the family head pause for a beat. No one answered, so the spokesperson asked again, is Isaac Joshua here? Still no response. The family head happily raised his wine glass and breathed a sigh of relief. If he's not coming, stop calling him. His name should have been removed long ago. He's not here, so proceed quickly. While he was still smug, a sound from outside echoed in, causing the family head to choke on his drink and spit it out. Gowell scowled and turned to scold, you insolent brat, how dare that kid show his face here? At the door, a youth entered, followed by an extremely disheveled Shuri. This was Isaac in his teenage form, after unsealing the baby form. Seeing him arrive, the family head's face darkened. He crushed his wine glass. The head of the Pope's household ground his teeth and sprang to his feet. Isaac paid no mind and simply stepped forward as instructed. Isaac Joshua, please come up. Hearing his name, Isaac stepped forward. Riley couldn't contain himself and jumped up, tears streaming as he sobbed, Isaac, it's Isaac. Since when did you grow up like this? And you're even wearing the ceremonial garment I prepared for you. The crowd whispered curiously, I heard he was still a child. Does the Joshua clan really have such a powerful child? Could he have broken the Dry Demon King's curse long ago? Oh my, he's so handsome. Nizer, incredulous, jumped up and shouted, what the hell is going on? Why is he suddenly so tall? Isaac paid little attention to the chatter and only smiled. But the family head couldn't hold back. He slammed his fist into the chair and muttered angrily, damn Dry Demon King, you hellspawn, what have you done to Isaac? My grandson never used to smile like that. Have you taken over the boy? The crowd continued to whisper, could the Joshua clan's curse finally be over? If this isn't a saint, then what is? He looks more blessed than cursed. With that, Isaac approached the Pope. The Pope calmly spoke, Isaac Joshua. Isaac looked him straight in the eye and evaluated, is this guy the Pope? He clearly looks over 70, but his aura is like a monster. Moreover, the face bears echoes of the popes I've faced before. Should I deal with him now? From the family head and Riley's minds, the customary question arose. As a newly ordained cleric, do you have anything to say to the Pope? Isaac answered, kneel down so I can behead you more easily. Both recalled this and went ashen, screaming inwardly in terror. Isaac. The family head clenched his fists and shouted in his mind, we must stop that boy. No sooner had he thought it than he punched the table, turning it to gold, then nonchalantly wondered, why are my hands so slippery? Riley also flipped his table over and yelled at the top of his lungs, Frying, there's frying. Their behavior left Gowell baffled. He muttered, "Are you too crazy?" Riley, as usual, replied, "I swear there was a frying thing big as your head." The spokesperson, briefly stunned, cleared his throat and continued, "Everyone, please keep order. Next, Shuri Joshua, please step forward." Seeing their absurd actions, Isaac grew annoyed and ground his teeth. "These bastards are trying to stop me." He turned his head and Shuri shyly stepped up behind him. The Pope remained seated calmly without saying anything. The spokesperson continued to read, "Next, those being ordained will offer rites to the gods." The crowd murmured. At last it was time for the gods to choose. "I wonder which god will bless my child." Seeing a cleric carry a basin of water past, the family head grumbled irritably, "There's a good chance it's the patron saint of Thansak." Riley prayed in panic, "I hope so. Surely an evil god won't choose the boy right." The family head replied coldly, "If that happens, I'll deal with it." This left Riley stunned. "Huh, deal with it, Isaac?" The family head frowned and answered, "I meant the holy chalice. What did you think I meant?" Meanwhile below, it was Shuri's turn to step up. He pricked his fingertip with a needle and let a drop of blood fall into the holy chalice. As the drop entered, the surface of the water immediately changed. Streams of pure light rose continually into the air. Gowell laughed out loud on seeing it. "That's my son. The patron saint of Thansak has shown itself." Shuri excitedly ran back, while Isaac, displeased, followed behind, thinking, "So the god the Joshua clan worships is the god of light, a humble but upright deity. As for me, any god would annoy me." He sighed and let a drop of blood fall into the chalice. The Pope, upon seeing the drop of blood, was startled, as a strange light shot up from the chalice and shook him. The moment the drop fell, dense dark energy began to spread out, and the darkness thickened, engulfing the room. This sight made the family head and Riley panic. They rushed forward. The family head cried in disbelief. Could it be? From within the dense darkness, the face of the Dry Demon King appeared, and the crowd screamed in terror. Dry Demon King. The form of the Dry Demon King grew clearer and clearer, and the family head could no longer contain himself. He lunged forward, yelling, "Dry Demon King." Dark mana suddenly coiled around Isaac's body. The family head like a man possessed, eyes blazing red as he swung his fist. He threw a punch, but the Dry Demon King darted aside to evade, and casually dragged Isaac away like an object. A gloomy voice echoed, "I have long awaited the appearance of this so-called saint." Isaac was startled. "What?" He threw his head back and laughed. "I will destroy the Holy Kingdom piece by piece, starting with this brat." Isaac went blank. What the hell is going on? One had to admit he looked exactly like me in a past life. It's creepy. Suddenly Whisper leaped out, snickering, "What's wrong with this imposter? My master should look more stunned and defeated." Isaac cursed angrily, "You bastard." Meanwhile, the Pope and the other family heads gathered their power, and spheres of energy took turns flying toward the Dry Demon King, creating an explosion that forced the Joshua family head to recoil. Riley urgently shouted, "Fall back." Family head crazily gathered his power, and a giant white serpent lunged forward, its jaws wide open to swallow the Dry Demon King's head. But the sacred power was absorbed completely in an instant. The Dry Demon King remained unscathed, standing there leisurely and laughing. "Lord of Thansak, because of my curse you probably can't use your full power, can you? Wouldn't it be better to just stand still obediently?" The family head looked up and retorted, "I wasn't going to act anyway in case I accidentally destroy this place." The formation at his feet flared, his eyes glowing blood red, manifesting a giant sacred whale spirit that roared, "But you've been talking too much." The Dry Demon King ignored him, casually using Isaac as a shield and sneering, "Do you want to see this so-called saint boy die?" Someone panicked. "I thought so too. Your grandson is taken hostage, yet you summon something so dangerous. Huh, why is it opening its mouth?" The family head grimly chuckled. "A saint won't die just from taking this hit." Isaac cursed in fury, "This madman, I'll really die." With a boom, the whale bit down and then exploded. Isaac clutched his head in agony and collapsed. The Dry Demon King straightened up to take the blow. His body then slowly dissolved, the force so great it shattered the entire hall. After a moment, Gowell looked up and asked, "Did we take him down?" Others trembled and whispered, "Oh my, the Dry Demon King has returned. Didn't he vanish after cursing the Joshua clan 70 years ago? Could he have regained enough power to come back?" Only Isaac was annoyed. He slammed his hand down, thinking to himself, "No, that bastard is an imposter." Seeing Isaac sprawled like a dead fish, Riley hurried over. "Isaac, are you okay?" People in the hall buzzed. "He's indeed a Joshua clan member, but took that blow and is unharmed." Didn't the Dry Demon King just call someone a saint? Has he really died? Probably. The Lord of Thansak dealt with him using the sacred whale beast. Hearing them, Isaac snapped, "How could he be dead? That was only an illusion." At that, those in the hall jumped in alarm. Whisper flew over anxiously and said, "It seems he created it as a manifestation and sent it here. But there's something strange. Someone else bowed his head and exchanged. You sensed it too. He used my mana. Could my mana core have fallen somewhere? If a fragment of my bone lay in the Saintess's reliquary, it's not impossible. But if that imposter is holding it, even better, I'll just kill him and take it back." The more he thought, the more sinister Isaac's expression became. The family head saw this and exhaled, thinking to himself, just now surely, if I hadn't attacked, he would have conveniently dealt with Isaac too. He cast a wary glance at the friendly Pope across the way, feeling puzzled. But why? The Pope himself was also troubled, wondering. Unbelievable, the supreme god the Hong Sak clan has longed for over 1,000 years. The god who stands above the 5 principal deities would choose a Joshua brat. He also glanced over at the Joshua family head and at Isaac. At that moment the family head stepped forward and called him to turn. Yes. The family head reached out and said, come here, let's go home. My grandson has broken the dry demon king's curse and he's grown up handsome too. Isaac felt a chill. Why does he smile so creepily? The family head gloomily coaxed, this old man will buy you candy. Isaac screamed in horror, no way, I'm going with you. Your face looks like you're about to drag me into the slaughterhouse. Suddenly Kina stepped forward and called out, Your Grace. It's not time for Isaac to return yet. No sooner had the words left than dark mana flared up in the great hall. Unknown wherefrom, a horde of undead charged out. Kina looked at the scene and exclaimed, there are still matters here unresolved. The family head folded his arms and watched. Isaac rose up helplessly. There's no way around it now, sir. I don't think we should go back at this time. His face brightened again, eager to rush in and fight the monsters. Isaac lunged forward to stand between Kina and the threat. He blurted in confusion, this arrogant brat grew fast enough and now he's a saint? Isaac smiled inwardly. I don't know what your schemes are, but I'll use you to the fullest. Without speaking, the two stepped forward shoulder to shoulder, thinking, I'll show you who the real saint is. A holy orb coalesced in the palm of his hand. Isaac raised it high and shouted, Purify. A blinding light forced the demonic creatures to retreat in waves. Everyone cheered with joy. What a magnificent purifying holy spell. It's been 100 years since I've seen such pure light. But someone wondered, why didn't the boy use an offensive holy spell and only a purifying one? Someone replied, because it cleanses mana, maybe he's trying to prevent their summoning. Unexpectedly, the demonic creatures became ecstatic after being purified. Isaac smiled helplessly. Apart from Shalurk, I have nowhere else to learn holy arts. But if the purifying holy spell reaches level 6, it can deal area damage over time. Isaac's expression suddenly turned malicious, causing even the rampaging demonic creatures to falter. Isaac thought to himself, moreover, the reason to use Purify now is... Suddenly Kina cut in, step aside, your holy spell won't handle them. Isaac smiled and gestured. Kina internally scoffed, only having level 5 holy spells and already showing off. They call you a once-in-a-century talent. But with that level of talent, you're no match for me. He condensed a sphere of energy and shouted, watch closely, only a powerful holy spell attacked from multiple angles will defeat them. Unexpectedly, the forming sphere suddenly winked out without a trace. Seeing this, Isaac covered his mouth to stifle a laugh. Kina awkwardly tried to save face. Haven't you been taught about those monsters? They have extremely strong regeneration, so you must kill them in one strike. Hearing that, Isaac couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Stepped forward and said with a smile, looks like your idiot really knows nothing, huh? Kina tightened his fist in anger, thinking, I should have let Lord Thansak take him away. Looking at this bastard makes me furious. Isaac continued, those are just bait. Kina puzzled, bait. Isaac moved to another corner and said, their true forms are here, right? He concentrated energy in his palm. An invisible bug appeared. Isaac cried out, found it. Kina folded his arms and demanded, what the hell are you doing with that bug? Isaac didn't answer and stabbed the bug dead. Immediately the dark mana exploded outward. Isaac spun the wooden stick in his hand and explained, it silently poisons everyone nearby. So it's very dangerous. If you're poisoned slowly, you won't realize you're dying. Just then a child couldn't bear it and clutched his head, crying, what's happening? Isaac repeated, the dry demon king said earlier that he'd destroy all of us. Kina only then remembered, while Isaac grinned like a demon, if his target is this holy kingdom, he'll have to eliminate us first, the trainee priests. Immediately everyone realized and told each other, those poisoned use holy spells to dispel it at once. Go find the hiding bugs. Isaac was cheerful but suddenly lowered his eyes, only to see endless holy light shooting up from the hall. He panicked and couldn't speak. Wait, if you deal with them all at once like that then, the dark mana will spread in all directions, engulfing the kids. Whisper happily jumped out to report, Master, this is the chance. If you cleanse those poisoned, won't you be recognized? Isaac praised, you really are a genius. The opportunity has arrived. But before he could act, the cross struck down. The Pope used a 9th level holy purification, and all the dark mana was immediately absorbed. Isaac ground his teeth in annoyance. The Pope said calmly, now no one will be poisoned anymore. Isaac fumed, swearing inwardly, that damned Pope. Suddenly a foot filled with dark mana stepped forward. A wolf sneaked up behind Isaac, thinking, that bastard dared to disobey our great king. I won't forgive you. I will drag you down to hell with me. It darted off and disappeared, then reappeared behind Isaac. He noticed it and turned his head to look. The demon king's aura descended, causing the wolf to freeze. It was terrified, its strength and courage evaporating. The wolf tucked its tail and fled. Isaac was smug. A nameless nobody dares think of harming me. Just then the men returned to report, we've dealt with the rest, hurry and take the wounded to the infirmary. Only Kino went pale watching the scene. He couldn't believe it. Could a single glance really have driven that monster away? Impossible, how could he do that? That's something only someone like the Pope could do. Isaac paid it no mind, yawning as he left. The Demon King Kalo's appearance at the consecration ceremony threw the holy nation into panic. Kalo had returned, then fled after being defeated. Who was the saint that Kalo mentioned? In the meeting room, the Pope said slowly, "It seems there's something wrong with the Holy Grail. There's an illusion summoning spell engraved on it. We're investigating the origin of that grail. Please wait for the results." The head of the Crimson House asked, "So the appearance of outsiders is the issue?" Harriet answered, "Yes. That's one cause, but the main problem is the Holy Nation's barrier, which is protected by the Holy Dragon." The next day, inside the Joshua family, Isaac held a newspaper, thinking, the weakened barrier is why the demon tribe could invade, and since the Holy Dragon is linked to the royal family, isn't the Pope responsible? They're slippery bastards indeed. Suddenly, a mocking voice came from behind. "My nephew, now you're even reading the paper." Gowel patted his hands and laughed. "Congratulations, my nephew, you've been granted a title." Isaac thought helplessly, what should I do to deal with this bastard? It feels like the patriarch is forcing him on me. Beside him, Riley excitedly cheered. "Oh, Isaac, since you can speak smoothly now, recite the poem Cursing Demon King Kalo." Isaac screamed in his head, "Stop using that." At that moment, the patriarch's face darkened as he opened the door. He stepped forward and said, "Good, both of you are here. Hey, you go outside so we can have a private word." Isaac stood and agreed, "Ah, yes." The room door was quickly closed. The patriarch gazed around in thought, raising a level 3 holy spell of absolute soundproofing to enclose the three of them. The patriarch sat down and replied, "Just to be safe, it's a matter concerning Isaac." Riley, sweating, asked, "Father, what are you going to say that you need a soundproofing holy spell for?" The two sat down anxiously to listen. He propped himself up, his face sour, and said, "I think Isaac was chosen by an evil god during the recent consecration. The god that chose Isaac is certainly not ordinary. It seems this is a mark that has never appeared in the history of the consecration ceremonies. Only the Pope and the Cardinal of the royal color saw that mark, and the Pope attempted to eliminate Isaac." Riley couldn't help exclaiming, "What? The Pope did that?" The patriarch sighed in confirmation. "Yes, unless it was an evil god's choice, he certainly wouldn't have acted like that." Gowel pondered for a moment and said, "Could it be not an evil god but the god that their clan worships?" This suggestion led the three to one answer, the royal color fate. Seeing everyone silent, Gowel continued, "Ah, they hate anything impure. I mean when others get involved with something that belongs to them. So if someone from Joshua were chosen by a god worshipped by the royal color clan, they'd certainly not let it go. If the Pope reacted that way, then the god whoever was chosen is definitely connected to the royal color clan. Or it could even be a god they have never summoned before." Hearing this, Riley quickly said, "If it's Isaac, the boy could totally do it." The patriarch scowled and snarled, "Do you think that kid could summon a respectable god?" The two trembled and replied, Certainly not." The patriarch then ordered Gowel contact the Pope's family and investigate which god chose Isaac. Gowel panicked, Me? Why me?" The patriarch said, "If you succeed, I'll give Shuri a relic." Gowel immediately fell into thought. The patriarch continued, "And from now until Isaac begins his practicum, the boy will be under special supervision. If Isaac continues to get faith test results like last time, then in the future Riley, the boy could become a dark priest." The three of them looked ashen as ashes. Gowel clutched his head in anguish. If he really becomes a dark priest, the whole family will be branded traitors. Treason will have everyone arrested, and Shuri will get into trouble too. Riley also went pale, covering his nephew's mouth. The patriarch coldly ordered, "By any means that must be prevented." Sometime later, Riley came over and said, "Soon, you kids will begin your practicum. The scoundrel seniors used to beat us to a pulp, but that's in the past now." Isaac scowled and muttered, "Don't say that, it feels like I have to re-enlist." Riley continued to babble, "During the practicum, you'll work with seniors. You'll discover your abilities and learn the real duties of a priest that the academy doesn't teach. Based on evaluation results, you may change rank a ND Chinese letter, so do your best. When you finish, you'll sign a contract with a god." While he was still speaking, Isaac raised his hand to ask, "Oh right, do you know when we can participate in the god sacrifice ceremony?" Riley replied happily, "You're interested in the god sacrifice ceremony?" Isaac answered enthusiastically, "Very interested, especially in the executions of Demon King Kalo's followers." Riley was even more pleased. "I'm glad to see your faith growing. Then let me explain the god sacrifice ceremony to you. The god sacrifice ceremony is when we offer gifts to the gods and many people gather together to celebrate it like a festival. Actually, everyone will attend, but the most important thing is the sincerity and faith they offer to the gods. So in essence, this is a very personal ritual." Isaac slapped the table to interrupt. "Wait." But Riley kept talking like a machine. "This brings us back to the basic question. Do we really need to gather many people to perform this rite? Think about it. The god sacrifice is fundamentally a form of ritual we perform to offer to the deities. Historically, rituals have always been communal acts. The core of this ritual is that we all serve the gods together. The clearest evidence of that is each person's personal faith in the gods. Isaac complained inwardly, Uncle is a bit too serious. And where did those glasses come from? Riley continued, an interesting fact. So is kneeling alone a form of prayer? And is kneeling in a group a ceremony? But you can't really put it that way. The most important thing is the purpose people gather for and the attitude they take. Maybe I'm going a bit far, but I think you get the idea right. This sacrifice has a lot in common with a festival. And what's the first thing you think of when you hear festival, right? Having fun and enjoying things together. And isn't joy part of faith? Then the gods will bless this sacrifice with great joy. And that's the gods' prerogative in the sacrifice, isn't it? Isaac smirked, realizing, so that means low-ranking gods or angels will attend the sacrifice, right? If I catch them, I'll tear you apart. Riley exclaimed excitedly. Our Isaac surely wants to personally execute Demon King Kalau's subordinates, right? That righteous spirit is truly needed. Gowel stepped forward to add, the group with the highest score will be honored to execute Demon King Kalau's subordinates. So remember to do well. Shuri replied awkwardly, yes, father. Isaac, helpless, covered his face. Group work again. Riley lowered his voice in plea. I hope you kids achieve good results so you can accomplish what you desire. Isaac replied respectfully, yes, uncle. He sighed helplessly inwardly, no choice. I'll have to take out a few groups and pretend to save the others. He brightened up, I'll do my best. Ride, trusting the surface but not the heart, exhaled in relief. Yes, this lovely child certainly cannot become a dark priest. What a relief. Suddenly Gowel standing nearby winced and hissed. But Isaac, which God chose you at the last consecration? Isaac went pale at the question and snapped irritably. I don't remember clearly, but it was a rather strange and unpleasant mark. In their minds, the two immediately pictured that scene. Horrified, reaching the conclusion, look, this is a sign of doom. That's certainly an evil god. Both of them recoiled slightly. It's fine. Occasionally there are gods whose marks look frightening. Yes, ultimately faith is what matters. Isaac paid it little mind. I'm not too worried. Suddenly Riley said, oh right, the cardinal of the royal color will come to see you. Isaac twisted his ear in annoyance. That bastard. I mean that person. Why? Before there was an answer, a shout came from outside. Isaac, Joshua. Riley and Gowel turned ashen and looked toward the one outside calling. Kina Barit, he bellowed arrogantly, I have business with you. The two of them muttered unhappily, why is he here to see Isaac? Gowel tore at his hair too. Who knows, how could I understand his thoughts? Kina stormed in without speaking. Vi guessed maybe he came to harm Isaac. Didn't the Pope send him? Gowel pondered and agreed. If it's about an evil god, that's very possible. Suddenly Kina placed his hand on Isaac's and shouted, Isaac, I think you're a worthless person. I'm serious, Isaac. This disgusting line made Ike grimace. This bastard is crazy. Wanna pick a fight? Whisper laughed like it was harvest time. Kina said casually, but now I realize you stayed out of the world's sight for 10 years because of your training. You didn't want your skills defiled by the fools at the academy. I knew from the moment you were consecrated. You're exceptional and can't be compared to those idiots. It's a waste for someone like you to be stuck doing practicum assignments. The more he praised, the more irritated Isaac became. Terrifying. Whisper added, I think this guy's a bit insane. Kina paid no mind and reached out, inviting, train with me under his guidance. And then we'll move into the professional world. Take my hand, Isaac. We'll execute Demon King Kalau's followers together and lead the holy nation. The scene left Gowel gaping to one side. Is this a new form of bullying from the Pope's clan? But he seems serious. The offer is frighteningly good. If it were me, I would definitely. While he was still thinking, Isaac's icy words rang out, get lost. Kina couldn't believe it. What? AI snapped irritably. Get lost, I'll go through the practicum like everyone else. Gowel blushed as he realized, right, he's insane. Kina refused to accept it and tried to persuade further, don't worry about priestly status. I'm not just talking training, I'll grant you the status of a priest with 10 years experience. But Isaac didn't want to hear it, showing no interest. Then pointed at Gowel and said, if you want to take someone, take that one. Gowel couldn't believe it and pointed at himself, me. Kina sneered to his face, that one and you are not on the same level. Which, if agreed, was true, yet Gowel's face burned, those damned bastards. Kina shouted, you have the talent to drive away monsters with just a look. Whisper understood and snorted with laughter. He must have seen his master scare monsters off with threats. Aya glanced sideways, thinking, this bastard probably wants to learn that move from me. The more he wants it, the less I like it. He turned his back and waved his hand. Let me say it again, get lost. Just the thought of learning from the Pope makes me want to vomit. Kina scowled and repeated, did you just say my grandfather makes you nauseous? Isaac pointed at him and replied, of course, I even want to slit his throat. Before he finished, a hand clamped over his mouth. In an instant, Isaac vanished from where he had been, and a foot stepped forward as someone called out, our nephew is busy. The The one who intervened was the patriarch, who looked at Kina and said, "Don't come near this boy again." Kina refused to accept it and shouted, "Even if you are the patriarch of the azure color," the patriarch cut him off. "If you keep associating with this boy, he will make you into garbage." Isaac grew more mouthy but was silenced by the patriarch, forced to bite his hand. The room suddenly fell silent. Isaac seethed, veins bulging, muttering, "You Joshua bastards, I will definitely destroy you." The 5 colors test is the exam every trainee priest must pass, consisting of white, yellow, azure, black, and red. This is the order in which they are tested, overseen by the cardinals of each faith. So to become an official priest, you must pass this exam. Isaac went up to a door and mumbled, "Are the people in my group going to be here?" According to Shuri, they grouped 30 people of the same background or faith into one team. Isaac heard the scolding and cursed, "Do they want us to fight over factions or what?" But Shuri said, "Our group is all my friends, so it'll be fine." When AI heard the full explanation, he praised, "Looks like sending you to study early paid off, Joshua." Then he opened the room door and smiled at his decision. "I'll use these guys to get through the 5 colors test and save my subordinates. First, I need to make a good impression." He was still grinning when someone shouted, "He's here." The gloomy crowd stared at AI and told each other, "Tie that bastard up quickly." This made Isaac dumbfounded. A few jumped forward to challenge him. "You're the one who's been bullying Shuri all these years, right? Let us teach your little brother some manners. Think you're just playing around with the big guys. If you dare tell Shuri, you're dead." AI saw this and lowered his eyes with a sigh. "These guys are hopeless." The blonde one saw Isaac submitting and stepped forward, smiling. "Right, consider this a friendly gathering." While he was speaking, AI pulled out his baby bottle. They clutched their stomachs, laughing, pointing, and jeering. "Is that a rattle? Ha ha, looks like the rumor he's still an infant is true. Just hang him up somewhere." Before the words were finished, the bottle hit him square in the face. Blood sprayed everywhere and he was knocked unconscious and flew backward, silencing the gang. What the hell is going on? Is that bastard crazy?" Isaac paid no mind and said, "You only get high marks if you're close-knit, right? Then let's practice some team-building exercises. Get to know each other, my friends, though this face is a bit too gentle." Isaac felt this group was degenerating and needed the purifying light of the gods. Seeing the baby bottle in his hand, his classmates screamed in horror, then proceeded with group activities so cheerfully that the noise echoed through the whole building. A moment later, Shuri pushed the door in, irritated, and shouted, "Isaac, I don't really understand this. Is this called team building?" She only saw Isaac having them form shapes for him to sit on, leaving Shuri at a loss for words. Seeing Shuri enter, they desperately begged for rescue. "Shuri, isn't this guy related to you?" Shuri awkwardly avoided them. "Thanks for playing with my cousin." They shouted, "Save us quickly." Shuri pretended not to notice and went to quietly ask Isaac, "Hey, the first test will be judged on the group's level of harmony. What are you going to do?" Isaac repeated in surprise, "Harmony? Are you blind that you can't see this pyramid? This is harmony to the extreme." Shuri stared, speechless, cursing inwardly. "It's because you forced them with violence, you madman." Suddenly, Isaac produced a sheet of paper and said, "Here, take a look at this." Shuri asked in shock, "What's this?" Isaac answered without caring, "A list of the people trying to leech off you. These bastards have been finding every excuse to siphon from you for 7 years. Though the Joshua family doesn't expect repayment, there's a limit." One protested tearfully, "The Joshua family doesn't need anything from us. Even if we offered something, it probably wouldn't help." Before he finished, Isaac cut in like a demon. "Nothing to worry about. Your limbs are still intact and your organs still fresh. I don't need much, my friends. I only want a healthy relationship. You give what you give, and that's what you get. So in this group activity, work diligently and devotedly, and with a pure heart, okay?" But that smiling face made the whole room fall silent. Isaac barked no answer. They hurriedly responded, "Yes, sir." Isaac ignored them, jumped down, and declared, "Good, then the team building session ends here." Shuri helplessly yelled, "What if we failed the test?" AI paid no mind and called back as he left, "Follow me, I have something I want to show you." Shuri protested angrily, "One failed point and you're out. The first criterion is harmony, you know." Isaac replied indifferently, "Don't worry, I've thought it all through. First, take a look at this." Inside the cabinet was an unlucky guy locked up, crying. AI grinned like a fiend, but Shuri stammered in horror, hurriedly grabbed his collar and shouted, "You lunatic, what are you doing? That's someone from our group. Besides, he's the son of your friend. Don't you remember him from the sacred script archive?" Isaac answered hoarsely, "I know. Precisely because he's in our group, that's a problem. He has a letter saying he'll stop spying." That made Shuri freeze, sweating. The two of them glanced over at the unlucky fellow. Shuri lunged forward and ripped the gag off his mouth, and not trusting him much, asked, "Nizer told you to do this, didn't he?" Aeon wept and confessed, "I'm sorry, I had no choice, I have my reasons." Isaac, as usual, inquired, So what did Nizer tell you to do?" Aeon panicked and hissed, "He said to completely sabotage Joshua's group. He said Shuri would concede because of the test, so I had to demand outrageous things to make the group collapse. Even acting hostile toward Isaac at the welcome party was his doing. He wanted to personally execute a subordinate of Demon King Kalo." Hearing this, Isaac thought to himself, So Nizer Sepet not only dares to touch me now, he wants to execute my subordinate too. Isaac's face grew sly as he declared, he needs to be taught a lesson. A few days later in a room, voices of discontent rang out. Why can't it be done anymore? Spying isn't hard, is it? How many of you have given up already? A boy bowed his head awkwardly and replied, sorry, we've had several team building sessions, so they let me stay home. Hearing this, Nizer changed his mind. Team building? But there's nothing we can do, he'll have to go. All right then, get out of my sight. The others in the room comforted each other. Never mind, Joshua's group still has 3 loyal members. As long as they're in there, they've got this in the bag. Nizer gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. That bastard is really unbearable. I have to deal with him soon. Even my father is paying attention to him. Does he really want to invite him into the family? Never mind, once today is over, it'll be fine. Anyway, those Joshuas will be eliminated today. Having decided, Nizer led the way outside. In the center of the building, a senior's voice spoke evenly. Welcome to the 5 Colors Harmony. The White Faith practices rights through speech, and the most important thing among teammates is harmony and faith. Therefore, the first topic of the 5 Colors Harmony will be evaluated by vote. Isaac listened, yawning. Nizer confidently calculated, if just one person objects to keeping the team intact, the whole team will be eliminated and the dissenter will be moved to another group. That means even if someone betrays the Azure, they can still continue the test. I've already planted spies, so your failure is guaranteed. A moment later, the moderator announced, I will declare the results. The Azure group, the entire group, has agreed to keep the same members. This news struck Nizer like a bolt of lightning. The moderator continued, therefore the whole group is past the 5 Colors Harmony. Isaac turned back triumphantly and gave him a provoking smile. A moment later, outside the building, Shuri shouted breathlessly, Isaac, wait for me. What did you do? How did you get them to agree like that? Isaac stopped and answered, do you remember how the Scarlet Cardinal kept looking for me the other day? Shuri immediately said, of course I remember you. You even dared to refuse the Cardinal's summons. Isaac snapped, do you want to die? Shuri lowered his voice, sorry. Isaac continued, anyway, I told him that if he wanted to meet, he had to hand over the golden remedy. This made Shuri pale with fear. Isn't that the secret medicine only the lineages of the Golden Faith possess? It's extremely precious. There's no way he'd give it to him. But Isaac walked on and said, he gave it to me too. That's why I used that pill to bargain with those guys. This made Shuri gape. What? He actually gave it to him? But then he realized the problem and shouted, so you were going to give the golden remedy to them after the vote? Isaac replied as usual, oh no, I had them take it all before the vote. Shuri couldn't believe it and scolded, what if they betrayed us? Isaac grinned cheerfully, it's fine, I trust my teammates. Shuri listened and doubted his entire worldview. Strange, could he really have reformed? If so, that would be a relief. Until they opened the door. Inside was a group of kids screaming and begging, please, we did exactly as you told us, please give us the antidote. My stomach hurts so much. Shuri shouted, antidote for what? Isaac then perked up and added, I trusted they wouldn't dare betray. Shuri turned pale with fear. What the hell did you do, you madman? Don't tell me you gave them poison instead of the golden remedy. Isaac waved it off. It was the golden remedy, really. Like a candy trick, 93% flour, 5% mana extract of Demon King Kala, 1% laxative, 0.5% hair extract, and a whopping 0% golden remedy. Shuri cried out in despair. Even rinsing a real golden remedy pill with water would yield more than that. Isaac beamed. It's about time they paid back what they've been sucking from you for years. Shuri heard this and clutched his head in despair. The kids turned pale and sobbed, begging, save me, I can't take it anymore. We've already passed the 5 Colors Harmony. Please give us the antidote. Seeing their pitiful state, Isaac softened. He went to the next cabinet, rummaged, and said, all right, I'm a man of my word. Now, where did I put the antidote? Sada found it. Shuri turned deathly green and muttered, you're insane. That's the diaper you used. Who would hide the antidote in a diaper? Isaac waved the diaper and asked, so who should I give it to first? The whole group lunged to grab it. Suddenly, the door was thrown open. Nizer stormed in angrily and yelled, give me back my people, you bastard. I don't know what bribe you used to kill my men. But as he was still speaking, despisingly looking toward Isaac, the severely harmed ones leaped at Nizer like avengers. Before he understood, Nizer screamed, I won't let this go. That was his last sentence. After that came his and the others' agonized screams. Don't you dare lay a hand on Isaac. Why are you suddenly rushing to protect him? What did you do to them? After letting them beat him until tired, Isaac stepped forward to accuse. I heard you told them this. In desperate moments, people seek an overwhelming power. But you're wrong. The most important thing for them now is saving their own lives. No one can withstand death. Hearing this, Nizer paled bit by bit, glanced at those trembling people and could no longer look at Isaac. He questioned existence and wondered, is that still a human gate? A while later, inside the cathedral office, while Harriet was working, he heard a knock and calmly called, come in. Seeing a servant open the door and enter, Harriet sighed. It took 7 days just to meet an acolyte. How rude. Unexpectedly, the servant nervously reported, sorry sir, but Isaac said he won't be coming. Harriet, annoyed, grit his teeth. He received the golden remedy and still didn't show up. The servant awkwardly recounted, that's what he said, sir. He also asked me to pass on a message. Harriet asked darkly, what message? The servant replied, next time if you want me to come, send a big lump of gold. This made Harriet so angry he snapped his pen. He hissed sharply, by any means, bring that brat before me. A moment later, Nizer strode angrily down the corridor, muttering, that bastard. Still, it's not like I gained nothing. A moment later, Nizer strode angrily down the corridor, muttering, that bastard. Still, it's not like I gained nothing. My people reported he has something he can't risk showing the investigator. If I investigate, I'll find a clue and expose his identity myself. While pondering this, Nizer came upon a gathered crowd and angrily moved forward to vent. Who are you people? Why is the dormitory so noisy? The frightened group turned and stammered, we have business with the young master here. The servant's heart complained bitterly. Damn it, why did it have to be someone from the Scarlet Clan? The sworn enemy of the Golden Clan. Please, get out of here. That Scarlet Freak. If rumors spread that the Scarlet Cardinal summoned someone from the Azure Clan, it would be troublesome. Suddenly the door opened and a voice said, why are you so late? I'm sure I told you to come early because I need something for the tea gathering. Seeing Isaac open the door, the servants were secretly relieved. That kid is surely trying to help us. Given what he received, at least that's to be expected. Typical Joshua, always predictable. They hurriedly answered, yes, we're here because we have something to give the young master. It's being prepared. Isaac instructed, right, a social meeting needs refreshments, so bring them before the day ends. The servants respectfully complied. But these words planted a new idea in Nizer. A social meeting, the very meeting where you charmed my subordinates, right? The servants quickly excused themselves, then we'll take our leave. Unexpectedly, Nizer had prepared a fireball, and as soon as they stepped out, they were struck by the 5th grade sacred spell, Hell's Repentance. After the attack, Nizer advanced and said, I just helped your subordinates rest a bit. I have private business with you. Why not take an interesting faith test together? Shuri looked terrified. No, he'll certainly be burned at the stake. If he takes that test, the worst is the whole clan could be wiped out because of him. But now Nizer produced a device and said, I have a convenient thing, just place your hand on it and it will react. Let's use this for now. While they were arguing, Herod appeared behind them and growled, Isaac Joshua, I didn't expect you to dare refuse my summons just because you were busy playing. This made Nizer standing before him go pale with fear. Harriet looked down and demanded, do you think I'm a joke? Nizer reluctantly turned his head and looked at Cardinal Burrit. He glanced down and accused further, you're even close with the Scarlet Clan. A brat from that family dares lay hands on my men. Isaac stood silently like he was watching a play. Meanwhile, Nizer went pale with fear. He panicked inwardly and cursed, damn, is this guy allied with the Burrit clan? Then Isaac shouted, I'm sorry, your eminence, but you see, young Master Nizer here told me not to associate with people from the Golden Clan, so I couldn't respond to your summons in time. This sent Nizer into a panic. Harriet, who'd long had him in his sights, couldn't hold back any longer and bellowed. When did I ever say that, you bastard? And what's this about you saying the cardinal summoned you? I thought no bishop is allowed to contact trainees during their probation. Could the cardinal be? He blurted out and Harriet cut him off annoyingly. Oh really? Aya covered his mouth to laugh. Oh, this is going to be fun. Harriet glared and accused, the 3rd son of the Scarlet Clan, I gave you time to bond with your teammates, but it seems you wasted that time. I'll let you off this time because I know your father. Nizer stammered in terror, no, it's not like that. Harriet paid him no mind and continued, but I'll specially assign additional tasks from the cathedral to your group. Nizer ground his teeth helplessly. Damn it, please don't. After dealing with Nizer, Harriet turned and ordered, now come back to my chambers with me. Suddenly Isaac changed his mind and smiled. Sorry, your golden eminence, but the Scarlet Cardinal has already summoned me. This caused Nizer, who had been clutching his head and leaving, to freeze. Isaac lounged in the doorway and said, what can I do? I just had an appointment. I'll meet you when the conditions are more favorable. Harriet, incredulous, asked, the Scarlet Cardinal just summoned you? Isaac, as usual, replied, yes, the Scarlet Cardinal just called me. Nizer stood dumbfounded beside them. He hadn't said a word. How did he know? At this rate, Cardinal Paris will hate me. My rating points are ruined. I've got to get out of here. So he stepped forward to explain on Isaac's behalf. That's right, I mainly came to fetch Isaac, so I'll take him with me. Harriet frowned. Didn't my scare tactics fail to frighten him? He awkwardly added, your eminence, but was cut off by Harriet. Fine, I suppose if you have a prior appointment, there's nothing I can do. Go. Nizer breathed a sigh of relief. Even Cardinal Burrit wouldn't want to provoke Harriet's own clan. He paused, then added, however, it's true that you've caused trouble for the Golden Clan. Therefore, starting tomorrow, I'll assign more work to you. Nizer swore, damn it, but he reassured himself, it's fine, if I hand this guy over to my father, the cleanup will be. Unexpectedly, Isaac had vanished and the door was shut. Nizer snapped, where did that brat go? Shuri, sweating, pointed inside and said, Isaac went asleep. He said if he wants to grow taller, he has to go to bed early. Nizer ground his teeth but could do nothing, raging in his head. Damn it, it's only 2 p.m. and that bastard. He stormed in and shouted, hey, wake up, please get up and use it. But Isaac slept like the dead. Seeing someone trying to wake on th letter 1 EA7N, everyone in the room panicked and shouted, Damn it, drag Nizer out of here now. 3 days later, the tea house duties still couldn't be avoided. Nizer muttered gloomily as he worked, Isaac Joshua, I'll kill you. Who can endure cleaning for 18 hours a day? He recalled being scolded by his father when he'd used a light orb to beg for help. An incompetent fool who can't even bring a kid to me dares ask for my help. Nizer was choked with resentment, with no one to tell. His teammates complained constantly about low scores, and even his father wouldn't bother to help. If I want Dad's help, I have to bring that kid back, so first I have to meet him. After all, he'll have to come to pray sometime. I'll wait for him in the chapel. With that decided, Nizer resolved to hold his ground here, even though most of his days were being eaten up by cleaning. 6 hours later, Nizer sat there like a hollow corpse, irritable and sleepy. And then his friends burst in, banging on the door and shouting, What the hell are you doing? You damn fool, we still have work to do. If the score drops any further, I'll kill you right now. Nizer, unwilling to accept it, begged, No, I have to see Isaac. No. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure standing in the doorway. Isaac smiled warmly and raised his hand in greeting. Nizer went dumb for a moment, then turned savage and screamed, let me go, but his friends refused to let him go. Seeing this, Shuri sighed, You're a devil, did you come here just to piss him off? Isaac grinned widely, nearly bursting with joy. It's nothing, just meeting for fun. Shuri asked in confusion, but wouldn't meeting Cardinal Scarlet be more beneficial for us? Isaac asked back, Why's that? Shuri said, Because Cardinal Barrett will never help us become kings. Isaac, not understanding, repeated, Kings, why would that be? Shuri, exasperated, Please at least learn the grading criteria. Isaac frowned and snapped, You should have said that sooner. Shuri had to explain, King is an irreplaceable talent, Queen is talent who can protect the nation, Rook is a model trainee, Knight is a capable trainee, Pawn is an ordinary trainee, Ko Lao is useless. Hearing the ranking, Isaac was annoyed. Damn, seriously. Shuri sat down and explained, If the Cardinal flies into a rage and ranks us as Ko Lao, we'll be exiled to the Academy. And besides, Cardinal Barrett might even want to kill people. Isaac, unconvinced, retorted, Say something that sounds reasonable. Who has a grudge enough to kill a 10-year-old? He even gave me the golden remedy. Shuri went dark and said, You don't know. Your mother was once betrothed to Cardinal Barrett. But your father stole her away from him. That prior engagement was broken because your father turned it into a feud between the two clans. Isaac heard this and went pale. He was definitely going to kill him, 100%. Suddenly Whisper popped out to grab popcorn and overhear, startling Isaac backward. You scared me to death. Shuri helplessly analyzed further. If you can recruit Cardinal Scarlet to your side, you could use him to restrain Cardinal Golden. Besides, the Golden Clan's descendants also have to pass the Scarlet Clan's test, so just promising they won't be labeled Ko Lao in Scarlet's exam would be enough. At that moment, a small formation lit up in the room. A hand reached out behind Isaac, and unaware he muttered, That's true, let me go meet him once and see. No sooner had the words finished than that hand clamped over his mouth. Shuri turned in surprise, What did you just say? But the empty room made Shuri shout, Isaac. At the same time, inside Harriet's study, a deafening explosion occurred. Isaac, irritated, demanded, Hey sir, you're kidnapping, what the hell are you doing? Realizing where he was, someone awkwardly scratched their head and laughed. You always act so high and mighty, yet you had your subordinates come to kidnap me. Harriet turned around angrily and scolded, You brat, I have something to tell you. Isaac cut him off, Yes, there must be something. Didn't you call me here because I've been ignoring you all this time? Suddenly Harriet shouted, Isaac Joshua. Isaac froze and looked up. Immediately seeing Harriet's earnest expression and sincere voice, I want to adopt you. Isaac was stunned, taken aback by this. What did he just say? Adopted? Does that mean joining the Golden family? He wants me to join the Golden clan. What the hell, is he mocking me, or is this a new tactic to control the Joshua family? Saying nothing else, Harriet had to explain clearly. There's no scheme here, I'm only proposing that you leave Joshua and become an adopted son of the Barrett family. The more Isaac heard, the more suspicious he became. That only made him question, why would you do that? Is it just because that fake Ko Lao demon king called me a saint? Whatever your purpose, it's not important. Thinking that, he hesitantly spoke, but if I become your adopted son, what will I get? That question stunned Harriet. Isaac boldly spread his hands and demanded, If we're negotiating, at least state the terms clearly, will you? Harriet couldn't believe it and wondered, He's going to negotiate with me at that age. He seriously listed, I'll give you everything the Joshua family cannot. The papal family can make up for all your shortcomings. Before he finished, he was cut off by loud laughter. But what is Joshua lacking? Harriet awkwardly rubbed his chin. I heard Joshua is trying to keep you locked up in the mansion, right? The Azure faith demands patience and restraint of one's nature, so you'll face many limitations. As for our Golden Clan, we will not interfere in any of your affairs. Moreover, we will support anything you wish to do. But Isaac was still dissatisfied. That still sounds too little. Unless you intend to back me as the next successor of the Barrett family, that's not enough. Harriet asked in surprise, I heard you're aiming for the position of saint, and now you're even aiming for the papacy. If you truly want to become the pope, wouldn't transferring to the Golden family be more advantageous? Isaac replied nonchalantly, but I'm still of Joshua if you think I'll switch sides just for such things. Herod interrupted, tempting, a land named after you, your own territory, a vault full of gold, a private army under your command, tax-exempt privileges, and a mansion even larger than Joshua's. I'll even grant you the rights of direct descendants. Isaac hesitated slightly, stroking his chin. I'll consider it. Herod pleased turned his back. Very well, then I'll begin the admission process right away. But wait, tell the Joshua family. Upon saying that, he realized the problem. Isaac smugly repeated, oh yes, certainly, I'll keep it secret. Immediately, a noise rang out outside the room. Shuri hadn't yet run when he saw Herod dart out like a ghost. He sat down in terror on the floor, trembling from being frightened by Herod, then ran off shouting, I didn't hear anything. Herod, having no other option, sighed resignedly, then stepped back into the room and said to Isaac, anyway, what's important is what you decide. Even if that brat tells Joshua, it won't change anything. Unexpectedly, Isaac replied, oh, I only said I'd consider it. I never said I'd join. I wouldn't join the papal family even if it killed me. That statement made Herod's face darken as he was walking. He couldn't believe it and repeated, even if it kills you? Isaac replied firmly, yes, even if it kills me. Herod snapped angrily, you really are just like your mother. From your appearance to the way you speak. With a single word from me, you'll be expelled and will never be allowed to be a priest again. Don't dream of becoming the Pope, not even the title of saint will be recognized for you. With the Pope's authority, I could forbid you from setting foot in the holy nation. You know that well, yet you still dare to say things like that. Isaac smiled brightly and replied, I will found a country where neither priests nor the Pope are necessary. From the start, why would a nation need two leaders? Besides, it will become my country anyway. Herod, who had been thunderously threatening, was frightened by those words. The man beside him could only force a smile. I'll need at least that much courage if I want to defeat the dried-up demon king, huh? Consider my offer to adopt you never mentioned. That would be better for you. Anyway, thanks to you, I'm more curious now. I wonder what happened at the investiture ceremony. What made the royal family want to adopt a direct descendant of a rival house? Surely the people of the holy nation are also dying to know. At the same time, inside the Joshua mansion, the host's voice shouted, Isaac passed the 5-color harmony test. How could he possibly pass? He was supposed to fail. Damn, it seems my faith wasn't strong enough. He fell to his knees before the holy chalice, and once more prayed with all his heart, O Lord, my God, sovereign power that rules heaven and earth, make him fail, my damned grandson. The scene left Riley speechless nearby. When someone takes an exam, their grandparents pray for them to pass, but this family prays for them to fail. Benjamin Joshua, the second son of the Joshua family, couldn't hold back and blurted out, Riley, what happened to the family while you were away? Since when did the faith of purity start cursing others? Riley forced a smile and Benjamin grew even more curious. Who's really such a troublesome child? Riley waved his hand awkwardly and replied, troublesome? The boy is gentle, innocent, polite, and very clever, brother. Benjamin, more perplexed, looked at the host praying for his grandson to fail and asked, then why are you acting like that? Vi, sweating and at a loss for words, replied in a low voice, I think he's just overly worried for his grandson. After all, the upcoming test for the royal and crimson families is very dangerous. Benjamin rubbed his chin and said, you can't inherit the family as a younger son, so the appearance of a child with potential to be heir should be a good thing. But why do I feel so uneasy? Just then, the patriarch stepped forward, scratched his head, and wondered. Strange, whoever received that blessing should be so overjoyed they'd collapse and be unconscious for 3 days. Why doesn't it affect that kid? The two sons were at a loss. Isn't it more like a curse? I think it would be better if it had no effect. A voice suddenly called out, even so, I think that child still means a great deal to you. They turned and saw a young woman performing a curtsy. Greetings, master and uncle. I am Lee Joshua, a candidate for the Holy Maiden. Riley cried happily, oh Lee, you're back. Lee smiled and greeted, is everyone well? But nobody paid attention. The patriarch kept muttering to himself, but how did that boy pass the harmony test? He shouldn't have been able to pass. The papal family is taking too much interest in Isaac. If they're truly after his life, he'd best accept it and return soon. But if his investiture were delayed a year or two, it would be fine. The problem is the boy is so outstanding they can't postpone the ceremony. As gloom settled, Benjamin stepped up to the table, curiously looked at the letter on it, and asked, Father, who sent that letter? The envelope looks too luxurious. It doesn't resemble our family's mail at all. The patriarch sighed, it's from your fourth brother. Riley surprised, no, he sent a letter. The patriarch opened the letter and read, hey, when will you stop being the head of the family? You're almost dead, why not pass the position on? That's what he wrote. Because of that, we have to teach him a lesson. In any case, we won't let your brother take over. Riley agreed at once, I agree. The patriarch instructed again, if he's still unfit, Riley, you'll be the next head. But he passed the harmony test, so there may still be hope. At that moment, the fire Holy Spirit flew back and burst into the room cursing, hope my ass. The patriarch looked up and demanded, what's going on? Shallark, angry, began to rant. That bastard's been hitting others with his milk bottle. What kind of lunatic uses healing magic just to beat people up harder? The patriarch cleared his throat. Classic Isaac. Benjamin doubting life. Well, Salak continued, he even poisoned and threatened teammates to pass the test. Riley frowned and lamented, good heavens. But the patriarch remained fairly optimistic. It's fine, as long as the papal family doesn't find out. Before he finished, Shuri pushed the door open and shouted, Father, Father, it's not good. Cardinal Paris has offered to adopt Isaac. The whole room immediately went pale. The patriarch restrained himself and asked, what did Isaac say? Riley, panicked, tried to dissuade them. Father, Isaac is a Joshua family member. He would never betray us. But Shuri dashed both their hopes. He said it's perfect. Riley rushed forward and grabbed him, demanding, what do you mean? Shuri, what did he use to lure Isaac? Shuri replied miserably, a large sum of money no one could refuse. Riley hissed in anger, bastard. The servants muttered among themselves, indeed, money can buy even immortals. That's right. The patriarch clenched his fists in anger, veins bulging, growling, those damned dogs, that old man is still alive. And they dare to snatch my family member. Meanwhile, at Isaac's place, piles of gold and jewels were being delivered. Seeing the treasure, the students gaped in shock. All this gold is from the Paris family. I heard it's all for Isaac. So the rumor that Isaac is close to the papal family is true. Isaac grinned slyly. This is more like hush money. After all, gold is just gold. Suddenly, Shuri sprang out of nowhere waving a flag and declared, Isaac Joshua belongs to the purity faith. Isaac was stunned. What the hell? Why did the patriarch send him, that stingy old man? Isaac stepped forward and Shuri produced a crumpled letter. Isaac frowned, opened it and read the contents, which contained only one line, you are of the same family as me. This made him even more puzzled. What the heck is this about? As he was still frowning and tearing the letter, a voice rang out. Why are they here? Shuri startled and turned. Shouting in surprise, Sister Lee, Isaac gloomy was startled, and incredulously turned his head to look. The lady of the house has come here too. The crowd looked toward the door and saw two women enter, prompting the noisy students to whisper, they are the holy maidens of the Joshua family. Look, it's Melissa. Aya scowled and cursed under her breath. Damn it, Melissa, why is she here? Does she know how hard I've gone to avoid her? We have to find somewhere to hide. Someone suddenly shouted, wow, she looks so real. That's the feed from the communication orb, right? Isaac poked his head out in surprise. What? Spotting the problem, he nudged Shuri and scolded. Christ, you scared me, tone it down. I thought she actually came. Shuri, bewildered, hugged himself and said, hey, what did I do wrong? But couldn't dodge it. Melissa's voice rang out, you must be Isaac. It seems the rumors about you spreading quickly are true. So you've really broken the curse of the dried demon king. I'm quite impressed. Isaac wiped sweat in silent relief. Good thing this is just via the orb. Since we won't meet in person, she probably won't realize I'm the dried demon king. Suddenly Melissa added, I heard you were kidnapped by his followers recently, right? You must have suffered a lot. Isaac jumped, fearfully breaking out in sweat. No way could she sense that even through the orb. Melissa bristled, her tone sharpening. Why do I feel the power of the dried demon king on you? Isaac stepped back in panic, thinking, shit, if I'm discovered, I'm done for. Melissa pressed on, what the hell is going on? Isaac took a wild chance and shouted, maybe it's because I swallowed the dried demon king's finger 10 years ago. As soon as he said it, the room fell quiet. Melissa punched her fist and laughed loudly. All right, I heard that from V. I mean, what are the chances he's actually here? Everyone sighed in relief, thinking, good thing I swallowed that finger. Melissa added, if he really were here, I'd skin him and hang him up. Isaac smugly mocked inwardly, how would you skin a skeleton? A child suddenly asked, did those people really come all the way here just to see the trainee priests? Nizer replied irritably, I heard the holy maiden doesn't get involved in family affairs. What are they doing here? Lee turned and said, because I'm interested in you, the third child of the Crimson family. Nizer startled me. Lee grinned and explained, I heard you were chosen to inherit the family headship, yet you lost all your people in the harmony test and were foolish enough to get your team punished. Hearing that, Nizer felt as if struck by an invisible punch. The kids nearby quickly steadied him. Nizer, snap out of it. Damn, is he really this crushed? Melissa paid him no mind and only praised. Anyway, Isaac, I've prepared a special gift to reward you for your recent efforts. Isaac, slightly intrigued, thought, a gift, money. Melissa continues, the gift is my ultimate technique, the most powerful holy attack, capable even of defeating the dried demon king. Isaac grimaced inwardly and groaned, I don't need that. But the kids were ecstatic. The holy maiden's ultimate move, the divine power technique, you can't buy that with money. It's basically an upgraded version of holy power. The kids following Nizer panicked and yelled, heard that, at this rate the Azure will overtake us. Nizer ground his teeth and cursed, damn it, this will only make that kid more arrogant. Suddenly a boy stepped forward and shouted loudly, no way. He thought smugly, you think the holy maiden will overlook you poisoning your teammates? I'll tell everything and strip you of the right to stay here. He is the fallen count's son, Nizer's top spy. Holy Maiden, I have something to report about Isaac. Isaac gave us poison to pass the harmony test. Those words left Melissa stunned in place. The boy continued sobbing as he recounted. A candidate for sainthood used poison. Can you believe it, Holy Maiden? Melissa stammered, what poison? Nizer rejoiced inwardly. Well done, finally you're useful. Deal with that brat and I'll bring you onto my team. Melissa shouted coldly. Isaac, do you think poison alone is sufficient? Poison is one of the least effective ways to train willpower. You're doing a pathetic job. The boy, flustered, rushed forward and cried out, wait, Holy Maiden, Isaac really beat us black and blue. Melissa was shocked again. What? She continued to lecture Isaac. Listen carefully, Isaac, beating flesh and skin does nothing for training. From now on, remember to break bones, that's how they'll become stronger. To atone, I'll personally break their bones in place of Isaac. The boy screamed, not knowing whom to beg, and Lee intervened. No, you can't. He'll die if you do that. Just as everyone exhaled, Lee suggested, let me do it instead. Don't worry, I'll be quick. Feeling sorry for him, Isaac stepped forward to take charge. I'll handle it myself. Lee, a bit doubtful, really. Isaac grabbed the dumb kid and whispered, see, if you'd listened when I threatened you, you wouldn't be suffering now. From now on, you'll be my meat shield and subordinate. The unlucky boy could only scream inwardly. These Joshua family people are insane. A while later, inside the private room, Isaac wiggled his ear and listened as Melissa asked, hey, do you want to become the head of a family? He mumbled in reply, yes. Lee then asked, if you become the head, what will you do? Isaac didn't hesitate and said, definitely wipe out the Holy Maidens. Shuri panicked and shouted, you lunatic. But Lee patiently asked, why? Isaac bluntly answered, because Holy Maidens are unnecessary. Shuri begged miserably, please, I'm begging you. Isaac covered his mouth, stood up and said, I'll personally deal with the dry demon king. So why don't you stop being a holy maiden? That remark frightened Lee into silence. She could only look at Melissa. Melissa did not get angry, she even smiled. I can't do that, I committed a sin I should never have committed. Lee hesitated. There was one time in my life when I had the chance to destroy the dry demon king. A perfect opportunity to wipe him out forever. But I couldn't do it, I'm not even sure why. Perhaps the gods will never forgive that. I am the reason the Dew family was cursed. Isaac was surprised to hear that. Melissa continued, to break the curse, we must defeat the dry demon king. That's the burden I must bear. Isaac didn't understand and repeated, a sin you should never have committed. Melissa only smiled silently, offering no answer. Lee also tensed, guessing there must be a reason she couldn't kill the dry demon king. Suddenly, Melissa changed the subject and said with a smile, that's why I wanted to meet you today. Looking at what Melissa produced, Shuri stammered, is that the Holy Maiden's emblem? Isaac propped his chin and tried to recall. The Holy Maiden's emblem is unique in the world. Its value is immeasurable. Why would Melissa give this to me? Melissa continued, I've heard your offensive holy techniques are rather weak, so I've infused my power into this. With it, you'll be able to use divine force at any time. The remaining 5 color tests can't be passed by purification magic alone, so use this. I'll stop by the holy nation Helen soon, then I'll teach you how to deal with the dried demon king. See you later. As soon as she finished, she vanished. Isaac grumbled bitterly to himself, get out and never come back. Lee stood up and said, well, I have to go too. Isaac also stood to leave, but Lee paused and gently asked, Isaac, tell me, do you have a monocore? Isaac went pale and looked ill. This brat discovered I created a monocore. Even Melissa didn't notice. How does she know? Should I kill her right here? But Lee rubbed her chin and mumbled, or did I misjudge? The thing inside was the monocore from the annex, right? Isaac hurriedly went along. Ah yes, a monocore, that's right. Isaac touched his chest and muttered, oh damn, I forgot I haven't absorbed it yet. I thought I could unseal it with holy magic, but I still can't. What the hell is it? Nothing works. Suddenly, Lee took off her necklace and said, you can break that seal with this necklace. Isaac brightened with joy and respectfully raised his hands to accept it. This girl not only knows about the monocore, but also gave me a way to solve it. Jackpot. Lee hesitated and warned, still, I'm not sure you can really use it. But it seems you're trying to restore the family's secret art, right? Isaac couldn't comprehend what. Lee asked further. After eliminating the holy maidens, what will you do? Isaac flamboyantly replied, become a rich freeloader. Lee snorted and walked away. All right, I'm off. Make sure I see you again after your training period. Isaac stared after her with wide eyes, thinking, this girl is weird too. A moment later, an Azure soldier suddenly glanced in. Lee passed by and said, let's go. The soldier hesitated and asked, Miss, that necklace could reveal the family's secret art, sir. Lee lowered her eyes and sighed, I know. The soldier didn't understand, so Lee added, it's a family heirloom. It was passed down directly by the head, so other direct descendants are eyeing it. Lee smiled and cut in, if it gets taken, that only proves that's all the value he has. The soldier sighed, but if he can protect the necklace, he'll become the successor. Lee wasn't too concerned and replied cheerfully, better that than him going to the Holy See. Recalling every word Isaac had just said, wiping out the holy maidens, personally dealing with the dried demon king. She couldn't help but burst out laughing again, peering out of the carriage and murmuring, make sure you actually do it, Isaac. Meanwhile, Isaac's eyes had lit up at the thought of money. That night, rain poured down over the Barit manor. Inside, a servant's voice rang out, "My lord Gowel, it's been a long time." Gowel replied coldly, "Are you well?" The servant respectfully, "Am well, sir. How is the Joshua family?" Gowel sneered, "What do you think? They're still a pile of trash as always." The servant echoed, "Indeed, Joshua is full of hypocrites." That made Gowel hesitate slightly. He was actually afraid he might relent toward them. But inwardly, Gowel thought differently. Something must have happened at the investiture ceremony. The clergyman who oversaw Isaac's investiture was found dead in the monster forest. Was it serious enough that they had to silence him? And now the Imperial Yellow family wants to adopt Isaac too. There's no way they'd do that unless they were crazy. Too many strange things are happening here. Damn it. Even though my mother belongs to that family, if I dig too deep I might end up dead. A moment later in the family's secret chamber, Gowel instructed, "I want to rest for a while. Do not enter until I call." The servant bowed respectfully, "Yes, sir." Alone, Gowel told himself, "Relent, me who handed Joshua over to Red Robe Burrit. Sometimes I think I've been too close to the Joshua family, yet I feel nothing for that damned clan." Lost in thought, Gowel slowly walked into Burrit's office and moved deeper into the archive to check the records. The investiture of Isaac Joshua. There it was, the mark of the god who chose Isaac. Everything belongs to me. The more he read, the more appalled Gowel became. The greatest god. So that's it. This is why the papal Burrit family orchestrated all of this. This isn't for the Holy See. It's for the survival of the Burrit family. No, it's about the survival of the entire empire. Back at Isaac's place, he threw a pile of items onto the floor. Whisper asked excitedly, "Is this money enough to buy the weapon to break the binding orb?" Isaac wiped his sweat and nodded. "Yeah, I think it's enough for now. But the problem is the anti-demon stone." Whisper added, "It not only nullifies mana but is also immune to magic, aura, and even holy power. Headache-inducing." Isaac got increasingly angry. "They dared turn my subordinate's binding orb into anti-demon stone? Those bastards." Whisper joked, "Maybe because that's the only way to take down a level 9 demon king." After a while, Isaac sighed in resignation. "Forget it, I'll try unsealing the mana core first." Whisper perked up immediately, "So you're finally going to absorb it." Isaac took it out and smiled. "According to Lee, this should help me break the seal, right? I've never seen anything like this before." As he spoke, he brought the necklace closer, his eyes shining bright as he cried out, "Look, it's opening." The box completely broke free of its seal. The mana inside leaked out bit by bit. Isaac shouted, "Hurry up and eat it." Whisper yelled excitedly. But there was too much mana. Whisper tried to bite at the opening but couldn't keep up with the leakage. Isaac happily reached out. "There's more mana than I thought. This amount is more than enough to raise my spell rank. Now I can freely cast high-level spells." The two of them howled and screamed with glee over the pile of mana in the room. Whisper opened its mouth wide, trying to swallow as much as possible, while Isaac took the chance to reach out and absorb it. As they reveled, Isaac's expression suddenly froze, staring in shock as the hand absorbing the mana turned into dried bone. "What the hell is this?" After a while, the room was completely drained of mana, but the corner of the bed where Isaac sat was shrouded in darkness. He looked at his hand in dismay and cursed it under his breath. "Those damned bones again. Damn it, it's definitely a curse." The curse turned the dried demon king into the strongest demon king, a reversal between life and death. Whisper asked confusedly, "Will that curse take over your body?" Isaac denied it. "My body has been blessed many times. It won't be easily consumed." The curse only suddenly strengthened because the amount of mana absorbed increased too quickly. Whisper realized, so the balance was broken. They began arguing. "I can bolster holy power to suppress the curse, but then I'd have to live like a pious sheep again. What a hassle. Your body can automatically convert mana into divine mana, or you could wait longer, but who knows how long that would take, or siphon some mana from the Holy Maiden's emblem. That's wasteful. At worst, you'd be discovered and burned alive." "No choice, I'll use the 5-color test." This made the carefree Whisper jump in surprise. Isaac analyzed, "If I exploit the heresy test of the Crimson family skillfully, I can greatly increase my divine power. For now, I'll seal my right hand." Before he could act, someone called out, "Isaac." Shuri opened the door and asked, "What are you doing in here?" Isaac panicked. "Oh no." He hurriedly stood up, hid his right hand, and forced a smile. "You're here too." But this made Shuri suspicious. "Why are you laughing to yourself? You're scaring me. Why are you hiding your hand? Are you hurt?" Isaac denied it. "Hurt? Oh no, I'm fine." Shuri didn't believe him and grabbed his right hand. "Not fine, let me see it." Under close inspection, he was startled and stumbled back. "What the bones is that bone?" Whisper flew over and suggested, "Master, quickly use a memory wipe spell." Isaac hissed via telepathy, "No, if I use it on someone else I'll be discovered." Unexpectedly, Shuri trembled as she pointed at him and said, "I didn't expect you to be morally corrupt and physically like this too. Is your rotten morality because your body has decayed inside? You should have said something when this happened. I already thought you were evil for no reason." This made Isaac jump. What? His mind immediately leapt to the family curse. The Joshua lineage produces either useless offspring or talented ones with grave defects. Shuri clutched her head and lamented. "An ancestor once suffered exactly like this. But how are you both disabled and morally corrupt?" Isaac gritted his teeth at the question, silently cursing, "Should I just kill him?" But Shuri was genuinely worried and said, "First, tell the Lord and get you treated. Although you won't live long, there should still be a way to extend your life. Isaac grimaced, shouting inside his head, that would expose me as the Dry Demon King. So he put his hand on Shuri's shoulder and said, don't tell the Lord or the others. I don't want our family to worry. Besides, the 5-color test is much more important right now. I want to personally destroy the Dry Demon King's subordinates before I die. His Hollywood-level acting immediately moved Shuri. Isaac turned away and said, don't worry, I won't die that easily. I have a plan. Shuri, impatient, a plan? Tell me, I'll help you. Isaac curled a sly grin, his wicked face turning back as he said, then I need you to deliver something to Cardinal Crimson. 20 days later, inside the dining hall, the trainee clerics muttered, Isaac, that bastard. Who would plant a bomb in the latrine? And that's not all. Yesterday, he laced the food with cyanide. He even pumped poison gas into my pillow. Isaac sat nearby, frowning, and asked, don't you like my personal training plan? They all leapt up in protest. Training your head? That's assassination. One couldn't help himself and pulled out a paper to challenge. What else? 1. Fall off a cliff and die. 2. Killed by demons. 3. Beaten to death. 4. Die. However, Isaac cheerfully replied, what else? That's your objective. Saying that, he turned to one side and said, once you've eaten, put this on. It looks suspicious. What's this? A sandbag. You expect us to do physical training? We're clerics, not knights. Isaac didn't care, walked over to the pile and replied, the next 5-color test is coming up. We need to train physically, right? The kids objected. What are you talking about? The next test is the Imperial Yellows. Isn't their test supposed to require intelligence? Isaac innocently said, oh, I changed the order of the exams. Next is the physical test of the Crimson faction. The kids doubted. You changed the order. Isaac confirmed, yes, and I also changed the content of the test. The kids panicked. What on earth have you done? Isaac didn't want to argue further, clapped his hands and shouted, enough nonsense, put on the sandbags and run 50 laps around the training yard. They were instantly enraged. You're being absurd. You can't just change the exam order on a whim. And 50 laps, what the hell? Are you insane? The legendary milk bottle was raised again. The kids fell silent with dark faces. Isaac, like a demon, repeated, I misspoke. It's actually 100-meter laps. If we don't finish first this time, prepare to go down the golden stream. So run, you bloody dogs. The whole lot screamed in panic and took off. After a while, one who dropped his sandbag groaned, fine, I give up, I'm stopping. Why do we have to suffer so much? Isn't it enough to achieve the king rank twice? We've done it once, just wait for the Azure test and we'll get it again. Before he finished, Isaac suddenly loomed behind him and said, are you messing with me? We have to reach all 5 ranks. The guy was so scared he couldn't get up. 2 companions quickly tried to cover for him. Crimson and Yellow will never let us reach king rank. Besides, the next test was supposed to be Yellow's. Why are we being dragged to do physical training? The 5-color exam order is an imperial tradition. Who are you to change it? The proper order is white, yellow, azure, black, crimson. No sooner had he finished than someone suddenly burst into the room and shouted, everyone, something's up. The next test is Crimson's. Cardinal Crimson privately spoke with Cardinal Yellow and changed the order. The kid stood frozen. Holy crap. But Crimson's test is one-on-one combat. Worse, if you lose you fail outright. Suddenly, Isaac stepped forward and growled, so now have you decided what the next test is? Get moving and start training. A few days later, at the Empire's training center, a group of youngsters were walking down the corridor, led by Nizer with a scowl. Damn it, he couldn't believe his father agreed to Isaac's proposal. He recalled his father's words. Isaac said he'll show you something interesting. Attack it and give it your all. Now he couldn't help feeling resentful. Worse, this time it's not one-on-one but team combat. Whatever Shuri Joshua leading the Azure team was nothing to worry about. Except for Isaac, the others were easy to handle. No way the Crimson family, a clan of fighters, would lose. Thinking that, he marched out confidently and shouted, come on brothers, let's fight, wipe them out in a flash. But when he arrived, his expression changed drastically. On the high dais, 2 cardinals were seated. But Cardinal Crimson wasn't looking that way, he was staring elsewhere. Over there, the group led by Isaac was stepping forward, and notably Kina had suddenly joined Isaac's team. Isaac smiled and explained to the usher, oh, about this, my food taster had stomach pains since breakfast. Luckily, I found a replacement. She's an apprentice anyway, so it should be fine. Confidence instantly flipped to extreme panic, and the crowd erupted. What? Kina Barit on the Azure team? She's as strong as a senior cleric. Cardinal Crimson was also reluctant. Cardinal Yellow, this has gone too far. Why did you let Kina join Azure's team? While they were still speaking, he saw Cardinal Yellow's grandiose expression and was left speechless. He knows nothing either. On the field, Kina asked softly, if I handle those bugs, will you train with me and teach me some powerful moves? AI smiled and said, of course. Kina, satisfied, then let's do it. But to Nizer, it was like the end of the world. He couldn't accept it and shouted, this is cheating. She's not even an apprentice anymore. Why is someone of her caliber appearing in an apprentice's match? Before the matter could blow up, Kina cut in. You're wrong, I declined promotion to senior cleric and gave up all privileges, so I can remain an apprentice longer, just like Isaac Joshua. The spectators gaped with sweat beading on their brows, seeing the tense atmosphere take hold. Kina turned to the instructor and asked, has the referee made a decision? The instructor awkwardly held his head. Kina Burit is still officially recognized as a junior cleric and she hasn't participated in any 5-color exams. So there's no rule forbidding her from taking part. Isaac was pleased to hear this, while NHI couldn't stand it and shouted, damn it, nonsense. Even if we all rushed in together, we might not win. And if more join, we're screwed. But if it's one-on-one between captains, there's still a chance. Thinking that, his gaze shifted to Shuri. Isaac noticed his strange attitude and stepped forward to tease, what's the matter, constipated? See, I told you to go first. Shuri timidly whispered, after this is over, your hand will recover, right? Isaac smiled reassuringly. Yes, once I have more holy power, it will be fine. But Shuri couldn't understand and said, you should be the captain, honestly. To be honest, we've come this far because of you. From me becoming class leader and topping the test, to passing the harmony test, it's all thanks to you. Hearing him lay it out like that, Isaac scowled and snapped, what? Well, it's true I'm a good teacher, but few can keep up. Yet you managed it, that left Shuri stunned. And after a moment, she retorted, still, Nizer is not to be underestimated, but Isaac sternly warned, if you do exactly as I say, even facing that annoying redhead won't be a problem. Shuri regained confidence, joyful and admiring. Isaac, he started to say, but then changed tone. And if you lose, I'll personally dress you down, understood? Shuri's mood sank, she was speechless. A moment later, the instructor shouted, the match will begin in 5 minutes. Both teams prepare to fight. Isili prayed anxiously, Lord Isaac. Although Kina is on their team, I still think the situation is unfavorable for both Isaac and Shuri. Those damn Crimson family dared to use holy sorcery to devastate the kids. On the floor, Isaac's apprentices looked like rabid dogs and had to be restrained. Isaac casually held the lead rope and said with a smile, now, not yet, don't be so hasty. The scene flustered Rilai. Isili hesitated. That looks more like the Azure clan's holy sorcery, I think. Lord Isaac asked me to teach him that spirit-stimulating holy spell. Rilai couldn't believe his eyes. That is the spirit-stimulating holy spell? Isili awkwardly, I guess so. But it was supposed to only boost morale so people wouldn't fear the enemy. Rilai was shocked at the sight below. Why do they look like beasts? Isaac at the center thought joyfully to himself, this is a secret I've never revealed. Spirit stimulation combined with stimulant herbs creates a bestial transformation. I've already prepped their physiques to undergo the beast transformation. Now it's time to exploit it to the fullest. At that moment, numerous formation arrays appeared above the arena. Isaac looked up joyfully, it's starting. Formation arrays lit up one by one. Illusions of divine trees sprouting and growing without end. The legion knelt and bowed, and the excited crowd shouted. That is the patron deity of the Crimson family, the god of justice. Shuri led his group in kneeling and called out, pray quickly. Whoever has the stronger faith will be blessed by the Crimson family's god and gain the advantage. He pressed his palms together respectfully, thinking we must win. Unexpectedly, when Isaac saw the deity's face, he couldn't help himself and flung the legendary feeding bottle, smashing the statue into 100 pieces in one blow. Then he muttered to himself, I didn't mean to. The statue's head hit the ground. Shuri couldn't believe it and lunged forward to scold him. Isaac, you still haven't kicked that habit. Isaac pretended to ignore it. Don't make a fuss. Nizer couldn't contain himself and roared, did Isaac Joshua just destroy the Crimson family's god? Isaac decapitated the statue. Kina's face darkened as well. Isaac, did you just destroy a deity's statue? How on earth did you do that? Some holy spell, right? Can you teach me? Seeing him take her spotlight, Shuri panicked. Why did you learn that, besides destroying a deity's head? Kina snapped back annoyed, so what? Apart from the yellow family's god, the other gods mean nothing to me. Shuri was at a loss for words and gave a wry smile. May the gods save even this one. Suddenly Shuri grabbed Isaac by the collar and shouted, Isaac, you bastard. You were just testing the arena's durability, right? That's insane, apologize. Isaac looked exhausted. Fine, is that apology enough? Then the group looked up at where the two cardinals were seated. Cardinal Crimson smiled and murmured, this kid is unpredictably troublesome. Seeing him fall would be entertaining. Shuri panicked inwardly. Are they going to interrogate Isaac? Suddenly Cardinal Yellow interjected. If we're discussing the issue, didn't the Crimson family themselves allow the statue to be destroyed? The head of this household permitted an apprentice cleric to use magic to destroy the statue. Perhaps we should reassess the Crimson family's faith. He thought to himself, I will not let you touch Isaac. Immediately, the two cardinals faced off fiercely, with no quarter given. After a moment, Cardinal Crimson yielded. The venomous man forced a smile and said, calling a heresy investigation over a few apprentice clerics is a bit much. Let us continue the 5-color exam. Shuri heard this and was overjoyed. Suddenly a voice rang in Enhai's ear. This is an order. Enhai immediately looked up at his father. His face darkened as he glared down. Make Isaac Joshua into a cripple. A moment later, the instructor stepped forward to announce the rules. The rules for the Crimson test are very simple. Find the real necklace among the fake ones. The team that finds the real necklace first wins. The holder of the real necklace will be chosen by each team's captain, and once chosen, the holder cannot be changed. Shuri tensely calculated. Choosing who holds the necklace is crucial. The instructor added there are 3 ways to identify the real necklace. First, capture the opposing captain and force a confession. Second, use deduction to guess who is holding the real necklace. And finally, defeat the entire opposing team and collect all the necklaces. Team captains proceed to distribute the necklaces. No sooner had he finished, Nizer immediately commanded, everyone regroup, don't worry, they're just the weak Azure family. Meanwhile, Shuri stepped closer to the instructor, his expression extremely serious, and said, I want to resign as captain. The instructor flustered. What? At that moment, Isaac flew into a rage, grabbed him up and shouted, what the hell are you doing? Distribute the necklaces now. Shuri angrily yelled, wait. On the other side, Isaac and Nizer quietly rejoiced. That Shuri really is weak, truly dumb. He should have volunteered to be captain. What's there to fear from the Azure lot? Just watch out for Kina and everything else will be fine. She knows how to hunt monsters, but that doesn't mean she knows how to deal with people. A bunch of idiots, really. After a moment, the instructor signaled to start the match, and Nizer's side drew their weapons boldly, each full of confidence. There was no reason to fear those weak Azure kids. But the instant the sound began, their faces went ashen and black as ash. What the hell is this? Isaac, as if possessed, charged forward alone with a roar. He was extremely excited. This was a legitimate test where he could give those annoying clerics a real thrashing. Yes, he had to take full advantage. Shuri was terrified of his teammate. Is that even a human face? The kids from Crimson tried to encourage each other, so the Azure planned to unsettle us with those faces. Don't be afraid, they won't dare attack because of the code of honor. They can only defend. No sooner had he finished speaking than Isaac leapt into the air, happily undoing his shirt buttons and muttering, now those apprentice clerics will learn a lesson. He pulled out an upgraded golden bracelet, transforming it into a spiked chain mace, and charged forward, swinging a massive strike while shouting, hand over your captain, boom. The floor was dented into a deep crater. The kids weren't hit but were blown back by the shockwave. The group panicked and asked each other, is that really the Azure team? What the hell is this? I thought they were supposed to be honorable. Isaac didn't care. Like a grim reaper, he advanced threateningly. If you want to stay alive, hand over your captain now. Isaac surged forward like an earthquake, shouting, hand over your captain now. Nizer panicked, waved, and shouted orders. Someone come over here and help. Hold the line, do not fall back. While he spoke, Kina crouched, gathered momentum, and launched herself straight at him. Her speed so great that the kids stared after her in astonishment. Stop her, pretend to attack. Nizer carefully watched Kina's hand about to touch him and clenched his teeth, thinking, just as I thought, you're truly talented, Kina, but it's still not enough. He sneered coldly, I've seen through everything you plan to do. As soon as Kina touched him, Nizer's image vanished from the spot. Kina glanced back and saw Nizer appear there, astonished and thinking, a wholly dividing illusion. Nizer, not daring to delay, shouted, grab her. The kids quickly closed in and surrounded Kina, and simultaneously used level 5 binding repentance holy spells. Kina was hit by the spell and powerless, grit her teeth and stood still watching, as Nizer took the opportunity to vanish. He reappeared right beside the Azure family's kids. He shouted excitedly, catch them. Another group of kids received the order and charged at the Azure family. Got them? Nizer seized the chance as the two sides clashed in chaos and rushed through, confidently thinking, this isn't much different from ordinary beast transformation spells. At worst, it only makes you a little stronger. Found you, Shuri. Let me take an arm or two of yours as a souvenir. Thinking that, he gathered holy power in his palms. Above, Rilai and Asili looked down anxiously. Lord Rilai, isn't that a holy spell? Be careful. Nizer resolutely lunged at Shuri. Shuri sweated, gritted his teeth, and cursed inwardly. Damn it, Isaac's words keep echoing in my head. He'll be fine, Shuri. Just do as I say and we'll win. Nizer will surely try every way to fight you one-on-one. After all, he has always looked down on you. Thinking that, Shuri slowly raised his hand, assuming a stance to prepare for combat. The scene only excited Nizer more. It's over for you, you idiot. Suddenly, Shuri's pupils emitted a cold light. Nizer's full-force attack collided with Shuri and was stopped. Rilai gaped in disbelief. Shuri. Isaac, unconcerned, looked over and smiled. That's right. Show them you're not weak. Shuri gritted his teeth, grabbed Nizer's wrist and snarled, you're the idiot. Before Nizer could comprehend, Shuri's other hand grabbed his collar, yanked hard and threw him backward. Shuri followed up with a knee strike, sending Nizer sprawling on the floor. Nizer's eyes rolled back, drained of strength and unable to resist. Only then did Shuri let go, thinking, Do you know why we aren't supposed to use the family's techniques on humans? Because they only work on demonkind. No, it's because humans can't withstand them. Shuri stared coldly at the unconscious Nizer. The entire arena silent without a sound. Shuri, furious, ground his teeth. Shouted, never underestimate the Azure like that. Isaac's side cheered excitedly, while Nizer's side panicked, not knowing what to do. Kina, trapped in the middle, frowned and analyzed. Shuri doesn't have that kind of power. Someone must have secretly used a holy spell to boost him. Seeing traces of holy power still on Shuri's body, she immediately turned her gaze to the mocker over there, certain it was Isaac's doing. Isaac, not yet satisfied, called out loudly to Shuri, finish it. Shuri sweated and stammered, all right, then let me take the necklace. Hearing that trembling voice, Isaac angrily snapped, hey, bring Distrokletter 1EB1NG hawing in and finish him off. Shuri stood up to respond, okay, I know. By chance, Nizer regained consciousness and clutched his head. Was immediately grabbed by the collar by Shuri, who shouted, Nizer Sepet, tell me where the real necklace is. Nizer doubted his ears. What, you think I realize heir will confess under this kind of interrogation? Shuri, helpless, covered his face and pleaded, spill it, you bastard, I'm begging you, only then will you get out of here alive. Nizer questioned existence. Is this guy insane? He angrily shouted, shut up, you crazy bastard. I've learned every torture method needed to inherit the family. How could you? While still shouting, Shuri coldly stood up and lifted his leg like a demon demanding a life. Seeing this, Nizer turned pale and stammered, unable to speak. Wait. Immediately, a heart-piercing pain hit him and made him jump. In the stands, the audience trembled, sweating. What a terrifying sound. Can someone from the Azure family really do this? It's horrifying. Shuri ground his teeth at their chatter, while Isaac showed obvious amusement on his face. On the arena, Nizer's wailing screams kept echoing. His face tortured beyond recognition. Shuri coldly warned, I told you to confess quickly. Nizer's side immediately rushed over to aid. Shuri, you bastard. Kina immediately intervened, stay where you are. He lightly planted the tip of his foot on the arena floor, and a wide area paralytic holy spell was cast. The entire stands blazing with the radiance of the magic array. Nizer cursed bitterly inwardly, damn it, were they pretending to be captured? They even knew where the necklace was hidden already. But why did it hit? Shuri also broke out in sweat, muttering, all right, then let me take the necklace. Nizer immediately shifted his gaze to another direction, glanced at Isaac's sneer and shouted in his mind, could he have planned everything? Nizer's kids, still displeased, crawled forward and cursed. Are you doing all this just to force Nizer to talk? But no matter what, Nizer won't tell you. Isaac raised his eyes and asked, what are you talking about? Don't you all already know where the necklace is hidden? Then he pulled out the ancestral ring, its unique effect absorbing holy power worn on his hand. The kids, seeing this, hurriedly begged, wait, I'll tell you where it's hidden. But Isaac didn't care. He swung the mace down on them and barked, stop talking, let's begin. After a while, Isaac produced the ruby set necklace, stamped on Nizer's kids and shouted, found it. The judges immediately declared the Azure team the winners. Cheers rose without cease, hail the Azure faith, but Shuri couldn't hear it. Incredulous, he looked at his hand as excited murmurs spread. So the rumor of the Azure faith's return was true. They even managed to bring the Pope's grandson to their side. Riley also clenched his fists in excitement. Well done, Isaac Joshua. Suddenly, a kid came up behind him and exclaimed, no wonder he's the youngest priest in the Empire. Give the winners who have blessed this arena with a spectacular performance a well-deserved reward. The person who just arrived was the Crown Prince of the Holy Nation of Helen, Chapel Alex Freck Hella. Seeing the Crown Prince, Riley hurriedly bowed, I pay homage to the second son of the Holy Nation. The Crown Prince casually praised, you have truly outstanding grandchildren. How would you feel if I gifted them priest uniforms? Riley happily agreed at once, of course, your highness. That will make the children shine even more in the upcoming exam. Garments bestowed by the royal family are practically heirlooms. The Crown Prince cheerfully offered, then may I stop by when the tailor arrives? Riley was a little embarrassed. Yes, aren't you quite busy, your highness? You don't have to. The Crown Prince smiled and cut him off. I want to meet them in person. Riley wondered suspiciously, they are only 2 trainee priests, why would he want to meet them? Suddenly, the Crown Prince added, ah yes, consider it a small extra gift. You'd better advise your youngest grandson to skip the golden test. The Pope intends to kill Isaac. As soon as he finished, Riley hurriedly looked down at the arena, saw Isaac standing there unharmed, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, whispering, thank you, your highness, but he'll be fine. A moment later, inside the waiting room, the kids' excited voices rang out, hey, did you hear? The Crown Prince intends to gift us uniforms. Really? And we ranked first this time, we're making quite a splash. Amid the crowd, Isaac scowled, stared ahead and snapped, hey, aren't you going home? The test is over, I don't need you anymore. Kina continued calmly sipping his tea, as if he hadn't heard. His attendant worriedly advised, he's right, you should go. The housemaster is looking for you. Kina angrily set his teacup down and barked. No, you told me to join the Azure family, remember. This frightened the attendants pale and left them speechless. Isaac sneered in rebuttal, when did I say that? Kina replied nonchalantly, last night. Isaac scowled and snapped, don't make things up, that was only for the Crimson test. who allowed you to officially become a priest of the Azure family. This left Kina temporarily at a loss. The attendant exhaled in relief, then a moment later retorted, "Suit yourself, I agreed to become an Azure priest, so I'm staying here." The attendant breathed easier but immediately grew alert again. "Master." Kina turned and instructed, "Tell my father I'm not returning yet." The Azure family's attendant snapped angrily, "Just leave already." The Crimson family's attendant fretted, "Master." But Kina was determined and thought to himself, he definitely used a holy spell on Shuri yesterday. But what was that power? And on top of that, the Crown Prince plans to gift them garments. Gifting clothes is basically staking a claim. All 5 faiths are under the Pope's control. Could the Crown Prince be opposing the Pope? Thinking this, Kina slammed the table and declared, "Anyway, I want the reward for helping you with the Crimson test, but since you're so busy, I'll stay here with you." The attendant silently lamented, "But if Cardinal H learns of this, the whole family will be thrown into chaos." Kina didn't bother to argue further. "If you want, I can help you win the remaining tests. I'll even deal with those Crimson priests for you and help the Azure priest execute the Dry King's subordinates. What do you say?" Isaac didn't care and turned away, saying, "No need, just get lost for me." That attitude drove Kina mad. "What? You said you'd teach me. I won't go anywhere until you teach me. If you're so good, drag me outside then." With that, he flopped down and staged a tantrum in the middle of the room. Isaac was exasperated. "Are you stupid? I'm only using you. Now go away." But Kina stayed lying there, refusing to budge. "Say what you want. I fulfilled the deal. I'll take what you promise." Isaac snapped irritably. "I said later. I'm busy now. Leave before I change my mind." Kina, angered, demanded, "Are you going to break your word?" But he had no choice and coughed, conceding, "Fine, I'll wait." Once the apprenticeship before he finished, Isaac cut him off. "I'm out of patience, I'm canceling. Besides, I have disciples who obey far better than you." Kina wasn't convinced and jumped up. "Disciples who obey more than me? Who?" Isaac pointed behind him. "Who else would it be but Shuri? There." Kina instantly shot a bullet-like glare at Shuri. "That guy, yes, him." Kina, not accepting it, stomped and asked again, "You mean that guy is better than me? If I prove I'm better than him right now, will you teach me?" Shuri, dragged into it, screamed and wailed, "Why are you dragging me into this?" Isaac still teased, propping himself up with his hand. "Depends on how you perform." Hearing that, Kina ran up and stared straight into Shuri's face. The next day in the Holy Sea's banquet hall, the kids sat eating, eyes wide, whispering, "What's that? The Azure team's seating is really fancy. Seems like their food is different from ours. I heard their chamber was upgraded too, so if you rank first in the test, you get special treatment like that." Relay was also present, holding a glass of wine and lost in thought. "I didn't expect them to rank Isaac's team first. What criteria does the Holy See use to judge?" Suddenly someone stepped up behind him and called out, "You must be pleased that the Azure team won, right?" Relay startled and turned. Cardinal Paris approached with a smile. "Long time no see, Relay. I hear you're about to reach rank 9, is that so? At your age, that's truly impressive. But the head of the Joshua family must be worrying a lot. Because the only capable successor, you, Relay, don't have much time left." "Ah, pardon me, even if longevity weren't an issue, the role of family head might still be beyond you. After all, you can't have children. But still, your grandson is truly outstanding. Master must be proud." Mentioning Isaac put Relay on guard immediately. "What do you mean?" Cardinal Paris waved his hand. "Forgive my teasing. Even as a third son, our family's heir was utterly defeated in front of the royal family and other nobles." Relay, helpless, thought to himself, "Indeed, the family sees through people. Perhaps they already know about the Joshua family curse." He wasn't wrong, and anyway, I never intended to be family head. As long as he doesn't harm Isaac. At that thought, Relay froze. Cardinal Paris suddenly approached the kids, turned directly toward Isaac and called out. Isaac, the boy beside him, hurriedly shook him. "Hey, Isaac, he's calling you." Isaac, annoyed while eating, muttered, "Damn it, why do they have to interrupt me while I'm eating?" But he still turned back to greet, "Yes, Your Eminence." Cardinal Paris smiled and asked lightly, "What's the interesting thing you said you'd show me? I haven't seen anything yet." Isaac asked back innocently, "You haven't seen?" "It's the sight of me crushing your son." The moment he spoke, the room fell silent. Isaac didn't care and pointed at him, asking, "Well, do you find it entertaining?" Shuri screamed, stammering, "Why would you say that to the Crimson family?" Isaac remained unconcerned and retorted, "What? Why? Afraid he'll run his mouth?" Shuri quickly covered his mouth and warned, "They're always hunting the Dry King's viper, don't provoke them." Isaac stayed casual, "So what?" Cardinal Paris didn't take offense and kept smiling. "In any case, I have high hopes for the Azure family. It seems you've learned an interesting skill. I don't know why, but I can sense dark mana in you." Isaac broke out in a sweat, knowing that gaze was a holy detection spell, but he forced a smile and replied, "Have you forgotten? I ate part of the Dry King when I was a child. If seeing me crush your son isn't entertaining enough, would you like me to repeat the performance during the Golden Test?" At those words, everyone stared at Kina, wondering if he intended to attack the Cardinal's son. Kina, unaware, froze and looked at the group. What's wrong?" Unexpectedly, Cardinal Paris was very intrigued. So what do you intend to ask of me this time? Isaac, ignoring Shuri clutching his head in despair, smiled and answered. Ah, it's not difficult. I want to meet the demons serving the Dry King. So you just give me the keys to their prison. Cardinal Paris grew pale at that and immediately turned to leave. I can give you the keys if you return safely, but I don't know if that's feasible. You may not even come back from the golden test. The kids went pale at that. Isaac didn't care and sneered. What nonsense is this bastard spouting now? At that moment, a kid ran in holding a paper and shouted, "Everyone, we've received the mission for the golden test." The others curiously asked, what's it about? The boy shouted, "It's an expedition." Cardinal Paris explained, "In this test, you'll need to recover items that the holy nation of Helen lost in each region. Aren't you curious where your Azure team will be sent? To Grayshiandia, the mysterious empire." At those words, the kids went pale. Shuri sprang up tense. Grayshiandia is Helen's mortal enemy. They want us to go to a country that wants to kill priests. A few other kids also jumped up to complain. It's right next to demon territory. Are they insane? Do they really want us to go there? Recently, many holy knights and guards have been kidnapped in that area. It's said the culprit is a high-ranking demon that ate priests during the golden test 14 years ago. Clearly, that area is still sealed off for investigation. Hearing this, Isaac buried his face in his hands and sat in silence. Cardinal Paris stepped forward to reassure them. How pitiful. But you needn't be that afraid. I can change the location by my authority. The kids eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, Isaac, please beg him just this once. Isaac withdrew his hand and wearing an innocent look asked, "Really? You'll change the location for us?" At the same time, in the Azure Manor in the capital, Rilai's voice echoed through the estate. This is huge. This is insane. They're planning to send the kids to the land of the mages. On top of that, they also have to rescue kidnapped holy knights. This is clearly an S-rank mission. It's basically sending the kids to their deaths. If they don't cancel it right now, I'll tear this place apart. Seeing Rilai getting carried away, Gowel cut in. Calm down, father's already as furious as you. He even threw, no wait, he's already gone there to make a scene. He added, grinding his teeth in annoyance. Those bastards clearly want to get Isaac killed. Since our father has gone, they'll probably adjust the test. Given the current situation, they can't assign apprentices diplomatic impact missions. They likely just want to warn us not to be too arrogant. That remark left Rilai a bit surprised. Gowel explained further, anyway, I don't want Shuri to die there and don't worry too much. Even Isaac, if he's still coherent. Before he could finish, a servant burst in, shouting, "Sir, there's big news. Master Isaac on the other side." Cardinal Paris cheerfully praised, "That's right, Isaac, just tell me you want to live." But Isaac cut in, his face darkening, and cheekily retorted to him, "I find that place interesting. Why would I want to change the location?" At the house, a servant yelled, he has accepted the mission, leaving Rilai and Gowel speechless. Meanwhile, in the Black Domain within demon territory, a small demon came in to report. The demon sitting high above asked, "So you mean, you failed to kill the saint?" The small demon dared not raise his head and replied, "I sincerely apologize, my lord." Ash's face darkened as he muttered, "Well, it's fine. After all, the main goal was to create chaos. Seeing the power of our revered king firsthand was a major achievement. We even managed to smuggle a magical device into the holy nation's borders, once deemed inviolable. His Majesty is truly mighty. Even a small fraction of his power is terrifying." Suddenly, the small demon trembled and reported, "My lord, I sensed his power during the coronation ceremony." Ash repeated in surprise, "His?" The small demon confirmed, "Yes, it was the great Dry King." Hearing this, Ash lost his composure and leapt from his seat. "What? You sense the great Dry King's power from the kid who ate part of his body?" The small demon, sweating, confirmed, "Yes, I heard he was anointed and is currently being trained." Ash couldn't contain himself and shouted, "Heaven smiles on us. Although we can't do anything to him while he's inside his family's territory. Sooner or later, he'll have to take the Golden and Azure exams. A perfect opportunity for young priests and demons to hunt each other. Even a small portion of his power has made us this strong. Imagine how powerful we'd become if we could eat a piece of him directly. I want to know what that kid's flesh tastes like. I can't hold back any longer." Back where the young priests gathered, they buzzed and debated. "Have you heard about the mission assigned to the Azure team? The mission to that mysterious empire? Not only that, I've heard they also have to rescue a holy knight taken hostage. The Golden family really wants to shove them into a death trap. They'll definitely be slaughtered by those mages." Hearing the kids gossip, Shuri cursed inwardly, "Damn it, everyone thinks we're going to die. Doesn't anyone believe we'll succeed? But the worst part is, the Holy Knights are completely ignoring our team, which means we'll be in danger the moment we leave the border. Because both the demon clans and the bandits will surely attack as soon as we step out of the Empire." While thinking this, Isaac's annoying voice rang out, Those bastards are outrageous. Why won't anyone join our team? Those words pushed Shuri over the edge. He snapped, it's because of you. This mission isn't just hard, they're trying to send us to our deaths. Can't you see everyone's already writing their wills? Do you know what happened 14 years ago? In the Golden Test, Uncle realized Azure team was wiped out. Those words are hard to ignore. Recalling the Golden family's face, Shuri scolded silently. That vile cardinal, how dare he play such dirty tricks? If we refuse the mission, he'll squeeze our team, and if we accept, we'll surely die. Whatever, if we succeed, no one will dare belittle us anymore. Besides, this mission involves the mysterious empire and the high demons too. It's basically a monocore factory. Still smug, Shuri lunged over and shook him. Even so, we can still pick a holy knight, there might be a chance. We must grab the #1 holy knight from the royal knights, absolutely. Just as they clung to hope, someone stepped forward to crush it. Too bad, the #1 holy knights have already been chosen by the Golden team. The man who stepped forward was Count Molech. He added, not only that, my son and his friend have also been transferred over there. I really shouldn't have entrusted the kids to the Azure team just for past glory. Isaac wasn't intimidated and replied, you're quite short-sighted. Count, you'll be ostracized once we succeed. Shuri didn't give up and urged, if we can't get the #1 holy knight, take #2 or 3, just don't get #4. But Isaac didn't listen, and reasoned to himself, get a holy knight, where do those pretty ones even come from? He immediately dashed off, causing Shuri to panic and shout, good Isaac, sign a contract with the #2 holy knight. But Isaac walked past the exchange official, leaving him stunned. What? Isaac didn't bother to care. He turned his head back, then gave a thumbs up and flashed a confident smile. Shuri, puzzled, mimicked the thumbs up, thinking, did he actually do it? Unexpectedly, the official's words shattered that faint hope. The Azure team has chosen the #4 holy knights. Isaac nonchalantly returned, smiling, hey, good news. I've just signed a contract with the strongest team. The crowd couldn't hold back and screamed, are you insane? The #4 Holy Knights, also called the Expendables, they've never been accepted by the Holy Nation. They're humiliated as mere couriers. Although their skill surpasses even the Royal Knights, they deeply scorn the church. A while later, Isaac returned and was interrogated by Master Lei. Explain yourself, what the hell were you thinking? Isaac didn't hurry to answer but forced a smile, thinking, he does look genuinely angry. Whisper immediately pumped in, even if he burns the whole house down, he wouldn't be that mad. Understanding the situation, Isaac smiled and concluded, perhaps I should give him the answer he wants to hear. Then he began to explain, if I asked to switch missions, it would dishonor the Joshua family. And of course, I don't want that to happen. Before he finished, the patriarch cut him off. You talk about honor. He didn't believe him. Not knowing what to say, the patriarch added, a person who uses dark mana like you and you speak of honor. What is that expression supposed to mean? Do you think I don't know? I tolerated you because I considered you special, but now I can't trust you anymore. Isaac turned on the act and trembling said, I truly hate the Dry Demon King so much that I want to kill him. Whisper looked shocked and thought, wait, what kind of lie is that? Isaac continued in a burst, I lost my parents and was cursed, all because of that damned Dry Demon King. Besides, our family is mocked for failing to defeat him. I'm so ashamed I can't sleep. I will definitely destroy that Dry Demon King. The reason I used the Dry Demon King's power was only to investigate him. I will kill him myself and will do whatever it takes to achieve that. I must protect the Joshua family. If I abandon honor and live on miserably, then the Joshua family will live in shame and eventually be nothing but history. Inwardly added, so that later I can take this family for myself. After listening, the patriarch was brainwashed by the speech and thought, the boy really isn't lying. He nodded in praise. I've always said you don't need to sacrifice yourself for this family, but it seems you truly are one of us. You may fail this mission, just make sure everyone returns alive. If you come back safely, I will officially declare you my heir. Achieving more than he hoped, Isaac's sullen face broke into a smile as he replied, I understand. Thank you very much, sir. A few days later, on the outskirts of the capital, Isaac eagerly led the ragged kids and said, it's almost time, we'll meet the knights in this village. Shuri and the others followed behind, wiping tears and resolving, damn it, now that it's come to this we must survive at all costs. Whisper returned from patrol and reported to Isaac, sir, I've investigated the demon from 14 years ago. Isaac immediately sent a telepathic question, have you identified which one it was? Whisper replied, it was a demon from the Western Legion. Not one of the 14 retinue, but it might be someone you know. It seems to be an extremely brutal demon that rips young priests apart and eats them alive. Hearing this, Isaac ground his teeth and snarled, that bastard dared to break the rules I set, I'll show him how ruthless I can be. Whisper trailed behind, reminding, but please be careful, sir, you haven't fully recovered your strength yet. The kids trudged along struggling, unaware that A had already hidden nearby, and chuckled with delight, found you, you little runt. Meanwhile, in the palace in the crown prince's residence, the prince's astonished voice rang out. Really? Isaac chose the expendable Holy Knights team. The attendant respectfully reported, it seems he doesn't care about the knights you assigned, sir. It seems he isn't very good at judging people. The crown prince pondered this, then after a moment objected, "No, I think he has a keen eye." The attendant surprised, "Really?" The prince smiled with interest and explained, "The knight commander I sent is a half-spirit, meaning he'll be rather weak against demons." Hearing that, the attendant trembled. "Lord Shilon is a half-spirit? Did you send him as a test?" The prince stood and denied it. "No, although Shilon is weak against demons, his capabilities are still very reliable." But Isaac choosing the expendables is indeed interesting, because that whole Holy Knight team are half-demons. The attendant, flustered, analyzed, "The thing is they're hard to control. Haven't they even thrown priests to the demons before?" At the same time, at the rendezvous point of the Azure team, someone angrily pounded the table and shouted, "Why aren't they here yet? It's been over 5 hours. Do they want to pick a fight with us?" The one complaining and radiating killing intent was Derek, commander of the number 4 Holy Knights. The others in the team agreed, grumbling, "Maybe they're making us wait on purpose because of their bad reputation. If the Azure family is late like this, there must be a reason. Those filthy priests can't be allowed to look down on us." While still hurling insults, Isaac suddenly appeared and said with a smile, "Pleased to meet you, Commander Derek. It seems we arrived a bit late, huh?" Suddenly, someone stood close enough to startle Derek, who jumped back. Immediately, he launched an opening barb. "I've heard the Azure faith is strict about punctuality. Do you know what time it is?" Isaac sighed reluctantly. "None of us wanted this. We were ambushed by bandits and my arm got broken too. As if someone hired them to attack us. But I came as fast as I could. It's rude to keep people waiting." Saying that, he stared intently at Derek. Derek, twitchy, dodged and said, "Still, you should have been on time, right?" Isaac narrowed his eyes and growled, "What? Or do you think you're not capable enough to go with us?" Derek scowled and retorted, "What? Are you insane, planning to not need our protection anymore? We have nothing to lose, so it's fine for us to turn back." Not letting him retreat, Isaac cut him off again. "If you had nothing to lose, you wouldn't have waited 5 hours. If that's really the case, then why are you still standing here? Also, this is just a simple escort mission. Why so heavily armed? Were you planning to use us as bait to rescue missing comrades? If you don't need us, then part ways right here." Exposed Derek lost his temper and lashed out, "Shut up. Did that Night Ha tell you? That bastard dragged you in to ruin our mission, didn't he?" Hearing the name, Shuri was startled and wondered to himself, "Halak, that's the alias of my 4th uncle. Could he be involved in this too?" Derek completely changed his expression, murderous intent rising as he snarled, "Without you lot, they couldn't get into Grayshiandia. So I'll drag you along, even if I have to cut off your legs." But facing a half-demon radiating killing intent, Isaac remained calm and called softly, "Hey." Beneath his serene expression, his pupils glowed red and he ordered, "Sheath your sword." Derek, losing control, suddenly froze, looked at Isaac as if seeing the dry demon king staring back at him. His body trembled in waves, awkwardly wondering, can't I resist his command? But he's clearly just a kid. Whisper sneered and taunted, "With the demon blood in him, he can't resist you." Isaac, pleased, transmitted, "Submitting to the strong is a demon's instinct. That's part of why I chose them." As for Derek, after a while unable to control his body, he relented and sheathed his sword. Isaac pretended not to notice, turned to the kids and smiled, "All right, let's go." Shuri snapped angrily, "After all this, how can we trust them?" Isaac ignored it and answered, "Anyway, both sides need each other, so let's go." This reply drove Shuri mad. "What do you mean?" Isaac had to explain more clearly. Hunting the demon from 14 years ago and rescuing all the abducted people is the goal of both sides. Or even if some of those abducted are your comrades, it doesn't really matter. But Derek, catching the hint in that offhand remark, asked immediately, "Wait, you chose us because you know our comrades were captured?" Isaac dodged, feigning indifference. "What are you talking about? I don't know anything," they hurriedly said, "Then we'll follow you." Isaac smiled and replied, "Of course I knew." A worried kid stepped forward and asked, "So what's the plan? You must have one, right?" But Isaac coldly repeated, "A plan? How can we trust demons? They'll betray us. Do you know why they're only assigned delivery missions?" While he was saying this, Derek's body suddenly surged with demonic energy. His hand grew large and sprouted clawed nails like a beast. He lost his mind and lunged at Isaac. He had just grabbed the collar of the kid beside him, when the nearby kids stepped back, shouting, "I knew something would happen. We can't trust them. Restrain them now." Isaac, not very surprised, pulled out a milk bottle, smacked it once and barked, "Snap out of it. You're losing control already." Derek immediately regained composure, apologetic, and turned remorseful, "Sorry, I don't usually transform this quickly. It felt like something was pressing on my head." A few knights chimed in, "Maybe because we're near Grayshiandia's territory we're affected. My body feels strange too." Suddenly Derek exclaimed excitedly, "But I've never reverted to human this fast before. One snap and I'm back to normal. You're truly amazing." Isaac praised, rubbed his nose and smiled inwardly. "Of course, because I'm the one who caused it." Doesn't want to waste any more time. He slung his luggage over his shoulder and led the group. "If everyone's ready, let's go." Suddenly the pouch on his back emitted a pitch-black demonic aura. He slung his luggage over his shoulder and led the group. Isaac opened it and seeing it was from a small bird showed his displeasure. "What is this? Playing dead old lady." The bird kept its eyes tightly shut. Whisper slyly said, "This one acts pretty well, huh? If it doesn't have 30 million, it's not opening its eyes anytime soon. Isaac grew angrier, pulled out a baby bottle and lifted it. Should we grant its wish? The bird was startled and leapt up, scolding, "Damn it, the Blood Lord is truly ruthless. Why send me to find this damned priest?" Hearing that title, Isaac froze, surprised. The Blood Lord. You mean one of the high demons sent you here? After a moment, Whisper raised a barrier and reported, "The barrier is complete, my lord." Isaac held the bird in his hand, pensive. "The Blood Lord is one of my subordinates. He should currently be imprisoned beneath the holy seat. It seems he heard of me and sent this thing to make contact. Apparently, he hid the fact I'm the Dry Demon King from this sparrow." Isaac lifted it and asked, "Do you have any information for me?" The bird defiantly replied, "I have no information for a priest." Then, after Isaac squeezed it a bit, changed tone, I'll tell you. About the demon you're about to face, I was the one who interfered with your consecration ceremony." Isaac frowned and asked, "You mean you sent a manifestation of the Dry Demon King?" The bird sweated and confirmed, "Yes, I secretly planted the magical device and ordered my minions to kill the priests. That's right, it was me." After absorbing the Dry Demon King's power, she became strong enough to breach the holy nation Helen's barrier. The Blood Lord said he accepted execution, but absolutely refused to face the demon named Ash. Isaac heard that and cursed silently, "That damned Blood Lord." The bird shook its head again and complained, "Why would he give such valuable information to that damned priest? The Blood Lord believes the current Dry Demon King is an imposter. He was arrested after telling everyone that the current Dry Demon King is a pretender. How foolish was he? Anyway, I heard you absorbed part of the great Dry Demon King's body, right? Maybe he's waiting for you to enter her domain. If you value your life, turn back." Having gotten the information, Isaac released the bird and said, "Tell him I've received the message." The bird didn't dare look back, only called out, "Don't die or my master will be sad." Just then, Shuri brusquely walked up and shouted, "Hey, where have you been? We've been looking for you everywhere." "But I'm really proud of you. You ordered food from the local inn for us, right?" This left Isaac puzzled. What food? "No need to think hard," a girl stepped forward to explain. "We prepared it to serve everyone. Please eat." This scene surprised Isaac a little, but he secretly smiled inwardly. I thought she'd wait. Who would have guessed she'd come here on her own? Moments later, the kids' chatter rose. "Hey Shuri, what's wrong with Isaac? He's overdoing it." But Shuri looked bored and said, "Leave him be." Isaac, on the other hand, kept issuing curt commands. "There's dust in my water. Quick, get me another glass. I don't like square plates, change them. The food is cold, it's too salty, I hate the sound of your breathing." "Stop breathing." Ash, having heard this bunch of unreasonable orders, could only begrudgingly comply. Yes. But the knights sided with him and ganged up on her. "Our master told you to take the other one. How dare you make him repeat himself?" Ash was annoyed, muttering, "Are these lackeys crazy? Why are they taking his side?" But outwardly had to bow and comply. "I sincerely apologize." She carried over a bowl of soup, thinking to herself, "Fine, I'll deal with these nuisances first. Please eat. Holy knights, you must be tired." Unexpectedly, Derek intervened, saying, "We're hired by him. We won't eat from the same dishes as him." This left her momentarily embarrassed. "But the town is only safe if you are healthy. I made this for you. Please eat." Thinking impatiently, swearing, "Damn it, just eat it for me." Before she could handle it, Isaac butted in. "Why don't you eat first? How are we supposed to know you didn't poison it?" Ash looked ugly, turned her head, and glared at him. Before she could protest, the young holy warrior stepped forward to block her. "Hey, that's enough. I'm perfectly fine. Why are you bullying her?" "You have no right to bully her. We'll prove her innocence." As soon as they finished speaking, the group grabbed the bowls and shoved the soup into their mouths. Sure enough, they all collapsed unconscious on the spot. Isaac bared his teeth and stood up, smiling. "That makes it easier for me. I meant to knock them out anyway." Whisper flew over to check and asked, "Should I call a holy spirit to cleanse them?" Isaac, not particularly concerned, replied, "Leave them be. They need to learn a lesson." Suddenly, Whisper's expression changed, and she reported excitedly, "Master, this poison converts holy mana into dark mana." Isaac turned back excitedly. "Are you sure? It will turn that vile holy mana into dark mana?" Whisper joyfully confirmed, "Absolutely, it's a parasitic toxin." Isaac went mad with capitalist thoughts. "This means I can build a dark mana farm inside the holy nation." Still elated, he laughed loudly. "Now you've lost for sure, you brat." Isaac restrained his excitement and sneered, "Me lose. Any being with power will just become my meal." Ash stopped hiding, returned to her original form, and threatened, "If you want them to live, follow me. I will give you the antidote." This angered the knights, who ground their teeth. "You bastard." Isaac's body suddenly radiated holy light. Ash frowned, covered her eyes, and shouted, "Don't resist." Just as the holy light dimmed a bit, she saw Isaac pull out a baby bottle and rush forward, striking once to shake the ground, but she easily dodged it. Not wanting to stall any longer, Ash hopped along, shouting back, "That's right, follow me, kid." Derek immediately drew his sword and offered, "We'll go with you, ma'am." But Isaac stopped him. "No, I'll go alone. I can't leave them without protection. They only survive if you channel mana into them. This double-meaning remark caused the knights to misunderstand. Choking up, they promised, "Don't worry, we'll take care of the priests." No sooner had they spoken than Isaac was gone. He dashed off thinking, "Thanks. Because of you, I'll be able to collect much more mana later." Isaac chased until nightfall before stopping. Ash stood waiting and seeing him arrive taunted. "What a brave fool. You dare come here alone without any guards." Isaac gritted his teeth and replied, "Yeah, real stupid. You talk about eating these humans without realizing who I am." This made Ash panic. What? His form shifted, demonic aura spreading over him, and Isaac commanded, "Kneel." An invisible pressure descended, making her unable to control her body, and forced her to kneel instantly. It felt like she was no longer facing a priest, but the dry demon king himself. "What is this mana? Does that brat have the demon king's aura?" "It's surely because he ingested part of him, my demon king's body." "Wait for me, your majesty. I'll cut this brat open and free you." With that, she launched a full-force attack. Isaac didn't even bother to move a hand. The dark mana condensed bit by bit, and Ash's complexion slowly paled. The illusory dry demon king condensed and suppressed her down, and she was instantly crushed where she knelt. Isaac darkened, spat out, "You fool. Let me show you who your true lord is." After a while, the place returned to the quiet it had been before. Whisper cheered with delight, "Master, you're amazing. It's only level 5 magic, but its power rivals level 7. Indeed, merging dark mana and holy mana is the move of a genius." Isaac was also pleased, relieved to have reached a new realm. Perhaps this is why those gods didn't want to become human. Just then, a sound nearby caught both their attention. Ash trembled on the ground, stammering, your majesty." Whisper hesitated. "How should we deal with her? Maybe you were a bit heavy-handed." Isaac asked indifferently. "Oh." He gave a clap in front of him. She was so frightened she wouldn't dare lift her head, begging, "Your majesty, I have committed a capital sin. Let me give you the antidote." Isaac coldly cut in, "We'll deal with that later. Now bring the holy knights you kidnapped back here. I'll give you 1 minute, and most importantly, I want full marks on the test. So besides rescuing the holy knights, I also need proof." Ash went cold and asked in confusion, "Proof of what?" Isaac replied slyly, "Proof that I killed a demon." 2 days later, inside a house, Shuri frowned and grumbled, "Damn it, what the hell happened to that Isaac?" Derek awkwardly reassured her, "We had someone tailing him, so don't worry too much. Lord Isaac isn't someone to be bullied." But Shuri wasn't comforted and grew more worried. Something must have happened, which is why the mages searched for him repeatedly and were so serious each time. "You should know better. We're not like the others normally, are we?" Derek frowned and analyzed. "There are some bloodstains where we believe he passed, but that doesn't mean he's dead." While they were speaking, Isaac stepped in from the door and called out, "I'm back." Shuri, as usual, replied, Welcome." Once their brains reloaded, they both jumped up and shouted, "Hey you bastard, are you all right?" Isaac produced a bloodstained cloth bag and said, "Here, this is the antidote." Shuri curiously asked, "What's in it?" Isaac answered mysteriously, That's very important, so keep it safe." This only made Shuri more puzzled. Why is it so heavy? When they opened the bag, the demon's head made them scream. "What the hell is that?" Isaac shrugged and explained, "That. The kidnapper's head proof, so we can get maximum points on the test." Derek asked again, "What about the holy knights? What about my teammates?" Isaac stretched wearily and replied, The holy knights, they were too heavy, so I hid them in the bushes out front. Quick, bring them inside." No sooner had he finished than someone pushed the door open. "Commander, our teammates have returned. A few minutes earlier they had found our people, Saul, Ken, and even Jen. They're back." Shuri went dark, "So did you?" Derek hesitated, the so-called head of the kidnapper. Isaac confirmed cheerfully, "Yes, I went there and cut his head off." They were both shocked and jumped. "You went alone into a land full of mages? How is that possible? That's absurd." Isaac curled a corner of his mouth and smirked. "Now I have to come up with a plausible story." He then said, "Actually, they must have heard we'd come here on a mission. So they planned to kidnap us and staged a rescue from the demon tribe to bargain with the holy nation." "Right, the bitch drugged us. We're basically mages. It looks like she planned to drug and sell us to the Arcane Empire. We're worth so much that they'd traffic people. Honestly, how could anyone treat others like that, right? I threatened to report this to the Holy See and she immediately backed down, even scared by a brat like me. The Pope really is frightening. Anyway, I asked about where the Holy Knights were imprisoned and everyone knew. I even know the secret path there. Luckily, the Holy Knights were still being kept as emergency rations. Since they hadn't been eaten yet, I brought them out. A demon was guarding them, but it was asleep, so I dealt with it." The two listened with dumbfounded faces. Isaac then pulled out the baby bottle and asked, "Well, don't believe it. Want me to reenact it?" The two flinched. No, whatever actually happened isn't that important. We believe you." Shuri couldn't help but scold, but that was reckless. What if something had gone wrong? Isaac switched to acting mode, pounded his chest, and said, "There was no choice. It's better than confronting a bunch of mages. If we fought, there would certainly be casualties, and as a guardian of the faith, I couldn't allow that." Those words moved Derek to tears. "You truly are a saintly person." Shuri, seeing through him, shouted, "You're talking nonsense." Before she finished, he cut her off. "Watch your mouth." Shuri gave up, held her forehead, and sighed. Yes, anyway, you're back safely. The mages came looking for you. They really seemed worried you had been kidnapped. Isaac snapped, bullshit, those bastards worried about a priest. No sooner had he spoken than a voice rang out, you're a bit harsh. A few mages entered from the door and placated, we were worried you'd been killed by the demon tribe, so we came to look for you. We didn't expect this misunderstanding. Isaac slanted a look and muttered, quit the bullshit, you bastards, you came snooping because of the mana cores. A mage sneered and proposed, please cooperate with our investigation. There have been reports of Before he finished he was cut off, I don't see any. The mage objected unwillingly, we clearly sensed recently that. Again interrupted, you're mistaken, say things properly. The demon tribe isn't like stray dogs and cats. Do you really think an acolyte priest like me could defeat a demon? That made them waver a bit. True, an acolyte surviving an encounter with demons would be. But this is absurd. Halak clearly said there was one here. Shuri was terrified hearing them speak. She thought Halak must mean the fourth uncle, or maybe I'm mistaken, anyway it's a common name. While still thinking, Isaac jumped up and shouted, whatever. I'm going to rest now, you lot handle it yourselves. Left with the unnamed mess, Shuri protested angrily. Hey, we haven't finished talking before you go. A moment later, Isaac went to a secluded farmhouse. Hailong pushed the room door open, looked inside and smiled. All right. Now then, we should wrap this up here too, right? 2 days earlier, Ash confused asked, proof that you killed a demon. Proof? You mean confirmation that the one who ate the acolyte priests of Than Sak 14 years ago wasn't you, right? How could someone as weak as you have done that? Even 14 years ago, you couldn't possibly have defeated Relay. Even if I took your head, they'd still suspect you weren't the real culprit. So go and bring me proof. I need a head to present to the cathedral. Back in the present, Isaac sat on a crate and praised. I didn't expect you'd actually bring me the culprit's head. Seems you're not entirely stupid. Good, I'll let it slide. Trembling, he asked again, you knew who the culprit was from the start? Isaac casually answered, a woman and the monster she kept. Right? You think I wouldn't know at least that much? Trembling replied, no, my lord. Isaac leaned down and questioned, but why did my intel indicate you were the demon 14 years ago? Hastily recounted. The truth is the culprit 14 years ago was my sister. She sent her monster to hunt down the priests and treated them as snacks. Hearing that, Isaac sighed, thinking it must be because of shared blood their energies are similar, causing the confusion. Still, she did bring back the killer who ate Relay's friend 14 years ago. He continued to probe. I need a bit more information. What's the current hierarchy system among the demons? Ash reported in terror. The fake dry demon king is currently commanding the level 9-foot demons. Since you lost power after the battle with the god, he ordered them to kill the saints and harvest your strength. Isaac wondered, and what are the gods doing? Ash hesitated and answered, I'm not sure either. But perhaps the heavens suffered heavy losses, hence their silence until now. Isaac frowned in thought, surprised. Could the impact of that self-destruct move be greater than I thought? With their nature, they'd never stay silent for 150 years. They're certainly scouring the worlds to reclaim their souls. They couldn't have failed to notice that the beetle sealing themselves is hollow inside. But it's impossible their highest holy seal would fail like that. Even if they missed sealing their souls, failing to notice the seal was empty is even more illogical. Could it be that the beetle contains someone else's soul instead of their own? Could it be a high-level entity wielding dark mana, another catastrophe like the Dry Demon King, or even a god? Just thinking about it is intriguing, I have to investigate. Thinking that, he asked again, you're Ash, right? Ash bowed his head respectfully and replied, yes, your majesty. Isaac ordered, go to the demons and be my eyes and ears. A while later, inside a house, voices kept sounding in gratitude. Thank you so much, young Master Isaac. We can never repay you. We never expected you'd be able to defeat that demon yourself, and even personally rescue each of us. Isaac modestly declined, don't mention it, it's our duty. That only moved the knights more, truly the bearing of someone from the Than Sak family. What can we do now to repay this favor? You even saved my comrades. Hearing them, Derek couldn't help but shout. The answer is obvious, isn't it? Sir Isaac, as a rank 7 knight, I Derek. And all my comrades will go wherever you command. Sir Isaac. Suddenly securing a band of knights left Isaac a bit surprised. I didn't expect this, so I even gained a group of skilled, free soldiers. They have networks across the continent, so their intelligence and mobility are excellent. Saving 11 people and getting this much benefit is a steal. Is there even a child here? Why is he staring at me like that? Seeing him staring at the child, Derek looked up and said, it seems you don't know who that child is, do you? You'll be shocked when you find out. The child beamed and came forward to greet. Hello, I'm Hyberius, youngest prince of the Arcane Demon Empire. Thank you for saving my life. Isaac was stunned, mouth agape. What the hell? So that's why the mages pretended to help, because the prince was kidnapped. Jackpot. Hyberius said admiringly, I thought the people of the Holy Nation were all trash, but it turns out there are people like you. I owe you my life. You're truly admirable, especially compared to the bastards at the cathedral who only send acolytes instead of real reinforcements to rescue a group of knights. Hearing how he spoke, Isaac privately praised, this kid has potential. Hyberius, unaware, continued to praise, compared to them, you are a man of God. Please allow me to repay you. Isaac curled a corner of his mouth and smiled slyly. Oh, then do one thing for me. A while later in the office of Pope Hongsak, a servant entered and respectfully reported, Your Grace, the Than Sack team has entered Crasiandia. Because of the mages we couldn't follow all the way, but they have definitely entered the mission area. Barit asked, slightly surprised. I thought they wouldn't get in because they chose those useless holy knights, yet they still managed it. The servant clarified, but it seems only Isaac Eshua went in alone. Barit couldn't help but take an interest. Alone, so that brat couldn't subdue those holy knights either. Understandable, if we couldn't do it, how could he? He certainly won't complete the mission nor return alive. The servant happily went along. Yes, I assure you he won't be able to return to Helen. Barit said nothing more, only thinking silently. The fourth son of the Eshua family said he'd entertain his spoiled nephews if they came to his territory. If it's him, he'll surely use the mages to deal with them. Suddenly the servant wondered, but won't the royal family help Isaac? After all, they seemed quite interested in that brat. Barit smiled and analyzed. They don't have the spare resources. Crasiandia is a disputed region between the Holy Nation and the Arcane Demon Empire. If something happens there that the Arcane Demon Empire can exploit, it would be a catastrophe. Even if by some miracle he succeeds, we must ensure he cannot return. Clear. The servant bowed, yes, my lord. Everything went so conveniently that Barit couldn't help feeling pleased. I can already imagine the Than Sack being ridiculed. Unbeknownst to them, Isaac was also smiling slyly. If that's what they're thinking, I'll teach them a painful lesson. Let me introduce my secret weapon to use against the cathedral, the youngest prince of the Arcane Demon Empire. The priests in the room fell silent and stared. Isaac, displeased, barked, Why are you all looking at me like that? Shuri angrily snapped, are you insane? What did you just do? Who introduces an enemy prince like that? Unexpectedly, Hiberius was talented. Hearing the scolding, he scratched his head and laughed. That's why I hid my identity. Sorry for surprising you. The priests are idiots, Shuri suspected and asked. You didn't kidnap him, did you? Hiberius chuckled. Kidnap him? Never. Shuri muttered in disbelief. You're the one being kidnapped, you fool. But Isaac thoroughly enjoyed recruiting this new brother. With this move, the cathedral is finished. We didn't just save some holy knights. This will surely force them to honor us. Shuri was speechless. Aren't we the ones ruined here? Suddenly, a loud voice proclaimed, the basic rule of politics is to make the opponent owe you. Simply rescuing the prince means the Arcane Demon Empire now owes us a great debt. Everyone looked alarmed. Why would you say that outright in front of the prince? You madman. Unexpectedly, Hiberius agreed. Indeed, you are a brilliant strategist. The group was exasperated. Is this kid crazy too? Shuri frowned and tried to press. So you intend to publicly claim you rescued the Arcane Demon Empire's prince and return proudly? Isaac lowered his voice. Don't tell anyone yet. That's why I gathered everyone here. The Hong Sack will certainly set traps to sabotage our mission. So what would you think if the Arcane Empire's prince walked into that trap? At the news, everyone turned pale while Hiberius grew extremely excited and cheered. You're so clever. If you want, I'll jump into the fire for you. Isaac couldn't hide his excitement, rubbing his hands. Let's slap those Hong Sack with a truly painful blow. A while later, Isaac sat down and spoke seriously. It'd be fine if only we fell into that trap, but what if the Arcane Empire's youngest prince is captured too? Of course, there would be thorough investigations from both the Holy Nation and the Arcane Empire to find out who is behind this. So then those who set the trap. The Hong Sack cult, how terrified will they be? Shuri still doubted and warned. I get your rough idea, but Cardinal Barit isn't the type to act so blatantly as to expose himself as the culprit. Isaac dismissed it at once. That's fine, he has accomplices. Shuri questioned, accomplices. Don't tell me you plan to use those mages. Isaac denied it. They're troublesome, so I only intend to sabotage their plans a little. But if we fight them openly, it could become a diplomatic issue. Shuri grew more frustrated. So what do you intend to do? Isaac bared his teeth in a crafty grin. Deceive them, of course. Before Shuri fully understood, Hiberius jumped up and yelled along, brothers right. The priest glared blankly. What nonsense is this? Are these people insane? Suddenly a violent tremor occurred. Everyone panicked and ran to the windows to look. What is that? What's happening? In the distance, a column of black smoke rose, making the priests puzzled and ask, did it happen at the mages' camp? Before anyone understood, Isaac's shout rang out. The first strike succeeded. Damn mages, how dare they try to take my mana core, kill them all. Saying that, he ran straight outside, leaving Shuri screaming in panic. That madman. At the mages' camp, people panicked and argued that bastards gone mad were under attack. All stored mana cores have been destroyed, the circle-making tools are shattered. Could it be the acolytes? Did they know our attack plan and strike first? We must attack those priests. Before they could move, Isaac ran up and shouted, wait, from now on I'll hand him over to you. Saying that, he dragged Hiberius up as a human shield. The kid even shouted along, you bastards, how dare you attack us? The mages went pale and didn't dare move. He's the youngest prince after all, your highness. Why are you with those priests? Please come this way, we'll escort you. But before they finished, Isaac cut them off. Bastards, if you value this boy's life, then hand everything over. Hiberius chimed in, can't you hear? Isaac ground his teeth and hissed each word, give it all up. Shuri watched from afar, speechless. Gods, please take this bastard away. Our letter 1ed1 Teak Shua was known as the Than Sack faith, one of the 5 great religions. Together with Boksak, they were the most righteous, despising injustice and always upholding knightly principles. Even with a sword at their throat, an heir of that faith would never raise a weapon. Yet now he held a sword to the Arcane Empire prince's throat, beginning a hostage situation. Isaac, like a demon, threatened, "So you mean it's fine if this kid's head is cut off?" Hiberius, unafraid, shot back, "Is that what you mean?" The mages were utterly bewildered. Why is his highness there, and why is he being taken like this? He's strong enough to crush countless adults. There must be some weakness they exploited. We have to help him. As Shuri moved to stop the charade, the mages cried out, "That man is an Eshua disciple. Calm down, resolve this by negotiation." Isaac still calmly pointed the sword at them. "Negotiate, my foot. Listen to me, hand everything over now." Suddenly Shuri was displaced, and a mage took her place. He reached out and murmured, "Your highness, over here, take my hand, I'll save you." But Hiberius clearly didn't need help. He angrily shouted, "You idiots, why haven't you saved me yet? Do you still call yourselves great mages?" The mage could only lunge forward trying to grab Hiberius. "I'm trying, your highness, I'm here." But Hiberius dodged them all and kept cursing, "Useless, insolent brats." The mage complained miserably, "Come on, we're here to save you." But Hiberius flipped the script, "Enough. In the name of the youngest prince of the Arcane Demon Empire, I order you to hand everything over and withdraw." Isaac shouted with satisfaction, "Hear that? Withdraw, you bastards." The mages were bitter but had to kneel, inwardly resentful, crying out, "That is the future of our empire." Not knowing what was happening, they had no choice but to obey his highness, placing their items down one by one and shouting, "We obey, we will hand everything over. Release his highness." Isaac's eyes lit up. Monocores, whisper, sweating, reminded, "Master, please control your expression." Isaac still joked and shouted, "All right, to honor your kindness, I'll let this slide this time. And I'll make sure to report to the Empire that you tried to attack us." The mages frantically explained, "You must be mistaken, we're just hunting demons." But Isaac wouldn't relent. "If you're hunting demons, then why bring gear meant for capturing priests? If you don't like it, prepare to carry the prince's corpse back." The mage could only grit his teeth and curse silently. "Damn." Isaac urged, "What are you doing?" Not withdrawing, Hiberius also commanded, "Get out of here now." A short while later, inside a civilian house, a pile of monocores was bouncing about. Isaac swam through the heap of monocores, laughing with delight. Monocores. Hiberius stood beside him, excitedly praising, "Indeed, Big Brother knows everything. The Arcane Empire's monocores are on a completely different level from the Holy Nation's trash. Can't you see? The color, the scent, even the stone grain is different. I thought the Holy Nation was full of beetles who couldn't safeguard monocores. But to find someone like you among the Than-Sak faith, true sincere belief, unmatched." Hearing Hiberius's praise, Isaac could only doubt humanity, thinking he'd met another lunatic. Hiberius kept shouting carefree, "Big Brother, just say the word, and when we return to the capital, I guarantee the Than-Sak faith will receive a great reward." Isaac enthusiastically approved. "Oh, sounds good." Hiberius added, "Big Brother, have you ever considered joining the Arcane Empire? We wouldn't treat you badly." Shuri, exasperated, "That's crazy enough already, you two lunatics." He couldn't help it and shouted, "Isaac, I have something to tell you. First, wipe your drool. Are you really going to tell the head of the family that the fourth uncle is a mage?" Isaac didn't hesitate. "Of course, I need to eliminate one rival for the headship of the family." Shuri panicked and argued, "If you do that, you'll get into serious trouble. You've never met that fourth uncle. His temperament is not something to joke about. If you frame him without evidence, you will." Before she finished, Isaac cut her off. Innocent, he recalled what the leading mage had said and couldn't help smirking with satisfaction. Earlier, that damn mage clearly knew who we were and targeted us from the start. Shuri still tried to reason. The exile stands out by his appearance, so he probably recognized him. Before she could praise herself, Isaac chastised her harshly. "What are you talking about? You're hideously ugly, your hair color is trash, anyone can tell you're one of Eshua's, right? I told you they must have known in advance." Shuri, resentful, sniffled, "Shut up, you bastard." Isaac affirmed, "Clearly that uncle is behind this. There's no way they would know there's a direct descendant of Eshua among the acolyte priests." "Wake up, Shuri, the man you call uncle just tried to kill you. You think your father will sit idly by? He must have already caused a commotion." Shuri firmly denied. "He probably doesn't know yet, but that uproar has likely." In the middle of saying that, he realized the problem. "Don't tell me that bastard already has." Isaac affirmed, "Yes, I've turned everything upside down. Than-Sak, Hong-Sak, the royal family, even the Holy See, they're all in chaos by now." A few days later at the Holy See, Barit's horrified shout rang out. "What did you just say?" The priest beside him couldn't help repeating. "The acolyte priests of Than-Sak have returned safely." The attendant respectfully confirmed, "Yes, they are likely en route to the capital. We've checked. It seems their numbers are even greater than at departure. It appears they rescued those who were kidnapped." The priest, unable to accept it, demanded, "What the hell are those mages doing?" Barit said nothing, but his face was ugly as he cursed inwardly. That fourth son of the Eshua family and those mages, what on earth have they accomplished? Why did that brat return alive? The attendant hesitated. They said they couldn't attack. The priest, aghast, what? The attendant explained that it seems the prince of the arcane demon empire was among those rescued. The priest staggered back. Who? The attendant bowed respectfully and read aloud. The youngest prince of Britannia, Hiberius Britannia. Isaac Eshua has also requested a thorough investigation into the mages. That brat insists he'll find whoever attempted to assassinate the prince. Barit understood and ground his teeth in anger. So that's how that brat planned to play me. The prince's appearance changed everything. They'll surely investigate thoroughly. If so, I'm not only powerless but could be framed for attempting to kill the prince. What terrible luck. The father and son are truly a disaster. While still seething, another man burst in and shouted, "Your Eminence, there's bad news. The head of the Eshua family has arrived at Barit's and is causing an uproar. He demands to see his fourth son immediately." Barit's face darkened as he swore under his breath. Now even the grandfather's here, damn it, all three of them. At the same time, in the capital of the holy nation, Helen, the head of the Thansak family received a letter from Isaac that read, "Sir, I almost died. My fourth uncle tried to kill us with the help of those mages." The head erupted. That brat dares. Thinking of that, Isaac held his head and chuckled, typical of him. I knew he wasn't ordinary, but I didn't expect him to cause trouble right under the Pope's nose. Asile, who had been silent until now, spoke. "Sir, I sincerely thank you for avenging my brother. He was murdered 14 years ago." Isaac was stunned. He had no idea, but outwardly feigned nonchalance. "Oh, it's nothing." He then asked, "What about the others?" Asile happily replied, "Their reaction was similar, sir." Lord Goal seemed quite angry about another matter. That lunatic wasn't only trying to kill Isaac but his other nephew as well. Riley helplessly objected. Isaac is also his nephew. Goal tried to argue, their hair colors are different. Another said, their faces are different, let alone hair color. Goal couldn't counter and snapped, "Shut up." Suddenly both fell silent and looked to the side. Asile sighed, and Lord Benjamin, the treasurer, had already burned the entire inheritance portion for that fourth son. Benjamin coldly said, "He will receive nothing. It will all return to society." Isaac felt regret on his behalf. "No, give it to me instead." Asile summarized, "All descendants of the Eshua family will gather at the new year. Honestly, that makes me uneasy. It seems that person is trying to kill you, Your Eminence. He seems determined to seize the headship and wants you out of the way early." Isaac didn't care and cut in, "Don't worry, I'm not going to die." But strangely, there must be somewhere else in chaos right now. Why are they still silent? They should have arrived. While he was still speaking, a piece of paper flew in. Isaac tore it open and shouted, "They're here." Immediately, a blazing red summoning array appeared before him. Asile gasped, "A holy summoning spell." Isaac stared at it and taunted, "Seems you're in quite a hurry, huh? Even resorting to a holy summoning." The Scarlet Cardinal stepped out of it, grabbed Isaac by the collar and threatened, "You said you'd show me something interesting." Isaac, unfazed, replied, "Looks like my adorable prince of the arcane demon empire is doing well. I thought you'd like him." That remark made the Scarlet Cardinal grit his teeth in anger, and he reluctantly released Isaac's collar. "What were you thinking bringing the prince of the arcane demon empire here?" Isaac shrugged. "What? I did it to help you." He repeated in a strange tone, "Help, huh?" He suddenly remembered that at first he liked the idea too. This was a rare chance to squeeze money out of them. After reading Isaac's letter to the mages, perhaps someone tried to harm the prince. As the Scarlet family specializing in interrogation, please investigate who is behind this. He was ecstatic. It was obvious who did it. Most likely the Pope and that fourth son of Eshua planned to maim Isaac. Isaac Eshua, thanks to that foolish brat, I could make both the Hong Sak and Than Sak families kneel. That would be enough to earn the right to face the 14th Council. Even more besides. But when he met Hiberius, things didn't go as expected. The brat wasn't afraid in the interrogation room and fired back. "Is this how Helen of the Holy Nation interrogates? You call yourselves the Holy Nation and act like savages. What? You ask my name? What about my rights? Are all priests like this? You dare ask about Big Brother Isaac? Aren't you ashamed? You lowly lot dare mention the Than Sak family? You bastards couldn't understand my big brother's vision even given another 10 years. After the interrogation, one priest couldn't contain himself. "Let me go, I'll kill that bastard and go to the afterlife gladly." The man next to him, sweating, held him back. "Calm down." The Scarlet Cardinal was speechless. That brat, did he order this interrogation just to scare the Hong Sak families? He didn't want the Eshua family to suffer because of the fourth son, so he brought the prince. You had no intention of cooperating by coming here, so the Hong Sak will be thrown into total chaos. "You little bastard, you dare use us." Thinking this, the Scarlet Cardinal growled, "You think you'll get away with this?" Thinking that, the Scarlet Cardinal growled, "You think you'll get away with this?" Isaac was annoyed to see his people suffer such trouble, but he smiled brightly and replied, "What, you don't look troubled at all. Don't you enjoy savoring your subordinates' pain?" The Scarlet Cardinal froze for a moment, then broke into a mad smile. How strange, no one has ever noticed that before. an invisible pressure radiated outward. Asili couldn't bear it and fell to his knees, the Scarlet Cardinal's tone turning dark. Did the head of Thansak tell you? What do you know? Making an acolyte priest disappear isn't that hard. I wonder who told you. But Isaac wasn't bothered by such threats and cut him off again. If you're pleased, then pay up. Scarlet Cardinal Leon Sepet. He curled the corner of his mouth and reached toward him threateningly. Looks like you haven't learned anything except how to get yourself killed faster, huh? Asili, frightened by the scene, shouted, "Run." But Isaac casually snatched the item from inside his sleeve and proudly displayed it. "Thank you, sir. This is more than enough payment." The pressure finally dissipated. The Scarlet Cardinal bowed and asked, "By the way, I'm curious, did you personally slay that monster?" "How could an acolyte priest do something like that?" Isaac smiled. "That's a family secret of mine, sir. Unlike Thansak, your family seems rather poor at hunting monsters, so I'm not surprised you're curious. That's also why your son got beaten to a pulp." The Scarlet Cardinal was pricked but held it in, only smiling before turning away. He muttered in his mind, "What an insolent brat." Isaac didn't bother to see him off, sitting and waving with a smile, "Travel safely." Only now did Asili rush forward in alarm and ask, "Are you all right, young master?" She glared after the Scarlet Cardinal and scolded, "Why are people from the Scarlet family all so unpleasant?" He sighed helplessly because their head is always a madman. Suddenly she noticed the item in his hand. Isaac asked, "But what is that?" His expression darkened as he looked at the card and said, "A pass to the Holy See's prison." He thought to himself, "With this I can see my subordinates." The next day at the Hong Sak Evaluation Council for the test, the participants curiously discussed which team will achieve the rank of king in this test. Of course, Hong Sak. There's never been a case where Hong Sak didn't take the top rank in their test. Zich Sak even lost to Than Sak. The Scarlet Cardinal heard this and clenched his glass until it cracked. At that moment, footsteps sounded, and everyone's attention turned. "The acolyte priests are coming. What team is it?" "It's the Thansak faith, led by Isaac Eshua." Seeing Isaac enter, the Thansak kids behind were furious, tearing at their hair. "Why doesn't he just die? How many times have I nearly died because of that bastard?" Isaac snapped angrily, "I can see everything, you bastards. Smile for me, or else." Before he finished, they obediently grinned like dogs. Suddenly chatter rose. "Look, it's the Hong Sak team." The Hong Sak team entered, smirking slyly. "You clueless Than Sak lot, thanks to Kin's help, we recovered a lost relic of the holy nation Helen from the enemy. This is what benefits the holy nation. Merit in the arcane demon empire, huh? How ridiculous. You think rescuing a few survivors changes anything? Use your head, you foolish Than Sak lot." At that moment, the host stepped forward with the list and read aloud, "Greetings, acolyte priests and honored guests. Thank you all for attending the Hong Sak test results evaluation. Please stand. The results of this test will be announced personally by the Emperor." No sooner had he finished than the Emperor and the Prince walked out hand in hand, leaving the attendees agape in disbelief. The Emperor personally came. This is rare. This means the evaluation is important enough for him to announce the results himself. The Hong Sak kids glanced covertly and rejoiced inwardly. "Of course, we recovered the holy nation's lost relic, so the Emperor must come in person." Immediately after, the host's voice echoed across the square. "Then now, the results evaluation will begin." The relic recovered by the White Sak team was an ancient lost tome. The Red Sak team brought back a holy sword forged 300 years ago by the genius artisan Ardega. Seeing the two items, some murmured, "Not bad, worth studying. Ah, his work still holds extremely high value." This year's acolytes are truly different. Last year there was nothing nearly this valuable. The host continued to announce, "As for the Hong Sak team, truly astonishing. They recovered a national treasure that Helen had lost hundreds of years ago." The crowd buzzed. "That's the heirloom passed down through the royal line, the necklace stolen by the Manji, right?" Shuri widened her eyes in amazement. "A national treasure? No wonder the Emperor came personally." The Emperor acknowledged with pleasure. "This is a ceremonial royal treasure stolen in my grandfather's time. I thought it would never be seen again, yet you recovered it. The Hong Sak team's ability is truly outstanding." The praised kids leapt with excitement and deliberately glanced at those who despised them. "This is a difference in class. Useless Than Sak lot, if you can do something greater, step forward." Shuri couldn't face them and turned away in annoyance. The host flipped the report and read on, "And finally, the Than Sak team. The Than Sak team valiantly rescued all the holy knights who had been kidnapped by demons in Crasiandia." The spectators buzzed. "The acolyte priests rescued them from the mage's territory. Each survivor's return is already a miracle." The Hong Sak kids still sneered. "Bringing people back alone is nothing to boast about. 14 years ago, they personally punished the monster that even the mages targeted and saved all the survivors. At last, Helen's 14 years of suffering have been eased." The Hong Sak kids began to sweat, reassuring themselves, "It's fine, I didn't think they'd defeat that monster, but the national treasure is far more valuable." But the host didn't stop. The Than Sak team also rescued Hyberius Britannia, prince of the arcane demon empire. The Hong Sak kids couldn't believe it. "Isaac." The host tossed the stack of reports and shouted, The holy nation Helen has requested recompense from the arcane demon empire for saving Prince Hyberius, meaning the return of a formerly stolen treasure. And more importantly, the abolition of the unfair tax in the disputed region of Crassiandia. The arcane demon empire has agreed to this request. The entire square fell utterly silent. The emperor rose, hands on the table, and praised. This achievement is so great that I struggle to find worthy praise. What the acolyte priests accomplished today not only elevated Helen's honor but also brought real benefits to us. The national treasure and holy relics elevate the holy nation's prestige. But to me, the lives of our people are even more precious. The Than Sak team not only saved the holy knights but also countless civilians, even the enemy nation's prince. One life is worth more than the universe. Saving that life is precisely why the holy nation Helen exists. Resolving trade issues that affect livelihoods is like saving thousands of lives. Regarding this unprecedented achievement, I believe the Evaluation Council will think the same as I do, won't they? The Hong Sak clergy only cleared their throats, not daring to speak. The spectators buzzed again. The national treasure Hong Sak brought back is truly astonishing, but what Than Sak did is incomparable. That isn't something trainees could normally accomplish. Above all, Than Sak reaffirmed the true purpose of the clergy. To protect the weak and serve the people, that is the essence of a cleric. While other teams only recovered items to restore past prestige, whether by accident or design, Than Sak performed a great service for Helen. Kina, sitting above, clenched her teeth in anger. If it wasn't intentional, how could Isaac have accomplished all of this? Because they saved the people, Hong Sak had no choice but to award the king rank to Than Sak. Everything happened exactly as Isaac had planned. To let the discussion subside, the emperor stepped forward and announced, "Then I will declare the final results." This year, the trainees have shown exceptional talent, especially the Than Sak team. Despite the dangerous mission, they did not give up and risk themselves to save their comrades. That achievement will serve as a shining example not only for their peers, but for the elders as well. Therefore, the victory in this Hong Sak examination will go to the Than Sak team. The kids hearing this hugged each other in delight. A while later in the Than Sak team's dormitory, the head of the Than Sak family walked quietly down the corridor. His face flushed with excitement. "I only told you to return alive, but you did very well. Isaac, perhaps the boy truly can become a saint and bring glory to the family. His temperament is problematic, but with proper guidance he can surely be corrected." Thinking this, he gently pushed open the door. The sounds inside immediately spilled out. "An air, it's nothing special. Just babble a few words about comrades, recite some doctrine, say what the patriarch likes to hear, and it will be as easy as pie. Don't worry about getting the king rank in the Than Sak exam. Just sit still and grandfather will hand it to you." So this is the feeling of invincibility? Indeed it is. The kids fell silent, not daring to utter a word. Only then did Isaac notice their strange expressions. He turned and asked, "What's wrong? Why is everyone suddenly silent?" The patriarch went mad, glaring at him and hissing, "Isaac, it seems the heir seat is still too early for you. It looks like no amount of upbringing will fix you." Isaac broke into a cold sweat. "Shit, you bastards, if grandfather were here you'd tell me." After a while, belongings were thrown into disarray. Isaac grumbled and shouted, "What the? This is ridiculous." Isaac grumbled and shouted, "What the? This is ridiculous. Making me bear all those grueling trainings, then using relics to tempt me into failure, forcing me to copy hundreds of pages of ancient texts too hard to understand. And that's supposed to be fair. What did I do wrong?" Whisper, sweating, explained. "You spat those ugly words in the patriarch's face. You had no choice. He said he'd give you the lowest scores if you didn't do all those things. Did you want to fail? You brought it on yourself." He glared at it in annoyance. Damn. Suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. There's a way. After all, the uncle is also going with the patriarch. He shouted loudly, "Uncle." Rilai, not understanding, was grabbed by him and hugged while he sobbed uncontrollably. "Uncle, uncle." Rilai restrained himself until his face went pale. "Tell me who made the child cry and I'll twist their neck and bring them to you." Isaac immediately slipped into character, sobbing as he said, "I think grandfather hates me. Maybe I should leave this house." Rilai panicked, dropping to one knee and asked, "Son, what's wrong? What happened?" Isaac began to explain. "He told me I should leave, actually to leave the dormitory and come live with him. He said I'm not worthy. Actually, when he was drinking, he said I'm still too young." Rilai only caught half of it anxiously. Why would he do that? Could it be he wants to discipline Isaac? "My eldest brother and sister-in-law were like my parents after both died 10 years ago. My world almost collapsed. So when I learned my nephew was still alive, I was overwhelmed with joy. For this child, I'd be willing to sacrifice my life." Seeing Isaac force a pitiful expression, Whisper couldn't help asking, "What are you doing?" Isaac muttered miserably, "I just want to pass the Than Sak exam and become an official priest, then join you to defeat the Dry Demon King." Whisper, exasperated, "Are you crazy? Why are you referring to yourself in the third person?" But Rilai was moved by those words, and brimming with confidence loudly said, "Don't worry, Isaac, your uncle will take care of everything." Isaac stopped crying and looked up. "Really?" Rilai slapped his chest and assured him, "Of course, I will help my beloved nephew pass that ridiculous exam as easily as turning my hand." It's a small thing, don't worry. No sooner had Isaac finished than Riley bolted off. Whisper doubted, but the exam is tomorrow. Can Riley really pull it off? Isaac was confident if it's uncle, no problem. Besides, there's something more urgent. I have to see my subordinates before they're executed. The next day, Isaac went to the Holy See's prison. A jailer, after checking the pass, returned it to him and said, "Confirmed. This is indeed the pass issued by Cardinal Scarlet. You can see them after 14 days. Isaac, like a little devil, grinned and accepted it. You do have influence, that's enviable. But he wasn't satisfied and bargained. The executions are in less than a month. Are you going to let me look at the heads after they're off? Cut it down to 1 week. The jailer panicked. That's impossible. Security procedures require at least 10 days. Being allowed a visit at all is lucky. Before he finished, Isaac haggled again. 5 days. The jailer fumed. I said no. 3 days then, or better, I'll go in right now. The jailer flustered and tried to dissuade him. Tomorrow, no earlier than that. Only then was Isaac satisfied. He shoved the man aside. Fine, that's acceptable. The jailer was baffled. Why would the patriarch give his pass to this madman? Seeing Isaac turn to leave, Whisper asked curiously, "Weren't you coming to see them right now?" He smirked and replied, "No, I need to fetch something after I achieve the king rank in today's exam. Going tomorrow is better." The Thansak exam, Riley said he'd easily get his beloved nephew through it. Whisper mocked, repeating, "Beloved nephew?" He was immediately scolded. "Shut up." "I wonder how easy the test will be." Whisper grew excited too. If it's Riley, he'll probably turn it into child's play. And so the day before yesterday arrived. The host cheerfully announced, "Welcome, acolyte priests taking the Thansak exam and all honored guests attending. The final task of the Thansak exam is to slay several monsters." Isaac's face had been sullenly green since he entered, whereas the acolyte priests cheered at the prompt. Easy as pie. What? Why is the test so easy? Who did you plead with the family on our behalf? If you still can't pass, you might as well bite your tongue and die. Not to mention, the monsters we have to defeat are just those dries. The dries were still trembling in the middle of the arena. Seeing Isaac arrive, they excitedly told each other, "It's our king, our king. He's here to see us, he's here to see us. Where have you been all this time? He's come to save us." Whisper watched the scene and muttered wearily, "Looks like it's going to be brothers slaughtering brothers." Isaac was furious, cursing Riley silently. Riley, unaware, was extremely pleased with his feat. "It's all for my beloved nephew. Good luck." Isaac's dries, just hearing the name makes me want to cry. Weak as slugs, dumb as oxen, easy to ignore but also easy to exploit. They're basically the untouchable class in the demon world used for priests' tests. In noble lessons, even at children's festivals, they're often summoned only to be slaughtered by bone-rending spell. And if they die by bone-rending, it's straight to hell. When they die, they restart from 0. And then resurrect at level 1. When Isaac first came to this world, he repeated that process so many times the gods were exasperated. "You're dead again? This is the 43rd, 721st time already." Recalling this, he cursed bitterly inwardly. "Damn priests, how dare you summon these pitiful souls before me, the great dry demon king." The dries cheerfully clacked their bones to communicate. Where are we? Where are we? We don't know, but our liege is here, and our liege is here." The kids shouted excitedly. Isaac, use the bone-rending spell that will send them to hell. Right, that holy magic makes them nothing, easy as pie. Isaac fumed inwardly. Bone-rending, Whisper advised. Bone-rending is the most basic spell, just use it. He rolled his eyes and cursed in his head. "I've died millions of times because of that damn bone spell, and now you want me to use it on these kids? Are you insane?" "Riley, you bastard!" The dries happily ran over. "It's his majesty. He's come for us. So happy, so happy." Soon, a thud rang out. The sight stunned the kids as several dries licked Isaac's body and checked on him. "Why did you disappear so long? Finally, you've come to see us." Isaac sighed helplessly. "I know you're happy, but you're heavy." The kids looked suspiciously. Are they attacking? Are they trying to pin him to death? But why do they look so glad to see him? Facing the eager dries, Isaac resorted to a last-ditch plan. "Damn it, if this goes wrong, my cover will be blown. I'll pull their mana cores so they can't fight. If I return their mana cores afterward, they'll be fine." At that moment, the host shouted, "The test begins. In this exam, you must not touch their mana cores. Priests must use bone-rending to turn them to ash." The plan collapsing at the last minute sent Isaac into a rage as he cursed silently. "You damned priests." The squad captain in the stands winked encouragingly. "Young Master Isaac, we've made everything this easy for you. Remember to take first place." Isaac grew even angrier. "Damn the Eshua family, I'll wipe you out." The spectators in the stands murmured, "Just using bone-rending will pass. This is truly the easiest test in history." Indeed, bone-rending alone is usually overpowered against undead creatures. They should have increased difficulty by forcing priests to extract their mana cores. Like this, even a newborn could pass. Isaac punched the dries away, cursing under his breath. "These dogs are worse. There's no way I'm using that damn bone spell. I'll handle them with regular holy magic. Damn it. Sorry, kids. Even ordinary holy spells can be lethal to undead, but it's better than sending you to hell." The dries were knocked away but still eagerly looked at him, cheering. "Oh, His Majesty is looking at us. He's looking at us." "Oh, your majesty, what should we do now? Tell us." "Oh, just seeing you makes us happy, so happy." Isaac collapsed to his knees. "I can't do it." The kids gaped in disbelief. "What?" Shuri clutched her head and cried. "Even children can do it, why can't you?" Isaac, drained of energy, insisted. "No, I can't." The Dries worriedly ran over to ask, "Your Majesty, are you all right? Have you run out of mana? Or should we carry you to the dragon's fire to restore your mana?" Isaac snapped angrily. "I'm not a Dry anymore, I'm a human thrown into the fire, it's painful." The soldiers above gaped and asked one another, "What did he just say? Not a Dry but a human. Could it be he regards them as humans?" Isaac startled and looked up to the stands. People there stroked their chins and murmured, "Well, Dries used to be human. The boy doesn't want to attack beings that were once human. Maybe he wants to save those who became monsters." Sure enough, Thansak is a creed that protects all creatures from demons. The son of the saint indeed has a noble heart. Suddenly, the public opinion shifted to praise. Shuri could only clutch her head in exasperation. "You people are crazy. There's no way that guy is thinking about anything noble." He had no choice and volunteered. "Move aside, Isaac. If you won't do it, I will." Before he finished, Isaac punched him in the mouth. "Stop." He glared around in fury, thinking, if someone else uses bone rending, they'll send them to hell. I can't let that happen. No more joking. Isaac gathered mana into his palm, pressed it hard onto the floor and shouted, "Bone rending." A circle of mana expanded outward. Isaac tensely told himself, "I must aim so I don't hit them." In the stands, people stared at the mana spreading before him and exclaimed, "Is that bone rending? I've never seen one this large." The Dries enclosed within cheered with delight. "What is that sparkling thing? We don't know, but it's so beautiful." Isaac's face darkened as he ordered, "Dark Lick, hide them all within the shadows." The Dark Lick appeared and acknowledged, "At your command." Immediately the Dries were swallowed by darkness. Moments later the mana dispersed, leaving the scene looking ordinary. Those above wondered in confusion, "What's going on? Those Dries, they're all gone." He cleared them all in a single strike. Amazing. At this level he must at least rival the bishops. He truly has the makings of a saint. Hearing that, Isaac gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. "You rotten priests, I'll definitely wipe you out one by one." Meanwhile, in the Thansak clan's meeting room, the patriarch agonized while analyzing. Cardinal Scarlet wants to seize Isaac. He is certain Isaac will summon a dark god during the sacrificial rite. If the boy can summon just a mid-ranked deity, I'd already be satisfied. Gol interjected grimly, if father knew which god had chosen Isaac, fainting would be the least of it. The patriarch jumped, worse than an evil god. Gol affirmed confidently, absolutely incomparable. The patriarch grew more despondent. Damn it, what kind of rotten god will appear? Rilai was unsettled too. Could that god be at disaster level? After a few minutes' thought, the patriarch sighed and decided, then bringing Isaac home and re-educating him is our top priority. I've already sent people to him. A report should come soon. No sooner had he finished than someone opened the door and announced, "My lord, I have just returned from visiting young Master Isaac. Young Master Isaac is currently on his way to the Holy See prison." Those words hit the three in the room like a thunderclap. The patriarch lost his composure, bracing himself to stand. "Why there? That's the Scarlet faction's territory. The boy doesn't even have the right to go there." The messenger explained further. Cardinal Scarlet gave the young master a travel pass. The patriarch tried to restrain himself, a vein bulging on his forehead. "That bastard, does he intend to lure my nephew with cheap tricks?" Rilai and Gol panicked, not knowing what to advise. "Father." The patriarch's eyes burned red as he roared. "Does he think I can't see through his schemes? We will go to the Holy See prison right now." Meanwhile, Isaac walked as if in a daze. Seeing his master like that, Whisper could only comfort him. "We're already at the Holy See prison, why are you still so down?" Isaac, still dejected, replied, "I'm defiled. I didn't expect to use that filthy bone magic." Whisper changed the subject, "But isn't everything okay now? Did you bring the reward from the test?" Isaac sulkily reached into his pocket and produced it. "I did all this for that. Of course I brought it." Seeing the item in his hand, Whisper asked, "It's just a cord?" Isaac explained, "It's a cord that can remove demonic aura, a precious item that frees people from addiction to demonic energy. For me, it also helps hide dark mana." Whisper understood and beamed, "So you plan to hide your mana before entering the prison." But Isaac was still cautious. "Before we go in, there's no one nearby, right?" Whisper checked and confirmed, "Within my sensing range, there's no one." Isaac snapped his fingers in satisfaction. "Fine, let's go." The Dries that had been imprisoned were immediately released, each joyfully cheering, "Master, we thought we'd never see you again. We love you." Before they could finish, Isaac ordered, "Darklick, take them home." The Dries wailed and pleaded, "Master, what did we do wrong? We'll do anything you say. Please don't abandon us. Can't we stay with you?" Isaac snapped irritably, "If you stay here, you'll be erased." "You fools, do you think I want to do this? Make sure they get home safely." The Darklick obediently accepted the order. "Yes, master." Isaac turned away comfortably. "All right, let's go in now." He suddenly halted, looking down to see a small Dry clinging to his waist, and shouted, "When did you crawl in there?" The little Dry clung and pouted, "I don't want to be apart from you again." Whisper sighed in exasperation. "Oh damn, its mana is so weak I can hardly sense it." Before he could deal with it, a soldier approached and called, "It's time for your audience." Isaac's face darkened. How did they arrive so quickly? Do you know how hard I work to keep these dries alive? If they're captured, they'll be erased. There's no other way. He had to tuck it into his sleeve and ordered, hold on tight, do not poke your head out. Seeing Isaac approach, the soldier stepped aside and bowed, please come in. Isaac smiled arrogantly and strode forward. 50 years ago, the Holy Nation captured a 9th-level demon. The demon had infiltrated the Holy Nation alone to reclaim the dry demon king's corpse, but the clerics took that corpse as a hostage. In the end, the demon voluntarily knelt to protect its master's body. The capture of a pure-blood primeval fiend sent shockwaves across the continent. That's what the records say. Hearing Whisper's account, Isaac realized immediately, so it really was you. The Bloodlord's wax was crumbling. Suddenly Whisper peered forward and shouted. But everyone saw the scene and angrily scolded. You call this a visit, you bastards? Whisper got a thorough kicking. Even with a telescope you couldn't see him. A soldier stepped closer and taunted. You should be grateful we let you see this much. Isaac wasn't intimidated. He pulled out his travel pass and barked. Yeah, get lost. The soldier didn't know what to do and swore under his breath. Damn. The other soldier suggested, then we have to search you. There's bound to be something suspicious. Please cooperate. But before they touched Isaac, his mana flared up and in a cold voice he said, hey, if you lay a hand on him, you'll die. Both of them hastily withdrew their hands. Ash, what is this pressure? Damn, I can't move. Isaac gritted his teeth and lashed out. How dare you doubt a descendant of the Eshua family? If you touch him, I'll take it as a declaration of war against House Eshua. What are you going to do to a child? Want me to bite my tongue and die? Don't believe me? I'll do it for real. Both of them had no time to argue and frantically waved their hands. Sir, please don't say things that could be easily misunderstood. Isaac continued to threaten. Do you think my uncle will sit idly by? A cowardly guard turned to persuade his comrade. If it's Rilai, he'll surely start a war. Have you forgotten he once bragged about his grandson's first poop? The other stammered, but the patriarch told us to investigate this boy's motives. For now, just let him pass. After all, the patriarch issued the travel pass for him. After convincing each other, one cleared his throat and concluded, understood, come with me. Isaac still looked displeased. You should have done this sooner. A moment later, they led Isaac into a pitch-black cell. We've arrived. Behind this door is the demon's solitary confinement. I warn you, its demonic aura can trigger a heart attack. Isaac wasn't fazed and snapped back, shut up and open it. The prison door slowly opened. Dark demonic energy immediately filled the air. The face of a demon gradually emerged. Upon seeing Isaac's group, it roared in madness. The two soldiers puzzledly asked each other, why is it acting like this? It used to be very calm. The demon grew increasingly enraged. One worried soldier turned away. See that? That's the demon's power. Now hurry back. But Isaac wasn't worried. He rubbed his nose and smiled inwardly. He's still strong, huh? Seeing that, the two soldiers were furious and cursed under their breath. Is that kid smiling at that enormous demonic aura? Is he crazy? Isaac cheerfully observed, it seems he thinks we were captured by the clerics. Whisper jumped up to explain, this one has completely lost his mind. We weren't brought here by force of arrest, but by coercion. The Bloodlord paused for a second, coerced. The two soldiers were speechless. He's getting crazier and crazier. Whisper blankly retorted, huh, you misunderstood. No, it's not like that. The master said he'd bite his tongue to commit suicide. Luckily, it ended with him bowing. But the more Whisper spoke, the angrier the Bloodlord became. They forced my master to bow and even made him say those words. The two soldiers, not hearing the exchange, grew more panicked. Why is he raging like this? Call for help. He mustn't die before execution. Whisper, exhausted, reassured, I mean they're the ones who should bow. Isaac remained silent, weighing plans in his head. The chance has come, but the guards are still watching me. I need a better opening. Suddenly, a golden light flashed on the Bloodlord's shackles. Isaac panicked inwardly. Damn it, the Pope's power has triggered. He'll die before I can save him. Should I use magic to draw attention? But if I use it now, I'll surely be detected. Before he could decide, the small dry slipped out and offered, Master, let me help you. Isaac rejoiced, oh my beautiful little one, go, your size can slip through the bars easily. Give that stone to him, he'll break the shackles. You have too little mana to be detected. I'm counting on you, little dry. Now Isaac began to perform, clutching his chest. Truly admirable, the Scarlet family is indeed impressive. The two soldiers were baffled. Someone from Than Sak is praising us. It doesn't sound very sarcastic. Whisper couldn't help scolding. Are you insane? But Isaac denied it at once. No, I'm stalling for time. More sentimental lines flowed from the mouth of the A-list actor. Meanwhile, the little dry, clutching a mana core, slipped inside. When I saw the 14 demons, I nearly died, but Scarlet's response was truly brilliant. The guard began to doubt, you're smiling, young master. Isaac immediately retorted, oh, I was laughing out of fear by instinct. The Scarlet family would actually leave people like you as jailers? What a noble clan. With your level, you'd easily be promoted to head of the knights at Than Sak. Both guards were dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. What nonsense is he spouting now? Isaac added, dear sirs, actually this is confidential. The reason I'm here is by the Patriarch's order. They hurriedly probed, the Patriarch's order. Isaac nodded in confirmation. It's a family mission. I'm actually in a succession war. My task is to injure the 14 demons. The two guards drew a cold breath. Oh my, that's harsh. A succession war that dangerous, you could die like this? Isaac pretended solemnly. That's right. The two guards swallowed and whispered, this is strange, like fighting for the next cardinal position. Who's crazy enough to task a child with injuring the 14 demons? But since it's the Holy Maiden's family, it's somewhat understandable. Still, assigning such a task to a child. The Thansak faith is notorious for its fanaticism. Finding the story no longer interesting, Isaac changed the subject. So do you guys plan to work for Thansak? One of them asked eagerly. To Thansak, is this a recruitment offer? As Isaac intended to say more, he felt the little dry returning. It immediately clutched its head and sighed. It seems the 14 demons are still beyond my capability. The other guard anxiously asked, are you all right? Why do you insist on meeting the 14 demons? We'll take you back. Inside the cell, the Blood Lord transmitted a voice telepathically. Thank you, your divine king. After a while, they helped Isaac out. It's almost time, please try to hold on a little longer. Isaac put on an act of gratitude. Thank you, sirs. Suddenly, a foot stepped forward to block Isaac. Wait, before you leave we need to check this. I need to inspect the card you're holding. Isaac glared and shot back. The Scarlet Cardinal's card was given to me. Nizer sneered ominously. That card also serves to gauge a person's faith. Do you think accepting something from the Patriarch is that simple? The less faith you have, the darker the card will grow. We want to test its color now. Whisper showed excitement. The card can change color. It slipped in to check and flew back confirming, completely black. Isaac felt a chill run down his spine. Riding the momentum, Nizer ordered. Hand over the card. Isaac broke into a sweat and refused. I'm not giving it. Nizer couldn't contain his sarcasm. What's the matter? Afraid it'll turn red-black? Whisper snapped angrily. Red-black my foot. My master's card should be as black as his conscience. Isaac hid it and barked, get lost, I'm not handing it over. Nizer grew more confident, as expected, jumpy little trait. Before he could accuse them, Isaac stepped ahead. You plan to steal the card, then blame Thansak for losing it, right? Nizer gaped, what did you say? Isaac affirmed as if it were true, of course. You'll steal it, then threaten Thansak to extort a huge compensation. The two soldiers were left speechless. How did this brat come up with such a naive idea? Isaac acted as if he had just realized and sighed with relief. In your land, everyone is one of your own. A few smooth words could easily make me look like a fool. How can I trust you then? Nizer lost his composure and growled. You madman, how dare you insult my family? Fine then, no card needed, I have something better. With that he punched the ground hard. Whisper grimly warned. Master is at the judgment altar. Behind Nizer, a statue of a goddess appeared, the secret Scarlet Blood Court. Isaac also recognized its origin, the Fate Judgment Altar, a statue that detects nobles disguised as humans or those without faith. This temple dares to use that on a noble. Nizer was visibly elated and laughed with glee. If you have faith, the goddess will weep in repentance. If you're a heretic, the goddess will wrathfully open her eyes in blasphemy. If it's uncertain whether the other has faith, it will recoil. Contrary to Isaac's worry, the two soldiers cheered him on. Don't worry, with the young master's courage and duty there'll be no problem. Take this chance to prove your innocence and make them pay for their disrespect. Isaac panicked inwardly. If I step up now, that statue will definitely open its eyes. Nizer continued to urge, if you're a martyr candidate, step up confidently. Isaac refused to argue. Why should I listen to you? Nizer threatened, if you don't want your name erased from Thansak's faith, then step up. That line surprised Isaac a little. Erased from what? Keep it brief. Do you think Thansak is easy to bully? Mid-sentence, Nizer's body began to dissolve. The next moment he reappeared behind Isaac, grabbing him and shouting, don't talk nonsense, get up. Isaac didn't have time to react before being teleported in front of the statue. When he steadied himself, he found he was standing right before the statue. Nizer behind him turned dark-faced and smiled. Don't worry, it'll be over in a second. Isaac muttered angrily, my body won't move, how am I supposed to run like this? Nizer grew more excited, raising both hands and shouting. Come on, goddess statue, open your eyes. With this I can get rid of Isaac and Than. No sooner had he thought that than the statue began to shed blood tears. The sight made the nearby guard unable to hold back a shout. The goddess statue is crying blood. Wasn't that something only a cardinal could make happen? Nizer couldn't believe it, eyes wide. Impossible, how could he possibly have faith? Isaac also couldn't believe it. Holy crap, it's crying. What are blood tears anyway? Whisper called out immediately. Master, pay attention to his expression. Then it glanced down and seeing the little dry, realized. It seems the statue can also measure the little bone's faith. That's right, the Demon King is also an object of worship. It measured the little bone's faith in his master. That's a perfect 100. Isaac happily praised, as expected of my subordinate. The soldiers grumbled uneasily. He used the judgment altar without being sure of the outcome. It seems even young Master Nizer couldn't make the statue shed blood tears. If Thansak wants to make this a big deal, we're done for. Isaac finally turned back and threatened, on what basis do you dare pull this stunt? So what's your plan now? Just wait, House Eshua won't let this go, understand. But when Isaac turned away, the little dry was covered and the statue immediately gaped. Whisper panicked and shouted, turn around now. Isaac turned around at once, and the statue returned to its normal state. Isaac clutched his chest and exhaled. What was the point of suddenly opening wide like that? Whisper explained, don't you turn your back like that, you must face the statue with the little bone. Nizer seized the opportunity to accuse. I knew it. You all saw it clearly, right? The statue opened its eyes. The goddess statue opened its eyes. But the guards didn't see it and tentatively counseled, what are you talking about? The statue is clearly with its eyes closed. Are you all right? Young Master Nizer went mad, roaring, it definitely opened its eyes, I saw it with my own eyes. Isaac breathed a sigh of relief at narrowly escaping. Whisper showed obvious delight, it seems he's the only one who saw it. The murmuring among the guards grew louder, but didn't the statue shed blood tears? Oh my god, what do we do now? Nizer, furious, tried to justify himself. I'm certain the statue opened its eyes, I saw it clearly. The guards retorted angrily, do you think our house has declined so much that our statue would arbitrarily change its judgment? You mean the judgment altar changed its ruling on its own? Isaac and Whisper enjoyed the spectacle. This is getting good. The guards took turns questioning, if the ruling can really change midway like that, then from now on we won't be able to hold any trials against heretics. I think you should watch your words. Young Master Nizer ground his teeth in anger but dared not speak further, cursing inwardly, damn it, I can't win against the guards. He turned to Isaac and yelled, I really saw it. Hey you, check it again, but Isaac just stood with arms crossed, sneering, why should I? So you can change the result. Or are you jealous because you'll never reach that level in your life? As he spoke, he secretly slipped his hand into his shirt to pat the little dry's head and praise. Well done, kid. Isaac added with emphasis, pathetic. Nizer trembled with rage, you bastard, you'd better step up while I'm still speaking civilly. Suddenly a hand reached out. The head of House Thansak grabbed his hand and pulled him back. I had a feeling this would happen, so I came, and it seems I was right. Are you out of your mind? You brat. Nizer went pale and dared not speak. Rilai rushed over in time to intervene. If you hit him, it'll be a serious matter. Father, first let's go back and file a complaint. Before he finished, Isaac switched into performance mode and clutched at him. Uncle, Nizer hit me, sob sob. Rilai immediately flew into a rage, roaring, that bastard must die. A moment later, the house head grumbled angrily. It seems I need to speak with Cardinal Zichsak. Rilai wiped his hands and agreed, I'll draft the complaint. Reluctantly, Shuri stepped forward to stop him. Stop, uncle, he's about to die. Seeing Nizer beaten and lying motionless, Rilai remained furious and judged. He's just pretending, after a few light hits he's acting like that. Kids are too weak these days. At a loss, he could only curse inwardly at that fake idiot attention seeker. You bastard, what are you doing here? You clearly knew they'd pull something like this. After watching for a moment, he brusquely called, come on, let's go, staying here any longer will cause big trouble. Still pretending to be stunned, the young man shot back, what's the matter, like I'm being tried for heresy or something? Shuri reluctantly nodded, yeah, something like that. Before she finished, Isaac cut in, but I already was. Nizer brought out that terrifying statue and forced me to step on it. The two others, having calmed down, exploded again. What did that brat do? Shuri worriedly covered her mouth, so you're about to be burned alive. He looked exasperated and threatened. Do you want to die? Suddenly, Rilai noticed Nizer crawling to his feet and immediately flew into a rage, curling his finger. I won't let this go. The Zichsak guards had to step in to hold him back. Listen, Rilai, the trial is over and the result was excellent. I'm serious, young Master Isaac passed brilliantly. We've never seen blood tears that beautiful. The house head frowned, puzzled, repeating in his mind, blood tears. At that moment, Cardinal Zichsak arrived. I came because I heard there was a disturbance in the jail. But I didn't expect the head of House Thansak to be here as well. Seeing him, the house head couldn't hold back and pointed, scolding. You bastard, you arrived at just the right time. You should have just let my grandson meet that demon, so why did you dare test my grandson's faith? Cardinal Zichsak snapped back. Coming to see a subordinate of the Dry Demon King is suspicious enough, and this was also a request from a member of House Thansak. I thought running a check was reasonable. The house head grew angrier. Your third son brought out the judgment statue to use on someone. He seemed stunned. What? The house head knitted his brow and emphasized, are you trying to start a war? But Cardinal Zichsak was calm. My goodness, I didn't know the boy would bring the statue out. Can you return the travel pass I gave you now? The house head irritatedly cracked his knuckles. No need to remind me, I don't want to keep it another second. How ridiculous that you gave something like that to Isaac. He smiled in reply, your grandson requested it. Approaching Isaac, the house head couldn't stop grumbling inwardly. Damn it, even if the boy caused trouble, you shouldn't have brought out the judgment statue. But unexpectedly, the boy could make the statue shed blood tears, something only a cardinal could do. Apologies for doubting your faith until now. Thinking that, he beamed and joked, "Isaac, hand over the card." Taking the card, he was still delighted inside. If there truly were blood tears, this would be blacker than a pot's bottom, which made the house head pause for a few seconds. Blacker than sewer water. The image of Isaac being tied to the stake sprang into his mind. Seeing the house head frozen and motionless, Cardinal Zichsack slowly approached and asked, "Found it? Then please return it." No sooner had he spoken than the house head turned and smashed the card, the sudden scene leaving Cardinal Zichsack stunned. "What did you just do?" "That card was a gift from the first pope." The house head, restraining his anger, blurted, "There's nothing to give you, you scoundrel." A moment later inside the manor, the headquarters of the Zichsack faith, murmurs rose. Not only was his faith unshakable, but the judgment goddess statue actually shed blood tears. Cardinal Zichsack held his head, pressing his palm to his forehead, nearly convinced that the boy was leading the pack of saint candidates. "And yet you ask for a retrial after everyone has seen the result." Another person in the room shouted, "Do you want our house publicly humiliated? You could have become the future house head since your siblings are idiots, yet you can't even handle something this simple." This man was the vice house head of the Sepet family of the Zichsack faith, Neon Sepet. Nizer could only grit his teeth and endure. "Don't you understand that only by becoming the Pope can you keep your life? If our family is to dominate the world, you must become a saint first, then the Pope." "Got it." Cardinal Zichsack wearily intervened. "Enough, this is troublesome enough. The faith-testing card is destroyed. You will have to accept it. It's not like there aren't other options. The upcoming god-summoning ritual will be our chance. When the gods' emissaries descend, anyone with an issue will be exposed immediately. So from now until then, do nothing." Nizer bitterly recalled the statue's gaze and cried inwardly, "No, I definitely saw it." Suddenly he sprang up and shouted, "Father, has the participant list for the god-summoning ritual been finalized?" Cardinal Zichsack surprised, "Why, most are from the Thansak contingent. Isaac Eshua is on it. Since you topped the hack-sack test earlier, you can also participate." Nizer pounded his chest and insisted, "No, please list me as Isaac's servant. I'll accompany Isaac as his servant. By the rules, participants are allowed to bring servants." Neon Sepet's face immediately twitched. "Are you insane? Why would the heir of Zichsack do that humiliating thing? Don't you know that's for commoners?" But he lowered his head, showing determination. "Even so, I must do it. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to find it ourselves." Cardinal Zichsack objected. "No," Nizer shouted, "Father, even if it's humiliating, I can do it." He explained, "Someone has already taken that servant position. Kina will be Isaac's servant." He helplessly clutched his head and lamented, "Damn it. Kina Barrett will be Isaac's servant." At the same time at the Thansak household, the house head mumbled, propping his chin, "It's pitch black." Gol hesitantly asked, "So that's why you smashed it?" Benjamin looked slightly puzzled, "But I heard the statue cried blood." The house head helplessly said, "I had Isaac take an additional faith test just in case there was an error. Isaac had met Melissa not long before, so that's probably why the statue cried. That faith-testing device was stolen from the Zichsack, so it's definitely accurate." Riley sighed, then it must be true." Benjamin thought sharply to himself, "The head of House Eshua is a thief." Gol clutched his head and lamented, "At least we don't have to worry about an evil god choosing him anymore, since he's already an evil god himself." Suddenly Benjamin blurted out, "Isn't that terrible? Those who score high on the 5-color test will summon a god during the harmonious god-summoning ritual." Riley quickly added, "Cardinal Zichsack is surely looking forward to that moment too." The house head grew even angrier. Not only that, he recalled the contents of Cardinal Hacksack's letter. "I'm too lazy, so the Hacksack test will be judged based on the god the apprentices summon." His voice trembled. "That bastard Cardinal Hacksack has also played a part in destroying us." Gol told Shuri to become Isaac's servant. "We can't let Isaac summon a god." Time passed, and the day of the god-summoning ritual arrived. In the arena, a loud voice shouted, "Hey, aren't you listening to me?" Kina sneered, "Oh, you mean that bunch of nonsense you just said." But now pointing at himself, he yelled, "I'm his servant, you bastard. I've already registered." Shuri was left speechless hearing them. "Oh gods, please save these bastards." Isaac, the one involved, was calm and commented, "Just smash their heads and it's done." He added silently, "Because those god flatterers will come, everything's already complicated." Whisper asked with interest, "God flatterers, they're coming." He thought to himself, the offerings will be carried by the servants of the gods. But this offering is a high demon, so it seems one of those flatterers will handle it. Suddenly the scuffle between the two cut in. "I'm the servant, not him." He was provoked into anger. "Damn it, do you want me to use force for real?" Shuri hurriedly intervened. "Hey, today's an auspicious day, calm down." Isaac muttered wearily, "Auspicious day? Yeah, maybe," he half thought to himself, "because today is the day my servants will be freed." Shuri suffered inwardly. The elders made it clear, our house will be destroyed as soon as others see Isaac's true face. Maybe they're right, he really is an evil god. Suddenly he glanced over and asked, "What about you and those two? Why is everyone so eager to be my servant?" Shuri stammered, unable to answer because priests are expected to serve the people from the lowest positions, but before she could make something up, Near snapped, "Nonsense. I have an obligation to belong to Isaac. Well, basically, I must." Kina, becoming his servant, protested but couldn't argue. Isaac had promised to train him if he stayed by his side. Isaac had to step in to stop it. Hey, stop arguing, I don't need both of you. The two startled and turned. What? He pointed directly and ordered, you be the horse, you be the servant, and you be the clothes rack. Shuri gaped, cursing inwardly. Damn it, why does it have to be me? Time shifted to midday. The crowd gathered around the stands shouted, I'm really looking forward to this year's ritual. Rumor has it the saint will be one of these children. Seeing them in person is even more anticipated than the execution of the high demon. The kids are about to enter. The reserve saint candidates slowly filed in. A steward respectfully approached Cardinal Hong Sak to report, soon you'll meet Lord Kina. This is the first time I've seen him in person. He will surely become the saint. Hearing that, the Zich Sak attendant scowled, become the saint. Someone from another house grumbled, haven't you heard the prophecy? The new saint will come from the Zich Sak family. What kind of prophecy is that? Sounds totally unreliable. Do you know how rare Kina's holy mark is? Now everyone seems to have a holy mark. Hearing the attendants chatter, Cardinal Zich Sak smiled happily. Suddenly an announcement rang out, the priests have arrived. The doors opened and Isaac led the way in. Kina followed at his side holding a fan. Nizer had to act as the horse for him to ride. Shuri followed behind, holding up his robe. The scene was utterly absurd. Pale-faced and dead inside, he thought, that bastard will surely summon the vilest evil god. From the start, he was an evil god. The two cardinals from the other houses couldn't believe their eyes. The atmosphere grew grim. Voices of the attendants rose in uproar. What's going on? Isn't that the guy acting as the horse from the Zich Sak family? Why is Lord Kina there? Oh my, what on earth is happening? Cardinal Bok Sak couldn't help but clap a hand over her mouth to laugh. The house head hissed angrily. Stop laughing, but she couldn't hold it in. How could I hold back? Was this plot prearranged? I didn't expect Nizer and Kina to act like this. Cardinal Hong Sak looked exhausted. Do you think so? She smirked and said, you don't seem worried at all. Cardinal Hong Sak, I heard you're rather strict with the boy. Cardinal Hong Sak fell silent, brooding. He recalled Kina's words in his head. Being a servant is a crucial step toward becoming the Pope, and I don't intend to let that position fall to Isaac. He forced himself to be patient, thinking that it would be fine as long as what Kina said was true. Audra is strong enough to choose the most powerful gods. Kina being by his side is also good for our plan. Seeing no response, Cardinal Bok Sak burst out laughing. Why are you silent? What are you plotting? Cardinal Hong Sak gritted his teeth and endured, nothing, just making sure Kina becomes the Pope. Then he stared downward, telling himself, anyway, today Isaac won't willingly return to his senses. Suddenly, Cardinal Zich Sak beamed. Oh right, there's no name on the summon list for part 2 of the ceremony, is there? Perhaps you forgot that, so I added his name back in. Cardinal Zich Sak and Than Sak immediately turned pale with anger. What? On the contrary, Cardinal Zich Sak, extremely excited, rolled his lips. I'm looking forward to seeing which god Isaac will summon. Both the Hong and Than houses were sweating profusely. This madman. Before he could say more, an announcement rang out. The official execution begins. A moment later, a pillar of fire shot down and pierced the arena. A host of black-clad figures continuously descended. Shabnak was escorted out to the center of the arena and murmurs rose. It's a high demon. He opened his golden eye, releasing dark mana around the arena. Anyone hit by it trembled all over. A high demon? Even bound like that, he's this strong. How powerful must that dry demon king be to have someone like him as a subordinate? This strength is insane. He's even more tightly sealed and bound than in prison. Shabnak slowly rose to his feet. Isaac gripped the reins tightly, gritted his teeth, and thought to himself, Shabnak, I will definitely save you. What did you do to him? Did those damned priests even shove torture instruments in there? You're insane, damn it, you hateful priests. But his expression read differently to the spectators. Murmurs rose in waves, just as predicted. When he looks at the demon clan, his eyes change completely. Who would have thought he'd show such fighting resolve before a level 9 demon? Indeed, Isaac is still who he is. Cardinal Zich Sak couldn't fathom the scene. Unexpected as it was, it filled him with hatred. If he were corrupted, he'd presumably relish seeing the demon clan. Isaac lowered his head, forcing himself to endure. Better to suffer through it. As long as he got the chance to let him escape, it was fine. Thinking this, he looked up at Shabnak and analyzed inwardly. There are 5 shackles restraining Shabnak in total. Since he was given the tool, there's no need to worry about the hardest shackle. The others are even less concerned. I had placed dispelling magic on the priests performing the ritual, so once the ceremony began, everything would be released. Indeed, sparing that name was the right choice. Thanks to that, I can avoid suspicion. Alright, it seems the ritual is about to begin. Seeing the priests ready, he pulled the reins and shouted, Hey, what are you doing? Move as well. Nizer fumed, cursing that damned brat inwardly, but kept his face calm and said, Since we're here, get down and walk. Isaac raised an eyebrow and hissed, Huh, a horse that speaks human, don't want to be a servant anymore. Ah, whatever, if you don't want to be a servant, then go. For now, he had to grit his teeth and endure, constantly reminding himself to hold on until he obtained the evidence. But serving someone isn't that easy. He grabbed his hair, hauled him up and shouted, Why aren't you answering? He had to neigh like a horse in response, cursing the Eshua line in his mind once more. At that moment, an announcement rang out, "Begin the execution." Immediately, the priests folded their hands and chanted. Isaac perked up and transmitted in the demon tongue. "The rune is activated. Now just unlock the shackles." Shabnak broke free in one breath, and before he finished speaking, his voice carried out. "Your Majesty, Shabnak would not regret dying now. May my king be granted everlasting strength." That he suddenly asked for death enraged Isaac, who yanked Nizar's hair and snapped, "You bastard, what nonsense are you spouting?" Shabnak spoke mournfully. "The scene where you made the heirs of the faith kneel and subjugated them, Shabnak witnessed it. I no longer feel any regret." The more Isaac heard, the angrier he became, shaking Nizar's head repeatedly. "Shut up, break free now or you'll really die. The chance is only now." But Shabnak remained stubborn. "My king, you have succeeded in strengthening me. Simply your intention to rescue this low god is a debt I can never repay." As he said this, tears streamed down his face. Isaac restrained his emotion, lunged forward, grabbed Nizar's hair harder, and roared in the human tongue. "You bastard, what the hell are you saying?" Nizar, sweating from the pain, replied, "No, I'm not saying anything." He finally calmed and transmitted in the demon voice, "What's wrong with that bastard?" Whisper shrugged and flew out to say, "Hard to tell, maybe there's some private reason. Look closely, what's on his chest seems to be another shackle." He suddenly woke, stared intently, and realized there was another shackle. Was it added when they led him out of the prison? He transmitted aloud, "So this is the reason you gave up, Shabnak." He replied despondently, "You just got a new life, there's no need to risk it. The Pope and the Cardinals are not to be trifled with. Instead, leave your subordinate be and gain more trust from them." But the more Isaac heard, the more enraged he became, grinding his teeth and insisting, "Don't joke, you're telling me to abandon you over a shackle like a child's toy." Shabnak bowed his head and remained silent. Isaac stood motionless as he analyzed. "It's not a high-grade binding device, so it can be dispelled immediately. But the key is you have to get close to remove it. What to do? It's a bit dangerous, but within this line of sight." As he looked left and right, someone from the Zich-Sak family approached and barked, "Isaac, your position will swap with the executioner's attendant." That was the order from Cardinal Zich-Sak, demanding the chance be given to a future saint. No sooner had the words been spoken than whispers rose nonstop. "What? Send an apprentice near the 14 entourage. Is this okay? Isn't that like what nearly killed us in the Hong Sak trial before? AJ already consumed part of the Dry Demon King's body. How could the Dry Demon King's followers let him off?" Contrary to their worries, Isaac gave a crooked smile and replied, "Fine." He thought inwardly, "Cardinal Zich-Sak, why would you hand him to me?" He stomped hard on Nizar's back, launching. Gleefully stood before the officiant, leaving him bewildered. Pathetic, he's going mad with fear. After being approved, he happily took the chain and thought, "Now I can publicly touch him. Game over, what are these stupid restraints good for?" While still smug about the cheap gear, his expression suddenly changed. He straightened up abruptly. What was on his chest became clearer. He gasped, "The laws of the divine realm. Which damn god had time to shove this thing in there? Removing it now will probably take months." Whisper flew over when his master looked gloomy and suggested, "It seems removing this requires holy blood. Try the blood of a saint's spirit or the Pope." The more he heard it, the more his head ached. Where would he get those things now? That damned lunatic, what to do? If he can't get them now, the man will be executed. The Pope, that bastard Pope, isn't coming today. Just then, an announcement, "Everyone please stand, the god's envoy is about to descend." A massive ritual circle appeared above Isaac. From within, blinding light shot out. An arrogant divine voice boomed, "The stench here is overwhelming. Are these the henchmen of that damned Dry Demon King?" At the sight of the arrival, the crowd erupted. It's an angel. The god's punishing envoy has arrived." The surprise froze Isaac in place. It looked at him and ordered, "Show reverence and then deal with him yourself." Whisper turned sourly and said, "Now I understand why the sapped one gave up. If the executioner were an angel, surviving and escaping would be even harder. Do you hear me, master, master?" But Isaac laughed madly inside. "The thing needed to open the shackle just came to me." Whisper screamed in panic, "Are you insane?" Shuri over there saw him standing still and felt a strange familiarity. "This scene seems like something I've seen before. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere." As he thought this, he saw Isaac gathering holy power into a sphere in his palm. Old scenes flashed through Shuri's mind. Isaac pierced the divine being with a single strike during the 3-year trial, then smashed the divine effigy with a baby bottle. Immediately his face broke out in sweat, wordless. "Oh fuck, Isaac. Hey Isaac, you bastard, stop." But it was too late. The blow from Isaac lunged forth, producing a massive explosion. Before the bastard could finish speaking, Shabnak put a hand up to stop him and loudly announced for everyone to hear, "Thank you. Thanks to your plan, I escaped safely." Isaac smirked inwardly. Shabnak, turning into a spice snake really made you sly, huh? The stubborn brat finally used his brain. About time. He mouthed guidance, "Now just inflict a little damage. Then bury it." Shabnak complied, asking for a bit of the deity's blood. And then shouted loudly so everyone could hear, "Now I'll swallow your mana core whole to restore my energy." Isaac hadn't expected such theatrics and thought to himself, "Oh wow, you're quite the con artist." The deity was temporarily stunned and could only struggle to fend off. "You demon, don't talk nonsense." Breaking free from Shabnak's grip, he immediately focused power into his palm, determined, "I must kill him before he regains strength. I'll offer this arrogant fool as a sacrificial gift to the god." But Shabnak moved a step faster. One swipe, his claw plunged through the man's belly. The blow was swift, then the claw was withdrawn. The deity clutched the wound and staggered back, seeing Shabnak's mocking face and urgently calculating, "This is bad, at this rate we'll lose." Before his allies could react, Shabnak surprisingly struck again, this time at the deity's neck, making him unable to stand, collapsing on the spot. Trying to make a sound but failing. "It's ruined my voice." Shabnak finished the job, brazenly flew up and laughed. "I've taken your monocore, I'm off." The deity wanted to argue but couldn't speak, screaming inwardly, "I don't even have a monocore, damn it." Shabnak added, "I already grafted the parasitic plant into you, same kind." The crowd in the stands covered their mouths in confusion. Same kind. But before anyone could ask more, Shabnak dashed off, leaving the deity coughing and muttering angrily, "What nonsense is that guy spouting?" Whispers from the stands rose. "What did he just say? I heard demons are the same species and they even use lethal magic on clerics." The deity was furious but didn't know what to do, glaring ferociously at Isaac and cursing inwardly, "Damn it, it's all that bastard's fault. From the start, someone like him didn't deserve to be a saint. I won't spare him." But before he could act, light flashed from above. Several beams of blade light hurtled in from all directions, piercing through his body with precision. A moment later, someone landed from above. The deity looked around in panic. Rilai was ready. The family's envoy stepped forward, growling, "How dare you lay a hand on my nephew?" At that moment, the entire square was filled with a blue-gray haze. The deity hastily stepped back to avoid it, bewildered why they attacked a messenger instead of the enemy. About to lunge forward, he was shouted at by the patriarch. "What are you doing? Stop beheading him, torture him to death instead." The dreadful deity cursed inwardly, and this madman too. Luckily, as Rilai prepared to charge, some of the Crimson Clan rushed out to block him. "Dare you strike the god's envoy? What are you playing at? Has Azure really lost its mind?" Rilai coldly spun around and glared. "Who came up with the scheme to use sacrificial magic on the god's servant? He's already smeared with blood like this. That's real sacrificial magic. Whatever those other things were, what the heck were they?" Isaac, hearing his name, tried to look pathetic and trembled. While the people from Red Shade still wouldn't relent, scolding, "It was just acting. Remember what that guy did at the Pentagon. He's clearly an evil demon." Rilai snapped, turning his head. "A demon, you say? How dare you call my gentle child angel-like a demon?" The two Red Shade men assumed fighting stances and ordered, "Move aside, quickly bring him to the heretic pyre." Rilai drew his sword and charged. "Do you think I'll stand by and watch? Let's go." Just then a fist slammed down with a shout, "Stop right there." Cardinal Goldred stepped forward angrily and demanded, "Is now the time for fighting?" Cardinal Red Scarlet immediately waved his hand and ordered, "All forces, capture the 14 attendants who escaped." Cardinal White Scarlet also commanded his people. Seeing many people disperse, Cardinal Goldred stared at Isaac and smirked inwardly. "Even if the 14 attendants get away, this is fine. He's so badly wounded, he won't be able to summon a god." When he saw Rilai rushing to Isaac, the host huffed and turned away, instructing, "The 14 attendants have fled. All high clergy pursue the 14 attendants." Down into the courtyard, Rilai anxiously asked, "Aya, are you all right? Damn, I should have been at your side." Suddenly the family head's voice rang out, "Take care of Isaac. Rilai will chase the 14 attendants. I'll personally capture that guy and clear your name." Isaac panicked, shouting inside, "Don't you dare go, that's against the rules. If you get involved too, he'll definitely be captured." "Damn it, I worked so hard to rescue him." He whispered, "Uncle, please don't go, okay?" It hurt so much, that disgusting voice made everyone want to puke. But the two men froze for a moment. Then, as if tamed, sat back down beside him. "All right, we won't go. No need to join the chase anyway, let me treat you first." Seeing this, Isaac chuckled wickedly in his heart. Good, everything is going according to plan. But a few minutes later, he was immediately baffled. What the hell are these ridiculous pants? Seeing a crowd from all the clans surrounding the sickbed, he couldn't make sense of it. "What are you people doing in someone else's sick room?" Not far away, Vi pounded the table and cursed. "Get out, how dare you cause trouble in someone else's room?" The Red Shade clan's people immediately retorted, "Why? Do you act like the Holy Infirmary belongs only to you? Why let a damned demon into the Holy Infirmary's sick room?" The family head couldn't stand it and growled, "Damned demon." The man gaped, trying to explain, "Your Eminence, what do you mean? Why prevent an investigation?" The family head didn't bother to answer and directly ordered, "I Rilai command the entire Azure clan to cut ties with Red Shade. From now on, strike, refuse all tasks assigned by the Holy See." The two became frantic and tried to reconcile. "No, Your Eminence, it's not like that, please calm down. We're trying to resolve this peacefully." Whisper immediately checked the records. The Azure clan usually does all the dirty work nobody wants but everyone needs. This is their first strike, the cause of the tension. But the more the family head heard counsel, the angrier he grew. "Resolve it peacefully. when a holy messenger appeared right before the execution and attacked my grandson. Do you people think this can be settled peacefully? And didn't the 14 attendants call the divine envoy one of their own? The red-shade man pleaded miserably. That could just be the 14 attendants' lie. The family head cut him off, barking, a lie that can break a seal, really. Cardinal Gold Scarlet was sweating, stammering, "It's not that." The red-shade man glanced over and saw Isaac wrapped in bandages from head to toe, furious. "How can you investigate with him wrapped up like that?" The family head was still dissatisfied, warning, "What if his wounds are worse? What then?" "The important thing is who opened the locked gate for the 14 attendants. The execution magistrate in black is investigating. The results will come soon." The two red-shade men exchanged looks. "Right, just find traces of the culprit and that's it. There must be traces of him. Drag him away and be done with it." No sooner had they thought that than someone burst in at the door shouting, "Your Eminence, Cardinal Red Scarlet, there's big trouble." Everyone in the room turned to look. The evidence is gone. Isaac lay on the bed, grinning with delight. Even Whisper beside him looked equally pleased, while the other man was still utterly flustered. Just as I was about to start the investigation, the chains suddenly exploded. The smile on his face grew wider. He thought to himself, "Shabnak is always so thoughtful." The man continued, "Also, right before it blew, I felt that person's power." At that moment, Nizer turned and clamped a hand over his mouth, snapping, "Shut up." The family head, losing patience, ground his teeth and said, "You heard it, investigate, then get out." He told himself that, and with that his grandfather closed the matter. While Isaac was resting, someone approached and knocked on the room door. "May I come in?" After seeing who had come, he opened his eyes wide in surprise. Nizer hesitated and stammered, "Isaac, how are you feeling?" Seeing Nizer's appearance, he sighed inwardly, "I feel worse just looking at your face. I'm about to puke." Receiving no answer from Isaac, he awkwardly continued, "I brought the clan's secret potion to help you recover faster." Nizer worried inwardly, Isaac is so badly hurt, won't he be unable to participate in the god selection ceremony? He recalled what Cardinal Red Scarlet had told him. The Gold Scarlet followers must be overjoyed. "But I won't let that happen. Bring it over and make him drink the clan's secret potion so he recovers quickly." Seeing something good brought over, Isaac immediately tilted his head back and downed it, praising, "Delicious as hell." Nizer looked on, tears failing to come from regret. "I can't believe I had to give the clan's secret potion to this bastard. Do you know how expensive it is? One drop would have been enough and you drank the whole bottle. You're crazy." He drank the entire vial of potion. Isaac felt his body strengthen. He happily thought, "I even suspected he poisoned it, but it's real potion. I can feel my stamina rising already. It even tastes a bit like wine." Whisper watched Isaac's greedy expression and made a look of disdain. Apparently it has some disgusting blessing effects too, might be useful in the god selection ceremony. Seeing him drink every drop, Nizer awkwardly tried to stop him. "Wait, I didn't say you could finish it all." Isaac ground his teeth. "What the hell did you just say?" He stammered. "The family head said he'll give you more if you come to the main manor." Isaac frowned, weighing it. That bottle was more than enough, but would they really give more for free at the main manor? This seems suspicious. In the end, he pretended to lie back on the bed, clutching his leg and groaning, "I want to go, but my leg still hurts." Nizer immediately took out a treasure and placed it before Isaac. "Then I'll let you use my gear. These shoes will help you move. Put them on and come with me to the manor." He smirked helplessly, thinking the guy must have prepared this beforehand. Whisper beside him clicked his tongue. His ambition is as dark as ever. Knowing he couldn't find another excuse to refuse, Isaac sat up, put on his shoes, and said to Nizer, "Change your clothes and wait outside." Nizer eagerly agreed, "Fine." As soon as his back was turned, Nizer gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. "What a greedy bastard. I can't believe he fell for the trap so easily. You'll be finished the moment you step into the manor. I'll plaster this all over the front page." But Nizer could never have imagined he'd be played by Isaac. Isaac walked to the window, opened it, and smirked triumphantly. "Thanks, idiot." At the same time elsewhere, Cardinal Gold Scarlet slammed his hand on the table and roared in fury. "Those red-shade bastards, how dare they bring the secret potion into the infirmary? I gave him a VIP room so he wouldn't run off, and yet they dared to heal him and even bless him. I have to make the ritual fail. The Black Shade and Red Shade clans are completely out of control. We must stop Isaac at all costs. We can't let him summon a god." Turning back to Isaac, he saw Gol and slurred in a syrupy voice, "Oh, my dear uncle, I have something to ask you." He thought in fear, "He's gone mad," then hurriedly spun away, stammering, "I'm very busy, ask later." Gol had only taken a few steps when a strange sensation shot through him, and he screamed in alarm. Isaac chuckled, "I think you know the answer, uncle." Gol snapped, "Know what?" Isaac teased, "Which god do you think I'll summon?" He swallowed and immediately realized Isaac's intention. That little schemer, asking because he can squeeze information out of the Pope. If I tell him and the news leaks, what then? The Azure clan can't stand against the Pope. But everything would change if he summoned the Supreme God. Then no one would dare look down on the Eshua clan. Lost in that thought, Isaac's voice snapped Gol back to reality. "I'll give up summoning a god." Gol gasped, "What did you just say?" Isaac crossed his arms and pouted. I thought you'd refuse to tell because you'd assume I'd summon a malevolent god. Besides, what if an evil god actually shows up? Gol tore at his hair in anger. Are you insane? Why give up? Evil god my ass, the supreme god. At the slip of Gol's tongue, Isaac's smile immediately turned inhuman. He took deliberate steps toward Gol and asked in a low voice, the supreme god? Gol backed away and stammered a denial. You misheard me. Isaac clung to Gol's leg and pleaded in a whining voice, my dear uncle, tell me again, what god will I summon? Gol shivered and yelled, let me go. Isaac's face grew hungrier. I love you so much, uncle. Don't toy with me. Do you want to die? Gol could only muster all his strength to shove him off, thinking in horror, he's gone mad. Isaac clung like a leech and wouldn't let go even when shaken. Gol ground his teeth and barked, let me go. The family head just called me. I have to go. That demon is hiding somewhere in the city. Hearing that, he froze. Shabnak is in the city. Outside the city gates, the family head crossed his arms and ordered his soldiers. One of the 14 attendants is hiding nearby. Stay alert. Understood? They split up and answered in unison, understood. Just then Gol approached and announced, I'm here, father. This is the complete map of the underground water veins. The family head glanced at him and frowned. Why is Isaac clinging to you? Gol ground his teeth in displeasure. He wants to come along, sir. The family head turned away coldly and said, it's dangerous, go home. Isaac pouted and refused. No, I must get revenge. He disrupted the execution and endangered everyone. So as soon as I find him, I'll take revenge. Whisper beside him couldn't help mocking. Your acting is a bit over the top. Seeing his stubbornness, the family head could only sigh helplessly and said, suit yourself. That's all I'm waiting for. Isaac inwardly cheered with joy. Fantastic. The surrounding scene grew increasingly lively. A soldier who spotted him from afar showed surprise. So that's Lord Isaac. The man beside him nodded. I thought they were on strike so no one came. Turns out they sent the direct heir. That soldier laughed. Then it's probably almost over. The Eshua clan is the best at hunting demons. Isaac merely stretched and the people behind him were thrilled. Is he starting now? He turned to them and grinned wickedly. Those henchmen of the Demon King have been idle too long. Finding them won't be easy. This one's probably going to take a while. A while later, as Isaac lounged, an angry shout rang out. Isaac, are you being serious? He clicked his tongue and shrugged. Calm down, he's a high demon after all. Good at hiding is expected. I feel he's still nearby. That answer only angered the man more. Are you mocking us? That's beyond acceptable, your eminence. The long-haired man beside him agreed. This brat does nothing all day. And this only makes us more suspicious of your grandson. Those words successfully provoked the family head, who crushed his cup in his hand and let the glass shard fall. The family head ground his teeth and asked, you mean I'm wrong? The long-haired man flinched and stammered, no, not at all. He called in a low voice, Isaac. Isaac obediently replied, yes, sir. The family head pointed at the two men and ordered, make them pay. Isaac said gleefully, loudly, I sense the demon over there. The two were so scared they fled, pathetic. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind the family head. I thought you were on strike. What's going on here? Are you trying to hide your grandson's crime? He frowned and asked coldly. What? Cardinal Red Scarlet calmly explained. Doing that only makes someone's guilt look worse. His mocking tone made the family head uneasy. Do you have proof that he released that high demon? Cardinal Red Scarlet arrogantly curled his lip. It will all become clear. He already had a plan. If we find the Pope's power inside the sealed orb, he'll be finished. I can't accuse the Pope, so the ideal scenario is to find traces linking Isaac. If that happens, I'll witness these arrogant Azure folks crumble. The more he thought about it, the more pleased Cardinal Red Scarlet became. He turned to leave and kindly reminded, I don't want to ruin the summoning ceremony, so for now cooperate. At least I'll help hide the handcuffs when your grandson is arrested. Gol hurried to the family head and whispered in his ear, Father, don't listen to him. He's scared. That's why he's acting. The family head ground his teeth coldly. I won't hold it against him. I'll have Isaac put them to work. One man blurted in panic. You're holding a grudge over this, aren't you? Hey, Isaac, we heard. Investigate properly. Isaac, where did he disappear to? While they were busy baiting each other, Isaac and Whisper had slipped away. Watching his hand on a raised inscription, Whisper explained, this mark is Shabnak's. Haven't seen this cipher in ages. Isaac nodded as if he understood. Whisper snorted in annoyance. I didn't expect the foot skeletons to take your place. He shrugged calmly as if it were obvious. Not surprising, they're proper demons. They always look down on serving a plated skeleton. He pondered aloud, maybe breaking my ward is too hard, so they set up a fake desiccated demon king to control the demon folk, exploiting a loophole in the magic rather than openly disobeying orders. Whisper grasped his idea but wondered, even so, it's odd. The sealed orb, the Pope, the Crown Prince. Isaac frowned thoughtfully. The mana of both the Pope and the Prince is stored in Shabnak's sealed orb. The Pope makes sense, but why the Crown Prince? Why would the Prince care about a high demon? Whisper stepped closer and asked, anyway, how long do you plan to pretend not to care, Master? He glanced back and whispered, you mean those guys? Isaac boldly looked up at the ceiling. A group of masked men lay in ambush there, but he showed no fear. He even cleared his throat loudly. Didn't expect assassins to join the party. The masked men panicked. We've been spotted, but priests are usually so lax. Then they widened their eyes, as the aura pouring from his body began to spread fiercely. With no choice left, the masked men jumped down from the roof. Each of them was shocked. What the? I didn't even see this kid cast a single holy spell. Watching them land, Isaac frowned and sighed. You guys are mages too. The leader, not wanting to parley, charged at him. Take him out. The priests can't stand against our magic. Hearing that, Whisper burst out laughing. What exactly do they think? Are we that weak? Can't believe they're using third-tier magic on you. Isaac felt deeply insulted, rolled up his sleeve and cursed, You bastards, I'll deal with you. At that moment, something pierced straight into the neck of the masked men, who immediately laughed triumphantly. You're dead, get ready to taste the Holy Slayer. Whisper inspected it and judged, this Holy Slayer is pretty high quality. Isaac nodded in agreement. If I could absorb all the mana in it, even better. His nonchalant look stunned the leader. He's fine, he asked, voice trembling. You should have collapsed. Did you drink an antidote to the Holy Slayer beforehand? Suddenly, Isaac's flair for performance kicked in. He clutched his head and wailed, My head. But this won't bring me down. I'm a proud member of the Azure clan. The masked men, pleased with the response, laughed in unison, while only Whisper, who'd watched it all, couldn't help shouting, What on earth am I watching? Regaining seriousness, one masked man shouted, It's still a turtle anyway. Give him another shot. The leader brought the barrel to his mouth and fired 2 Holy Slayer shots at Isaac. He didn't even bother to dodge, mocking, 2 shots aren't going to do squat. You bastards, do you think Eshua clan folk go down that easily from poison? Seeing it didn't faze him, the leader immediately ordered his men. He's still talking, everyone, unload everything you've got on him. The Holy Slayer bolt shot out, embedding in Isaac's arms and legs, yet he stood there unscathed. Seeing the intruders exhausted, Isaac curled a triumphant smirk. And Eshua doesn't fall from that, need at least 50 more to stand a chance. The masked men got goosebumps at his grin. God, he looks terrifying. The leader stammered, We're out of poison needles. Isaac clicked his tongue, thinking, what a pity. For now, I'll just absorb the mana and pull back. When he suddenly collapsed to the ground, they rejoiced. Finally taken down, serves you right, slowpoke Isaac. Isaac half opened his eyes and looked down on the masked men with contempt, when he suddenly jolted, as if recognizing someone. Isn't that Count Molex? He grinned with glee, thinking he'd defeated him. Die, Eshua. Your clan was ruined because of you. Today I finally get my vengeance. Count Molex stepped forward, sensing Isaac was still breathing. He frowned and asked coldly, He's not dead. Didn't we fire tons of poison needles into him? The underlings looked confused. How is this kid so hard to kill? Maybe we should finish him off now. Count Molex ordered, Erase all traces. Make it look like a demon did it. Pretending to be dead, Isaac thought, Now what? If I stand up, they'll spot me. Whisper kindly reassured, It's fine. You've caused enough shady business already. What's a bit more? As if he'd been a priest all along. Isaac angrily grabbed his throat, grit his teeth, and asked, You want to die? Even that small move drew the masked men's attention. They cried out, He's still moving. Count Molex barked coldly, Hold him, make it bloody so we can blame a demon. I'll slit his throat. The gleaming knife in the masked men's hands made Isaac uneasy. Oh mother, I haven't absorbed all the mana yet. At the critical moment, at that hair's breadth instant, a keen sword was drawn. One clean stroke sliced through the masked men's bodies, leaving them no chance to fight back. Their painful screams echoed in the suddenly silent space. Count Molex stared in shock. What? A swordsman? Why is a swordsman here? The crown prince stood in mysterious garb, face icy and expressionless. The blade in his hand pointed directly at Count Molex. A pressure radiated from him, pushing Molex back until he screamed in terror. Recognizing that aura, Isaac immediately grinned. Magic, huh? Whisper flattered from the side. Compared to Master, it's still raw, but fairly strong. Count Molex dropped to his knees, coughing, and yelled in rage. You bastard, do you know who I am? How dare you lay hands on nobility? Though bold-mouthed, faced with the prince's icy gaze, he knew he was outmatched. Count Molex thought angrily, Damn it, Black gave no warning about this. What's going on? The door in front of Count Molex opened, and he was overjoyed at the sight of who entered. Lord Kina, please save me. Before the plea finished, flames materialized and wrapped around his body. Kina warned coldly, Count Molex, take one more step and you'll be dead. I told you to train with me, so why do you keep causing trouble? Count Molex trembled and pleaded, what are you going to do? Stay calm, I'm here to help you. If that fellow can summon a god, the Pope will be at a disadvantage. Kina stepped forward, voice low and full of hatred. I don't care about any of that. Who ordered it? The black side. Count Molex stammered and trembled. Since when? Isaac had appeared behind Kina. Knowing he had backup, his face turned sly. Count, you seem to know which god I'll summon, don't you? If it harms the Pope, maybe it's the Gold Clan, the Fortune God. Count Molex went pale and shouted, I don't know, get away. But Isaac, of course, didn't miss his chance. He grabbed his throat and pressed, Seems like you know, you definitely know, Fortune God, Wealth Fairy, or the Gold Clan. Ignoring the commotion, Kina turned back to the Crown Prince. Since you're on patrol, I won't give you a formal greeting. Your servant must be irritated with you, Master. The prince replied coldly, First priority is taking the injured young master back to the palace. Kina frowned in objection. Not the palace, we'll go to the papal hall. The prince stood firm. No, we'll go to Than S letter 1 EAFC. At that moment a heavy footstep sounded. The family head stepped toward the group and asked coldly, which bastard dared touch my nephew? Count Molex was tormented until he squealed like a slaughtered pig. Kina forced a smile. He says he'll go home. The prince beside him immediately agreed. Home's best, indeed. Back in the bedchamber, as the prince waited, a low voice suddenly spoke. Please don't worry about it, your highness. He frowned in puzzlement. What? The man said coldly. Someone suspicious like you deliberately came to the scene to read demon script. I didn't expect you to lack such basic knowledge. This masked man is Cardinal of Darkness Ian Balag. The prince folded his arms and asked, did you think when you told Count Molex to send assassins to kill young Master Isaac? Ian Balag replied respectfully, it was because your highness wanted to get close to Isaac Eshua. The prince frowned in shock. What did you say? Ian Balag, unfazed, continued, saving him from assassins would win favor. Then an Eshua who'd rather smash his head than feel indebted would voluntarily swear loyalty to the royal family, wouldn't he? Hearing this, the prince couldn't help but smile faintly. He thought it ridiculous, is this black-side logic? The northern demons stop at nothing, cold enough to use demon corpses to exterminate demonkind. He sat on a nearby wooden chair. The prince sighed softly. Now you're saying you're no longer interested. Still, as a scholar, you're curious about young Master Isaac's answer, aren't you? I mean the method to destroy the Bone King. Ian Balag replied calmly, if he really wrote it himself, then yes. Anyway, don't worry about that brat anymore. Right after the Black Pentagram incident, the heresy trial will begin. Unless there's a way to prove your innocence during the summoning rite. At this rate, Than S letter 1 EAFC will be annihilated. Later, at the Eshua mansion in the capital, after hearing everything, Riley couldn't help shouting, can people hear about this? Even if Isaac summoned a demon, how could he stage a kidnapping? No matter how rotten the kid's faith is, he wouldn't do that. I never expected the Cardinal of Darkness to go this far. The family head's face drained of blood. He decided in a low voice, Isaac will not participate in tomorrow's summoning rite. The two others froze in shock. What? Why? The boy has to take part. The family head frowned. Do we have to stir up this mess over that useless thing? Gol scratched his head and stammered, that's true. But he cursed silently, damn it. Gol sprang up, slammed the table and declared, no, he must participate. The family head snapped angrily. Are you mad? Didn't you say he's weak and needs protection? Do you want the whole world to know the boy summoned demons? Gol shot back, not a demon, the supreme being. The boy will summon the supreme being. Regardless of faith or whatever, just let him go. After unloading everything, Gol slumped, frustrated, smacking his forehead. Damn it, I shouldn't have said that, but better out than dying of rage. Riley sat stunned for a long moment before murmuring, the supreme being. Gol nodded at once, yes. The family head folded his arms and asked, Isaac? Gol shouted, who else but Isaac? During the sanctification, the boy was chosen by the supreme being, so he must be allowed to summon the god. The family head sneered in disbelief, if you're drunk, go sleep it off, don't make a scene. Gol immediately recounted everything. It's true, I saw it at the Barrett house. Do you wonder why they wanted to adopt the boy? Because he refused, they tried to kill him at the pentagram. Now they've failed and are desperately trying to stop the summoning rite. Don't you know why the Barretts did that? Riley found Gol's words too absurd and warned, brother, writing novels like that gets you mocked. If you're unwell, go rest. Gol, livid and trembling, turned to leave, tossing back, if you don't want to believe it, fine. You've already got the Pope by the throat, let go if you wish. If you want, I'll take Isaac out of this house. Seeing Gol so determined, Riley's faith wavered slightly. Could it really be true? Gol had barely taken a few steps when the family head called, is everything you said true? Gol spun around and yelled, I already told you. The family head gripped his teacup and said seriously, the supreme being is a pervert. Gol was so offended he nearly swooned. How did you jump to that conclusion? The family head pondered. Isaac was in danger in another sense. An entity like the supreme being couldn't be opposed. But at least they could avoid the heresy trial. Faith was meaningless. The chooser was an entity above even patron gods. No one could defy the will of the supreme being. At that moment, a servant burst in, panicked. Master, there's big trouble. Followers of the rival sect have requested a heresy trial against young Master Isaac. On the day of the Black Pentagram contest, the crowd arrived early, the announcer's voice ringing across the stands. From now, the second round of the sacrificial ceremony will begin. The full god rite will be performed before honored guests. To avoid mistakes. Jury nervously bit her nails, screaming inside, this is insane. The heresy judges are all lined up. Isaac, what did you do to deserve interrogation by those damn sect fanatics? A few days earlier, Isaac had been dragged into a closed room by the rival sect's investigators. They slammed the table and shouted, confess, do you worship the Bone King? Your name showed up in the cipher, the 14 lustful demons of rank 9 left behind. He perched on the chair, casually asked, what's so boring? The investigators then used vague hints. Although the Bone King had knelt to atone before the gods, that great feat was so profound that he fell into the trap and went berserk, roaring, kneel, kneel. Those bastards didn't write any line like that, did they? Want to die? Suddenly, Isaac froze for a beat. But it was too late. Two rival sect members grinned slyly. Could he really read the Demon Clan's cipher? Kid, you're caught red-handed. He instantly pulled back his aggressive act and felt his stomach drop. We're dead. He leaned in, voice low and grim. Wait for the black pentagram day, just remember Shuri and I'll want to roar. How did even a child get mixed into this trap? Why not arrest him now instead of waiting for the black pentagram? Isn't it so they can catch you drawing out a demon god? The punishing god, the one who punishes demon gods, will surely be drawn. He'll be summoned the moment he's drawn to deal with Isaac and frame Than let her 1EAFC as heresy. What on earth is that guy thinking? Isaac wasn't tense like them. He wandered about, eyes shining with greed. Mention the gold god and it's like fortune itself, gold, silver, gems. Nizer looked at him with contempt and inner glee. Just keep smiling. I don't know how you fooled the interrogation, but I'll crush you in front of everyone. Because here I will draw the punishing god and summon him. If you pull out an evil god, you'll suffer divine punishment. Every murmured comment from the onlookers reached Nizer's ears. Is Than's letter 1EAFC truly corrupted? Today they say they'll show evidence. He was exhilarated, yes, compared to a normal heresy inquest, this would certainly send him to hell. At that moment the officiant announced, then let the deity selection ceremony begin. Channel your holy power into the distributed gem to call the god. Shuri looked at the gem in his hand with anxious, devout eyes. O patron god of Than's letter 1EAFC, I entrust everything to you. If he draws an evil god, Than's letter 1EAFC will be wiped out. But someone's delighted laughter made him lose his patience. He stood in a daze, babbling nonstop, god of wealth, god of money, god of plenty. Seeing this, he couldn't help but beg more earnestly. Please, please don't let Isaac draw an evil god. But the orb in his hand still lit up. Isaac's eyes widened and drool streamed down. The golden color, that's the gold god. Speaking of gold, it's coin gold. Money come quick, O god of fortune. Amazing, it's out. The god of wealth has appeared. Suddenly, the orb in his hand snapped to a silvery light. He rolled his eyes in disbelief, while a whisper next to him took the chance to mock him. Isaac clutched the gem and wailed in torment. No, it can't be like this isn't it. Nizer, who'd been tense and excited watching, confirmed smugly that he'd indeed drawn an evil god. Now I'll expose you in front of everyone. But who suddenly went mad, screaming and hurled the orb away. No way, Nizer and Shuri went pale. They couldn't believe he dared toss it. Seeing the gem vanish, Shuri shouted, you bastard. Nizer hurried after it, turning to jeer at him. You idiot, you really thought throwing it away would make it unrecoverable. Even better, Isaac won't be able to pull his tricks anymore. We'll publicly reveal his evil god ourselves. Seeing some soldiers rush to pick it up, he casually ordered, bring it here. The sect's henchman approached him, a grim voice ringing out. Young Master Isaac Eshua, wait, we'll reclaim the gem and must check which god you drew. If it's an evil god, you will be forcibly taken to the interrogation table. Isaac couldn't stand it and flopped on the floor, thrashing. No way, let me draw again, this one is invalid, I want to redo it. At that moment, others had already retrieved the gem and presented it to Nizer. Finding the gem, he snatched it anxiously and said, hand it here quick. He rushed excitedly toward him, a crooked smile widening to his ear. You're done for, open your eyes and look at the god you just drew. But some henchmen had spotted it first and cried out in surprise. Look, that's the emblem, the symbol of the supreme being. Nizer slowly looked down, his face went ashen and horribly ugly. It's the emblem of the supreme being. The spectators quickly grasped the situation and opposing opinions rose up. No one has ever drawn that before. Weren't they saying Than's letter 1EAFC was corrupted? Drawing the supreme being and calling it corruption is absurd. The cardinal in imperial robes was furious on the dais. Finally, Shuri bent down to ask him, you mean you knew you drew the supreme being and still threw the gem away? The pitiable reply, the supreme being doesn't spit out money, so what's the point? Even he had to give up against Isaac's logic. Lord help, save this bastard. Lying there with eyes rolled back, he suddenly heard someone shout, the god of wealth has appeared. A girl and a worshipper held up the golden gem, a little delighted. She didn't notice a shadow appear behind her. When she turned and saw him, she jumped and asked, what's wrong? He didn't answer, only kept demanding she hand it over. Damn him. Isaac didn't hesitate and made a deal on the spot. Trade with me now before I kill you. That quack fellow won't give it. While he was goofing off fighting under the stands unaware, Nizer had been standing stunned the whole time. He trembled with rage and resentment. Damn it. Back at the tower, a few elders of the sect sat together. The white-robed cardinal spoke gently, so this matter will ultimately fall to the family. The family head finally couldn't help a quiet laugh. She awkwardly reminded, sir, you must try to suppress your laughter. I can only patch things up with reason. You seem in good spirits. The emperor looked at him and said, Lord Eshua must be very pleased about his grandson drawing the supreme being. He, paying no mind to the emperor's implication, proudly answered, yes. Perhaps this is an omen of good fortune for the empire. Every word of his made the cardinal grind his teeth. Such matters only become possible after a true summoning. He gloomily looked up and said, "Isn't drawing something anyone can do? You must summon and form a covenant for it to mean anything." Duke Eshua didn't hesitate to retort, "If everyone can do it, then why has the Metal Clan never drawn one even once?" Neither would yield. They glared at each other until the Emperor awkwardly broke the tension. "Even just drawing it has significance. It's rare good news, so I too am pleased." Hearing this, the cardinal quietly calculated. "I used the god Kina drew to boost my power, yet things turned into such a mess. I backed that man with all my might because the god of wealth favored him, but what can I do against the supreme being? Alright, he was only chosen for his talent. The guy doesn't have the chops to summon anything. At all costs, we must stop the covenant from being formed, even if it means using holy rites to seal the supreme being." Isaac slammed the pile of papers down in frustration and shouted, "Let me try again." Staring at this, he was astonished. "You hate studying so much and now you want to learn?" But Isaac replied firmly, "I have to learn. Why is there no line here about canceling the god's selection?" He watched and muttered, "This guy's crazy." He set his glass down and rambled, "I don't get why you hate this so much. Isn't this supposed to be a happy thing?" Isaac crushed the book in his hands, glaring at him in anger. "You want to know?" Suri flinched and quickly shook his head. No, don't say anything. You've already received a gift from the Supreme Being, which means you've been officially chosen." He said calmly, "I threw it away." The other cried in surprise, "Why did you throw it? With that gift, there's nothing to worry about when summoning him." He replied blandly, "I don't need it." The man sighed, exasperated and helpless. "I respect your choice, but even if you hate it, a high-ranking god is still better." I grew impatient, demanding an explanation. "Why?" Suri gravely warned that the Red Shade clansmen plan to summon their god and seize you. The moment their god tests your faith, you'll be punished. If the Supreme Being doesn't intervene, you'll die. A hint of amusement crossed his face as he quickly spread his hands and asked him, "Then hand over the Than S letter 1EAFC god you're going to summon to me. Wouldn't that be enough to block it?" A light god, he must be good at spotting shiny things like gold, right? Shuri finally lost patience and shouted, "The light god isn't like that." He didn't bother to ask. "No high god will listen to him for real," Whisper advised him. "Are you sure about that? Better prepare a plan to carry it away." 1 week later, the summoning ritual. At the tower's dais, a few early arrivals whispered to each other, "Are we really going to see the Supreme Being? Come on, being chosen and actually summoning are two different things. How could that brat possibly summon him? Haven't you heard the rumors about Isaac Eshua's faith? If the Red Shade god is summoned, won't Isaac be executed?" Nizer remained arrogantly smug. "I don't know what tricks you used before, but it's over now. The Red Shade god will wipe you out. Isaac, today you'll surely die." He looked at him with disgust, thinking the same again. Suddenly, Cardinal Hawing S letter 1EAFC appeared and added, catching his attention, "Nizer is right, your body won't withstand a summoning." He almost couldn't help wondering why so many troublemakers showed up today. He proactively proposed the deal as if he were magnanimous. "I'll help you summon the Supreme Being, but after the summoning, you must hand him over to the Hawing S letter 1EAFC family." Rilai rushed forward to stand in front of him and declared firmly, "Even if that offer is made, it's useless." Seeing Cardinal Hawing S letter 1EAFC about to say more, "Right, we'll switch to the god of wealth," Isaac didn't hesitate to nod. "Deal." Which made Rilai hurry to clamp his mouth shut. Even with his mouth covered, he tried to answer but couldn't. Rilai held him tight and thought to himself that the proposal wasn't bad at all. The god of wealth is also a high-ranking god, so he could block the Red Shade's attack. More importantly, without their help, Isaac might truly die when they try to summon the Supreme Being. To let this beloved grandson die, I can't accept that. Thinking that, he bent down and whispered to him, "Isaac, do what I want, will you?" With Rilai's permission, he got so excited he practically drooled into the man's hand. His eyes lit up as he urgently told Cardinal Hawing S letter 1EAFC, "Deal." Getting his nod, the cardinal replied with satisfaction, "A wise choice." Just then a hurried soldier burst in with news. "Your Grace, it's serious. The summoning order has been changed. Nizer has been scheduled just before Isaac." The cardinal's newly lifted mood immediately sank. "What?" When the family head turned back, his eyes were full of rage. "It seems that damned Red Shade has bribed the Black Shade Cardinal." Rilai flinched at his anger and stammered, "Father." His face clouding as he curtly announced, "I'll go deal with it." Many leaned toward the tower's stands to eavesdrop, whispering, "Nizer will summon first." That's basically a public declaration he'll be executed. "Look, it's the Cardinal of Than S letter 1EAFC. Is he going to betray the Black Shade Cardinal? Red Shade and Than S letter 1EAFC are always at odds, you know. I wonder how the righteous Than S letter 1EAFC family will react to this." The family head strode up holding a hefty gold coin and loudly demanded, "Money here, swap the order." Rilai and Shuri nearly jumped out of their skins. "My lord, while outsiders argue, is Cardinal Than S letter 1EAFC taking bribes? They wouldn't accept something so blatant, would they?" The Black Shade Cardinal glanced and wavered. "It's worth considering, that's a lot of money." But Isaac immediately objected, "What? No, sir. Our Eshua family can't do that, sir." "Please stop, my lord." Hearing his earnest, level-headed words moved the onlookers. Indeed, the boy seemed fit to be the future pope. But his next line left them speechless. With so much money, give it to my grandson first, of course. A henchman sneered as he glanced over. Never thought Than S letter 1 EAFC would stoop to such dirty tricks. Could the Than S letter 1 EAFC patriarch really abandon his clan's creed? He remained patient under the provocation and calmly replied, Than S letter 1 EAFC faith exists to protect the small and weak. And we're protecting the smallest, weakest in our own family. Isn't that following our creed? Yet he inwardly wondered, can it really be interpreted that way? The Black Shade Cardinal smirked slightly. That side of you is admirable. But we've already accepted goods from Red Shade. Hearing that, the family head ground his teeth in anger. You bastard. Do you know what will happen if that Red Shade brat actually summons his god? The other took the chance to sneer a few taunts. So you too find Isaac Eshua suspicious now. Cardinal Than S letter 1 EAFC, please stop. It's decided you can't change it now. The Black Shade Cardinal nodded. Indeed, once decided it cannot be changed. Then both of you summon at the same time. The smug man froze and protested, Sir, how can you allow that after taking so much money? He shot the man a dark look and warned, then hurry up and find a way to summon faster. Are you scared? He bit his lip, tears streaming as he thought to himself. Damn it, arguing won't help now after all, the Cardinal decides the order. He clenched his fist, his tone colder. Fine, but we will remember this. Than S letter 1 EAFC and Black Shade will regret this. Isaac looked a bit embarrassed at the family head. Sir. He patted his shoulder to reassure him, don't worry, if I can't summon him it's fine. Even if those bastards manage to summon their god. We'll still protect you. For the first time a hint of admiration flickered in his eyes, his voice choking. Oh sir. But a second later his voice trembled as he pointed elsewhere. Not that. The family head, thinking he meant to say more, asked kindly, isn't that so? His tone turned greedy as he hinted, give me those spare bribe boxes. If there are any left, give them all to me. He immediately took a beating but still managed to pocket a few boxes and leave. Suri kept nagging, what are you doing? Isaac Nizer will summon the form god, their patron. He replied nonchalantly, all the better. I was planning to strike a deal with the Hang S letter 1 EAFC family and wreck the ritual. He froze, unbelieving. What? He turned back and calmly told him, those things they gave me must be warded. I'll wait for them to activate, fake collapsing, then pin it all on them. For a moment he was baffled, you knew and still accepted them. Isaac's gaze hardened as he thought, if a high god is summoned, it'll surely recognize my soul. So the original plan was to feign illness to be carried out before anyone could summon a high god. There was also the option to use a superior god to smash everything, but I don't know what the superior god would think. But if Nizer summons the form god, the whole situation will change completely. If it's that god though, fine, I'll use this chance to make the Red Shade leave me alone. Unbeknownst to him, Nizer glared at him with murderous intent. If he summons that lord, Nizer is finished. They both stepped into the center of the dais at once. The announcer's voice rang out, begin. Nizer arrogantly shot his hand up, I'll go first. Immediately a stream of red magic burst from him, and after a few seconds, it flared violently from his body. Everyone watching there exclaimed that it was the red god's form. He roared in triumph, success. Only then did Isaac move slowly, a gentle light emanating from his heart. The light grew brighter and brighter, then blazed like the sun with an explosive force. The whole dais was suddenly filled with smoke and dust. The spectators panicked. What is that? Did Isaac actually summon a superior god? The sight froze Nizer in place. Summoning alone isn't enough. He still needs to sign a pact to complete it, which means there's still time. He clasped his hands and pleaded, oh God, please examine that bastard's soul and punish him. He is an existence that violates the laws of this world. Magic erupted everywhere and a divine voice echoed from somewhere. Fine, which child dares call himself a saint? Whisper screamed in terror, he's really appeared, we're about to be wiped out. Isaac, startled, tried to calm him, it's okay. Urgently urging, you should sign the pact quickly too. Someone nearby asked in shock, did that brat really summon a superior god? The henchman earlier reassured them, it's fine, young master, you're faster now. If he signs the pact first, it's over. After a while magic churned in chaos, and the god appeared above him. The being opened its eyes and intoned sternly, is that the one who ate the bone of the Dry Lord demon? Nizer hurriedly stoked the flames. Yes, he is a heretic, please examine him, he cried. The voice remained clear and golden. No need to investigate, that brat has no faith at all. And he reeks of the foul, corrupt aura of that Dry Lord demon. No, he has been using that power already. Nizer froze, inwardly dumbstruck. What? The god grew furious. How disappointing, for a creature like that to dare enter the god's domain. You will be executed immediately. Riley dropped to his knees, his chest burning. No, Isaac's lack of faith is exposed. I must act now, knock the kid out and sever his link to the god. But his plan was spotted by two cult henchmen who immediately stepped before him. Have you forgotten the Pope's decree? No one but the summoner may approach the ritual circle. Everything has its reasons. If that brat is executed, there must be just cause. His arrogant, provocative smirk drove Riley mad. Whisper panicked first, wailing, damn, I chose the wrong master, I'm really going to die this time. Isaac lost patience. I told you it's fine, calm down. Seeing the god's punishment about to descend, it screamed again, fine, what's fine supposed to mean? Unfazed, he immediately cast a spell. Trust me, you idiot. As the god's punishment began to fall, Riley could only cry out in helpless terror. Smoke cleared to reveal Isaac's face, calm as ever, though a moment later disbelief flickered across it. Seeing Isaac still holding his head high after the divine blow, the god wondered. He blocked it. He only curled his lips in a cold smile. A cruel light in his eyes. This ends here. A stronger wave of dark magic pulsed from Isaac. Some nearby clamped their noses, exclaiming, dark mana, it's dark mana. That brat is using dark mana, so he really did consume part of the Dry Lord Demon's body. Is the Than S letter 1 EAFC clan using the Dry Lord Demon's power? That kid is a heretic. Riley moved to call Isaac, but Gol stopped him. Step back or you'll be treated as a heretic too, he shouted. That doesn't matter, are we just going to watch Isaac die? As Riley prepared to lunge with eyes shut. The earlier henchman was ecstatic, thinking it's over, no more denials, the Dry Lord Demon's dark mana is exposed, that kid will certainly be punished, and will attack in concert with the god. The two of them excitedly conferred as the god moved. Yes, once he strikes, attack now, attack, 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 they chanted. Mid-chant they suddenly froze, even Riley wondered in shock, why hasn't the god attacked yet? Why hasn't that god attacked? Is Nizer's summoning flawed? Cold sweat ran down the god's face, his eyes wide and tense, impossible, this can't be happening. Isaac let out a dry laugh and declared, that's right. I'll take care of that gaze thoroughly. Long time no see, old friend. The law god was aghast. This can't be. No way. This is impossible. A barrier. He had to stare as Isaac stood smugly inside the shield. The Crimson clergy were equally stunned. A barrier so that brat can't be punished. Seeing magic fire flying at him, Isaac sneered, you bastard, you haven't changed a bit, have you? So you still insist on doing everything yourself, huh? The law god was furious, only thinking how to strike Isaac. He muttered, soul judgment. But an invisible force pushed him back. What? Isaac's true form appeared, the Dry Lord Demon in full, long time no see form god. The law god was thrown into panic, repeating an incantation. Soul judgment, soul judgment, soul judge. Giving him a headache, he cried out, tone it down, will you? He was frantic, screaming in his head, wasn't that supposed to be sealed inside a beetle? Why is it here? Did the seal fail? No way, it's probably just a clone. Maybe he sent a clone through a minion. Watching the law god stand there self-soothing, Isaac sighed. This guy's lost his mind. The law god snapped, you'll die in that child's body. I'll return this body to its true master. But he was disappointed because Isaac replied, you can't kill me. A high god like you picking a quarrel with the overgod. Can't you see these vials? The law god felt threatened. The overgod has chosen him, the Dry Lord Demon. What the hell is this? This is beyond me. I must report to my superiors. Isaac heard that and stepped closer to the superior. Come on, I'm the Dry Lord Demon, right? He answered as if hypnotized. Isaac pressed on, so the sealing failed, yes, the law god stammered, confused. Seeing his slow wits, Isaac blurted it out. Wasn't that seal created by your son? He flinched. Yes. He's not afraid at all, then go report it. But won't you be punished by association? You'll be penalized too, you know. Wouldn't it be fun if they heard this? Our little red god is so desperate for a promotion. Oh no, if this reaches them, you'll never get promoted. Your superiors might even kill you outright. At that point, opposing Isaac would be admitting you're an idiot, so the law god had to back down. Forget that for now, what do you want? Isaac replied. Oh, nothing much. While they spoke, sounds inside were muffled by the barrier, so those outside couldn't hear anything. What's happening? I can't hear a thing. Suddenly, a voice demanded, sign the pact with me. Before the law god could relay the info, his mind blurted out, yeah, fine, sign the pact. He couldn't believe his ears. What? The demon lord signed a pact with a god? No, now he's a priest, actually a clergyman. Damn it, is he the demon lord or a priest? Thinking that, the law god lunged forward and asked, what's your current name? Isaac replied, Isaac. The law god pressed for a full name, and the answer he received was Isaac Eshua. Hearing that made his head throb. Holy crap, how is he part of one of the 5 great houses? Isaac's face was smug as ever, practically broadcasting, you're done for, you can't kill me and you can't go back to report this, you can't do a damn thing, so sign the pact with me. The law god was utterly helpless. What are you up to? When he heard Isaac say, I just want to live a normal life, he sneered. You expect me to buy that? Isaac explained, I've been cursed my whole life, but now I finally have a normal body. You think I'd give it up? Oh, you're worried that without faith I can't sign a pact. I'm genuinely grateful. Grateful as hell, thanks to you I have this body now. Oh, and thanks for making mistakes too. Isn't that a kind of respect? So we can still sign the pact, right? Hearing him, the law god was tempted. Should I just kill him? Isaac ignored that and babbled on. Now you can't live without me. You know human bodies are weak before gods. Do you think I'll go around announcing I'm the Dry Lord Demon? I plan to quietly live in this human body. Whisper muttered quietly, you're really terrible at stopping lying. Isaac told it, I'm not lying. I will quietly assassinate gods and take back what's mine. I'll reach the summit peacefully. And once I reach it, I'll destroy everything. To do that, I need a rat who can tell me what's going on in the god's world. Whisper asked, what about the overgod? Isaac replied, I'll use him too, use him to blackmail the other gods. The law god stood there, pondering as he observed Isaac. Come to think of it, the Dry Lord demon always wanted a body he could die in. Is that why he's so obsessed with this body? Thinking that, he spoke up. But still no, the Red God can only pact with those of the Red Shade clan, not allowed. Which surprised Isaac. What? Think carefully. Do you know what I might do if I get angry? Want me to blow myself up again? The Law God, enraged at Isaac's shamelessness, yelled, Bastard, you threaten me by self-destructing? I'm still nursing a headache from what you did last time. For now, better placate him, but why Yeshua? He stepped closer and asked, will you really live quietly? Isaac answered very firmly. Of course, and then the shield suddenly shattered. The crimson clergy outside rejoiced. The god is back. He removed the Dry Lord demon's dark mana so we can easily seize him. Arrest the heretic. Hey, you heretic, stop right there. Suddenly they froze. When they saw Isaac had no intention of fleeing and was instead walking toward them. Abruptly, he raised his palm with the glowing red seal and laughed loudly. I've stolen your god. What are you going to do about it? The crimson clergy stood frozen for 5 seconds. The red god just made a pact with an azure priest. Wasn't Isaac supposed to summon the overgod? Why did he pact with our god instead of the overgod? Is that brat trying to claim both the red god and the overgod? So they reckon he'll siphon the red god's power before making a pact with the overgod. He'll definitely use the red god as a hostage to blackmail us. That's crazy. Hearing that, Isaac immediately entertained the idea. It's not such a bad plan. They murmured. The red god chose a child of the azure, not the red shade. If the god punished heretics by choosing Isaac, that means his faith hasn't wavered. But that means the red god values an azure child over the current red shade heir. They didn't notice Nizer's furious, enraged face across the way and kept talking. Didn't they call Isaac a heretic? If there really was a problem, their god would have killed him. Look how rotten the red shade has become. Their reaction made Isaac extremely satisfied. Fucking marvelous. The Crimson Cardinal suddenly wore a mysterious smile. You intend to steal our god, the red god in the azure faith. There must be some mistake. Surely you'll annul this pact, right? But the patriarch immediately cut him off. Why would we? Isn't the condition to become pope to reconcile all 5 faiths? Now my beloved grandson has been chosen by your god. The Crimson Cardinal grit his teeth, cursing inwardly. That bastard. The clerics hurriedly protested. Absurd. How could you steal another family's god? Yes, how could an Yeshua take Sepet's god? Rilai, unfazed, whispered to the patriarch. Let's go, patriarch. We have no reason to listen to them. The clerics were about to press further. This is ridiculous. Return it, when my uncle's cold glare stopped them. Everything happens for a reason, didn't you tell me that? The clerics were about to press further. This is ridiculous. Return it, when my uncle's cold glare stopped them. Everything happens for a reason, didn't you tell me that? At the Yeshua estate, Shuri was furious. What the hell did you do? Do you see how they're glaring at you? We're short on manpower, don't go making more enemies. But you didn't even notice him. That bastard, you were lost in thought over the law god's last words. You were lost in thought over the law god's last words. Careful, if your superiors find out, this will be a huge mess. Isaac replied offhandedly. The law god, uneasy, continued to warn him not to be complacent. That body was crafted very meticulously, but in return it has a very short lifespan. That's why we created many different saint candidates. Seeing him startled and intrigued, the law god went on, if you want, I can transfer you into a new body. How about the body of a child from the Red Shade clan? If you want to pact with me, that would be better. Isaac seemed to have an epiphany. Turns out this body is even better than I thought. If it weren't exceptional, you wouldn't have asked me to switch bodies. The law god conceded. What a crafty fellow. Still, I'm not lying. Isaac smiled, but no matter how strong this body is, it'll wear out quickly. Other saint candidates are as strong as I am, right? Finally, the law god closed his eyes and cast the right. Because I once tried to trick you, as repayment I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't put too much trust in the Yeshua family. Isaac was still lost in thought. Why did he say that? Shuri was furious. Hey, are you even listening? You couldn't summon the overgod because you lacked mana, right? So you made a pact with the red god instead. Just as Isaac was about to deny it, someone stepped in. Here you are. The Crimson Cardinal grinned with a syrupy smile. I offer my deepest congratulations to the priests who tied for first place along with my Kina in the dark color exam. Though I dislike ties, since you belong to the Azure faith, I'll allow it. Isaac grimaced. Geez, just hearing that gave him the chills. Shuri wasn't any better. How could that man even smile? Suddenly he asked Isaac, you haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? I'll pay more than we originally discussed. Hand over the overgod to us. Surprised, no way Ike would agree to that, yet Isaac suddenly spoke up. Really? Fine, which made him nearly bite his tongue. Are you out of your mind? Isaac stepped toward the Crimson Cardinal and leaned in. I'll hand him over, but the money comes first. You said you'd give me the god treasure, right? Regardless of Shuri fuming behind that cursed patron. The Crimson House understood. Each person has a limit to how many pacts they can form with gods. The Pope can form many pacts, but for you it's much harder. So I'll give you this summoning stone, then no pact is needed. Seeing the priceless item on the table, Isaac admired it. Fucking perfect. Shuri nearly popped an eye out. That was the yellow house's pillar stone. He stared at Isaac in disbelief, thinking inwardly that the stone alone held more divine mana than most shrines. He's even offering something that could bless a whole kingdom. Isaac only glanced and snapped the lid shut. So all I need to do is summon the overgod for you, right? Shuri was terrified again. Does this guy really not care about the overgod? Whisper quietly communicated with Isaac. Are you really going to hand over the overgod? He kept his smile. No, I just want to know what the overgod desires. I can't fully trust gods. The Crimson Cardinal bowed and nodded. I've given you the stone. Now hand over the overgod. But he suddenly froze when he saw a silhouette clinging to Isaac's body. The silhouette lifted a hand and touched the back of Isaac's palm. A symbol appeared that amazed everyone. That's the pact mark of the overgod. It's definitely that. Wait, doesn't this mean he already has 2 packs? What the hell is going on? Even Isaac, the one in question, couldn't hide his panic. What the hell is this? Why did I suddenly pact with myself? They jumped to the worst conclusion. So you planned this from the start. You secretly intended to pact with the overgod beforehand, right? Classic you, a sly backstabber. The situation was bad enough, and Shuri's words poured fuel on the fire, which Isaac could only deny in his head. It's not like that, you bastard. He saw the clerics were furious. They must be thinking things like accepting a handover first and then making a pact with the overgod. How shameless are these people? Those damn Azures planned to screw over not only the Red Shade but us too from the start. I won't let this slide. So he immediately started rolling around on the ground. No way, cancel the pact for me. Everyone froze. Huh, Isaac pretended to shout loudly. Cardinal, tell me how to reverse this. The Crimson Cardinal had a pounding headache. I understand you don't want this. So give me your hand and I'll annul the pact for you. He added, you can't force a god to break a pact. A pact is only broken when you yourself decide you no longer want it. Isaac showed absolute determination. I want to cancel it at any cost. So Cardinal Crimson immediately nullified his contract, burning the link. In this way, your contract has been disabled and the contract mark will be erased. Seeing his oddly strange expression, the Cardinal was displeased. Don't mess around, focus, cancel the contract properly. Isaac hurriedly replied, I'm focusing. As Cardinal Crimson recited the unlinking chant, Isaac muttered a long prayer in his mind. I don't need a high god, get lost. I want the deity gone, don't block me, get lost. Damn higher god, disappear. I'm begging you, go away, cancel the contract using me, that should be enough. Thinking that, he immediately opened his eyes to check if the mark was gone and received Cardinal Crimson's extremely impatient glare. Are you kidding me? Isaac protested unjustly. Not at all. Whisper had to comfort him, forget it, anyway this is good for you, but he wouldn't accept it. Even so, I still prefer the deity and something about this feels off. Cardinal Crimson now looked as black as his boots. If this really was a mistake, give the stone back, I can't take it anymore. Shuri also felt sorry, it's a pity, but he should do it. Isaac closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Since it had come to this, Cardinal Crimson, and he turned and ran like the wind. Just stealing it, I won't forget what you did to me. The priest still couldn't make sense of the situation. What is that brat saying? The things we did for him, but wasn't he told to return the stone? Is he really going to? Meanwhile, Shuri quietly backed away, and they saw Isaac leap straight out the window. He's running, your eminence. In the banquet hall. During the feast, the priests were buzzing. Hey, did you hear? Isaac has 2 contracts. Can someone actually sign oaths with 2 gods? Kina contracted with a pair of twin deities, but they're counted as one. Signing with 2 gods from different faiths is another matter. Not to mention one of them is a higher god. Amid the commotion, the enforcer stepped forward and loudly said, Quiet, we have an announcement. After discussion, the top scorer of the dark color test is Isaac Eshua. For a moment, everyone fell utterly silent in surprise, then they all cried out in joy. Isaac Eshua, please go to the Cardinal's office to receive your reward. Someone ran up and shook Shuri. Our crimson might go down in the history of the 5-color exams, and he still couldn't believe it. Is this a dream or real? The priest excitedly asked, Where's Isaac? Shuri immediately replied, I don't know where that eager priest ran off to. He'll be very happy to know we won. Suddenly, the enforcer cleared his throat and announced that the 5-color test was officially concluded. You will step into the world with what you've learned here. Graduation will be held alongside the New Year celebration. We'll meet again in 3 months. Oh, and you'd best build good relationships with your seniors before graduation. When people saw the 3 of them, they immediately felt it. Just by their faces you could tell they were about to discipline us. I heard the greeting will be brutal. Isn't that the senior of the second-rank clerics? Why is he here? He must be eyeing Isaac. Shuri breathed a sigh of relief internally. Good thing Isaac isn't here. Leaving a bad impression on the senior would be a huge problem. I have to warn Isaac not to do anything stupid. And of course, exactly what I worried about happened. Isaac burst in through the front door just then, and behind him were Cardinal Crimson's men in hot pursuit. Catch him and make him return the stone. The senior looked on, impressed. Could that kid really be the famed Isaac Eshua? He really has no dignity at all, just like the rumors say, a complete mad dog. He really has no dignity at all, just like the rumors say, a complete mad dog. He got a boot to the face. As he cast a haste holy spell to flee, the clerics watching were terrified. The senior Shuri couldn't stand it either. What a raging maniac. Isaac didn't have time to listen to him shout, "I'm busy, move." Everyone hurried around the senior, asking if he was all right. Is that kid insane? Yet the senior remained remarkably tolerant. Don't be hasty, we must discipline him. I will handle it. Just then a bouquet smashed straight into his face. And Isaac's high-pitched voice rang out, "Damn it, how long are you going to chase me?" Turns out he'd been hurling the vase on the windowsill. What the hell is that brat throwing? Give it back over there. Seeing the chaos, Shuri wore a face of utter resignation. Screw it. The men beside the senior went ballistic. What the hell is wrong with him? That damn apprentice, he used the senior's face as a stepping stone. Does he think he can get away with that? Everyone treats him like a saint candidate, so now he's lost all manners. Yet this senior remained endlessly tolerant and gentle. Don't say that, he's only a kid. This is normal for an elder. What we need to do is teach him. Hearing that and seeing the senior's actions left the clerics frozen. We're totally screwed. The senior stood and began to organize. For now, the apprentices will go with the royal family. They will receive missions directly from the queen. Soon they'll get a request related to the Dry Lick King. Final graduation scores will include results from that. Current rankings aren't final. Do you think that brat would score high without our help? Once he gets a low mark, he'll wake up. He became a monster because people coddled him as a senior. Guiding him right is obvious. Shuri held his head at a loss how to fix it. God, they really have it in for him. He needs to taste failure. Before anyone could finish, he was once again kissed on the sole of Isaac's foot. What are you muttering? Cardinal Crimson's men are still chasing behind. Why are you helping Isaac over there? You're on his side. After kicking up a cloud of dust, Isaac left without a care, merrily heading off. Screw it. See you at graduation. The sky peaked blue between the rustling treetops. Amid the swaying reeds, a soft call rang out, breaking the silence. Isaac stood with arms crossed, face skeptical. Beside him, the spirit Justice hovered, looking equally displeased. Shabnak knelt in submission. Justice flew around barking at him, scolding him for stealing divine power from his master. On the ceiling of a lavish room, a great chandelier hung silently, witnessing the hush. A woman stood with her mouth agape, eyes wide as if she'd seen something beyond comprehension. The scene erupted into chaos with screams as the clerics of the Sancta Seeds Church were suddenly attacked by mysterious blue energy blasts. Back in the forest, Isaac stood silently, pondering with a pensive look. Shabnak bowed his head low and apologized to his young master. He explained he couldn't help himself when he heard those clerics insult Isaac. Isaac listened and responded indifferently. Isaac stared at his subordinate, his eyes glowing red with scrutiny. Shabnak knew the end had come. His undead body began to exude a faint, black mist. Isaac realized the wound on Shabnak was a mortal one inflicted by the cardinals, beyond saving. With his last breath, Shabnak shamefully apologized for making his master see him in such a pitiful state. He extended his blackened hand and offered a memory stone as his final apology gift. It contained all the Empire's secrets he had quietly gathered over decades. He declared he'd die here with no way back. Isaac looked at his subordinate and a different idea formed. Shabnak urged him to use his severed head to gain merit with the church, but Isaac told him to wait a moment. Isaac summoned Justice close, still staring at the sigil on his hand. He smiled slyly and advised Justice not to get too worked up over a faulty seal. Suddenly Isaac made a demand. Forced Justice to change Shabnak's fundamental nature. With a mischievous grin, Isaac wanted to turn the dying undead into a flesh and blood human. Justice, shocked, shouted asking if Isaac had gone mad, but Isaac remained calmly defiant. He argued that if gods could grant punishments, they could also bend the laws of creation. Isaac's eyes flashed cruelty as he explained that making someone who never knew pain taste it is the harshest punishment. Justice began to waver before Isaac's manipulative, yet eerily logical words. The spirit of Justice recalled Skeleton King's past, a cold-blooded killer who had taken countless servants of the Lord. Using holy power to save a great villain made the spirit feel deeply conflicted. Justice adamantly refused. Isaac immediately threatened that if it didn't comply, both of them would be captured by the church. He put a finger to his lips, daring Justice to risk its existence. Isaac threatened to go straight to the Pope and expose everything, which genuinely terrified Justice. Let's die together. Isaac's face twisted insanely. He stuck out his tongue like a true demon. Justice hurriedly flew to intervene when he saw Isaac truly resolved to gamble with his life. It realized this madman wasn't bluffing. He was willing to destroy everything to get his way. To preserve its own existence, the spirit of Justice bowed and submitted. Isaac relaxed his terrifying expression and smiled triumphantly when his subordinate finally obeyed. He didn't forget to warn that he'd use holy punishment if Justice dared resist again. Isaac extended his power-marked hand, his eyes glowing red with anticipation. Divine punishment, humanization. A crimson light streamed from his hand directly into Shabnak's body. Pain screams echoed through the forest as Shabnak's undead body began to be torn apart by sanctifying power. The black shell gradually dissolved, and justice declared the conditions under which Shabnak could exist in human form. Red strands of energy wrapped tightly around Shabnak, beginning the mysterious physical transformation. Isaac rubbed his hands in delight, thinking he could now easily fool the church with such a capable subordinate. Justice hovered nearby in agreement. Suddenly, his face drained of color in astonishment when he saw the actual result of the humanization ritual. The black mist faded, revealing a delicate face with vibrant reddish-brown hair full of life. You're a girl this whole time." Isaac couldn't hide his shock at Shabnak's true sex. Shabnak stared in disbelief at her new body. Isaac was left speechless. Her voice and build had seemed so masculine before. He asked if she felt uncomfortable. Shabnak raised a hand, feeling the warmth and texture of flesh after centuries as undead. She warned about the danger of the cardinals, and Isaac instructed her to hide her identity carefully to avoid the church discovering her. At that moment, a panicked shout from a member of the Eshua group rang through the forest, putting Isaac on alert. The fellow burst in, asking where Isaac had been. Isaac quickly threw out a lie that he'd gone to protect the church's foundation stone. He reported the area was in chaos from a terrorist attack and eyed the strange girl standing next to Isaac with suspicion. Clutching his head and complaining, he added that the church intended to send Isaac on a solo mission. Isaac crossed his arms and refused, saying he'd already found a teammate. The man was stunned, not understanding what was happening. The mission was to find a spy of the Skeleton King. At that, both Isaac and Justice found it laughable. He even revealed someone was performing a summoning ritual for the Skeleton King inside the palace, raising tensions. The Eshua cleric went on about the enemy's danger, someone who had defeated even the strongest royal knights. Seeing Isaac indifferent, he arrogantly said he'd form a team if Isaac begged, but Isaac casually replied he'd already partnered up. Oh my god, he jumped when he finally took a good look at the woman standing behind Isaac. His face flushed at Shabnak's beauty as he turned to demand who she was. Isaac nonchalantly lied that he'd rescued her from Demonkin while hunting souls. He added that out of gratitude she insisted on following to serve him. The man found this utterly absurd. He began wild speculation, fearing the beautiful girl approached Isaac to kidnap a member of the Eshua family. Shabnak suddenly bowed in submission, declaring she was here only to be a servant to her master. The Eshua cleric immediately grew wary and demanded she state her background at once. "I am a slave of my master." Shabnak's blunt declaration froze the air in place. "A slave," he screamed in horror, while Isaac kept an expression of utter nonchalance as if he heard nothing. Shabnak added that day or night she would serve devotedly. The Eshua man went mad, shouting at Isaac what the hell he was doing. He worried this would damage Isaac's reputation, but Shabnak reassured him she had no intention of competing for a fiancé's role. The more he heard, the more the poor man felt his worldview crumble under the vague words of the strange girl. Shabnak wore a melancholic yet resolute expression, pleading earnestly to stay by Isaac's side to repay his kindness. Seeing his teammates' tearful display, Isaac coldly asked what on earth was wrong with him. The cleric was so distraught he couldn't speak, tears streaming down his face from the shock. He shouted through the forest, calling for his grandfather because this grandson had just caused yet another irredeemable scandal. The scene opens at the grand mansion of the Eshua family in the capital. At the sight of Isaac, an uncle in the family began screaming loudly. The uncle rushed over to grab Isaac, scolding him that he was too young to be demanding a girlfriend, while a maid behind him panicked and ran after them. Everyone started wildly speculating about a master-slave relationship, leaving the uncle clutching his head in despair and Isaac speechless at their overactive imaginations. The uncle adamantly opposed any marriage talk, even though Isaac hadn't said a word about it. Isaac kept a calm face and gently explained to the overexcited uncle that things weren't like that. He said the internship was almost over and that he'd soon be heading into dangerous areas on missions. Isaac pointed to Shab, introducing her as his new bodyguard with excellent skills to protect him. Shab stood rigidly behind with a stern, expressionless face. The girl bowed politely and asked to be called Shab, but the uncle still couldn't shake the obsession with the word girlfriend. Shab firmly declared she would dedicate her heart, body, and soul to serving her master. The words body sent the uncle and the maid's minds spinning, both froze in shock. Not stopping there, Shab added she was willing to serve Isaac through the night for the sake of his soul, making the atmosphere even more unbearable. She casually mentioned mysterious magical methods unknown to the clergy, causing the uncle to collapse into a catastrophic misunderstanding. Ashamed, Isaac covered his face, ordered everyone to calm down, and threatened to run away if they didn't accept Shab as his guard. Justice could only snicker above his head. At that moment, a deep, steady voice rose in objection to letting someone of unclear origin serve as a personal attendant. The uncle turned around startled to see who had arrived, and Isaac and Shab were also curious about the sudden appearance. It was a silver-haired young man wearing glasses, looking very refined. he remarked that a bodyguard for a trickster like Isaac must be capable. He casually ruffled Isaac's hair, saying he was cuter than expected. Isaac looked puzzled. He'd never met this man before. The maid hurriedly introduced him as Sir Benjamin, the family's financial advisor. Isaac was still grumbling about being treated like a child. But the moment he heard financial advisor, Isaac's eyes lit up like gleaming gold coins. His attitude flipped 180 degrees. Isaac dropped to his knees and kowtowed, apologizing for his earlier rudeness. He put on the most innocent, sparkling face he could muster, expressing supreme honor at meeting Benjamin and begging for his help. Benjamin laughed at the boy's sudden change and suggested they first test the bodyguard's abilities. Isaac clung to his hand without letting go. He told Isaac to go inside first, as the clan leader was waiting in the study to speak with him. The scene shifted to the Sepet mansion, where the atmosphere was darker and far more serious. Nizer stood silently with a worried look, while a voice full of disappointment rang out from behind. A red-haired man sat behind a desk, scolding Nizer for forgetting the true nature of the god of justice. Nizer hurriedly denied it. The man retorted, then how could Isaac make a pact with the very deity Shuri summoned? The kid shouted that everything happened too fast. The deity vanished and chose Isaac. He had no other choice. The man pondered, feeling the deity must have chosen Isaac for some special reason they didn't yet know. He wondered whether Isaac might actually be a saint, since the god of justice acted in a way tied to the soul. Images of Isaac's bright smile flashed in their minds, making them consider allying with the Eshua rather than fighting them. However, without the god of justice, their plan to hunt the ancient treasure would collapse. They couldn't let the Eshua possess something even the Pope coveted. Nizer gritted his teeth in annoyance. He hated Isaac but understood how crucial this mission was. He decided he'd take the god back from Isaac, but the man warned him he had to act fast. Because the eldest son, who wields the god of punishment, was about to return, Nizer broke into a cold sweat at the news. He trembled, imagining that genius returning. Surely he'd sort both him and Isaac out if he found out. The man ordered Nizer to befriend Isaac before that guy could get back. He explained that the god of punishment dotes on his brother, the god of justice, so that fellow wouldn't overlook this. Nizer was grabbed by the shoulder and told to stick close to Isaac and extract information from the god of justice at all costs. The boy stared back bewildered. Become his servant. Nizer heard this ridiculous task and wanted to curse at the irony. Shuri's pitiful wails echoed through the mansion. He couldn't fathom how he'd picked up such troublesome skills. Isaac proudly introduced to his grandfather that this was his personal guard. Justice hovered beside him with a mischievous grin. The clan chief fell silent and pensive, while Isaac added that he'd rather choose who he liked than accept low-ranking attendants assigned by the family. Grandfather mumbled, wondering why a child like Isaac worried about marriage so early, prompting Isaac to blink and ask, "What?" Shab stepped forward confidently, asserting she trusted her abilities completely and wouldn't lose to anyone present. Rilai moved to volunteer for the test, but the clan chief immediately waved him off and declared he'd do it himself. The old chief asserted that if she passed his test, he would formally recognize her as a member of the Eshua family. He even promised to grant her a level 1 knight certificate if she succeeded. Rilai, standing nearby, nearly dropped his jaw in shock. Rilai protested that the reward was excessive for a 10-year-old, but the chief said it was fitting recompense for the glory Isaac had brought. He joked they might strip Rilai's title and give it to Isaac instead, causing him to cry out for his father in terror. Isaac was delighted to see things go according to plan. He thought his grandfather was truly thoughtful and understanding. The chief began preparing the test. Rilai and the maid behind him turned pale at the thought of his terrifying power. A thunderous stomp echoed across the floor, signaling the official start of the confrontation. The chief cracked his knuckles, radiating murderous intent so thick the air felt viscous. Isaac began to panic. He knew his grandfather was as powerful as a cardinal, and this felt unfair. He tried to persuade him to let another uncle test instead. But the chief roared that if she couldn't withstand the pressure of a cardinal, she wasn't fit to guard his grandson. Rilai and Isaac froze under that force. Contrary to his master's worry, Shab calmly turned and reassured Isaac that he needn't fret about her. The clan chief's eyes glowed red with authority as he launched the first testing blow. A horrific blast of magical energy erupted the moment his fist landed, sending blue lightning arcing through the entire room. Isaac cried out Shabnak's name in terror, fearing her current human body couldn't withstand that death blow. As the smoke cleared, the chief's weathered face registered utter astonishment. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Shab had stopped the heavy attack barehanded. Shab's gaze remained sharp and soulless. She stood unmoved as everyone watched. A terrifying impact detonated, blue magic bursting violently and ripping the hall apart. Rilai stood beside them, stunned to see his father's powerful strike so easily halted. Ilai Eshua lunged forward, furious, barking at Isaac what kind of monstrous guard he'd brought home. Ilai observed calmly while Shab assumed a ready stance. The chief thought it a waste for someone this strong to be serving his grandson. The clash was swift amid the rubble. Eli realized that although he held back, the opponent hadn't been using full force to resist. A deep suspicion began to kindle in the head of the Eshua family. His eyes hardened with murderous intent. He was certain the girl before him was a dark entity. Eli's fist flared with greenish-blue magic as he delivered a powerful, direct punch at Shab. Eli screamed in panic to stop him when he saw his father preparing to use a dangerously purifying grand spell. Shab gritted her teeth and endured. She knew she absolutely must not use dark magic now to protect Isaac's secret. A colossal pillar of holy light descended from the ceiling, enveloping the target in pure purifying energy. Everyone around fell silent. Eli Eshua coldly ordered immediate expulsion, declaring this was a demon. Rilai and Benjamin stood dumbfounded, unable to believe his father would act so ruthlessly inside the mansion. The old man casually brushed dust from his shoulder and scolded them as fools for showing no vigilance toward a stranger. Just as they were about to discuss the investigation, Rilai suddenly rushed to call his father, and another explosion erupted. A dark red aura seeped forth. Isaac flashed a knowing smile while the tiny spirit of justice perched on his shoulder beamed with pride. When the smoke cleared, Shab still stood firm as if nothing had happened. Isaac declared bluntly that she was now truly human. Aftershocks from the earlier impacts still shook the room violently, dust raining down everywhere. Shab lunged to counter with lightning speed, forcing Eli Eshua to dodge the slicing punch. The battle heated up. Eli's eyes burned red with killing intent, and Shab was pouring all her strength into her fists. Their fists met, producing a shockwave of contrasting red and blue that flung everything aside. The entire main hall trembled as if about to collapse under this earth-shattering duel. Rilai frantically covered his face against the gale, repeatedly yelling at his father to stop. Eli stood amid the wreckage with a skeptical expression, muttering that everything was very strange. Shab remained on guard, sweat streaming down her face. Eli couldn't believe she was unharmed after a direct purification strike. Rilai finally lost it, raging at his father for using an assassination-level spell on an ordinary person. He thought such an over-the-top move was wrong, even if the other party were the worst enemy imaginable. As he scolded, Benjamin angrily pushed up his glasses, insisting this couldn't be settled with a mere apology. Eli stood silent as his son lectured him about turning the family mansion into a ruined battlefield. Surveying the scattered rubble, Benjamin winced at the thought of the massive bill they'd have to pay for repairs. The punishment was immediate. Eli Eshua's official stipend was suspended for 6 months to cover the repair costs. Returning to the main issue, the name Shab still gave everyone headaches. In his study, father and son sat down to discuss after reviewing the investigation reports. Benjamin said they still hadn't found anything unusual. Eli flipped through the stack of forged documents Isaac had prepared, asking if his son really intended to grant her a top-tier certificate. Benjamin admitted he'd already promised it. Benjamin adjusted his glasses and asked again why his father had used a massive purification spell. He still suspected she might be a demon. The clan chief set the papers down, asserting firmly that he sensed no trace of dark magic from the girl. Eli Eshua's gaze grew pensive. He thought she was human, yet somehow not entirely. Benjamin froze when his father insisted that even gods, looking into her soul, would only see an ordinary human. A chill wrapped Benjamin's mind. He knew his father's senses, one of the greatest cardinals in history, had never been wrong. An enigmatic image of Shab formed in his head. Benjamin suggested expelling her to avoid future trouble, but Eli shook his head, saying it was better to keep her close and observe every move so they could learn her true intentions. He emphasized that Isaac being the one who brought her home was a crucial detail not to be overlooked. Benjamin could only gasp Isaac's name in shock. Eli mused that Isaac's ability to control a demon wasn't necessarily bad. It was proof of the boy's terrifying potential. The chief mentioned long-buried forbidden techniques. Benjamin jumped, wondering if his father was referring to the family's ancient band arts. Eli suddenly stood and declared it was time to choose a successor at this year's family gathering. Benjamin was so stunned his legs went weak. While Benjamin worried this would spark public uproar, the chief quietly stared out the window, plotting for the future. He still didn't fully trust the current Eshua clan's strength to succeed, but if that person were Isaac, everything would change. Eli hoped the child would break the curse that had plagued the Eshua for generations. Cut to the royal palace. A church official, sweating nervously, asked Isaac if he wanted the mission briefing repeated. Isaac grinned, shamelessly practical, not caring about mission details and asking straight how much he'd get if he caught Skeleton King's spy. The official was left speechless at the boy's greed. Even though it was a direct royal order, Isaac brazenly demanded payment, making the accompanying official tremble in fear. Shuri quickly leaned in to whisper into Isaac's ear, Hey, are you crazy? Can't you read the room before you speak? Why do you have to say such loud things here in public? Can't you see they're trying to use us, no matter how dangerous it is? They want us to handle things ourselves, even if we die on the mission. I trust the royal family will compensate properly, right, or am I wrong? That may be so. Isaac, bored, put on a pseudo-mature air and explained to the two guests. I believe the Skeleton King's spy is right inside the palace, though I don't know who yet. They've downed 6th and even 7th rank knights, so this threat is at least high level. Isn't it obvious you should get a hazard allowance when you're literally betting your life? Expecting anything else is against common decency. The Empress snorted with laughter and replied, so you must be the famed youngest cleric of House Eshua. Whisper idly looked at her, then at Chablis, remarking that although she's the Empress, the Crown Prince doesn't look like her at all. Isaac casually explained, after all, she's not his birth mother. Upon hearing juicy drama, Whisper gleefully quipped, so he's the son of a consort who became crown prince? Well, if I were her, I'd want him dead too. Or we could flatter the Empress and take care of that crown prince for her. She seems quite taken with you, master. When Isaac nonchalantly blurted out that the Empress sided with the papacy, Whisper flipped out and snapped, then why haven't they eliminated her yet? Suddenly the Empress smiled and engaged him, seeming to have made a small mistake. Although we've sent a request to the Holy See, of course, given the danger the compensation is indeed inadequate, I will ensure you are fairly compensated. Is that enough to satisfy you, House Eshua's youngest cleric? Isaac, unable to ask for more, politely responded with pleasure. Oh my, I respectfully accept this mission, your majesty. Afterwards he and Whisper recalled Shab's reminder. Now that you've sworn a pact with the greatest deity, the Empress is taking special interest in you, master, and the two happily celebrated. Shab's intel proved very useful. Besides, she's been imprisoned for a long time anyway. Isaac eagerly scanned the woman before him and silently mocked inwardly. Aren't her moves a bit too obvious? Clearly she's trying to use me to bring the crown prince down. Whisper leaned in to add the obvious. This woman seems to harbor ambitions to strip the crown prince's position. Isaac rolled his eyes in agreement, of course. If the Empress backs the papacy, once the prince ascends, he'll purge all her faction. He unconsciously glanced at the crown prince sitting statue, still, then mused that if the prince hadn't reached swordsman level, she'd likely have made a move already. Just then Chablis unexpectedly joined the conversation, saying dragging an apprentice cleric into this web of intrigue is cruel. This isn't something the clergy should meddle in. The Empress calmly lifted her teacup, looking contemplative. A sardonic thought crossed her mind, so mature for his age. I suppose he just can't bear that I summoned Isaac. Yet her words remained measured. Nonetheless, the fact that the Skeleton King's minions target the royal family is undeniable. They could even pose a direct threat to your life, Prince. The aide behind the Empress immediately chimed in. Surely there are minions of the Skeleton King hiding within the palace and nearby. We've discovered cursed artifacts of the Skeleton King and numerous items used for summoning. The Empress waited for him to finish and then delivered a dramatic conclusion that left Isaac momentarily stunned. It seems the Skeleton King intends to wipe out Helen Palace, the heart of the sanctuary. Internally, he wanted to shout that he couldn't care less. I'm only here to grab the loot and live comfortably. But the Empress, reading Isaac's thoughts, continued to chatter on. Anyway, even the Skeleton King couldn't breach the Holy Dragon's barrier. He silently cursed, that's not my problem. Those dragons are a pain to deal with. Whisper sneered that removing the royal line would indeed be an effective way to destroy the Holy Dragon's barrier. Just then, the Empress pushed a stack of papers toward Isaac with an explanation. This is a list of servants and retainers with suspicious movements in the palace. She finally cut through all the roundabout talk and got to the point. I want you to use this to flush the suspect out. After all, you're the genius who made a pact with the supreme god. You will be duly rewarded, so arrest whoever is plotting against the royal family. Isaac still insisted on asking, why don't we discuss what that reward will be, but before he could finish, Shuri jumped in to seal his mouth with a booming promise. At your command, your highness. Even restrained, Isaac mumbled, this idiot, about to get us swindled. But Shuri, intent on dragging this traitorous brat away, snapped curtly, I know, now move it. The Empress watched their backs and called after them kindly, I'll await good news from you. Once outside, Shuri finally unleashed her mouth to scold. My god, this guy, I thought we were done for, I can't believe you act like that in front of royalty. Isaac, not one to be outdone, shot back, who even cares about that now? He ignored his stunned teammate and kept babbling about his brilliant plan. The Empress, think how much cash you could squeeze from her. Only a total idiot would pass up this once-in-a-millennium chance. Isaac drooled at the thought of the fortune behind her and plotted to cozy up and pick her pockets clean. Shuri was left speechless at his shamelessness. Why would the supreme god choose this damn brat? But at that moment, a familiar warning rang in their ears. Don't trust the Empress too much. It turned out Chablis had slipped out of the room to wake these two money-obsessed beasts. She simply wants to use your title. Startled, Shuri could only blurt, "That's the Crown Prince, Your Highness." Chablis continued in her sternest tone, "You could lose your life like that, so I advise you to act with caution." She added somewhat oddly that she still hoped the Skeleton King's spy would be rounded up. Shuri, a little thrown, replied off-key, "Yes, you need not worry, we will certainly catch them." He blushed with excitement and vowed, "We can't let that cruel Skeleton King return." Isaac, standing behind, wanted to smack the speaker's confident proclamation and muttered, "I'm back, you garbage." That night the palace looked normal from the outside, as on any other day. Yet whispers and gossip swirled around. "I'm certain followers of the Skeleton King are lurking nearby." There were cursed items and summoning tools, and that warehouse was full of things linked to the Skeleton King. Isaac impatiently demanded, "Why are we standing around?" Shuri, cautious but firm, said, "Wait and see. The culprit will definitely go into that warehouse." No sooner had he finished than Isaac exposed the lie. The true summoning site is elsewhere, you can tell just by glancing at what's inside that warehouse. Shuri, startled for a few seconds, immediately interrogated loudly, "How do you know so much about the Skeleton King?" But before he could answer, Isaac thumped him hard on the head and reminded him to bow down. When Shuri lifted his head, he whispered in shock, "They really?" Isaac had lowered his voice but couldn't hide his contempt as he replied, "I told you they'd come." Then he suddenly grew more serious. "It's obvious who the culprit is." Shuri immediately fired back, "What, who is it?" Isaac didn't hesitate to drop the heavy bomb, "Obviously the Empress." The answer was beyond Shuri's grasp and he instinctively shouted, "What?" Then Shuri denied it, "But wasn't she the one who asked us to find the Skeleton King's follower?" Isaac didn't hesitate to enlighten his comrade. "She's trying to sever all ties to that spy. This woman clearly thinks she's clever enough to fool the clergy." He suddenly brightened, eyes glittering with gold. "We'll catch that lackey and win favor with the Crown Prince or the Emperor, and then we'll pick their pockets clean." Shuri, money-mad, almost dropped his jaw. "Why are you so obsessed with cash?" Whisper, who'd been silent until now, suddenly stuck his head out with a killer question. "Are you really okay? If that's a summoning circle, your soul could be drained." Isaac scratched his head sheepishly and replied, "I'm fine, really. Humans couldn't pull it off anyway." He said that, but his actions didn't quite match. "Just chase after her." Shuri saw him spring up and weakly called after him, "Wait for me." He was busy looking around and warning others, not noticing the eerie shift around Isaac. "It's really dark, be careful." When he turned back, Shuri's eyes widened like brass bells in shock. Staring at the empty yard, he screamed the name of his comrade into the night. Isaac. The man Shuri missed was vanishing into another dimension in a blink. Isaac felt the mana swirl around him and his heart raced. "Damn it, I'm done for. This is the Skeleton King's real summoning circle. Someone can actually cast it." While still in a daze, a voice rang out and pulled him back to the present. "Son of House Eshua." Isaac had just met the other's gaze when his normally confident face went pale. After a few seconds to collect himself, he found his voice and shouted, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Though one stood and one knelt, both kept silent in an awkward standoff. With no one speaking, Isaac seized a moment to question himself. How could he trigger a real summoning circle? He'd only released a bunch of fakes. Halfway through his thoughts, Isaac suddenly realized, "Ah, right, this is my original summoning spell." Whisper bitterly asked, "Didn't you teach the bone brutes to use it in emergencies?" He admitted gloomily, "They're stupid enough to memorize it." Isaac shoved the strategist aside to focus on the bigger problem. Could this mean the Crown Prince is actually the Skeleton King's spy? Terrified by the implication, he nonetheless forced himself to ask more. "Your Highness, what are you doing here? Are you patrolling this area?" Before the prince could answer, Isaac awkwardly supplied an excuse for him. "Oh, I see, you're on patrol." Whisper rolled his eyes contemptuously and shattered that illusion. Clearly, the prince performed the summoning ritual. Seeing the angle was bad, Isaac tried to bow out. "Very well, Your Highness, I'll go finish my remaining tasks." I saw nothing. Before he could finish, Chablis interjected, "Why did you appear from the Skeleton King's summoning circle? Is the Crown Prince truly naive or acting?" Isaac reflexively spat inwardly. "Why are you asking that now? You were caught red-handed summoning the Skeleton King. You know your head could roll off any second." In the heat of the moment, Whisper kept adding obvious commentary. "Master, you're supposed to be a saintly candidate, yet you were summoned by the Skeleton King's magic. This question is too obvious." "The Imperial fellow's clever too," Isaac cursed through gritted teeth. "Damn it, why? I tuned that spell for undead. Humans should have a hard time using it." Whisper suddenly hatched a bold idea. To use the master's summoning magic, you must speak the bone language and, more importantly, show absolute reverence and loyalty to him. Saying that, he lunged at Chablis and loudly declared, "This one is definitely a follower of the Skeleton King. He's not bad." Isaac angrily shook off that nonsense. The Crown Prince of the Holy Empire couldn't possibly do this. Chablis, unable to overhear the duo's private talk, pressed on. "I'll ask you again, why were you summoned here?" Isaac, with the attitude of a pig that's already dead and unafraid of boiling water, shut his eyes and began to speak. "I wasn't summoned, I just fell off a tree," Chablis flatly denied. There aren't any trees here. He rolled his eyes and tossed out another excuse. Then maybe I just crawled up from underground. Chablis lost patience and threatened, at least make up a more believable story. Isaac sighed theatrically and flipped the script. Could it really be that the Crown Prince is a follower of the Skeleton King? After that question, the two fell into a silent standoff again. Staring each other out grew tiring, so one of them finally suggested moving somewhere else to talk. Outside it was still pitch black. The quarrelsome pair had now shifted their stubborn duel to the Crown Prince's palace. Isaac sat with arms crossed like a host, quietly sizing up Chablis opposite him. What a joke, his power radiates so brightly and purely. It turned out in his eyes, a dazzling halo like the sun glowed around the prince. After taking it all in, Isaac suddenly rubbed the back of his neck and muttered, maybe it's better if I just pretend I didn't see any of this. Though they'd moved, Chablis's question stayed the same. Why did you appear here? That persistent nosiness made Isaac speechlessly desert-like. You fool, is that all you care about? He ignored answering and instead scanned the room. What kind of place is this anyway? Isaac's gaze was immediately drawn to a row of Skeleton King models on the shelf. In the most prominent spot there hung a painting of him riding a warhorse in full glory. The past suddenly excavated itself and slammed into Isaac, making him feel on the verge of exploding. Where did he get this stuff? He decided to be blunt for once and said solemnly, aren't you basically a hanger-on, your highness? A cleric from the cathedral caught you at the scene. I think you don't fully understand the situation yet. But no matter who says what, Chablis clenched the question like a charm and wouldn't let go. Why did you appear here? That simple question unintentionally awakened the demon in Isaac. Oh my god. Chablis looked at his grimacing face and suddenly felt a spark of clarity. Wait a minute. The Crown Prince felt clever for the first time and switched to a new question. Could you possibly be the Skeleton King? Isaac snapped angrily, eyes wide, shouting, how could that be? Surely I was summoned because I once ate a finger of the Skeleton King. That's why I reacted to that summoning. Hearing that, Chablis deflated a bit. Oh, is that so? Noticing his odd expression, Isaac wondered silently why he looked disappointed. After a moment he frowned and asked, Your Highness, are you interested in the Skeleton King? Chablis looked down and confessed, this is my sister's room. The princess is obsessed with the Skeleton King, so I intended to summon the one she loves to see if he's worthy of her affection. Well, Isaac gritted his teeth, took another look and silently rebutted. He's a terrible liar. No matter how you look at it, this is clearly a boy's room. After a while he scratched his nose and proposed, here's the deal. I'll pretend I don't know your secret, so I want you to keep my summoning a secret. There's no point for either of us to cross the cathedral, right? Chablis nodded in agreement, yes. They aren't the type to easily forgive those who use dark magic, especially you and me. Isaac suddenly blurted out, dark magic. Chablis, as if understanding, asked again, aren't you a dark mage? The next thing he said made Isaac's face go ashen. I remember 10 years ago you used dark flame on the bishop. He couldn't meet his eyes, glancing aside to guess. 10 years ago, wasn't it? Memories surged like a small wave as pale morning light washed over the solemn, ornate architecture of the grand palace. Chablis gently pushed the door and held his breath to observe inside. At that time, Isaac had completely lost control, repeatedly unleashing furious blows on the man opposite. He remembered the day he beat that old bishop to a pulp with the bell. The other suffered bone-deep blows, eyes rolled and mouth hung open, utterly unable to fight back. Isaac wondered secretly how that man knew he'd used dark mana then. When he caught that expression on Chablis's face, Isaac flinched for a moment and studied him. Isaac judged that the holy dragon's bloodline could detect demon kinds with yellow pupils. He concluded, imperial gaze. Whisper beside him also momentarily paused. Wasn't that the power you sought in the past, master? Isaac admitted silently, yeah, if I had those eyes, I'd be able to complete the magic I once failed at. He snapped back to himself and then asked, you said you could sense my dark mana and my mana core. Chablis shook his head and honestly shared, actually I couldn't sense anything from you at all. It's been hidden too well, probably because you're a saint, Isaac mused. Then why did you say I used dark flame? Chablis reiterated his demand, I told you, admit that you are the Skeleton King. Isaac clutched his head, wanting to leave. Fine, I take my leave, I'm going now. Just as he was about to go, Chablis suddenly spoke from behind. Fine, if you want to know why I knew you used dark mana, because the dragon blood in me is extremely strong, I can partly understand the language of monsters or things that cannot speak. For example, a baby's babble. Isaac stopped, his face flushing and paling, thinking to himself, babble babble. His whole body went rigid as if he'd realized something. He stared at Chablis and guessed, don't tell me this guy means that as an infant he understood all my babbling back then. Seeing Isaac had worked it out, he bowed his head and continued, though I couldn't fully understand, I knew back then you hated that bishop intensely. Actually, to my father and me, you were like salvation. Surely you know the meaning behind our hair colors. Platinum hair brings blessing and black hair is cursed. Everyone despised it, called it filth. They kept humiliating my mother until they finally drove her to death. That old bishop had a hand in that incident too. Isaac was stunned, eyes wide. Was the Empress's death linked to the clergy? Whisper beside him couldn't contain himself and angrily spat. He really wanted to wipe them all out. Isaac recalled how as a child he repeatedly beat the bishop. He cursed inwardly, that bastard dared try to murder me, disappear from my sight. If some scum like you accuses me of being a demon, I won't be able to approach the emperor anymore. Then I couldn't steal the royal treasury. You bastard, that emperor is my pawn, understand? Contrary to that agitation, Chablis casually rested a hand on his chin and replied, I thought you were possessed or simply gone mad, but demons can't take over the body of a saint blessed by the gods. Even gods make mistakes. This time the gods were wrong, thinking that comforts me, especially when a platinum-haired, God's representative turned his back on the cathedral. For the first time, I felt the fault wasn't mine, and it felt like the gods were consoling me. So I like that. He asked once more as if to be sure, you really aren't the Skeleton King, are you? Isaac retorted, do you want me to be the Skeleton King, your highness? Chablis asked again, are you the Skeleton King? He shook his head and denied it, no. Isaac rolled his eyes, helplessly thinking, how long has this guy lived? Does he think I'll fall for that? Unaware of these thoughts, Chablis seriously offered, if you truly are the Skeleton King, I'm willing to give you the whole kingdom. Sweat streamed down Isaac's face as he pointed at himself. I could be the Skeleton King, right? Actually, I'm that Skeleton King. Chablis repeated something he'd said many times before, so you just claimed you're the Skeleton King? Isaac held in his composure until he finally snapped. Just kidding, how much do you like the Skeleton King, huh? Willing to hand over the whole kingdom? Chablis's expression never changed. He nodded in agreement. Yes, the Skeleton King's goal is this entire kingdom. Isaac scolded the lunatic. He only listens to what he wants to hear, right? In the end, he didn't linger. Before leaving, Isaac grimaced and blurted, I'll pretend I heard nothing today. My family will get suspicious. Now if you'll excuse me. Chablis didn't forget a parting warning. Tonight's moonless sky is perfect for summoning you. Be careful. Isaac ground his teeth and hissed, I've told you I'm not the Skeleton King. Leaving the castle, he walked slowly across the communal grounds. Whisper noticed something odd and spoke up, you seem pleased. Isaac admitted nonchalantly, of course, why wouldn't I be? I didn't expect the Crown Prince to be a follower of the Skeleton King. Well, I get it now. The Skeleton King is pretty cool, after all. I deserve some respect. Anyway, putting the Crown Prince on the throne would make things much easier. I can't reveal my identity, but maybe I can exploit him by pretending it's the Skeleton King's words, Whisper mused. I'm not sure though, the prince seems sharp. Besides, being summoned is a bit dangerous. Isaac countered, no, it's actually not bad. Because I've found that a saint's body and soul are tightly linked. Thanks to that, soul separation holy rites won't work. The saint's body clings too strongly to its soul, so you're out of luck. It agreed, seeming like it would take deeper root as your mana grows stronger, master. Isaac had no idea someone stood right behind him. He chatted comfortably about how being summoned anytime was troublesome and that he should fortify the Skeleton King's summoning ritual on his end, when someone suddenly cut in. Hey, where are you going? Shuri, breathless, hurried up to him and questioned. You gave me a start, I thought your lackeys had dragged you off. Isaac didn't answer, glancing sideways. Okay, fine, they did drag me off. Then Isaac put a hand on his hip and asked, what's this? Did you bring him just to come look for me? Shuri blurted in surprise, just a bit. Kina charged up and blocked his path, adding fiercely, because you ate the Skeleton King's body, you've become the ultimate catalyst for summoning him. If you get kidnapped, it's a huge problem. Shuri agreed, showing the marked hand to Isaac. Yeah, that. Moreover, the Holy said the royal palace is dangerous. He drew Isaac's attention downward, the radiance of the holy light. Shuri placed a hand on his chest, speaking seriously. He said he's trapped because of the Skeleton King. I don't understand what you're saying, but we must catch the Skeleton King's followers and support the holy light. Hearing this, Isaac pressed his lips together. Did the holy light suddenly warn and get trapped? Before he could steady himself, the surrounding space suddenly shook violently. Shuri spun to one side. Kina guessed the energy was a demon summoning ritual nearby. At that moment, he couldn't help but tremble and shout, what, are they really summoning the Skeleton King? Isaac was equally stunned, eyes wide in disbelief. No. A bare skeletal hand suddenly rose up from the earth. Trailing behind was a figure made entirely of jagged bones, not much different from the hand. The skeleton bared a mouth that still puffed out black smoke. Then wildly, it appeared right before everyone's eyes. On noticing, everyone screamed in panic. It's the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King has been summoned. Isaac's group didn't know how to react, only able to gape in shock. That idiot has finally set foot on this land. How dare the demons storm into the holy realm? Isaac's group didn't know how to react, only able to gape in shock. That idiot has finally set foot on this land. How dare the demons storm into the holy realm? It's just a gigantic skeleton, a mutated giant skeleton. Whisper leaned in to comment, that's a summoning array for the Skeleton King. But isn't that the kind of array that requires knowledge of holy rites? Isaac buried his face in his hands in frustration. Damn it, so the culprit must be a cleric. Whisper leaned in to comment, that's a summoning array for the Skeleton King. But isn't that the kind of array that requires knowledge of holy rites? Isaac buried his face in his hands in frustration. Damn it, so the culprit must be a cleric. At this moment, the giant skeleton, its eyes blazing red, was frantically charging forward, accompanied by shouts of His Majesty the Emperor. On this side, 3 figures behind the giant skeleton were controlling it. One thrust a hand forward, grinning with excitement. Summon, obey your summoner's command, kill the Emperor quickly and unleash your magic. As he finished, the giant skeleton reacted wildly, calling out, "Master, is it you, Master?" One of the group was taken aback by the situation. "Master," even the leader wasn't exempt. Sweating cold, he said, "I don't remember telling you to call the summoner Master." Then suddenly something caught the giant skeleton's attention. Without hesitation, it raced toward the castle. They and the others cried out in shock. "Where are you going, hey?" However, the giant skeleton paid them no mind. Its eyes glittered as it exclaimed, "I didn't expect you to summon me after 150 years. Your servant is truly moved. I might just weep a river." Isaac gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "You fool, don't come near me." Shuri, unaware of all this, could only scream in terror as the giant skeleton drew nearer. "It's coming this way. It's going to attack us, right?" Seeing everyone panicking, Isaac made a decision. "There's no other choice. We'll have to pretend to exorcise it and drive it off like last time." Shuri's hand at his side showed no change. He anxiously inspected his hand. "What the hell? Why isn't it working?" Isaac was the same. "I can't use holy power." Whisper glanced off into the distance and reported, "A holy power nullification array has been deployed across the area." Suddenly, the giant skeleton's eyes flared brightly. It clenched its hands and unleashed power with a shout. "That's the strength of high-level control magic. Someone is directly manipulating it. We have to use our magic to suppress it and break their control." Isaac sighed helplessly. "Let me leave in peace already." He raised his hand, resolved to a risky move, but it had to be done. Immediately, a flicker of light streaked across, then erupted into a fierce torrent of flame, engulfing the entire giant skeleton and leaving the crowd aghast. Amid that blazing, chaotic radiance, the deathly figure stood dumbfounded, not understanding what had happened. Then it suddenly dissolved into the illusory streak of light. The space returned to its original calm. Contrasting with Shuri's shock, Whisper exclaimed excitedly, "The giant skeleton's gone. Was that teleportation magic just now?" Footsteps drew closer on this side. The one who appeared was none other than Shablis. He held a sword and spoke slowly, "Just as I thought. The Skeleton King's goal is to destroy this kingdom." Isaac shouted in alarm, "Oh, come on, stop the theatrics." After Shablis sheathed his sword, the crowd shouted in unison, "Long live the Crown Prince, your highness saved us all." Kina, who'd been quiet, suddenly reminded him, "If we leave it like this, the threat isn't fully dealt with. Why not just destroy its mana core?" Shablis' face didn't change. He wondered aloud, "Wouldn't that be something we shouldn't discard?" Isaac replied sullenly, "Why are you asking me?" Shablis explained, "Because it's a loyal servant of the Skeleton King, your servant." Isaac hissed, "I've told you I'm not." Finally, he lost patience and turned to leave, not forgetting to call back, "I'm going after the cultists. You check that skeleton and keep an eye on it. I'll handle Kina." Folded arms and opinionated, "Wouldn't hunting them down and dealing with them be better?" Isaac stopped and barked at Kina, "Touch it and you're dead to me. That thing's mine. If you dare mess with it, don't pretend to be with me anymore." Kina, startled by the sudden scolding, blinked. "What?" He didn't explain much, just continued fiercely, "They dared control that skeleton to falsely accuse the Crown Prince. We can't forgive that." With that, he took off at a run, reminding them, "I'll be back." Kina glanced at Shablis admiringly, watching Isaac's retreating back, thinking to herself, "Isaac, is he really siding with the Crown Prince?" Over here, Isaac was furious, cursing nonstop, "How dare you summon and command my followers? You're all dead meat." Among the wild woods came the sound of hurried footsteps. End led the group running for their lives, swearing, "Damn it, what just happened? Do you know how hard it was to summon that skeleton? That damned Crown Prince, they blew it away somewhere else. The Holy Dragon's power is real, but I didn't expect that level." The woman beside him wore the same look, running and venting rage, and it even ignored all our commands. A summoned creature should obey its summoner, right? Could there be something stronger than the summoning circle? Enba refused to believe it. Absurd. That circle was created personally by a devoted retainer of the Skeleton King. "Whatever, go find that skeleton quickly and continue our plan. We'll replace the Crown Prince and cast the Eshua family into the abyss." Suddenly, Enb stopped when he collided with Isaac's proud silhouette above. He, radiating killing intent, demanded, "What's going on now?" He looked around but saw no comrades and grew a bit scared. Damn it, where did the others suddenly go? Before he could react, a thunderous kick flew straight into Enb's face in an instant. Unable to react, Enb's back slammed hard onto the ground. Isaac landed calmly and said, "Looking for your buddies? My men took them away already." He went rigid for a moment, thoughts racing, penetrating a level 7 protective spell. Could he be using a weapon comparable to the Inquisition's? If it's just that weapon, I can still handle it. After all, he's only a clumsy priest. His eyes dropped. The weapon in Isaac's hand was stained red in one pat, and froze as he recognized it. Bells. Seeing the other's expression, Isaac grew more excited. Now you're all alone, you idiot. Don't bother running anymore, I've got a heist to finish. I need to sort this out before Grandpa finds out or my air seat is toast. Seeing Isaac closing in on him, Enb panicked, thinking, what nonsense is this madman babbling? Isaac paid no mind to their stares. He bared his teeth and smiled. The doctrines of the Azure Order forbid harming people, so I'll quietly eliminate you instead. Enb cursed inwardly. He doesn't even bother hiding his identity, bastard. As soon as the weapon touched Enb, Isaac asked coldly, before I kill you, I've got a few questions. Answer nicely or it'll hurt. Enb trembled and warned, where are you gonna stick that? In the urgent moment, Enb started calculating. He's just a cleric, which means almost no physical defense. Distract him and finish him with a spell. Summoning his courage, Enb shouted, the Eshua family says once we handle you, the great skeleton king will be pleased. But those words didn't faze Isaac. He only curled his lips in a cold smile. Isaac raised the weapon crackling with fire and asked, who did you say would be pleased? Enb froze in horror, utterly shocked by the violent reaction. What a priest. Isaac didn't hesitate. He swung and the flames burst forth, engulfing Enb in astonishment. The burning heat made Enb's breaths ragged, yet he tried to steady himself through the pain. It's fine, as long as I smother the burn with dark flame I can take it. Isaac, pleased with the result, said with relish, they say if you don't want to be roasted to death, confess. Who's backing you? Despite the pain, Enb insisted, I don't know. Not getting the answer he wanted, Isaac slammed the weapon down on Enb's head. Magic spilled forth, Enb's eyes bulged, and unable to hide it, he blurted out, we plan to frame the crown prince for treason. Isaac bent and struck again. What about your plot to ruin the Eshua family? Enb confessed everything honestly. Isaac had shaken the entire cathedral, so the Eshua family's standing is now completely altered. We can't let Isaac and the Eshua family be canonized. But if he used the skeleton to kill the emperor, he'd be blamed for failing to deal with the skeleton king. Isaac tilted Enb's face and interrogated, so who gave the orders? Enb winced, trying to stifle the pain, then spat out a name. A man named Ranchi ordered us. Hearing the name, Whisper shared his thought, must be a demon. Isaac kept hammering, oh really, so that Ranchi told you to control other people's precious skeletons? Enb covered his head, thinking, precious skeletons of others, what's that about? Pushed to his limit, he finally couldn't take it and shouted, I don't know the details, I only know he's connected to the Black Seraph. That Ranchi gave me the artifact to control the skeletons, and Ranchi is a subordinate of the Black Seraph. Whisper, hiding behind Isaac, agreed, sounds about right. As if sensing something, he hurried to stop. Wait, Isaac clenched his fist, grinding his teeth in rage, the Black Seraph. Isaac stroked his chin, pondering, the Black Seraph. He slightly frowned, silently assessing. It seems one of the demon lieutenants serves the Black Seraph. Whisper added immediately that it's highly possible the Black Seraph colluded with someone in the royal family to assassinate the emperor. Isaac sighed once. The most likely candidate is the empress. He finished and glanced at Enb struggling on the ground, a flicker of doubt arising. But why does the name Black Seraph sound familiar? I'm sure I've heard it somewhere before. Before he could place it, Enb sprang up, filled with murderous intent, charging and shouting, you brat, die, you little rat. Isaac stood motionless, seemingly unfazed by the outburst. After a moment, Isaac curled a smile. Told you lands change easily, nature not so much. Just as Enb closed in, a giant skeletal hand appeared from behind. No one knew when the skeleton had shown up. It stamped down decisively, crushing Enb beneath its foot. Isaac planted his hands on his hips, looked up and scolded, I told you to stay with Shuri. What are you doing here? The giant skeleton panted and answered, I feared you might get hurt, my lord. Then suddenly it dropped to its knees and wailed. Isaac cried out in alarm, what's wrong with you? The giant skeleton sobbed and poured out its heart. I can't believe my almighty master has turned into a fluffy creature like this. It slammed its skull to the ground and lamented, what a tragedy, wait here, I'll tear that disgusting hide off for you soon. Angry at the giant skeleton's antics, Isaac gritted his teeth. I should really snap its neck. Suddenly a shout came from afar, it's around here, I sense a large amount of dark mana in this area. Isaac placed his hand on the giant's skull, calling forth a surge of spirit energy as if to gather it in. We can't get caught here. Then he calmly summoned power, divine punishment, attribute conversion. Isaac's face remained utterly composed from start to finish. After a while, the giant skull transformed into a small, adorable doll. Whisper got excited at the sight and quipped that hiding her was clever. She's a high-ranking demon, so sending her straight to the Shadow Realm would be tricky. No sooner had he finished speaking than Isaac decisively flung the doll into the air. The giant skeleton wailed, my lord. We've just reunited, why part so soon? Whisper asked helplessly, didn't you tell us to keep her? Isaac bluntly admitted, caught red-handed and you're done for. It got another faceplant, thrown into the holy pool, will that do? Isaac confidently reassured, it's fine, I've already changed her attributes. The crowd led by Shuri reached Isaac. He worriedly asked, are you okay? Observing the scene from the nearby bushes with Shab, the group murmured, looks like you're fine. They rushed over cheering, well done, you captured this spy. A companion added, "You've done a great deed." Isaac didn't reply, he cut to the chase. "I heard this criminal name drop the Black Seraph. Does anyone know who that is?" A friend cried out in shock, "The Black Seraph is that vicious criminal." Everyone shared the expression, "He's targeting the holy nation." A friend shouted in astonishment, "The Black Seraph is that vicious criminal." Benjamin had the same look, "He's aiming at the holy nation." Upon hearing it, he froze like stone. "What the hell, did I really sign a pact with someone like that?" Whisper leaned in and muttered, "Those con artists are rampant, huh?" The blue-haired friend scanned the fallen foes and breathed out, "He seems unstable. How did you control him?" Isaac glanced away, not revealing the truth. His artifact went out of control and he collapsed on his own. While they chatted, Chablis arrived. He walked up behind Isaac and praised him, "You truly did not disappoint me." Isaac jolted, astonished at the sudden appearance. Where did this guy pop out from? Ignoring Isaac's look, Chablis continued, "You've worked hard, young Master Eshua. Shall we return to the palace? The royal family will reward you generously." Scene shift to the magnificent castle, standing solemn under the sunlight. The next day, royal banquet hall. Isaac focused on eating from a lavish spread as whispers rose around him. Word has it young Master Isaac caught the cultist, and his family gets credit again. Seeing the weapon on the table, Shuri winced and complained, "Could you put that blood-stained bell somewhere else?" Isaac replied nonchalantly, the Emperor requested it. "He wants me to precisely explain how I caught that guy," the fellow shouted helplessly. "You can just explain it with words. But how did you get that thing in here? Weapons aren't allowed in the royal palace." Isaac innocently answered honestly, "What do you mean? How so? The bell's always in my underwear." While they argued, a deep, warm voice cut in. "How delightful." Alexander entered, smiling kindly and praising, "I'm very pleased you put my gift to good use." Recognizing who had appeared, Shuri sprang up, "Your Majesty." Alexander smiled and nodded. "How could I not be grateful? Not only did you cherish the gift I gave 10 years ago, you used it to catch the criminal who tried to assassinate me." Chablis, standing beside Alexander, curled a proud smile. Another voice chimed in, drawing Isaac and the Emperor's attention. "Truly worthy of being a contract holder of the greatest god." The Empress approached and spoke graciously, "Indeed, I asked you to handle that, but I didn't expect you to actually catch the spy." Isaac stared at her angry yet forced smiling face. A thought crossed his mind. "You must have planned to pin treason on the crown prince, so you're pretty bitter it didn't go your way." Whisper hid in his cloak and excitedly added, "She must be furious." Her plot to frame the prince collapsed the moment the Black Seraph was revealed as the real culprit. The Empress wasn't done, she continued. "I assume young Master requested a reward. May I, as Empress, personally bestow one for protecting His Majesty? A young priest so praiseworthy must be rewarded." Hearing the Empress, Chablis paused for a moment. Unlike him, Isaac remained utterly calm. Placing a hand on his chest, he expressed, "It is my honor. However, the Crown Prince has already promised to personally reward me. Receiving anything more would be too lavish for one who serves the divine. So please allow me to accept only your gracious sentiment." Understanding Isaac's intent, the Empress's face turned cold as she replied, "The priest of the greatest god seems quite close to the Crown Prince. You'll be fine." Isaac answered briefly, "Yes. I quite admire the Crown Prince because he is a follower of the Skeleton King." After the tense exchange, standing outside the grounds, Shuri worriedly asked, "You just crossed the Empress. Are you sure about that?" Isaac didn't care much. He casually replied, "Do you want me to side with the Pope or something?" He continued, "Remember what you said, His Highness." The Crown Prince was deeply moved. Isaac put a hand behind his head as he walked and added, "Yeah, so it." Before he could finish, two people cut in. "Finally found you, you shameless jerk," one youth demanded angrily. "Hand over the local guardian spirit." The leader spat insults, "You rotten brat." Isaac sighed at them. "You still care about that? Really nothing better to do?" The leader couldn't help shouting, "Kid, we've been searching for you day and night for days. Whatever, today we must take it back at all costs. We're in the royal garden. You can't use holy magic here. Go ahead and try. We'll report you for disrespecting the royal family." Whisper took out a pen and scribbled diligently, "Note, except for the royal family, no one may use holy magic in the royal garden." Seeing Isaac still standing there like a dumpling, the guy urged again, "Hand it over, you bastard." Isaac leaned back and answered, "No way. I've already decided to give it to the royal family, you idiots." A new note was scribbled, "Psst, touching royal property will be framed as treason." After hearing this, the blonde pointed at Isaac and demanded, "Don't be ridiculous. So the royal family would accept a god from the papal faction? Enough with your lies," someone cut in. "Young Master Isaac is right." Chablis stood there proudly and declared loudly, "I've decided to place that item in the Emperor's palace garden." Those who recognized him shouted in unison, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Chablis said nothing, walked step by step to where the group stood and continued, "I didn't expect you'd covet something in the Imperial Palace. Truly no manners at all." Seeing him take their side, Isaac regained confidence and grew more cocky. "See, he said he'd place the guardian spirit in the Crown Prince's garden." Chablis nodded in confirmation, "Yes, I believe we've agreed to put it in the Crown Prince's palace garden." The leader, face draining, cursed inwardly. He just said the emperor's palace, damn it. His face was soaked. Chablis turned serious and warned, if you take it, I'll treat it as you attempting to steal my property. Isaac tightened his grip and added, got it, don't loiter around me and just give it up, you dumb jerks. With the crowd dealt with, Isaac asked, excuse me, your highness, why are you soaking wet? Chablis wiped her hair and answered, I soaked myself in that pond. Shuri nearby blurted in confusion, soaked in the pond. Isaac scratched his head, looking bewildered. Did I forget something or what? Isaac Shuri dang thong th letter 1e3 d letter 1e1 o tran han lang. C letter 1e3 n hom d letter 1b0 letter 1e dd ng hu chu letter 1e9 and b letter 1e cho m letter 1e9 t chu y letter 1ebf and di za. Shuri do h letter 1ecf il letter 1e1 I cho ch letter 1efc zemc letter 1edu and hawk ko th letter 1edt s letter 1f1 mu letter 1ed1 and v letter 1e1 and hatching kong. Isaac ch letter 1e1 and gt saudi stroke letter 1e7 u. Novinam m letter 1edb I naren ph letter 1e3 I v letter 1e1 tham jidin. Isaac l letter 1ed9 v letter 1ebb side 2. C letter 1e8 dang b letter 1e8 tam chuy letter 1ec7 and cock v letter 1ecb th letter 1e7 n b letter 1ecb gmj letter 1ef vam u letter 1ed1 and tim koch h letter 1ecf iyq ki letter 1ebf and th letter 1e7 n kong la. Shuri therm r letter 1eb1 ng ko thu t letter 1eb c letter 1e7 a t I letter 1ec3 u thu melissa g letter 1ed I distroke letter 1ebfn. Engi Taran Kota, Isaac B letter 1e7 ng KH letter 1e1 ng L letter 1e1 I. B letter 1eb a Engi Melissa MU letter 1ed1 and G letter 1eb7p. M letter 1eb7t Isaac time mate. M letter 1ed3 hoi CH letter 1e3 Y wrong. C letter 1e8 UL letter 1e7m B letter 1e7m T letter 1e1 and H letter 1e7 Hey la thoi. Kong V letter 1ec1 and letter 1ef a cho lang. Trong Kai Do T letter 1e1 I TR letter 1e5 S letter 1edf Jio H letter 1ed9 I Kong Kai Kong H letter 1ec1 Yern bin Enhu V letter 1ebb Bernanga V letter 1ecb H letter 1ed3 and G Y and G letter 1ed3 I CH letter 1c5 M CH letter 1c7 Tran G H letter 1ebf V letter 1ebb M letter 1eb7 T ko CH letter 1ecb Yukayangi Bao Kaur letter 1eb1 and G Tai T letter 1ed Denkin TH letter 1ec7 P Sao Vao CHU Y letter 1ec7 and C letter 1e7 a cock Linum letter 1e5c H letter 1efn T letter 1e and C T letter 1ed1 I distroke letter 1edp Te XU letter 1ed1 and GGH letter 1ebf L letter 1ec7 C hung J hung Te Vao and letter 1ed9 I B letter 1ed9 Jio H letter 1ed9 I Rorang W letter 1b0 letter 1e3 T Quas letter 1e and C CH letter 1ecb U distroke letter 1ef1 and G C letter 1e7 allow Via Sao Kina Barit distroke letter 1e9 and G L letter 1ef and G Engi B letter 1ecb H letter 1ed3 and G Y L letter 1e9m B letter 1e9m C H letter 1ed I R letter 1e7 I got Tai T letter 1ed Dom Lam L O letter 1e1 and K letter 1ebf H O letter 1e1 C H C letter 1e7 a min H letter 1efn and letter 1edf M letter 1ed9 T and letter 1e5 C letter 1b0 letter 1edd I and ham H I letter 1ec3m T letter 1ef1 distroke letter 1efc Cho R letter 1eb1 and G Con J letter 1ead and IS letter 1ebd Laban distroke letter 1e1 P distroke letter 1ec3 H letter 1efn Leo learn CH I letter 1ebf CGH letter 1ebf Jio Han Kina Barit T letter 1e and CGI letter 1ead and distroke letter 1e PM letter 1e1 and H TXU letter 1ed1 and G ban Kokong TH letter 1ec3 tin Isaac L letter 1e1 I distroke letter 1e9 and G V letter 1ec1 Fiat Tai T letter 1ed CH letter 1ec9 Viam letter 1ed9 T Lai Dulang X letter 1eb9 T and Hukaiku V letter 1b0 letter 1eddn Kina Vo distroke letter 1e7 U B letter 1e9 T Tai T letter 1e9 C distroke letter 1ebfn and letter 1ed5 M letter 1eaft Kocho R letter 1eb1 and G and Gai Kia TH I letter 1ebf Ujai V letter 1b0 letter 1edd and Ma Isaac L letter 1e1 I CH letter 1ecdn Phi distroke letter 1ed1 I distroke letter 1e7 UV letter 1edb I Jio H letter 1ed9 I N Hu V letter 1eady V letter 1ecb H letter 1ed3 and G Y TR letter 1e7m and Gam Sai tin H letter 1efn B I letter 1ebf T Isaac Kong Don G I letter 1e3n Fasich letter 1efc CH letter 1efn TH letter 1eb1 and G and Hawk Dangamu distroke I letter 1ec1 Ujai Dosi letter 1ef1 C K letter 1ef3 to L letter 1edbn Trong distroke letter 1e7 U Lao H I letter 1ec7 N Laren Hin letter 1e3 and H Isaac C letter 1e7m K I letter 1ebf M distroke letter 1e7 YQ U Y letter 1ec1 N I H letter 1efn T letter 1ef1 H letter 1ecf I TH letter 1eb1 and G N Hawk Dong Mao R letter 1ed3 and G M letter 1e1 and H M letter 1ebd Nai distroke letter 1ecb and H D I letter 1ec5 and Tro Jai T I letter 1ebf PC H letter 1efn Duate Laren C letter 1eb1 M and H letter 1efc L letter 1e1 I R letter 1eb1 and G Isaac La K I letter 1ebf M Su TR letter 1ebb and H letter 1e5 T L letter 1ecbch S letter 1ed M letter 1ecd I hand distroke letter 1ed9 and G K letter 1ef3 Q U letter 1eb7 C J letter 1e7 N Day C letter 1e7 A C letter 1ead U distroke letter 1ec1 U K H I letter 1ebf and Lao PH letter 1e3 I to CH letter 1eb and G and Hung R letter 1ed3 I Lao J letter 1e1 T die D I letter 1 E B F T L letter 1 E D9 J O Hung Dako K letter 1 E B F H O letter 1 E O and C H third H letter 1 E D3 I S letter 1 E and C M letter 1 E 1 and H C letter 1 E 7 A T letter 1 E D1 I cow T H letter 1 E 7 N and gay Trong B U letter 1 E D5 I L letter 1 E C5 T letter 1 E D1 T G H L letter 1 E C7 P S letter 1 E F P T letter 1 E D B I V letter 1 E C B H letter 1 E D3 and G Y N H letter 1 E B F C H MAPE C letter 1 B0 letter 1 E D D I K H letter 1 E A9 Y Thou B I letter 1 E B F T N Han, Blue C letter 1 E 7 N Ha Isaac H I letter 1 E C7 and Deng T H I letter 1 E B F U Dias letter 1 E F1 B letter 1 E A3 O H letter 1 E D9 T H letter 1 E 7 N Thon. Vadola de stroke I letter 1 E C3 M Y letter 1 E B F U Chai M letter 1 E 1 and G. N letter 1 E B F U Kong Ko T H letter 1 E 7 N L letter 1 E F1 C B letter 1 E A3 O V letter 1 E C7. N Ha Ashu S letter 1 E B D C H letter 1 E B3 and G T H letter 1 E C3 Dung de stroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E 3 C by T H U letter 1 E A D T N letter 1 E F. Kai Do H letter 1 E C D S letter 1 E B D B U letter 1 E D9 C P H letter 1 E A3 I Jio N letter 1 E D9 P L letter 1 E A1 I Q U Y letter 1 E C1 and Nang Cho Jio H letter 1 E D9 I. On M letter 1 E F T Lao Tier letter 1 E D F Nair S letter 1 E F C L letter 1 E 1 and H. Lao K H letter 1 E B3 and G D stroke letter 1 E C B and H and Han Blue S letter 1 E B D Kong Kana letter 1 E F1. CH letter 1 ECD and now Cock and Guy VI letter 1 EC7 CCH letter 1 E5P and H letter 1 EDN distroke letter 1 EC1 and GH letter 1 ECB C letter 1 E7 a min. Lauki sang D letter 1 EB7 N Kina distroke letter 1 EB and G. Phi TH letter 1 EDD I Giant L letter 1 E3 and G V letter 1 E3 and G Quan Isaac and letter 1 EF. Amahate letter 1 EDP Trung Ren LUY letter 1 EC7 and S letter 1 E9 C M letter 1 E1 and H C letter 1 E7 a chin min. Kina Tavat M letter 1 ED3 Hoi Kai Engi Lao Bao Tin Isaac Da R letter 1 EDD I Dive letter 1 EC1 N Ha Chin Chuk T letter 1 EBFT. Kong Kai B letter 1 ED7 and G TR letter 1 EDF Nairn U L letter 1 EA1 TH letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD and G. CHUY letter 1 EC3 and C letter 1 E3 and H. Distroke letter 1 EBF and TH letter 1 EF1 and Ha Ashua. M letter 1 ED9 T KI letter 1 EBF and Truck distroke letter 1 ED3 S letter 1 ED9. Vatrong L letter 1 EC7 HI letter 1 EC7 and Radi letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB. IB letter 1 EA7 UTR letter 1 EDD I Trong Zan. D letter 1 EBC letter 1 EED. S letter 1 ED5 and Hin XU letter 1 ED1 NG. Isaac TH letter 1 EA5 Y San and Hemin letter 1 ED3 and Am letter 1 ED9 T Koch B letter 1 EF TH letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD and G. C letter 1 EAD Utomo Kong B letter 1 EBF TCHUY letter 1 EC7 and Jai Deng X letter 1 EA3 Y Ra. Isaac and Go and Gok H letter 1 ECF I Kai Kwai Jai TH letter 1 EBF Nai. Shabnek Bay Lo L letter 1 ED and G Baron C letter 1 E1 and H. T letter 1 EC9 and H Bo Noi Lakoch distroke letter 1 EBFN Choi CH letter 1 E9 Sao N letter 1 EF. D letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB I San. Hang Tati I letter 1 EC3 Uthuquiti letter 1 EDNC Vaozung Zin Deng C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Noi Ramar letter 1 EA3. Isaac N Hin Mat Atom letter 1 ED3 Hoi. Lin C letter 1 EA3 M Ko CHUY letter 1 EC7 and CH letter 1 EB3 and G Lam. Ju Relay distroke letter 1 E9 and G C letter 1 E1 and H. Kung TH letter 1 EA5 Y Sai Sai. And Hin C letter 1 E3 and H T letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 and G Nai. Ju TH letter 1 ED1 T Laren R letter 1 EB1 and G. Trong CH letter 1 EB3 and G Kok Jai M letter 1 ED9 TBU letter 1 ED5 I Zem M letter 1 EFT Quimo L letter 1 EDBN. V letter 1 EEB A Engi High CH letter 1 EF Zem M letter 1 EFT. M letter 1 EB7 T Shuri Tai Mate. M letter 1 ED3 Hoi CH letter 1 EA3 Y N Hu T letter 1 EAFM. ND letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD and G N Hu Lo Cho M letter 1 E1 and G Min. Shuri J letter 1 E5C XU letter 1 ED1 and G San. Gao Thate Vi Dasi letter 1 ED1 Natron CHUY letter 1 EC7 and Nay B letter 1 EA5 Y Lao Masi U letter 1 ED1 I Kung V letter 1 EABN Kong Thought distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3C. Isaac distroke letter 1 E9 and G C letter 1 EA1 and H N Hin V letter 1 EDB I V letter 1 EBB M letter 1 EB7 T Kong B I letter 1 EBF T Noi Jai Han. Isaac Con Cham CH letter 1 ECDC Therm. B letter 1 EA3 O Shuri 16 T U letter 1 ED5 I R letter 1 ED3. L letter 1 EA5 Y V letter 1 E3 Levy letter 1 EB a distroke letter 1 EB9P. Shuri to letter 1 ENC Diern. K L letter 1 EA1 I M letter 1 EF and G C letter 1 EAD. Ula distroke letter 1 ED3 and J letter 1 ED1C. Shuri G letter 1 EA3 I Thich Lavai and Ha Ashu TH letter 1 EBF Yukong Guy. Nairn and G letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Tom letter 1 EDB I Apen Di L letter 1 EA5 YV letter 1 E3. Di Tri Noi G I letter 1 ED1 and G letter 1 EDF CH letter 1 ED7 Cock. Kai S letter 1 ED1 KH letter 1 ED5. Shabnak Cham CH letter 1 ECDC R letter 1 EB1 and G. Du Shuri Vo D letter 1 E5 and G. And Hung and Geo letter 1 EA1 I Hin Venang L letter 1 EF1 C Kung letter 1 ED5N. Nairn B letter 1 ECB Dem Di Lam and G letter 1 EF1 A J letter 1 ED1 and G Kung PH letter 1 EA3 I. Isaac Ng Mam U letter 1 ED1 and X letter 1 EC9. Relay T I letter 1 EBF. And distroke letter 1 EBFN V letter 1 ED7. Vian letter 1 E7 I Shuri Dang Kok Lock. TH letter 1 E3 MTH I letter 1 EBFT. B letter 1 EA3 or letter 1 EB1 and G. Chukung T letter 1 EB and G T letter 1 EB CH letter 1 ED1. I am letter 1 EA5 YV letter 1 E5 NISU letter 1 ED1 T Nairn. Distroke letter 1 EB and G Lo Qua. Isaac CH letter 1 E3 T TH letter 1 EFC. M letter 1 EFC H letter 1 ECF. I sao distro letter 1 EBF NGL letter 1 EDD, chu relay v letter 1 EBN, chu CH letter 1 ECB, UL letter 1 EA5, YV letter 1 E3. How H letter 1 ECF, I don TH letter 1 EB3 and G vout, Tim Den KH I letter 1 EBF, and Ang chu G I letter 1 EADT thought. Relay letter 1 EA5P, Ang Noi Lai Dula PH letter 1 EA3, I Di San View as Yuang. B letter 1 EDN, C letter 1 E9, UTH letter 1 EBF, GL letter 1 EDB, I Naran Kong Ko TH letter 1 EDD, I Giant. Shuri distro letter 1 E9 and G, Sao U letter 1 ED1 and G Trangi, Mam U letter 1 ED1, and Fun C letter 1 E3 Raw. M letter 1 ED9 T and G letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDD, I Dan on Cock, T letter 1 ED9 C, TR letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDF, and G Joshua, XU letter 1 EA5, TH, I letter 1 EC7, N, B letter 1 ED3, I Therum Kuchai, M letter 1 E1 and G. Dolav I chu C letter 1 E7, a Chow Kong TH letter 1 EC3, Di Tri Noi G I letter 1 ED1, NG Distroke letter 1 B0, letter 1 E3, CN letter 1 EF, Oi Kai Twist Nat. Lao Ta C letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDD, IH letter 1 ED1, H letter 1 ED1, No relay din L letter 1 EDD, INGUI letter 1 EC1, and C letter 1 E7, a view as Yuang Naran GI letter 1 EDD Davo Sin Luan. Relay Ngizong CH letter 1 EC9, BI letter 1 EBF, T Gao Thate, Trong TUY letter 1 EC7, TV letter 1 ECDNG. Isaac S letter 1 ED1C, T letter 1 EADN, OK, M letter 1 EB7T and Go and Gok, T letter 1 EF1, H letter 1 ECF, I Chu Min. B letter 1 ECB, L, I letter 1 EC7, T, TH letter 1 EADT. Relay HO letter 1 EA3, NGLO letter 1 EA1, NGI letter 1 EA3. I Thich Slam May Mach V letter 1 EBN, HO letter 1 EA1, T distroke letter 1 ED9 NG bin TH letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD NG. Distroke letter 1 EBNG Co NG Lao Kia Noi B letter 1 EADY. Relay CH letter 1 EA1, Y Theo GI letter 1 EA3. I Thich and Hung Isaac D letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD. NGN Who CH letter 1 EB3 NG Con NG L letter 1 ECDT Tai CH letter 1 EF now. C letter 1 EAD U Bay Dang B letter 1 EADN Tiro Hoa, Tin D letter 1 EF, V letter 1 EC1 Ang Chu Min. Isaac N Hin Rong Gai, TH letter 1 EA5 Y Koch Distroke letter 1 EBFN and Gai Kang Dong. Chu Relay Thai NG letter 1 ED3 I Thur Min letter 1 EDF Gok Fong Vi B letter 1 ECB Zuck PH letter 1 E1M N Han PH letter 1 E9M and Gierm TR letter 1 ECDNG. Distroke letter 1 ED9T and here and Con C letter 1 ED, a B letter 1 EDT M letter 1 EDF. M letter 1 ED9T GI letter 1 ECD and Genoy Vangler and CH letter 1 EDI Isaac La. Distroke letter 1 ED3 PH letter 1 E3 and B letter 1 ED9I. C letter 1 EADU and Hawk and Go and Gok Kong H letter 1 EC3 UCH UY letter 1 EC7 and Jai X letter 1 EA3 Y Rock. Hina Barit Song Vout V letter 1 EDB I V letter 1 EBB M letter 1 EB7T H letter 1 EB1M H letter 1 EB1M Sok Kai. Ko M letter 1 EF and G Isaac Dom H letter 1 E9. A Ren LUY letter 1 EC7 and Cho Min Magi letter 1 EDD L letter 1 EA1 I Distroke letter 1 ECB and H. Tier letter 1 ED1 N Di L letter 1 EA5 YV letter 1 E. Isaac H letter 1 ED1 T H O letter 1 EA3 NGB letter 1 EA3 Odela B U letter 1 ED5 I Zem M letter 1 EAFT C letter 1 EE7 Ashuri CH letter 1 E9 Kong PH letter 1 EA3 I C letter 1 EE7 Amin. N Hung Kina Da K I letter 1 EC3 M Tra K letter 1 EF9 M letter 1 E5 C tier TH letter 1 EF1 C S letter 1 EF1 C letter 1 E7 Adam T I letter 1 EC3 Uthu Kia Chin La Isaac. Kina Brit Hate Laren B letter 1 ENC Zuck. KH letter 1 EB3 and G Distroke letter 1 ECB and H. Dom Kong Gai and Gai Kia Dong and Hu Quan and Gai and CH letter 1 EC9 VMU letter 1 ED1 and Tier letter 1 EDF. Then Han Ther C letter 1 E7 Isaac. Thier and Tay and H letter 1 ECF. TU letter 1 ED5 I and H letter 1 E5T and Ha Eshu. Shuri Engi Zong S letter 1 EB7 C N letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB C B letter 1 ECDT. M letter 1 EB7T B I letter 1 EBF and S letter 1 EAFC Vikong Tin N letter 1 ED5 I vow Taimin. And Chang B letter 1 ED7 NG C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I fall Aaron Diern CU letter 1 ED3 NG N Hu V letter 1 EB A Trung S letter 1 ED1 Distroke letter 1 ED9C Distroke letter 1 EAFC. Ha 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 ha. Hora De Kong PH letter 1 EA3 IBU letter 1 ED5 Izem letter 1 EFTC letter 1 E7 Ashuri. Malasi letter 1 E7 Isaac. Shuri Distroke letter 1 EFC Chai Chur CH letter 1 CDC. Tronkai Isaac Distroke letter 1 E9 and G Bernam letter 1 EB7T letter 1 ED1 IS letter 1 E7M. Tot M letter 1 ED3 Hoi Vi B letter 1 EF1 CB letter 1 ED9 I. Shuri V letter 1 EBN Chua B I letter 1 EBF TS letter 1 E3. Com V letter 1 ED7 NG letter 1 EF1 CB letter 1 EA30 NG letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD. I and try nice CH letter 1 ECD and Jup Isaac M letter 1 ED9 T Co down YQ. Dung La Chua TH letter 1 EA5 Y Quantai Chua Distroke letter 1 ED5 L letter 1 EC7. Isaac Kong CH letter 1 ECBU and letter 1 ED5 I. C letter 1 ES7M and Gay Chan and letter 1 EBFN Ving Jill Laren. C letter 1 EAD UG letter 1 EB1 NG letter 1 ECD and G letter 1 ECF I teach letter 1 EB1 and G and Zemco MU letter 1 ED1 and XU letter 1 ED1 and GL letter 1 ED7 and Gay Bay G I letter 1 EDD Com. K letter 1 EBFTQ U letter 1 EA3 La Shuri and No Don T I letter 1 EBF and G and letter 1 EC7 N Vang Engi Fought KH I letter 1 EBFP. Kina Barit Distroke letter 1 E9 and G C letter 1 E1 and H Konte N Hin V letter 1 EDB I V letter 1 EBB Kin B letter 1 EC9. Shuri QU letter 1 EF3 R letter 1 E1P XU letter 1 ED1 and G San Zintham letter 1 E1 and G. H letter 1 E9, S letter 1 EBD, Kong Bao GI letter 1 EDD, C letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDD, I N H letter 1 EA1, O N letter 1 ED7, I Dao C letter 1 EE7, Ajia Din N letter 1 EF. Isaac V letter 1 EABN, H letter 1 EADM, H letter 1 EF1C, C letter 1 EA7M, Chan, N letter 1 EBFN, Distroke letter 1 E9NG, Jom Sot. Inabarit Noi Thermum letter 1 E9T, Kasi letter 1 EF1C, J letter 1 EFT. B letter 1 EA3OAI, R letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDB, C Chow Tri Jio, Hong Vao and Hathidin Liam, U letter 1 ED1 and T letter 1 EF1 Sot. Shuriel letter 1 E7M, B letter 1 E7M, Thamin Lemon, Kong H letter 1 EC1, G letter 1 ECD. Adaman G letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDD, I do T letter 1 EDB. Ngaluk Do, Koti I letter 1 EBF, and GAI Do G letter 1 ECD, I Terran Isaac KH I letter 1 EBF, and C letter 1 EADU and Hawk GI letter 1 EAD, T Min Ki L letter 1 EA1I. CH letter 1 EFC, L letter 1 EA1, I Co R letter 1 EFC, R letter 1 ED1, I M letter 1 EDB, I R letter 1 ED3. Kina Barit, B letter 1 EA5T, Angel letter 1 EDD, Distroke letter 1 EC1, NGH letter 1 ECB, Isaac Hay, K letter 1 EBFT, Han V letter 1 EDB, I N Ha, Barit Vatr letter 1 EDF, Than M letter 1 ED9T, PH letter 1 EA7N, C letter 1 EE7, Ajia Dinko. L letter 1 EDD, IC letter 1 EA7, U Han, TR letter 1 F1C, D I letter 1 EC7, NKH, I letter 1 EBF, NM letter 1 ECD, ING letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDD, I Distroke letter 1 E9 and G Hin. Shabnak Bay Low, L letter 1 ED and G Baron, C letter 1 EA1 and H, Trero V letter 1 E5, C letter 1 EA7, U Han KH, I letter 1 EBF, N Isaac, M letter 1 EB7T, Distroke letter 1 ECF, B letter 1 EB and G, X letter 1 EA5, U, H letter 1 ED5. C letter 1 EADU, J letter 1 EAFT, J letter 1 ECFNG, B letter 1 EA3, Okon QU letter 1 EF7, NH letter 1 ECF, Cam M I letter 1 EC7, NGL letter 1 EA1, I. B letter 1 ED1, IC letter 1 EA3 and H, CHUY letter 1 EC3, and Distroke letter 1 EBFN, Fong H letter 1 ECDP, Chin C letter 1 EE7, Adin TH letter 1 F1 Ashua. Noikok B letter 1 EACT, I letter 1 EC1, and B letter 1 ED1, I Deng Ban B letter 1 EA1C, Kang TH letter 1 EB3 and G. Letter 1 ED9T, Lao Trong Jit letter 1 ED9C, Hate Learn Distroke letter 1 EA7, YGL letter 1 EAD, and D letter 1 EF, Kyangitin Isaac Dizem M letter 1 EFT. On KH letter 1 EB3 and G Distroke letter 1 ECB and H, CHUY letter 1 EC7, and Nalak on TH letter 1 EC3, CH letter 1 E5P. And H letter 1 ED and Distroke letter 1 B0, letter 1 E3C. Chu Relay Kung PH letter 1 E3N, Distroke letter 1 ED1, IK letter 1 ECBCH, LI letter 1 EC7, TCHUY letter 1 EC7, NC letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDB, Izin Nai. Trongkai Do, Shuri Distroke letter 1 E9 and G, Fia Sao Lo L letter 1 EF and G, Nhin Isaac J letter 1 E5C, Distroke letter 1 EA7, U Vi Quam letter 1 EC7T, M letter 1 ECF, IV letter 1 EDB, I Distroke letter 1 ED1 and G, R letter 1 EAFC, R letter 1 ED1. And G letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDD. I cock lower letter 1 EB1 and GV letter 1 EDB. I tin koch quite sure C letter 1 E7 Isaac. C letter 1 EADU and Hawkes letter 1 EBD. Lamo circumflex U letter 1 EBF. Than Dan J letter 1 ED and C HO letter 1 EB7 C Fanat and Ha. And G letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Ta. And Gimat TH letter 1 EA5 YT letter 1 ED9 I Cho Eyes. Relay Gao Laren and H letter 1 EFC M letter 1 ECD. ING letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD. IR letter 1 EB1 and G Isaac M letter 1 EDB. I Co 11 TU letter 1 ED5. Ben CHUY letter 1 EC7 and Han and Han Luke Nai Laqua S letter 1 EDBM Va H letter 1 EBFT S letter 1 ENC Vola. Patriarch Joshua Distroke letter 1 E9NG, Baron C letter 1 EED, S letter 1 ED5, TR letter 1 EA7M and GAM. Ang H letter 1 EDN, TH letter 1 EA5, Y Koch KH letter 1 E9. A Distroke letter 1 EBFN, Dong B letter 1 E5 TTH letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD. And Gvaco NH I letter 1 EC1 U NG letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD. IL letter 1 E1 Kong M letter 1 EDD. Imati letter 1 EDB. Ang Lao NH letter 1 EADN Rocco AI Do Dang Distroke letter 1 E9 NG Sao GI letter 1 EAD T Day. C letter 1 ED1 Tin M letter 1 EDD. I Dom NG letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD. I Nai Distroke letter 1 EBFN Distroke letter 1 EC3 Gay R letter 1 ED1. I. On M letter 1 EAFT, Ong TR letter 1 EDF, Nairn, S letter 1 EAFC, L letter 1 EA1 and H, Fatistroke letter 1 EA7, Y Ngai, Angel letter 1 EDD. C letter 1 EDN, C letter 1 E3 and H. On M letter 1 EFT, Distroke letter 1 EA7, Y L letter 1 EF1C, C letter 1 E7, a Patriarch Joshua. Ang BL letter 1 EBF, T Roko, K letter 1 EBB, Amuti letter 1 ED1 and G, KH letter 1 E9, Isaac Rock, KH letter 1 ECF, Ijidin Thongquam letter 1 ED9 T, CU letter 1 ED9, C Han and Han Chin TR letter 1 EC. Ang Lao Sai LU letter 1 EAD, NR letter 1 EB1 and G, VI letter 1 EC7, C Isaac R letter 1 EDD, I Die S letter 1 EBD, Co L letter 1 E3, I Cho M letter 1 ED9 T, S letter 1 ED1, TH letter 1 EBF, L letter 1 EF1C. M letter 1 ED9 T, B letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDB, C Chan D letter 1 E9 T, Kot Vang D letter 1 ECDC, Henlang Bao H I letter 1 EC7, U S letter 1 EF1, X U letter 1 EA5, TH I letter 1 EC7, and C letter 1 EE7, A N Han V letter 1 EADT, Quan TR letter 1 ECD and G. Relay to Stroke letter 1 EA9, YM letter 1 EO1 and H, C letter 1 EED, A Fong. Hung H letter 1 ED5 CH letter 1 EA5 T V letter 1 EA5N and Tri Min Zem Ko Dung La Dang Distro letter 1 ECBNH Bond Distro letter 1 E9NG Isaac Cho Jia T letter 1 ED9C Kok Hei Kong Isaac Distro letter 1 E9NG Trong Fong M letter 1 EB7T and Go and Gok En Hin Chu Relay B letter 1 EBNG B letter 1 EBNG Sot Kai Zong Vao Shabnak Kung To Mo Kong Came on M letter 1 EFT Isaac B letter 1 ED7NG Dan L letter 1 EA1 I C letter 1 EADU and H letter 1 EDN Rocco M letter 1 ED9T S letter 1 EF1 H I letter 1 EC7 and DI letter 1 EC7 and Kong M letter 1 EA5 YT H I letter 1 EC7 and C letter 1 E3M Dang NG letter 1 ED3 I and Gay Trong Fong Mit Patriarch Joshua TH letter 1 EA3N N here and H letter 1 ECF I relay Co CHUY letter 1 EC7 N Jai Map PH letter 1 EA3 I letter 1 EA7M I tilde Laren N Hu TH letter 1 EBF Via Sao La Kok Than Viern Kok Deng Quan Sot Tin Hin. V letter 1 ECB H letter 1 ED3 and G Y X U letter 1 EA5 TH I letter 1 EC7 N V letter 1 EDB I N letter 1 E5 C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I G I letter 1 EA3 T letter 1 EA1 O Traren Moy. H letter 1 EAFN Thong TH letter 1 EA3 N G letter 1 ED3 I Traren Sofa. G I letter 1 EA3 I Thich R letter 1 EB1 and G Min CH letter 1 EC9 M letter 1 EDD I Koch Vi H letter 1 ECD Quantam Distro letter 1 EBFN Isaac Mathoy V letter 1 ECB Koch L letter 1 EA1 M letter 1 EB7T and G letter 1 ED3 I V letter 1 EFT Chan Distro letter 1 EA7 YQU Y letter 1 EC1 and Qui T letter 1 ECF Arakai CH letter 1 E5T Opt Distro letter 1 EA30 Kong Giant Trong Fong B letter 1 ED7 and G TR letter 1 EDF Naren and G letter 1 ED9T and G letter 1 E1 Shabnak Distro letter 1 ED9T and G letter 1 ED9T B I letter 1 EBF and Distro letter 1 ED5 I T letter 1 ECF Aralan Koi Den Distro letter 1 EA7 YG I letter 1 EAD and D letter 1 EF No NH letter 1 EADN Ra K letter 1 EBB and G letter 1 ED3 IKEA Chin Latern KH letter 1 ED1N T letter 1 EBNG C letter 1 ED1 G I letter 1 EBF T Isaac Trong Qua KH letter 1 E9 B letter 1 ECB H letter 1 ED3 and G YV letter 1 EBNG I letter 1 EF and letter 1 E5 C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I by H I letter 1 EC3M and Trong M letter 1 EF T Shabnak H letter 1 EF and K letter 1 EBB Thukon Distroke letter 1 ED9 IT R letter 1 EDD I Chung Hong Kai CH letter 1 EBF, and Tran Dasi letter 1 EDN K letter 1 EC1. A wide shot of the Joshua mansion's main hall, where the uncles are gathered, chattering excitedly. Uncle Benjamin pounds the table in protest at arranging a marriage for a child not yet 16. The elder uncle next to him waves it off, saying age matters less than talent and a covenant with the divine. Benjamin turns and scolds Noel for overstepping by deciding everything on his own. Noel fires back, mocking Benjamin as useless and incapable of continuing the family line. The atmosphere in the hall grows intensely tense, the two sides arguing fiercely while Isaac stands calmly observing. Isaac suddenly speaks up, flatly declaring that the future head of the family can only be him. The uncles are stunned, some even say they'd rather let the Skeleton King take the house than hand it to this child. Noel approaches with a false smile, greeting the young nephew he meets for the first time. He strolls forward, his polished appearance concealing the contempt inside. A close-up of Noel's meaning-laden smile as he faces Isaac directly. Noel spits out bitter words, criticizing Isaac for looking nothing like his supposed elder brother. He even openly doubts that Joshua's blood runs in the boy. Benjamin grits his teeth in anger as Noel keeps rubbing salt into the wounds of an orphaned child. In response to the insult, Isaac breaks into a bright smile and greets Uncle Noel with utmost politeness. He immediately strikes back, recounting how Noel was once beaten bloody by their grandfather and had to run and hide. Isaac finishes with a sarcastic question about his uncle's failure to keep his word. Noel's face goes pale as he snarls Isaac's name in an uncontrollable fury. Other family members panic, scolding Isaac for daring to speak disrespectfully to his elders. Noel's face darkens, a murderous intent spreading to fill the space. Isaac repeats the question, hasn't Noel been beaten enough that he still dares to act up? Noel's eyes bloodshot, his patience finally snap. He turns and yells at Shuri Joshua, accusing her of failing to properly discipline this younger sibling. Shuri is so terrified she breaks into a cold sweat, unsure how to explain it away. Those nearby start worrying for Isaac's fate after angering the family's most feared instructor. Isaac calmly steps forward to take full responsibility, saying he was the one who taught Shuri. Noel stares at Isaac, his gaze razor-sharp as if to pierce the small body. The boy is bolder still, pointing straight at Noel's chest and calling him trash for attacking his family. Isaac tells Noel he should feel ashamed instead of blaming others, prompting the uncles to beg him to stop. Immediately, the system activates the survival prayer, identifying Noel as the obstructing threat to be eliminated. Shabnak recognizes this death mark and thinks to himself it's the first time he's seen it appear on a person since the Pope. Isaac realizes this family contains more than one marked individual, truly a decaying household. Shabnak suggests quietly eliminating them, but Isaac prefers to wait for a justified pretext from the law of cause and effect. Noel looks down at Isaac as the darkness and pressure of his magic begin to surge. In Noel's mind, there is only contempt for the half-blood he sees as causing chaos. He curled his lip in a cold smile, incredulous that a child would dare show such open hostility toward him. Noel begins to boast about his gifted status, claiming he's the only one carrying the Joshua family. A dense black energy gathers in his hand, asserting magic power at level 9 and a status that could rise to cardinal. He insults Isaac as an undisciplined child who needs to know his place. A blast of light erupts, flinging everyone nearby backward. The uncles cry out in desperation, demanding Isaac apologize at once because Noel is no one he can confront. Noel's magic-ignited hand is only inches from Isaac's face, but the boy stands perfectly still and calm. Isaac smirks and replies, "Apologize." Boom, a sudden explosion throws Noel backward as he reaches to touch Isaac. Noel's face darkens as he gathers an unpleasant, pitch-black aura in his hand. Isaac casually summons blazing red chains that wrap around his uncle. Noel is stunned as those chains bind him tight, leaving him unable to move. His face twists in terror, unable to believe he's been subdued so easily. Isaac lashes the chains, slamming Noel onto the main hall floor. The uncles and Shuri gape in astonishment at the boy's tremendous power. Isaac stands over the defeated man, mocking Noel as a loser pretending to be dangerous. He leisurely turns his back and walks away, murmuring about the power of the law-shaping god. Isaac says that although this god is difficult, he handles it quite smoothly. Seeing the loudmouth uncle collapse, the boy waves an extremely polite farewell. Noel seethes, his eyes flashing with killing intent as he plots to kill Isaac on the spot. He grits his teeth and mutters an extremely wicked dark curse. A close-up of Isaac's glowing red eyes shows he sensed the malevolent aura aimed at him. Suddenly, a black mark appears on Isaac's chest, causing him to pause slightly. Noel is triumphant, convinced he's successfully used dark magic on the child. He even intends to trigger the Skeleton King's curse within Isaac to torment him thoroughly. But Isaac breaks into a mysterious smile, as if everything was premeditated. The skill curse rebound activates and a purple light envelops him. Noel is baffled to see his vile attack have no effect on Isaac. He begins to feel something wrong in his body, cold sweat pouring down his face. Noel suddenly spits up a mouthful of blood, collapsing in excruciating pain. He is shocked to realize he is the one suffering from that damnable curse. Noel grits his teeth in hatred, unable to accept this humiliating truth. He reaches out, trying to use his last strength to take a suicide swing at Isaac. People scream in alarm as Noel refuses to give up despite his grave injuries. Bang! A tall figure in a black cloak appears, mercilessly slamming Noel into the ground. Benjamin stares at the emerging savior with a stunned expression. It is Kalia Joshua, the head of the family, whose cold, overwhelming presence dominates the space. Isaac stepped into Joshua's manor, looking small in a spotless white cleric's robe. Blocking his way was Kalia Joshua, a silver-haired man radiating deadly intent, staring intently at the boy. Isaac thought to himself that this uncle looked like the male version of Melissa. It turned out he was the family's #1 genius. The boy trotted forward, planning to greet him and try to befriend him. But Kalia suddenly froze, his sharp gaze drilling into Isaac. He growled that Isaac reeked of the Skeleton King. Without a word, he flashed his sword out of its sheath. Kalia lunged forward like a gale, vowing to kill the nephew he just met. Isaac panicked and leaned back to dodge the killing stroke. He tumbled across the stone floor several times, fortunate to have escaped with his life. Isaac hugged his head and sat on the ground, shaken from barely surviving. Kalia stood there with bloodshot eyes, murderous intent surrounding him like a true demon. Isaac realized the man had truly gone mad. Rilai rushed over and grabbed Kalia, shouting for his brother to stop. Kalia still wouldn't let go, his hateful gaze fixed on Isaac. Rilai explained this was his eldest son, but Kalia insisted the Skeleton King's scent couldn't be wrong. Kalia frowned at the small nephew sitting on the ground in the distance, still full of doubt. Despite Rilai's assurances, Kalia stubbornly maintained he wasn't mistaken. He drew a dagger and demanded Isaac's belly be cut open to see if the Skeleton King's bones were hidden inside. Rilai desperately tried to stop his brother's madness, while Isaac turned pale at the grisly threat. Suddenly, Kalia vomited a gush of black blood onto the floor. He collapsed completely, breathing in ragged gasps as Rilai frantically caught him. Rilai explained it was the result of trying to use holy power while being tormented by a curse, then muttered curses at Noel. As Kalia was carried away, Isaac sat and watched, quietly confirming that his uncle didn't have long to live. The spirit Shabnak revealed it was the Skeleton King's curse. Those afflicted rarely lived past 35. Shabnak laughed with glee at the thought of Noel's arrogant face when he saw his brother in such a sorry state. Isaac smiled schemingly. He planned to help lift the curse to more easily take control of the family. Later, Rilai came to Isaac to apologize for the earlier incident, the bespectacled uncle looking full of remorse. Rilai mocked Noel while the latter lay sprawled on the ground, battered and bruised. Noel ground his teeth in hatred, his face smeared with mud and wounds. Isaac inwardly sneered at his weakness. Noel still tried to argue loudly, but Riley bawled him out mercilessly. Riley scolded Noel for having no shame, picking a fight with a child and then getting beaten to a pulp. Noel pointed at Isaac, shouting that the kid must have used dark magic. Isaac could only feign ignorance innocently. He angrily screamed about vomiting blood, insisting Isaac had cursed him. Isaac thought to himself, "Ah, I did do something," a mischievous grin appearing on his face. The boy feigned an explanation that he always carried a counter-strike spell against the Skeleton King, so that must be why Noel was injured. Isaac looked at Noel with a sardonic smile and retorted, asking if it was actually his uncle who had first cast the dangerous curse on him. Riley turned to interrogate Noel with a stern expression, leaving him momentarily speechless. Shabnak hovered behind Isaac, delighted to see Noel backed into a corner. Isaac quietly mocked his stupidity. Isaac thought to himself that this was how those who stood in his way should be punished. Noel stood there trembling with fury. Noel ground his teeth but could do nothing except clutch his aching arm. He turned away in a huff, leaving behind hollow threats. Isaac found it utterly boring. Noel shouted that when he became head of the family, he would chase everyone out. Riley merely sighed, watching the fools retreating back. Riley clicked his tongue, thinking that if the eldest were still around, Noel wouldn't have the nerve to be so arrogant. Isaac flinched inwardly when he heard Riley worry that Noel was currently the frontrunner for the headship. The spirit Shabnak added information about the mysterious death of the eldest's firstborn, which cast severe suspicion on the church faction. Isaac silently sighed. This family was a tangled mess. The more he learned, the more rotten it seemed. The next day, Joshua Manor bustled with preparations for a major event. The patriarch Joshua sat heavily on the high dais, his face cold and expressionless as he looked down at the members. In the meeting hall, everyone was silent. The patriarch glanced at Noel, wondering about his bandaged arm. Noel was pale. The arm Isaac had broken still wore a sling, making him look utterly pitiable. Contrasting with the adult's tension, Isaac perched casually, face bright as if at a party. The boy snickered that the atmosphere was wonderful today, prompting Shabnak to quip that it was wonderful because Isaac had just given Noel a beating. The elders whispered incredulously that a child like Isaac could break the hand of a genius like Noel. Noel broke into a sweat and tried to speak, but the patriarch cut him off in a cold voice. The patriarch casually said that a broken arm was nothing serious, leaving the old men beside him stunned. The old man shut his eyes and announced that the reason for today's assembly was a matter of utmost importance. Shocking news was revealed. The patriarch had decided to choose the official successor right now. The hall erupted in astonishment and excitement. Everyone felt that the moment had finally come. Noel inwardly reveled, thinking his father's hesitation had been because no one was worthy. Now it was surely him. He wore a smug smile, convinced the patriarchal seat was securely in his pocket. Voices buzzed, with Kalia falling ill. The candidates were down to Riley or Noel. Kalia bowed his head to the table in pain, while Riley looked embarrassed as all eyes turned to him. Although Riley was very capable, his switch to becoming a paladin rather than a cleric caused him to be rated lower than Noel. A brief note explained the difference. Clerics specialize in magic, while paladins learn only a bit to focus on swordsmanship. The elders worried Riley lacked the proficiency to master the cardinal's secrets. Riley could only bow his head in silence. Noel grinned triumphantly and flattered his father that he had made the right decision because the followers had long been restless. The elders lamented that if Isaac were a few years older, he would undoubtedly be the perfect choice. Noel arrogantly declared that once he took power, he would tighten discipline, his gaze threatening Isaac. Before he could relish it, the patriarch doused him with cold water. "Since when did I say I'd give it to you?" Noel froze as if struck by lightning, the smile on his face extinguished at once. He slammed the table, jumped up, and shouted, asking if his father intended to hand the family to the useless Riley. Noel lunged forward and insulted Riley as infertile, saying he couldn't carry on the bloodline and thus had no right to succeed. Riley turned pale with shame. Noel lost control, viciously berating his younger brother before the elders. He stood arrogantly in the hall, openly contemptuous of Riley, leaving everyone dismayed. Riley could only remain silent and endure it. At that moment, Isaac sprang to his feet, wearing an indignant expression on behalf of his uncle. The boy shouted, "How dare you look down on my uncle?" He yelled at the top of his lungs, "You despise Uncle Riley just because he's a eunuch." The remark stunned the entire meeting into silence. Isaac continued his ill-fated defense. "What's wrong with Uncle being a eunuch? He didn't choose it." Riley nearly fainted from embarrassment. Riley desperately denied it as sweat poured down his face, while Isaac remained fully immersed in his childish performance of defending a family member. Isaac's shout echoed through the manor, "So what if he's a eunuch?" instantly turning his uncle's long-hidden secret into a laughingstock across the realm. Ti letter 1 BF and G hate L letter 1 DBN Veng D letter 1 D9 IKH letter 1 FP Fong H letter 1 CDP. CH letter 1 E5 T V letter 1 E5 N ZEM AI DOCO TH letter 1 F1 C S letter 1 F1 MU letter 1 ED1 NTR letter 1 EDF Naren Vo D letter 1 E5 NG Hey Kong. Noel stroke letter 1 E9 NG Do V letter 1 EDB Icon Te V letter 1 EBN Bangbo. LI letter 1 EBFCN Hin Shuri Lo L letter 1 EFNG Vabuang L letter 1 EDD IM letter 1 EC9 AMIV letter 1 EC1 NH letter 1 EFNG R letter 1 EFC R letter 1 ED1 IV letter 1 EEB X letter 1 EA3 Y Rob GSCH letter 1 E7 Benjamin Ashua V letter 1 EABN NH letter 1 EAFM NGH I letter 1 EC1 NM letter 1 EAFT TR letter 1 EA7 MGI letter 1 ECD and GG letter 1 ECD I Taryn Isaac Chu C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD IR letter 1 E1 and GR letter 1 E1 and Han and H letter 1 EA3 Uvang L letter 1 EDD Ivan G letter 1 ED3 IXU letter 1 ED1 and GGH letter 1 EBF Trong Kai Shuri Fia Sao Distroke letter 1 ED5 M letter 1 ED3 Hoi Vi King TH letter 1 EB3 and Relay Ashua NG letter 1 E1 and Gang CH letter 1 EC9 Te Vao Min C letter 1 E9 NG letter 1 E1 V letter 1 ECB Tri K letter 1 EBF V letter 1 ECB S letter 1 EBD Roy Vao Te Min H O letter 1 EB7 C No L and Hung Benjamin D letter 1 EADP T letter 1 EFT High V letter 1 ECD and G Do and Gay L letter 1 EADP T letter 1 E9C KH letter 1 EB3 and G Distroke letter 1 ECB and H. Relay Kong Kong PH letter 1 EA3 ING letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 EE3 CCH letter 1 ECDN. Kok Than Viern Kok B letter 1 EAFT Distroke letter 1 EA7 U Zai Zhao Kin Angel letter 1 E1C. V letter 1 ECB Gia CH letter 1 EA7 Tyern B letter 1 ED1 Thay Distroke letter 1 ED5 I CH letter 1 EA5N Distroke letter 1 ED9 NG. C letter 1 EB Hom Ne QUY letter 1 EC1 NK letter 1 EBF V letter 1 ECB S letter 1 EBD Kong Kon B letter 1 ECB GI letter 1 EDB IH letter 1 EA1 N letter 1 EDF TH letter 1 EBF H letter 1 EC7 TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB CN letter 1 E C letter 1 EA3 Kon Fong and letter 1 ED5 Tung Trong S letter 1 EF1 Kin Ninja letter 1 E1C and Gay C letter 1 EA3 Chow CH letter 1 EFTGI letter 1 EDD Day Kong Koko H letter 1 ED9 ITR letter 1 EDF Than NG letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Distroke letter 1 E9 and G Distroke letter 1 EA7 U G to letter 1 ED9 Noel C letter 1 ED1 V letter 1 EDBT VOT H letter 1 ECF ILI letter 1 EC7 U V letter 1 ECB Trido Coam letter 1 EB7 C Distroke letter 1 ECB and H Daiquati H letter 1 EBF H letter 1 EC7 C letter 1 E7 H letter 1 ECDT R letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDBC Hey Kong and Hung Benjamin Lear and T letter 1 E5C PH letter 1 E7 and H letter 1 ADN. Onam letter 1 EFT Noel Distroke letter 1 EA7 Y to letter 1 E9C T letter 1 ED1 Ikai Distroke letter 1 ED1 IDI letter 1 EC7 and in letter 1 E5 C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I letter 1 E9N Y cute C letter 1 E7 a C letter 1 EAD U Bay Isaac. Benjamin QUY letter 1 EBF T Distroke letter 1 ECBNH Noi TH letter 1 EB3 NG V letter 1 EA5N Distroke letter 1 EC1 Distroke I letter 1 EC1 U Doko Ingia Isaac Han Time Co TH letter 1 EC3 NH letter 1 EA3 Y V letter 1 ECDT Laren and letter 1 EFM QUY letter 1 EC1 and Kai TR letter 1 ECB Gia to letter 1 ED9C Ashuam letter 1 ED9T Koch TR letter 1 F1CT I letter 1 EBFP Isaac PH letter 1 EA5N Kitch Distroke letter 1 EBFN M letter 1 E9C C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Kong Angel letter 1 EDBT TH letter 1 E7M Ngai VI letter 1 EC7 CL letter 1 EADP KH letter 1 EBF letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB CV letter 1 EDB ITH letter 1 A7N Lin QU letter 1 EA3 La N letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB C Dai Dung Distroke letter 1 EFN Z letter 1 EAD U Bay Distroke letter 1 EFC Y Q V letter 1 EDB IK letter 1 EBF HO letter 1 EA1 CHC letter 1 E7 Amin Trong Kailan H letter 1 ED3 N Shabnak Baron C letter 1 E1 and H CH letter 1 EC9 BI letter 1 EBF Tiangan Angel letter 1 E9M TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB CS letter 1 EF1 DRN R letter 1 ED3 Do Noel Distroke letter 1 EADP Ben G I letter 1 EAD and D letter 1 EF Kong CH letter 1 EFFP and H letter 1 EDN VI letter 1 EC7 CM letter 1 ED9T Distroke letter 1 E9 ATR letter 1 EBB M letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD IM letter 1 ED9T TU letter 1 ED5 IV letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3T M letter 1 EB7T Kok Chu Min En Hung Benjamin Cho R letter 1 EB1 NG Isaac Han Tyan Ko KH letter 1 EA3 Nang Do GSCH letter 1 E7 Thong TH letter 1 EA3 NH letter 1 EFFP Tra NH letter 1 EFC L letter 1 EA1 IL letter 1 ECBCH S letter 1 ED T letter 1 EBNG Coam letter 1 ED9T H letter 1 ED3 NG Y Laren and Goy Kai M letter 1 EDB IM letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Sao TU letter 1 ED5 I M letter 1 EB7C Cho No L Bao B I letter 1 EC7 N R letter 1 EB1 NG Do La Du TH letter 1 EBF H letter 1 EC7 TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB C DOS CH letter 1 EBFT S letter 1 EA1 CH Benjamin V letter 1 EABN KH letter 1 EB3 NG Distroke letter 1 ECBNH De La Co H letter 1 ED9 Icon B letter 1 EB1 NG Cho B letter 1 EA5T K letter 1 EF3 AI Distroke letter 1 E7 2 Koch Distroke I letter 1 EC1 UK I letter 1 EC7 and La PH letter 1 EA3 I Lam CH letter 1 E7 by THU letter 1 EAD T B letter 1 EAD C9 Va Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 C blue god Kong nh letter 1 EADN distroke letter 1 EA7 UTRN. Cock TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDF NG Lao Fia D letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB IB letter 1 EAFT distroke letter 1 EA7 U ban ton zon zao. Noel SI letter 1 EBF TCH letter 1 EB7 T and letter 1 EFM Te. Kong TH letter 1 EC3 Tin N letter 1 ED5 IVI letter 1 EC7 CM letter 1 ED9 T distroke letter 1 E9 ATR letter 1 EBB. Ran L letter 1 EA1 ICO TH letter 1 EC3 distroke letter 1 E1 T T letter 1 EDB IB letter 1 EC9. Benjamin PH letter 1 EA3N Foul B letter 1 EB1 NG Koch NH letter 1 EFC L letter 1 EA1 IVI letter 1 EC7 C T letter 1 EBNG Co M letter 1 ED9 T Thon N letter 1 EF M letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I M letter 1 ED9 T T U letter 1 ED5 I. Nairn CH letter 1 EB3NG, Coli Du Jai M letter 1 ED9T, H letter 1 ED3NG, Y letter 1 EDF, Distroke letter 1 ED9, TU letter 1 ED5, I Do Kong TH letter 1 EC3, XU letter 1 EA5, TH, I letter 1 EC7N. On KH letter 1 EB3NG, Distroke letter 1 ECBNH, CH letter 1 EFCN letter 1 ECBCH, R letter 1 EB1NG, Isaac CH letter 1 EFC, CH letter 1 EFN. S letter 1 EBD, distroke letter 1 E1T, T letter 1 EDB, I trin distroke letter 1 ED9, Do TR letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDB, C Chi TR letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDF, NG Than. No LC letter 1 E9 and G, H letter 1 ECD and G, T R letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDB, C N, I letter 1 EC1, M tin, C letter 1 E7, a chaman. GSCH letter 1 E7, T letter 1 EF1, tin, R letter 1 EB1 and G min, Co TH letter 1 EC3, G I letter 1 EF, V letter 1 EF and G, V letter 1 ECB, Tri Ni, Therm It, NH letter 1 E5 T, Nam Nam, N letter 1 EAF. A distroke letter 1 EC3, CH letter 1 EDD, distroke letter 1 EE3 I. Baron and Gai din TH letter 1 EF1 Eshua, B letter 1 EA7 U Kong Kai Yern Bin Chuang PH letter 1 EA3N, Han Tan V letter 1 EDB I NH letter 1 EFNG, and Mudang S letter 1 E5C, Soy Baron Trong. Din T letter 1 ENC, Lan TRUY letter 1 EC1, N and Han Chong. M letter 1 ECDI, NG letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDD, I distroke letter 1 EC1 UNH letter 1 ADN, Raja CH letter 1 E7, Deng D letter 1 ECDN, distroke letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDD. And G Cho Isaac Laren and letter 1 EFM QUY letter 1 EC1N. H letter 1 ECD, Psi LU letter 1 EAD, and R letter 1 EB1 and GTH letter 1 EDD. IH letter 1 A1N, Nam Nam La KHO letter 1 EA3, and GTH letter 1 EDD, I Giant Distroke letter 1 EC3, Kwansat Isaac Tron Quatrin TI letter 1 EBF, P third by THU letter 1 EAD, TC letter 1 EE7, Ajia to letter 1 E9C. Relay Distroke letter 1 E9 and G Baron Han Lang. NH letter 1 EA5P, Travi letter 1 EDB, IV letter 1 EBB, M letter 1 EB7T, TR letter 1 E7M2. NBI letter 1 EBF, T row Chamin Da Han Tan Ngiering V letter 1 EC1, Fia distroke letter 1 E9, a Chow NH letter 1 ECF. Rely NH letter 1 EDB, L letter 1 EA1, Ihin letter 1 EA3 and H, Isaac VTH letter 1 E7M, Ngai CU letter 1 ED9, C Dunayas letter 1 EBD, Kong H letter 1 EC1, D letter 1 EC5 Dang. NH letter 1 E5 T Lakai Kong Ko LU letter 1 E80 L letter 1 E7 now, C letter 1 E5M Thon and letter 1 EF, TR letter 1 EDF, then GSCH letter 1 E7. And then Hin Theo Bong Lung C letter 1 E7 Isaac. Hi V letter 1 ECD and GM letter 1 ED9 T stroke letter 1 E9, a TR letter 1 EBB Tai Nang and Hu V letter 1 EAD, YS letter 1 EBD, Kong Dai L letter 1 E7M distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD, NGL letter 1 E1C, L letter 1 ED1. And Hung Isaac Luke Nai Dang and letter 1 EDF, M letter 1 ED9 T, and letter 1 E5, C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD, IC letter 1 EF1C, K letter 1 EF3, Giant X letter 1 EA3, O. CH letter 1 EB3 and G, M letter 1 EA3, Y May Quantam, distroke letter 1 EBFN, and H letter 1 EF and G low, L letter 1 EF and G do. Isaac C letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDD, I Koi Chai V letter 1 EC1, distroke I letter 1 EC1, UK I letter 1 EC7, NPH letter 1 EA3, I distroke letter 1 B0, letter 1 EE3, C blue God, Kong and H letter 1 EADN. M letter 1 ED9 T Chuthich H, I letter 1 EC7, N Laren Zoc, and H letter 1 EADN, C letter 1 EAD, U Bay V letter 1 ED1N, Da Dai Side Distroke, letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDD, NG to letter 1 EB Lao. Shabnak TH letter 1 EB3 and G, TH letter 1 EB and G, Chair by Isaac let Distroke letter 1 ED3, Vo V letter 1 ECD and G. KH I letter 1 EBF, NC letter 1 EAD, UN Hockey L letter 1 EA1, IL letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDD, M and Gite distroke letter 1 EA7, Y Thoch TH letter 1 ENC. Lin H letter 1 ED3N, Okmaji I letter 1 EA3. NGR letter 1 EB1 and G, TH letter 1 E7N, Lin CH letter 1 EC9, TR letter 1 E3, L letter 1 EDD, INH letter 1 EF and GK letter 1 EBB, Thantam. Va Isaac Nairn B letter 1 EFT, distroke letter 1 EA7, U H letter 1 ECDC, Jio, Li Dilavi letter 1 E. Isaac Xi M letter 1 ED9 T, T, I letter 1 EBF, NG. Kin B letter 1 EC9, Y Cute, T letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDF, NGPH letter 1 EA3, ING letter 1 ED3, IT letter 1 E5 NG, Kin NI letter 1 EC7, MPH letter 1 EAD. C letter 1 EAD, UN Hawk, N letter 1 EA3, Y Raw Y Cute, distroke letter 1 ECBNH. S letter 1 EBD, Dung Shuri, distroke letter 1 EC3, TRI letter 1 EC7, UH letter 1 ED3, ITH letter 1 E7N, Lin R letter 1 ED3, I8 BU letter 1 ED9, C no PH letter 1 EA3, IPH letter 1 E5C Tung Min. CH I letter 1 EBF, CGH letter 1 EBF, GA, CH letter 1 E7, CH letter 1 EAFC, CH letter 1 EAFN, PH letter 1 EA3, I last C letter 1 E7, a C letter 1 EADU. Isaac B letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDB, C Diane Garen Gang. Tyron B letter 1 ED1, S letter 1 EBD, T letter 1 ED1, and GT, I letter 1 EC1, and TH letter 1 E7, and Lin, and letter 1 EBF, you know Kong CH letter 1 ECB, you Kong and H letter 1 ED and Min. Shabnak CH letter 1 EC9 B, I letter 1 EBF T, C letter 1 E1 N, L letter 1 EDD, I. V letter 1 EEB, a distro letter 1 EBFN, Han Lang. Isaac Da N Hin TH letter 1 EA5, Y Shuri Dang distro letter 1 E9 and G Kungam letter 1 ED9 T, and G letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Kok. C letter 1 EADU N Hawk Rio Laren Thich Thu. Isaac CH letter 1 EA1, Y UAT letter 1 EDB, IV letter 1 EAB, Y Te Chao Shuri. Trong distro letter 1 EA7, UV letter 1 EBN Dang Tin Ton VI letter 1 EC7, CB letter 1 EFT V letter 1 ECB, TH letter 1 EA7 N, PH letter 1 EA3, ITR letter 1 EA3, and letter 1 EA3 Chomen. C letter 1 EAD Bay Chu, C letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDD, IH letter 1 ECF, ICH letter 1 EC9, C letter 1 EA7 N, distroke letter 1 B0, letter 1 EE3, C Blue God Kong and H letter 1 EDN, La Zong Dung Kong. V letter 1 EBB, M letter 1 EB7 T Vo Kung H letter 1 ED3 N here. Letter 1 ED90 Than Near and Kowal letter 1 EDB and V letter 1 EDB. I talk B letter 1 E1C, XU letter 1 EA5 TH letter 1 EC7 N. And Hin XU letter 1 ED1 and G Isaac B letter 1 EB1 and G V letter 1 EBB King KH letter 1 C9 and H. Veg letter 1 ECD IC letter 1 EADU last C letter 1 E5 C and letter 1 E3 Jai Day. Dola Joseph Eshu. Joseph C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I HIP M letter 1 EFT Ken Shuri .TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDF and G Than Han. Trong Kai Shuri runs C letter 1 EA7 M C letter 1 EADP. CH letter 1 EC9 Dom L letter 1 EAFP B letter 1 EAFP Dop L letter 1 EA1 H letter 1 EFN Ravi letter 1 EBB Than TH I letter 1 EC7 and an H letter 1 EFC V letter 1 EC1 VI letter 1 EC7 Siang and letter 1 ED9 I Dom letter 1 EDF R letter 1 ED9 and G QUY letter 1 EC1 and K letter 1 EBF V letter 1 ECB and Hung Isaac L letter 1 E1 and H Lung Quan Sot. NH letter 1 EADN Ra S letter 1 EF1 S letter 1 E3 High T letter 1 ED9 T distroke letter 1 ED9 C letter 1 E7 Ashuri. Shabnak Diokin B letter 1 EFT distroke letter 1 EA7 Ufan Tich Lai L letter 1 ECBCH Joseph Eshua. Contri TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDF and GC letter 1 E7 a Benjamin. M letter 1 ED9 T K letter 1 EBB and Choi Trok Tong Vasi letter 1 EF1 C K letter 1 EF3 Gate Gia to letter 1 ED9 C Nat. Then H letter 1 ED3 and K letter 1 EBFT. LU letter 1 EAD and Joseph CH letter 1 EC9. I'm letter 1 ED9 T Fear and B letter 1 E3 and L letter 1 ED7. Ivawa letter 1 EBF. You came C letter 1 E7 Isaac. Isaac Ingizang L letter 1 EC1 and T letter 1 ECF Asat Kai. Ace letter 1 ECF Izem H letter 1 EFN Koem U letter 1 ED1 and CH letter 1 EBFT Luan Kong. Joseph Eshutum L letter 1 EA5 Y Shuri. Ape C letter 1 EAD UN Hawk PH letter 1 EA3 ITR I letter 1 EC7 UH letter 1 ED3 ITH letter 1 E7N Onsong Chomin Zem. Joseph T letter 1 ECF, Rossi letter 1 EF1C, K letter 1 EF3, H letter 1 ED1 and G hot. Isaac distroke letter 1 E9 and G, N Hin V letter 1 EDB, IV letter 1 EBB, Kong Hai Long. Joseph Kisang M letter 1 EC9 and Mai. Nor R letter 1 EB1 and G Isaac H letter 1 ECDC, M letter 1 EA5, Y Chiru Tro, B letter 1 EA9N, distroke letter 1 EC3, G and GH letter 1 EBF, GSCH letter 1 E7. Shuri run R letter 1 EA9, Y PH letter 1 EA3N, distroke letter 1 ED1, I. NH letter 1 EAFC L letter 1 EA1 I L letter 1 EDD I Ong N letter 1 ED9 I D letter 1 EB7N PH letter 1 EA3 I 2 T letter 1 EADP Santam. N Hung Joseph CH letter 1 EB3 and G them Engi Vabi letter 1 EA3 OC letter 1 EAD U B I letter 1 EBF T Than B I letter 1 EBF T PH letter 1 EADN H letter 1 EAFN N Han M letter 1 EB7 T Noi V I letter 1 EC7 CTR I letter 1 EC7 UH letter 1 ED3 I Theo Koch Thong TH letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD and G Quat to letter 1 ED1 N TH letter 1 EDD I Giant. Joseph MU letter 1 ED1 NM letter 1 ED9T Con distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD NG to letter 1 EAFT N Han G letter 1 ECDN Han B letter 1 EB1 NG Koch C letter 1 B0 letter 1 E1 NG Ape. Joseph TI letter 1 EBF PT letter 1 E5 C D letter 1 ED3 and Ape Shuri. B letter 1 EA3 OC letter 1 EAD UT R letter 1 EC7 UH letter 1 ED3 ITH letter 1 E7 N Lin Cho NG letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I and Trier Quinai. Isaac distroke letter 1 E9 NG Fisakwan Sot V letter 1 EDB. I Onum letter 1 EFTL letter 1 E1 and H long. Isaac CU letter 1 ED1. I can learn TL letter 1 EBF and G. B letter 1 EA3 O Joseph T letter 1 EF1 Dimatir I letter 1 EC7 UH letter 1 ED3 I. H letter 1 EFN Tati letter 1 E and CT letter 1 ED1 IKL letter 1 EA1 I am letter 1 EF and G. Shuriken X letter 1 E9 and G. Lion G letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD. I and Ha Ashu CH letter 1 EC9 Vimao talk now. Isaac B letter 1 EAFT distroke letter 1 EA7 U N letter 1 ED5 IG I letter 1 EAD N TH letter 1 EADT S letter 1 EF1 Isaac TH letter 1 EDF Dayangon NG letter 1 E9M TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB CS letter 1 EF1 H letter 1 ED1 and G Hotch C letter 1 E7 Aga and H letter 1 ECD. Joseph Quat B letter 1 E3 O Isaac distroke letter 1 E B and G Komang M letter 1 E A5 YTH letter 1 E9 distroke letter 1 ED3 Choi TR letter 1 EBB Con Ra De Isaac Duate Vao Trong Ao TH letter 1 E7M and Guy letter 1 EDF Kai distroke letter 1 ED9 TU letter 1 ED5 IC letter 1 E7 Amin Thai Naren B letter 1 EDBT DO L letter 1 E5 C L letter 1 E1C C letter 1 EAD U Dang CHU letter 1 EA9 and B letter 1 ECB Rut Fukai Joseph Chua B I letter 1 EBF T distroke I letter 1 EC1U C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD IKH letter 1 EA9 YB letter 1 EA3 O Isaac Hayan Goen and Goen TRI letter 1 EC7 UH letter 1 ED3 I Blue God Dai Kai H letter 1 EFN Con Dang Noi CHUY letter 1 EC7 and T letter 1 ED T letter 1 EBF Shuri Baron C letter 1 EA1 NH S letter 1 E3 distroke letter 1 EBFN Thai M letter 1 EB7T B letter 1 EA5T Angel letter 1 EDD M letter 1 ED9T Don T letter 1 EA5N Kong C letter 1 EF1C M letter 1 E1 NH Jiang TH letter 1 EB3 and G Vao M letter 1 EB7T Joseph B letter 1 EFN Rock KH I letter 1 EBF N T letter 1 EA5T C letter 1 EA3 S letter 1 ED and G S letter 1 ED1T Joseph B letter 1 ECB Don Vang Raza V letter 1 EDB IT I letter 1 EBF NGH letter 1 ED9 C Dao distroke letter 1 EDBN Isaac distroke letter 1 E9 and G Do S letter 1 EB5N Sang Cho NH letter 1 EFNG Don T I letter 1 EBF P Thea Tran Tay Isaac La CH I letter 1 EBF C Golden Rattle Da B I letter 1 EBF and Than Roy C letter 1 EADU G letter 1 EA7M Laren H letter 1 ECF I Ga KH letter 1 ED1N Now Dom Gay S letter 1 EF1V letter 1 EDB I Min Shuri Enhin Isaac distroke letter 1 EA7 Y Zuck distroke letter 1 ED9 and G C letter 1 E9 and G letter 1 E1 C letter 1 EADU N Hawk Dang Rate C letter 1 E9 U Min Joseph Thai Amem letter 1 EB7T Dao distroke letter 1 EDBN Traern and letter 1 EC1N distroke letter 1 EA5T Isaac Quat L letter 1 EDBN R letter 1 EB1 and G C letter 1 EAD US letter 1 EBD Kong TRI letter 1 EC7 UH letter 1 ED3 IB letter 1 E5T C letter 1 E9 V letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 EA7N Now Cho Joseph Kikuvai B letter 1 ECB Don B letter 1 EA5T and G letter 1 EDD Kai Khan Chua K letter 1 ECB P Lam Ja Joseph L letter 1 EA3 O distroke letter 1 EA3 O distroke letter 1 E9 and GD letter 1 EADY and GUY letter 1 EC1 and R letter 1 E7 Isaac letter distroke letter 1 ED3 Diern H letter 1 EFN Kong H letter 1 EC3 UCH Y letter 1 EC7 and V letter 1 EB X letter 1 EA3 Y Ra Isaac V letter 1 EBN H letter 1 EB and G H letter 1 EF1C Sok Kai H letter 1 EAFN Duate Zoa V letter 1 EBFT Thuong Va S letter 1 EFNG S letter 1 EDD Kai TH letter 1 EA5 Y Mao Joseph Kong TH letter 1 EC3 Tin Vao M letter 1 EAFT Min Joseph Bang Hang B letter 1 EDF INH letter 1 EDDH UY letter 1 EBF TTH letter 1 ED1 and G Thon and letter 1 EF Man H letter 1 EF and G Don V letter 1 EDT Li Bin TH letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD and G Chua T letter 1 EB and G KH I letter 1 EBF and H letter 1 EFN CH letter 1 EA3 Y Mao V letter 1 EAD Y Ma Isaac L letter 1 EA1 I Lam distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3C Isaac TI letter 1 EBF P to letter 1 E5C Mu Roy G letter 1 ECD I Joseph Lakhale letter 1 EBB H letter 1 EA1 distroke letter 1 EB3 and G C letter 1 EAD U Tyron B letter 1 ED1 R letter 1 EB1 and G to letter 1 EB Shua distroke letter 1 EBFN Nay B letter 1 EA1 OL letter 1 EF1C Yuan Lao I letter 1 EC1 UTH U letter 1 ED1 CH I letter 1 EC7 U and GH I letter 1 EC7 M Cho NH letter 1 EFNG K letter 1 EBB N Hu H letter 1 EFN letter 1 EDB I do M letter 1 EFT distroke letter 1 ECF R letter 1 EF1C N letter 1 E5 C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I S letter 1 E3 Isaac distroke letter 1 EC1 and GH letter 1 CBM letter 1 ED9T CU letter 1 ED9C Tro CHUL letter 1 EC7 and TH letter 1 EC3 Zoc N letter 1 ED3 and G and HL letter 1 EC7 TV letter 1 EDB I Joseph B letter 1 EAFT distroke letter 1 EA7 U low S letter 1 EA3 H letter 1 EFN Ta Lui L letter 1 EA1 I C letter 1 ED1 L letter 1 EA5 Y2 Koch and H letter 1 ECD distroke letter 1 EC3 Op CH letter 1 EBF Isaac and Hung distroke I letter 1 EC1 U Do CH letter 1 EC9 Kang Lam Isaac Therm and G letter 1 E9 M letter 1 EAF Isaac Q U letter 1 EA5 T M letter 1 EA1 and H S letter 1 E3 I Roy X U letter 1 ED1 NG San T letter 1 EA1 O Ra and H letter 1 EFNG V letter 1 EBFT N letter 1 E9T L letter 1 EDBN C letter 1 EAD U CH letter 1 EB3 and G Quantam Joseph La AI CH letter 1 EC9 TH letter 1 EA5 Y H letter 1 EAFN La Gadong Gate C letter 1 EA7N distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 C D letter 1 EA1 Y D letter 1 ED7 Roy C letter 1 E7 Isaac Fung Laren Diern CU letter 1 ED3 NG Quate S letter 1 E1 CH M letter 1 ECD ITH letter 1 E9 Quan Joseph H letter 1 EFN Ta CH letter 1 EC9 B I letter 1 EBF T distroke letter 1 E9 and G N Hin Trong TU Y letter 1 EC7 T V letter 1 ECD and G Isaac C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Diern D letter 1 EA1 Tyron B letter 1 ED1 Ton B letter 1 ED9 G T letter 1 ED9 C Ashra THU letter 1 ED9 C V letter 1 EC1 Min Vara letter 1 EC7 and H Cho Joseph B I letter 1 EBF N and Gay L letter 1 EADP T letter 1 E9 C T I letter 1 E B F N G Thate C letter 1 E 7 A Joseph Vang Laren D stroke letter 1 E A 7 Y Dow D stroke letter 1 E D B N Shuri Tayam letter 1 E B 7 T Vias letter 1 E 3 Tronkai T letter 1 E C 3 U Q U letter 1 E F 7 Shabnak Belo letter 1 E D N G Fia Sao and letter 1 E D 9 T Bong Den Op Sok Kung L letter 1 E D D I Tyron B letter 1 E D 1 Jit T letter 1 E D Nancy Joshua S letter 1 E D B M M U letter 1 E D 9 and Kung THU letter 1 E D9 C V letter 1 E 1 Tay Isaac V letter 1 EDB, I Doi M letter 1 EAFT, Distroke letter 1 ECF, R letter 1 EF1C Deern CU letter 1 ED3, NG Vung Roy QU letter 1 EAD, TTH letter 1 EB3 NG Vow, Joseph Esh, Joseph and letter 1 EB1 MV letter 1 EDT, Transan, Mauti letter 1 EB Mu Vam I letter 1 EC7, NGCH letter 1 EA3 Y Wrong. H letter 1 EFN Bang Hong Vi KH letter 1 ED1 IL letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3, NGKH letter 1 E7 and GKH letter 1 EBF, PC letter 1 E7. Avukai D letter 1 E1 and G Roy Nat. C letter 1 EAD U N Hawk Isaac SI letter 1 EBF T CH letter 1 EB7 T Conroy Conco Y acute Distroke letter 1 ECB and H Nuong Te. Joseph G letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 NGD letter 1 EAD Y. Vung K I letter 1 EBF MPH letter 1 E3N Kitchtrong TUY letter 1 EC7 Tville letter 1 ECDNG. N Hung Isaac Qua N Han C letter 1 EAD U N Hawk L letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB T Dai NH letter 1 EB9 N Hang N Hu Bong Ma Distroke letter 1 EC3 Nay Don. M letter 1 ED9 T Kuvi letter 1 E5 T N letter 1 EAF A Trung M letter 1 EB7 T KH I letter 1 EBF N Joseph H letter 1 ED9 C Mao. Distroke letter 1 EA7 U Ok Ki CU letter 1 ED3 NG Con K letter 1 ECB TR letter 1 EDF Tech. Roy Liern Han Ko C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD NG Hoa Ma Fop Thon H letter 1 EC7 D letter 1 ED9 IXU letter 1 ED1 NG N Humua. Joseph CH letter 1 EC9 B I letter 1 EBF T Ko Rum NG letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD ICH letter 1 ECB UTR letter 1 ADN. Isaac C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Koi Chai. And letter 1 E5 C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD, I tan and H letter 1 EB and HL letter 1 EC7, and Ro Tran Q1M letter 1 EB7 TTR letter 1 EB Con. C letter 1 EADU and Guy Dom and G letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD, I and Ha Josh CH letter 1 EC9 B I letter 1 EBF T Distroke, I letter 1 EC1 U Sao Kai and Don. Hu D letter 1 E9 T Distroke, I letter 1 EC3, M letter 1 EA1 and H, Distroke letter 1 EBFN, M letter 1 E9 C T letter 1 EA1, O Radu CH letter 1 EA5N, KH letter 1 EAFP, Can Fong L letter 1 ED9 NG, L letter 1 EABY. Vukai C letter 1 E7, a Joseph Roy XU letter 1 ED1, NG Distroke letter 1 EA5T. H letter 1 EFN Han Ton B letter 1 E5T T letter 1 EC9 and H, Sao TR letter 1 EADN Don TH letter 1 EEB, S letter 1 ED1 and G TH I letter 1 EBF U CH letter 1 EBF. Isaac TH letter 1 EA3N N Hiern PH letter 1 E7 I Te R letter 1 ED3 IV letter 1 ED7 Te T letter 1 EF1 Ken. M letter 1 EB7 CK letter 1 EC7 Shuri Vashabnak Distroke letter 1 E9 and G Hin Vikin Hot. Shuri Lo L letter 1 EFNG CH letter 1 EA1 YT letter 1 EDB. B letter 1 EA30 Isaac Distroke letter 1 EB and G Dung TH letter 1 E9 Kwai Tai Do and letter 1 EF. Ava PH letter 1 EA3 IC letter 1 E9 N TH letter 1 ED and Vice U letter 1 ED9. C Du K letter 1 EBF V letter 1 ECB Dang D I letter 1 EC5 N Ra. Isaac Bossi letter 1 ED5 Shuri. C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I To Tate B letter 1 EA3 Oda H letter 1 E1. Zongtaran Kia R letter 1 ED3 I. G letter 1 EDD Distroke letter 1 EBFN L letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 TC letter 1 EAD UTRI letter 1 EC7 UH letter 1 ED3 ITH letter 1 A7N Zan Chomin Zan. N Hin V letter 1 EBB M letter 1 EB7 T Distroke letter 1 EA7 Y M Musi letter 1 EE7 Isaac. Shuri B letter 1 EAFT Distroke letter 1 EA7 UTH letter 1 EA5 YL letter 1 EA1 and H S letter 1 ED1 and G long. Z letter 1 EAD U Cheng TH letter 1 EB and TH letter 1 EDD. Kai Isaac and H letter 1 EFC L letter 1 EA1 ICH UY letter 1 EC7 MV letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 ES7 N TH letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD. And Jazire and HL letter 1 EC7 MV letter 1 EC1. Trongjia letter 1 EA5 C Mo C letter 1 EE7 A C letter 1 E8. Dola Hin letter 1 EA3 and H M letter 1 ED9 T V letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 EA7 N B letter 1 ECB Zich CH letter 1 EB7 T Trongbong T letter 1 ED1 I. TUY letter 1 EC7 TV letter 1 ECDNG C letter 1 EA7 U C letter 1 I9 U. Shabnak Kung Hong H letter 1 EDBT. H letter 1 ECF Izem L I letter 1 EC7 U Shuri Vavi letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 EA7 N Doko M letter 1 ED1 I Liern H letter 1 EC7 M letter 1 EADT TH I letter 1 EBF T now Kong. Isaac Bu Moy Cho R letter 1 EB1 NG V letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 EA7 N Do CH letter 1 ECDN Shuri CH letter 1 EC9 Videng Qua Kong L letter 1 EF1, a CH letter 1 ECDN now Ka. TI letter 1 EC3 UQU letter 1 EF7, Shabnak and Go and Gok. Kong H I letter 1 EC3 UY acute C letter 1 E7, a CH letter 1 E7, N Han Min Lajai. Z letter 1 EAD U N Hawk J letter 1 EA3, I Thich R letter 1 EB1 and GV letter 1 ECB, TH letter 1 EA7 N Do TH letter 1 F1C, CH letter 1 EF5T B letter 1 ECB K letter 1 EB9T. Trong hin hai letter 1 e 90, con sao th letter 1 e 5p, came ch letter 1 e 9, kong ph letter 1 e a3, I trong then zok and g letter 1 b0, letter 1 e d d I. Engi by m letter 1 e adt nai, shabnak hate lern kin, and g letter 1 e a1c. Isaac th letter 1 e a3 n here and guide distroke letter 1 e a7 u, d letter 1 e f1 distroke letter 1 e cbnh, s letter 1 e bd, s letter 1 e dbm, th letter 1 e a3, no raw. Isaac c letter 1 b0, letter 1 e dd, I and gok m I letter 1 e c7, ng distroke letter 1 e a7 y oct distroke letter 1 e d9c. C letter 1 e ad, u distroke letter 1 e cbnh, l letter 1 e e3, I d letter 1 e e5 and g, v letter 1 e adn, m letter 1 e c7 and h, c letter 1 e e7, a g to letter 1 e d9c, Joshua distroke letter 1 e c3, ape v letter 1 e cb, th letter 1 e a7n, ph letter 1 e 5c, tungmen. Shuri l letter 1 e e7, I th letter 1 e e7, I di fiat tr letter 1 b0, letter 1 e db, cn letter 1 e b7 and gn letter 1 e c1. Tronkai Isaac Vash Shabnek Theo Sao Bentin CHU Y letter 1 EC7 and T letter 1 ED1 and GT I letter 1 EC1 and TH letter 1 E7 N M letter 1 ED9T and letter 1 E5 C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD IQ U letter 1 EF7 QU Y letter 1 EC7 TH I letter 1 EC7 N Laren Traren M letter 1 EB7 T Isaac. C letter 1 EAD MU letter 1 ED1 NNU letter 1 ED1 TCH letter 1 EDNG S letter 1 E9C M letter 1 E1 and H C letter 1 E7 a Joshua distroke letter 1 EC3 Fatan HUY letter 1 EBF TTH letter 1 ED1 NG C letter 1 E7 a Jio Han C letter 1 EA3 NHOM T letter 1 EDB IM letter 1 ED9T Kuvi letter 1 EF1C Thok N letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB C Tho M letter 1 ED9 NG and letter 1 EB1M Sao Trong Land distroke letter 1 ECB Ajia to letter 1 ED9C Kung Si letter 1 EA3 and H Bin Yern Baron B letter 1 EDD SU letter 1 ED1 I Noi Shuri CHU letter 1 EA9 and B letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 F1C H I letter 1 EC7 and Ngai L letter 1 EC5 Shuri QU letter 1 EF3 XU letter 1 ED1 and Jithantam C letter 1 EA7 U and GUY letter 1 EC7 N and Hung Isaac distroke letter 1 E9 and G Baron C letter 1 E9 Leo and Thuk G I letter 1 E5 CKH I letter 1 EBF and C letter 1 EAD U B letter 1 EF1 C Min Tronkai Shuri KH letter 1 ED5 S letter 1 EDF C letter 1 EA7 UKH letter 1 E5N Isaac and letter 1 EB1 M letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD and Ra and U letter 1 ED1 NG Con H letter 1 E9 M I letter 1 EC7 and GS letter 1 EBD H letter 1 ED7 TR letter 1 E3 H letter 1 EBFT Min Shuri and H letter 1 EFC V letter 1 EC1 Kok Quit letter 1 EFC Than T letter 1 EA9 YKH letter 1 EFC and GH I letter 1 EC7 T and Hung Isaac CH letter 1 EC9 Low N High and H letter 1 ED3M N Ham Vabi letter 1 EA3 OC letter 1 EAD U Lam and Han Lair Denkai N How Thai Isaac B letter 1 ED7 and G KH letter 1 EF1 NG L letter 1 EA1 I Kai NH letter 1 EADN Rocco NG letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I L letter 1 EA1 H I letter 1 EC7 ND I letter 1 EC7 N M letter 1 ED9 T Ko Gai Tok TR letter 1 AFNG B letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB CT letter 1 EDB IV letter 1 EDB IV letter 1 EBB G I letter 1 EAD and D letter 1 EF M letter 1 EFNG Isaac Dang Lam Tro Jai letter 1 EDF Day Ko En Hin Shuri Kin M I letter 1 EC7 T TH letter 1 EFC M letter 1 EFCT letter 1 EA1 I Sao M letter 1 ED9 K letter 1 EBB Came in Hu C letter 1 EAD UL letter 1 EA1 I distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 C Jio TR letter 1 ECDNG Troch TR I letter 1 EC7 U TH letter 1 E7N and letter 1 EF 2 side talk TR letter 1 EFNG M letter 1 EC9 Amai Shuri R letter 1 EB1 and G C letter 1 EAD Yukon Kote Nang Jai H letter 1 E1 and G and Hu C letter 1 EAD U distroke letter 1 EBFN CH letter 1 ENC Jom M letter 1 E5 C Con CH letter 1 E3 V letter 1 EDB IT letter 1 EDB C letter 1 E3 Ba NG letter 1 ED3 IL letter 1 EA1 I Noi CHUY letter 1 EC7 N Ko KH letter 1 EB3 and G distroke letter 1 ECB and H V letter 1 ECB Tri GSCH letter 1 E7 S letter 1 EDBM MU letter 1 ED9 and Kung S letter 1 EBD V letter 1 EC1 Te Noel Joshua Isaac and Goi Tai T letter 1 ECF V letter 1 EBB Kong Quan Tam H letter 1 ECF I Ko R letter 1 E3 and H R letter 1 ED7 I distroke letter 1 EBFN M letter 1 E9C Moti letter 1 EDB I Din TH letter 1 EF1 Chin C letter 1 E7 I N Ha Joshua Haysao Trong TH letter 1 EBF Konte Kiru K letter 1 EF3 Ko T I letter 1 EBF T L letter 1 ED9 Min last letter 1 E9 G I letter 1 EA3 distroke letter 1 EBFN Theo L letter 1 EC7 and H C letter 1 E7 Aong N letter 1 ED9 I Isaac N Hio M letter 1 EAFT N Hin Ko Gai Tok TR letter 1 EAFNG Sao Kai Engi Ko T letter 1 EF1 Zung La S letter 1 E9 G I letter 1 EA3 C letter 1 E7 A TH letter 1 EA7 N Vang Ko Gai N Hin TH letter 1 EB3 and G Vow Isaac and H letter 1 EFCL letter 1 EA1 IL letter 1 EDD IC letter 1 E7 Ajayo Hunger letter 1 EB1 and G S letter 1 EBDT letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDBC distroke O letter 1 EA1 TV letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 EA7 NM letter 1 E1 and H letter 1 E5 T letter 1 EB Te C letter 1 EAD Isaac CH letter 1 ED ITH letter 1 EC1 VI TH letter 1 EA5 Y Lao Jek Watham Lam KH letter 1 EBF and sure H letter 1 E1 TH letter 1 EA3 and GNH letter 1 FCC letter 1 EAD UPH letter 1 EA3 HY acute L letter 1 EDD I know TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB CM letter 1 EB7T S letter 1 E9 G I letter 1 E8 Go Guy Talk TR letter 1 EF and G letter 1 EAD and H letter 1 EB9 TH letter 1 EB and H letter 1 EDN and letter 1 EBF Yuang letter 1 ED9 I co TH letter 1 F1C S letter 1 F1 MU letter 1 ED1 and Thai Da hand Distroke letter 1 ED9 and G T letter 1 EB Lao CH letter 1 E9 Kong C letter 1 EA7 N CH letter 1 ED Go Jia letter 1 EA3 I Thich Do TH letter 1 F1C CH letter 1 E5T I'm letter 1 ED9 TCU letter 1 ED9 C Jio letter 1 ECBCH Jio Hang S letter 1 EBD Jep and Hajosh Koi PH letter 1 E5C by K letter 1 EF9 Distroke letter 1 ED5 IL letter 1 EA1 IH letter 1 ECD PH letter 1 EA3 I Jio Ravi letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 E7N in letter 1 EF2 Sai Noi Jio Hang Dati letter 1 EB CH letter 1 ED1 ITH letter 1 EB3 and GTH letter 1 EB and G Phi Kong MU letter 1 ED1 and Bon R letter 1 EBB Chuang Lai Chao Tri Min Isaac TH letter 1 E7M C letter 1 E3M Thon Dung La Fong Kach Ong and letter 1 ED9 Ko Ti letter 1 EBF PR letter 1 EB1 and Jithe Vao Do Jio Hang CH letter 1 E5P and H letter 1 EDN Kai Fa Thon Distroke letter 1 ECB and Hu Fuang on Thay TH letter 1 EBF Distroke letter 1 EC3 TR letter 1 E3 L letter 1 EA1 I by K letter 1 EF9 Isaac Vashuri Kininja letter 1 E1 CTR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB C Thong Tin Net Thon Distroke letter 1 ECB Akuvi letter 1 ED1 N B letter 1 ECB Lu QU letter 1 EF7 CH I letter 1 EBF M Dong and H I letter 1 EC7 MV letter 1 E5 La PH letter 1 EA3 I Thur H letter 1 ED3 I Thon V letter 1 EADT letter 1 EDF Do Fia Sao letter 1 EF2 Psi, Bongdong QU Y letter 1 EC1, NL letter 1 EF1C, C letter 1 EE7, Ajio Hang letter 1 EA9N, H I letter 1 EC7, and Distroke letter 1 EA7, Y by letter 1 EA9N. Jury H letter 1 ED1 T H O letter 1 EA3, and G hate learn Vinoido CH letter 1 EB3 and G cock now, M letter 1 ED9 T letter 1 ED5, QU letter 1 EF7, TH letter 1 F1C, TH letter 1 E5. Isaac V letter 1 EB and TR letter 1 EA7 M and GAM. Quan Sop Peach letter 1 E3 and letter 1 E9 and GC letter 1 E7 M letter 1 ECD ING letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD Isaac B letter 1 EAFT Distroke letter 1 EA7 U Psi LU letter 1 EADN C letter 1 EAD UB I letter 1 EBF TCH letter 1 EFC Ong N letter 1 ED9 IS letter 1 EBD NH letter 1 EADN L letter 1 EDD I Vicong TH letter 1 EC3 B letter 1 ECF Qua Co H letter 1 ED9 IL letter 1 EA5 YL letter 1 EA1 I by K letter 1 EF9 Du En had Joshua H I letter 1 EC7 NT letter 1 EA1 I CH letter 1 EB3 and G Co C letter 1 EED a TH letter 1 EAF and G Lu QU letter 1 EF7 letter 1 ED9 TV I letter 1 EC5 and C letter 1 E3 and H Den T letter 1 ED1 I H I letter 1 EC7 and Ratrong Distroke letter 1 EA7 U Isaac and letter 1 EBF Yuang and letter 1 ED9 I D letter 1 E5 N Than Vao Doam letter 1 ED9 T Min KH letter 1 E3 Name B letter 1 ECF M letter 1 E1 and G Lassie letter 1 EF1C K letter 1 EF3 Cow DL letter 1 EC3 UQU letter 1 EF7 Shabnak Belo L letter 1 ED and G Kai Isaac Tinta on R letter 1 EB1 and G and letter 1 EBF U just H letter 1 E7 CH letter 1 EBFT QUY letter 1 EC1 and L letter 1 EF1 CS letter 1 EBD Revout Tano L T letter 1 EA1 O Distroke I letter 1 EC1 UK I letter 1 EC7 and Chofi Jio Hang Thao Tom and Hablu and letter 1 ED9 T and letter 1 E5 C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Distroke letter 1 EFC Y cute Thong Quatrain Moy Isaac C letter 1 EADU N Hawk TH letter 1 A7M Ngai Dom and G letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Do Da Kwakoi TH letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD and G Min V letter 1 EDB I on M letter 1 EAFT Distroke letter 1 ECF R letter 1 EF1C T letter 1 EF1 Tin Isaac KH letter 1 EB3 and G Distroke letter 1 ECB and H Chin C letter 1 EAD UM letter 1 EDB Alain G letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Co TH letter 1 EC3 Ko PH letter 1 E5 C by K letter 1 EF9 Don Gay Luke Nai Makong C letter 1 E7N Distroke letter 1 EBFN NHU letter 1 EC7 C letter 1 E7 Ajio Han Kao CHUY letter 1 EC7 NCHUY letter 1 EC3 N Sangfong Lam VI letter 1 EC7 CC letter 1 E7 Ajia CH letter 1 E7 Noi M letter 1 ECD ING letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD IV letter 1 EABN Zon Zhao Ben Ton V letter 1 EC1 Distroke letter 1 EC1 NGH letter 1 ECB Distroke letter 1 EA7 YR letter 1 EE7 I Ro T letter 1 EB Fia Jio H letter 1 ED9 I Honkai Trong Kan Fong TR letter 1 EDF Nairn C letter 1 EF1C K letter 1 EF3 Kang TH letter 1 EB3 and G Benjamin Eshu NG letter 1 ED3 II Ngai Tran GH letter 1 EBF CH letter 1 E7 T letter 1 ECD L letter 1 EF and G Ngi Y cute K I letter 1 EBF and C letter 1 E7 a cock bo lao letter 1 E9 T lao Jia Hao H letter 1 E9 and G Ram letter 1 EB7 T Chor letter 1 EB1 and G De La Co H letter 1 ED9 Ingen Nam Koam letter 1 ED9 T Distroke letter 1 EC3 Han Than Tam and GUY letter 1 EC7 and Koi PH letter 1 E5 C by K letter 1 EF9 TR letter 1 E5 N Phi C letter 1 E7 and Hao Cock bo lao cock Kung Distroke letter 1 ED3 and G 10 Distroke letter 1 EC1 and GH letter 1 ECB High Distroke letter 1 ED9 and G Ton B letter 1 ED9 L letter 1 EF1C L letter 1 B0 letter 1 EE3 NG Distroke letter 1 EC3 H letter 1 ED7 TR letter 1 E3 GSCH letter 1 E7 Distroke letter 1 E9 and G letter 1 EDF M letter 1 ED9 T Gok Isaac N Hin C letter 1 E3 and H T letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 N G N V letter 1 EDB I N letter 1 E5 C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I letter 1 E9 N Y Q Benjamin Shu L letter 1 E1 and H Lung Tyron B letter 1 ED1 S letter 1 EBD Diam letter 1 ED19 Min M letter 1 EB7 CK letter 1 EC7 S letter 1 EF1 and Guy H I letter 1 EC3 MC letter 1 EE7 Avung Distroke letter 1 EA5 T QU letter 1 EF7 D letter 1 EF C letter 1 EA3 Can Fong CH letter 1 EA5N Distroke letter 1 ED9 NG Eshuer Va Joseph Distroke letter 1 EC1 ULO L letter 1 EFNG TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB CQUY letter 1 EBF T Distroke letter 1 ECBNH LI letter 1 EC1 U Lindsay letter 1 E7 NG letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Distroke letter 1 E9 NG Distroke letter 1 EA7 U G to letter 1 E9 Benjamin Zoatron TR letter 1 EA5N and M letter 1 ECD ING letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD IR letter 1 EB1 NG ONGS letter 1 EBD letter 1 ED5N Trong Kai Isaac TH letter 1 E7M and Guy Min Qua H I letter 1 EC3 U Tin Koch Chamin in letter 1 E3 and H Lu Q letter 1 EF7 Hung Han H I letter 1 EC7 and Laren Trong Tam Tri Benjamin Ong Bia letter 1 EBF T Chung S letter 1 EBD Dung Distroke letter 1 E7 M letter 1 ECD I teach letter 1 E7 Distroke O letter 1 EA1 and B letter 1 E9 N teach letter 1 EC9 U CH letter 1 E9 CH letter 1 EB3 and G Bao G I letter 1 EDD Choi Distroke letter 1 EB9P G I letter 1 EAF A Luke Shuri Nai and letter 1 EC9 G A CH letter 1 E7 and Guy L letter 1 EA1 I Benjamin B letter 1 EA5T N G letter 1 EDD Key Sang G letter 1 ECD I Taryn Isaac Isaac B letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB C Laren Distroke letter 1 EB17 and Guy V letter 1 E5N V letter 1 EC1 Tinzok TH letter 1 E1 CC letter 1 E7 L letter 1 EDD IH letter 1 E9 T letter 1 EB Fijao Hang KH letter 1 EBF and Joseph Fis South T letter 1 ENC T letter 1 ED1 I Chor letter 1 EB1 and GC letter 1 EAD Uquavo L letter 1 EC5 Eshu Air N letter 1 ED5 I Tier letter 1 EDN Loydin M letter 1 EF and G Isaac Lan letter 1 ED7 IS letter 1 EC9 and H letter 1 E5 C C letter 1 EE7 G letter 1 EDNC Vi Dom Han Distroke letter 1 ED9 and G Tai T I letter 1 EC7 and Sao Kai Ko Chut Kong TR letter 1 E1 and G and H letter 1 ECF and Ho The letter 1 ECF and Guy Tai L letter 1 EDD I M letter 1 EF and G CH letter 1 ED Isaac and Hin TH letter 1 EB3 and G Vout Benjamin Vedistroke letter 1 EB7 T Cow H letter 1 ECF I Hawk Bu letter 1 EC1 and GU letter 1 ED3 and G letter 1 ED1 CVL letter 1 EC7 C Gio Hung S letter 1 EDF H letter 1 EF U Bai K letter 1 EF9 and Hablu Benjamin M letter 1 EC9M C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Bai letter 1 ENN T R letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB C Cow H letter 1 ECF I C letter 1 E7 Isaac D letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD and GN Hu Ong Da CH letter 1 EDD KHO letter 1 EA3 and HKH letter 1 EFC 9 to letter 1 EB Lao V letter 1 EDB I V letter 1 EBB M letter 1 EB7T N Guillerm NGH letter 1 ECB GSH letter 1 E7 CHU letter 1 EA9 and B letter 1 ECBT I letter 1 EBF TL letter 1 ED9 S letter 1 EF1 TH letter 1 EDT Den T letter 1 ED1 I Distroke letter 1 EB1 NG Saum letter 1 ED1 I Liern H letter 1 EC7 G I letter 1 EF A Gio H letter 1 ED9 Avabayam letter 1 EDT C letter 1 E7 A Gia T letter 1 ED9 M letter 1 EA5 Y Tram Nam TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDBC TH letter 1 E7N on Song Da Jiang XU letter 1 ED1 and GN Han GI letter 1 EDB I am letter 1 ED9T LO letter 1 EA1 ITH letter 1 E7N THU letter 1 EAD C letter 1 EF1C M letter 1 E1 N QUY letter 1 EC1 and Nang Do GI letter 1 EDD Dangan letter 1 EB1 M Trong Te Gio H letter 1 ED9 I Isaac TH letter 1 E7M TH letter 1 EFC M letter 1 EFC Kaiju letter 1 ECD Bai K letter 1 EF9 TH letter 1 EF1C CH letter 1 E5T Lakai Kwai Jai Ma AI Kung Kati letter 1 E5 and TH letter 1 E7N Zang K letter 1 EC3 R letter 1 EB1 and G V letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 E7N Do Da Dung S letter 1 E9C M letter 1 E1 and H letter 1 EA5 Y Distroke letter 1 EC3 Distroke letter 1 EADP Not Distroke letter 1 EA7 U View as Yuang and Gay T letter 1 EA I N Han G I letter 1 EDB Isaac Engi Zong M letter 1 EB70 Do Ra Rabbi K letter 1 F9 HUY letter 1 EC1 and TH O letter 1 EA1 IDO TH letter 1 F1C CH letter 1 E5T CH letter 1 EC9 La CHUY letter 1 EC7 and in Chom Distroke letter 1 ED3 C letter 1 E7 a TH letter 1 E7N R letter 1 ED3 at B letter 1 ECB and Don Lloyd Din Sao and in Guy B letter 1 E5 and G CHUY letter 1 EC7 and T letter 1 EB Distroke letter 1 EDD I Tom Han R letter 1 ED3 I Kais letter 1 ENCM letter 1 E1 and H Do CH letter 1 EFCGI letter 1 EDD Kung Phi M letter 1 EDD G letter 1 E7N H letter 1 EBFT CH letter 1 EB3 and G Con L letter 1 EA1 I bow in here and Hung M letter 1 EA5 Y Lao Gia Trong Gia T letter 1 ED9C V letter 1 EBN Moem letter 1 ED9 and G T letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDF and G Koi PH letter 1 E5C Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 C No La Gia T letter 1 ED9C Ashu S letter 1 EBD Tim L letter 1 EA1 I On Hao Quang Shua Isaac Guy C letter 1 ED5 B letter 1 EA3 O Kong Dong Distroke letter 1 EC3 Ongan letter 1 ED9 I Benjamin PH letter 1 EA3 I Li letter 1 EC1 UM letter 1 E1 and G Vau Vung Distroke letter 1 E5T QU letter 1 EF7 D letter 1 EF CH letter 1 EC9 Vi TH letter 1 E9 Kong CH letter 1 EFC CH letter 1 EFN Do Ong Chu Distroke letter 1 E9 and G C letter 1 EA1 and H N Hin Isaac V letter 1 EDB I V letter 1 EBB Kin B letter 1 EC9 B letter 1 EA3 OTH letter 1 EB1 NG N Hawk Distroke letter 1 EBNG Lam N Hu Min Quan TR letter 1 ECDNG L letter 1 EAFM Distroke letter 1 ED9 T N here and Co NG letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Distroke letter 1 ED3 NG Tin V letter 1 EDB I Isaac Lam Ang Chu Kia B letter 1 EA5 T NG letter 1 EDD Ki NGO letter 1 EAF T L letter 1 EA1 I Lao Nai Dio Kin V letter 1 EBB M letter 1 EB7 T Giant X letter 1 EA3 O Noir letter 1 EB1 NG, N letter 1 EBF, Uchamin Co CHUY letter 1 EC7, Njai Thai VI letter 1 EC7, CK letter 1 EBF, V letter 1 ECB, S letter 1 EBD, B letter 1 ECB, Zaltier letter 1 ED9, N Van H letter 1 EF, NG, K letter 1 EBB, Caucus letter 1 EBD, NH letter 1 EA3, Y Vow, Tran Gian and Gay. GSCH letter 1 E7, Benjamin V letter 1 EABN, NG letter 1 ED3, IIM, Dente Vow N How, Sai Ngai. M letter 1 ECD, ING letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDD, IB letter 1 EAFT, Distroke letter 1 EA7, U Lui B letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDB, C Vi Lu Q U letter 1 EF7, letter 1 EDF, Fung Distroke letter 1 EA5T, Do Quam letter 1 EA1 NH. Till letter 1 ED1 T NH letter 1 EA5T Nairn till letter 1 EB CH letter 1 ED1 I Distroke letter 1 EC1 NGH letter 1 ECB M letter 1 EA1 OH I letter 1 EC3 M Nai Lao TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDF NGCH letter 1 E5T V letter 1 E5 N letter Distroke letter 1 ECB NH B letter 1 ECF Quaco H letter 1 ED9 I Koi PH letter 1 E5 C by K letter 1 EF9 Sao Isaac Dop NG letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3C TH letter 1 EBF and letter 1 EBF Utoi Dung Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 C no Thai Sao Angchu C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I M letter 1 EC9 A B letter 1 EA3 O M letter 1 ED9 T K letter 1 EBB CH letter 1 EB3 and G B I letter 1 EBF T by K letter 1 EF9 La Jamakang Dom to M letter 1 ED3 M Isaac N Hin L letter 1 EA1 I B letter 1 EB1 and G On M letter 1 EFT S letter 1 EFC L letter 1 EB9 M Lin H letter 1 ED3 N Shabnak H I letter 1 EC7 N Ra Sao Lung Isaac M letter 1 ECD, ING letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD, Icong TH letter 1 EC3, Tinin letter 1 ED5, ITH letter 1 E9, TH letter 1 EFT, TRUY letter 1 EC1, and Hang TH letter 1 EBF, K letter 1 EF7, Mat TH letter 1 EB1 and G, and Hawk Nabi letter 1 EA3, Walako TH letter 1 EC3, Dung Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3, Isaac Loy CU letter 1 ED1, NC letter 1 EA9M, Nang Chom Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 EE3, C2 letter 1 EB, Ko Bao C letter 1 EE7, Athon and letter 1 EF Ra. Noi Trong Nai Gai Ro CH letter 1 EC9, C letter 1 EA7N, Co S letter 1 E9C, M letter 1 E1 and H, C letter 1 EE7, A TH letter 1 E7N, Zan La Co TH letter 1 EC3, Kitch H O letter 1 EA1 T by K letter 1 EF9 and Gay L letter 1 EADP T letter 1 E9C. Ang Chu Engi Zong Tai M letter 1 EB7 T. Isaac N Hang Co H letter 1 ED9 Irakio. N letter 1 EBF U Chao Koi PH letter 1 E5C Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3C No. Chuko CH letter 1 ECB U to letter 1 EB B letter 1 ECF QUY letter 1 EC1 and K letter 1 EBF V letter 1 ECB Kong. Isaac C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Distroke letter 1 EAFC Y acute. KH letter 1 EB3 and G Distroke letter 1 ECB and H. CH letter 1 EC9 C letter 1 EA7N. Lam Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 EE3 CVI letter 1 EC7. C9 Thai Distroke letter 1 EBFN C letter 1 EA3 TH letter 1 EA7N. Zhang Kung PH letter 1 EA3. Icong NH letter 1 EADN. And La Gia CH letter 1 E7 Chuang Lai. C letter 1 EA3 and H CHUY letter 1 EC3 and Vao Baron Trong Fong C letter 1 EA7 U NGUY letter 1 EC7 NC letter 1 EE7 Adin TH letter 1 EF1. Isaac V letter 1 EEB A Dai V letter 1 EEB A Hot Ho. Tam TR letter 1 E1 and G Ro Rang R letter 1 EA5T to letter 1 E1 T. Shabnak NH letter 1 EADN Zait CH letter 1 E7 and Han Hom Ne Vu Tin L letter 1 EA1 TH letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD NG. Isaac Dop to letter 1 EA5T N here R letter 1 ED3 I Vi Ong N letter 1 ED9 I Da H letter 1 E9 S letter 1 EBD Kong NH letter 1 EADN Nang L letter 1 EF1C C letter 1 E7 I N Ma N Vu Vi Thu Jian B I letter 1 EBF T Ro Ong N letter 1 ED9 I CH letter 1 EC9 Koi Dola L letter 1 EDD I Noi Dua C letter 1 E7 A Distroke letter 1 E9 A Chao Chua T R letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDF NG Than and Hung Doyam letter 1 EFT Distroke letter 1 ECF R letter 1 EF1C C letter 1 E7 I N Dial letter 1 ED9 Ro Datam NS letter 1 EBDKH I letter 1 EBF N T letter 1 EA5 T C letter 1 EA3 PH letter 1 EA3 I Tin B letter 1 EB1 and G M letter 1 EFT Min. Distroke letter 1 E9 and G T R letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB C Distroke I letter 1 EC7 N TH letter 1 EDD L letter 1 ED9 NG L letter 1 EABY Isaac L letter 1 EA9M B letter 1 EA9M. G I letter 1 EDD Thai T R I letter 1 EC7 U H letter 1 ED3 I M letter 1 ED9 T V letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 ES7 N Lern Noi CH U Y letter 1 EC7 N Thai NH letter 1 EC9 Shabnak HO letter 1 EA3 NGH letter 1 ECF I Co PH letter 1 EA3 I N Distroke letter 1 ECB and H C letter 1 EA7 U NGUY letter 1 EC7 N Kong Isaac Dop TH letter 1 EB3 NG Diern Atakong C letter 1 EA7 U N G U Y letter 1 EC7 N J H letter 1 EB. Isaac N G letter 1 ED3, IX letter 1 EBFP B letter 1 EB1 N G Tran San. Tate letter 1 E5 Nang L letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 NG. And Noi Coam letter 1 E9 TV letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 E7 NCH letter 1 EB3 NG. C letter 1 E7 NPH letter 1 EA3 IC letter 1 EA7 U Zin M letter 1 EC7 T M letter 1 ECF. Distroke I letter 1 EC7 NTH letter 1 EDD B letter 1 ED7 NG CH letter 1 ED1 C Bung Che and Gun NG letter 1 E5 T T R letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB C M letter 1 EB7 T and Isaac C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Chu. G letter 1 ECD ITH letter 1 EB3 NG Tern. TH letter 1 E7N LU letter 1 EAD T Hin S letter 1 EF1. Ra De Noi CHUY letter 1 EC7 N T letter 1 ED T letter 1 EBF. Trong Kai Con Deng NH letter 1 EB9 N Heng. On L letter 1 EED R letter 1 EF1C Song KH letter 1 EAFP. Can Fong Kai Isaac B letter 1 EAFT Distroke letter 1 EA7 U TH letter 1 EF1C. H I letter 1 EC7 and Ngai L letter 1 EC5 C letter 1 EE7 a rearing min. V letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 EA7N Kia Noi Duko KH letter 1 EBF letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDBC. V letter 1 EDB IM letter 1 ED9T K letter 1 EBB CH letter 1 EB3 NG Ko Tai Distroke letter 1 E9C. Tin N Hu Isaac Thai TH letter 1 EA7N Them Vao Madop L letter 1 EA1 I. Isaac CH letter 1 EC9 M letter 1 EC9 M C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I M L letter 1 EB7 NG and L letter 1 EA1 IG letter 1 ECD I Terran V letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 EA7N Do M letter 1 ED9T L letter 1 EA7N N letter 1 EAF a V letter 1 EDB I V letter 1 EBB M letter 1 EB7T Distroke letter 1 EA7 Y Thoch TH letter 1 E9C Isaac B letter 1 EAFT Distroke letter 1 EA7 U Man T letter 1 ED1 NG T I letter 1 EC1 N Quen T H U letter 1 ED9C H letter 1 ECF Iko Naren K letter 1 EC3 Cho M letter 1 ECD ING letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD ING CHUY letter 1 EC7 and V letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 EA7 N 9 T letter 1 EBNG B letter 1 ECB and Distroke letter 1 EADP Cho Ra Ba Kai Distroke letter 1 ECB and H B letter 1 EFT and Com Distroke I letter 1 EC7 and TH letter 1 EDD Rung CHUY letter 1 EC3 and D letter 1 EF D letter 1 ED9 NG letter 1 CDNL letter 1 ED Bung Laren B letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 EA7 N CU letter 1 ED1 and GCU letter 1 ED3 and GH letter 1 ECF L letter 1 EA7 and ANGU L letter 1 EA1 IMU letter 1 ED1 and Kai Jai and letter 1 EF a day Isaac H letter 1 ECF IV letter 1 EC1 Kai L letter 1 ED7 I Trong Fong letter 1 EA5N V letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 EA7 N TH letter 1 EB and H letter 1 EDN No V letter 1 EBN Deng CHUY letter 1 EC3 and Distroke letter 1 ED9 and GM letter 1 ED9T Koch Dong and G letter 1 E1C and here Ho Ra Kai Isaac T letter 1 EF1 B letter 1 EO1 and M Kshua Mafop Da CH letter 1 EO1 YL letter 1 EO1 and Vakio Theo M letter 1 ED9T M letter 1 EDB TH letter 1 EC7 and Lin Vao CU letter 1 ED9C KH letter 1 EBF and NH letter 1 EC1 UV letter 1 ECBJ letter 1 EDD V letter 1 EBN Kondang B letter 1 E5T T letter 1 EC9 and 8 Isaac KH letter 1 EB3 and G Distroke letter 1 ECB and H V letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 A7 N B letter 1 ECB NH letter 1 ED1 T Trongdo Chinla TH letter 1 A7 N on Song Isaac and Hin TH letter 1 EB3 and G Vow Distroke I letter 1 EC7 and TH letter 1 EDD V letter 1 EDB I Onum letter 1 EFTT H letter 1 EA5 U TH letter 1 EC V letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 EA7 N Kia Kin Angel letter 1 E1C Isaac Noi Do Chin Lalai Du Vi Sao TH letter 1 E7N Zan L letter 1 EA1 ITR letter 1 EDF Naren Y letter 1 EBF U letter 1 EDBT N Hu H I letter 1 EC7 and T letter 1 EA1 Isaac M letter 1 EC9 Amai R letter 1 EB1 and Jingay C letter 1 E3 Kok TH letter 1 E7N Lin Kong Kong B I letter 1 EBF T TH letter 1 E7N on Song Lam letter 1 ED9T Trong NH letter 1 EF and GV letter 1 ECB T letter 1 ED1 I Cow B letter 1 ECB K letter 1 EB9T L letter 1 EA1 I Ngay C letter 1 EA3 V letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 EA7N T R letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB C M letter 1 EB17 Nai Kong Kong Hey B I letter 1 EBFT Distroke I letter 1 EC7 N TH letter 1 EDD L letter 1 EA1 I M letter 1 ED9T L letter 1 EA7N N letter 1 EF Arungam letter 1 E1 and H T R letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB C L letter 1 EDD IKH letter 1 EB3 and G Distroke letter 1 ECB and H C letter 1 EE7 Isaac B letter 1 EA3 Othoy D letter 1 EB9P M letter 1 EA5 YCHUY letter 1 EC7 and Do Dai CH letter 1 EC9 C letter 1 EA7 N Noi Cho MBI letter 1 EBF Tkoch GI letter 1 EA3 I Fong letter 1 EA5 N letter Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3C NS letter 1 EBD T letter 1 EF1 Te X letter 1 ED Li H letter 1 EBF B letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 EA7N and H letter 1 EDN Ron letter 1 EBF UNG letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD and I TH letter 1 EF1C S letter 1 EF1 Love U as Yuang Thai Distroke letter 1 EBFN C letter 1 E3 Fong letter 1 EA5N C letter 1 ED5 Chu NH letter 1 E5T Kunko TH letter 1 EC3 B letter 1 ECB Ho GI letter 1 EA3 ID letter 1 EC5 Dang TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB C Kai B letter 1 EFT Tevao VI letter 1 EC7 C Isaac Noi Ko M letter 1 ED9 TCHUY letter 1 EC7 and NH letter 1 EDD V letter 1 EA3 and H letter 1 ECF TH letter 1 F1C Ra CH letter 1 EB3 and G Ko Jai to top and Hin Kai M letter 1 EB7 T Giant X letter 1 EA3 OC letter 1 E7 An Isaac Noi Duotakai THU letter 1 ED1 CTR MAM letter 1 EA5 YNG letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Hey Dem T letter 1 EB7 NG Cho Kok H letter 1 ED3 NG Y Die Isaac V letter 1 EABN T I letter 1 EBF P T letter 1 E5 C T letter 1 ED1 NG T I letter 1 EC1 N V letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 EA7 N Trong Stroke I letter 1 EC7 N TH letter 1 EDD and NH letter 1 EFC R letter 1 EB1 NG Min Kunko KH letter 1 EBF letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB CV letter 1 EDB ITH letter 1 E7 NT letter 1 ED1 I cow Naren Distroke letter 1 EB and GD letter 1 EA1 Imagi letter 1 EA5 UGI letter 1 EBF MTH letter 1 E9 Quian Hu THU letter 1 ED1 CTR Nhin Kai M letter 1 EB7 T C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Distroke letter 1 EAFC Y acute C letter 1 E7 Isaac Kia V letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 EA7 N Band Distroke letter 1 EA7 U Con C letter 1 E9 NG Distroke letter 1 EA7 U and Hung TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB CL letter 1 EDD I to D letter 1 ECD a C letter 1 E7 a view as Yuang Kung PH letter 1 EA3 I can NH letter 1 EFC L letter 1 EA1 I He L letter 1 EA1 IV letter 1 EDB I Shuri Isaac H letter 1 ECF I M letter 1 EC9 Amai Kai TH letter 1 EA5 YC letter 1 EAD UN Hawk C letter 1 E9 L letter 1 B0 letter 1 E1 NG L letter 1 EF1 Kong Dom NH letter 1 EADN Distroke letter 1 ED3 Isaac the L letter 1 B0 letter 1 E1 I Lam M letter 1 EB7 T Kin D letter 1 ECB D letter 1 ECD, S letter 1 EBD, Trot letter 1 E5 N T letter 1 EBNG, NG letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD, ITH letter 1 EB, AK letter 1 EBF, N letter 1 EBF, U Shuri Kongangi L letter 1 EDD I. Nhin and Luke Nai CH letter 1 EB3 and G, Kok Jai M letter 1 ED9 T Tern Ok Q U letter 1 EF7. M letter 1 ED9 T T I letter 1 EBF and G Hate Kin Hong Van KH letter 1 EFP. Fong Kai Isaac B letter 1 EFT Distroke letter 1 EA7 U, Rate, Han H letter 1 EA1 Tin TH letter 1 EA7 NC letter 1 EAD U N Hawk T letter 1 ED9 INGH I letter 1 EC7P. Songham Sao letter 1 EDF, Thon Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD NG. M letter 1 ECD, ICHU Y letter 1 EC7, and Kovi letter 1 EBB. Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 CS letter 1 EAFP X letter 1 EBFP Zong. Isaac G letter 1 ECD, I Shuri L letter 1 EA1, IG letter 1 EA7N. V letter 1 EBB C letter 1 EAD U N Hawk V letter 1 EABN Chua H letter 1 EBFT Bang Hong Sao CHU Y letter 1 EC7 and Hom TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDBC. Isaac Dua Ra M letter 1 ED9 T L letter 1 ECD THU letter 1 ED1 C Tim L letter 1 ECBM B letter 1 EA3 O Shuri U letter 1 ED1 NG. Shuri C letter 1 EA3 and H Jock H letter 1 ECF Ingay De Ko PH letter 1 EA3 ITHU letter 1 ED1 C Distroke letter 1 ED9 C Kong Du Isaac KH letter 1 EB3 NG Distroke letter 1 ECBNH No Jup H letter 1 ED3 IPH letter 1 E5 C S letter 1 E9 C KH letter 1 ECF DH letter 1 EA5 Y Shuri L letter 1 EC1 M letter 1 EC1 Isaac M letter 1 E50 Kieran H letter 1 EB and C letter 1 EAD Urava Distroke letter 1 ED5 TH letter 1 EB3 NG L letter 1 ECD THU letter 1 ED1 C VAT M letter 1 ED3M Tabi letter 1 EA3 OU letter 1 ED1 and Jithai U letter 1 ED1 and G Die L letter 1 EFM L letter 1 ED Qua Shuri Jai GI letter 1 E5 Atrong TUY letter 1 EC7 TV letter 1 ECD and G Kong H I letter 1 EC3 U Min Dalam Jai Mabi letter 1 ECB Distroke letter 1 ED1 IX letter 1 ED Tho B letter 1 EA1 O N Hu V letter 1 EADY U letter 1 ED1 NG Zong Shuri B letter 1 ED7 NG TH letter 1 EA5 YKH letter 1 ECF EKH O letter 1 EAF NM letter 1 ED9 T Koch L letter 1 EA1 TH letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD NG. Isaac Distroke letter 1 E9 NG, South C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD, IKH letter 1 EA9, YVK letter 1 EBF, HO letter 1 EA1, CH Dathang Kong B letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB, C Distroke letter 1 EA7U, C letter 1 EADU and Hawk Distroke letter 1 ED5, I tie Distroke letter 1 ED9, 180 Distroke letter 1 ED9. C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD at Chuchu Ngang Kai B letter 1 EA3 O Vila THU letter 1 ED1 CM tried to Nairn, S letter 1 EBD View letter 1 EBBU letter 1 ED1 and GH letter 1 EBFT. Juan Hanan Hu letter 1 EADT Bon Tron. Isaac TH letter 1 E7M and Guy, TH letter 1 E7N, LU letter 1 EADT Hin, S letter 1 F1 Jio THU letter 1 ED1, Sikung and Han PH letter 1 EBFT. Trong Kai Do, Shuri Fia Sabi letter 1 EFT Distroke letter 1 EA7 U Ko PH letter 1 E3N letter 1 E9 and GPH letter 1 E5. Trong Hoi BU letter 1 ED3 and Non. Isaac Sai Don TH letter 1 EA7N, On Song B letter 1 ECB, and H letter 1 ED1 T. Kong PH letter 1 EA3 I Tai and letter 1 E1N Malayam Musi letter 1 E7, a TH letter 1 EA7N Vang. CH letter 1 EFC, CH letter 1 EFN, K letter 1 EBB, Distroke letter 1 E9 and G, Sao G I letter 1 EADT Day. Shabnak H I letter 1 EC7, N Ra and H letter 1 EAFC, L letter 1 EA1, ICHU Y letter 1 EC7, Eng Shua. VTH letter 1 A7N, Vang Datir D I letter 1 EC7, T VTH letter 1 A7N, Distroke letter 1 ECF. M letter 1 E9 TCU letter 1 ED9 CCH I letter 1 EBF NTH letter 1 A7N Thon Malai and G letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Kong B I letter 1 EBFT No G I letter 1 EA3 I Thich Therm R letter 1 EB1 NG N letter 1 EBF U Phi Distroke letter 1 ECF H letter 1 E3P Tok V letter 1 EDB I Isaac Lam Distroke letter 1 EA3 O Chin San Kong DH letter 1 A7N LU letter 1 EADT Hin S letter 1 EF1 S letter 1 EBD stroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 CH letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDF NG L letter 1 E3 IL letter 1 EDB NV letter 1 EC1 QUY letter 1 EC1 NL letter 1 EF1C Dung Lai H letter 1 ED7N LO letter 1 EA1N Isaac V letter 1 EB Ungoi Mu V letter 1 EB A TH letter 1 EFCM letter 1 EFC CH letter 1 B3 NGPH letter 1 EA3 ITH letter 1 A7N T letter 1 ED1 I Kao Kung THU letter 1 ED9 CF TH letter 1 A7N Vang Sao L letter 1 EBD Ra H letter 1 ECD PH letter 1 EA3 I Distroke letter 1 ED3 NGMan Shabnak Cho R letter 1 EB1 NG H letter 1 ECD CH letter 1 EB3 NG Yua N How Isaac CH letter 1 E3T NH letter 1 EDB L letter 1 EA7N J letter 1 EB7P N letter 1 EF TH letter 1 EA7N Kai An Dai Chom Ko Bao Bakovi letter 1 EBB Kung Thich An N Hung An Kong H I letter 1 EC3 U Ba Ngai Jai Shabnak To Mo H letter 1 ECF IV letter 1 EC1 Gu C letter 1 E7 Aba N Hung Isaac T letter 1 EB7C L letter 1 B0 letter 1 E1 I B letter 1 ECF Dai Kong Quan TR letter 1 ECD and G N letter 1 EF V letter 1 EC1 TH letter 1 F1 C T letter 1 EA1 I Shuri B letter 1 ED7 and GT letter 1 ECF I LU letter 1 ED3 and G Distroke I letter 1 EC7 and Zang QU letter 1 EA5 and Quan and G letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I L letter 1 EDBN T I letter 1 EBF and GG letter 1 ECD I Terran Isaac S letter 1 E9C M letter 1 EA1 and H Trong L letter 1 ECD T H U letter 1 ED1 C B letter 1 EAFT Distroke letter 1 EA7 U Fought High Jury Hate L letter 1 EDBN Vi C letter 1 E3M and H letter 1 EDN S letter 1 ENC M letter 1 E1 and H C U letter 1 ED9 and Trow T letter 1 EF1 Tin Distroke letter 1 EBFN M letter 1 ENC Tyron B letter 1 ED1 G I letter 1 EDD Code TH letter 1 EC3 Distroke letter 1 EDP CH letter 1 EBFT C letter 1 EA3 View as Yuong B letter 1 EB1 and G Tay Kong Isaac Distroke letter 1 E9 and G C letter 1 E1 and H Ng letter 1 EAD YCH letter 1 EC9 B I letter 1 EBF T Distroke letter 1 E9 and G Hin Trong Long TH letter 1 A7M M letter 1 EFNG Kai TH letter 1 EB1 and G Nai Dom B letter 1 EA3 O Distroke letter 1 EADP CH letter 1 EBFT Min Sao QU letter 1 EA3 Lakong B I letter 1 EBF TTR letter 1 EDD I Cow Distroke letter 1 EA5 T Dai DH letter 1 EA5 Y Shuri Kokong Isaac Thuk J letter 1 E5 CC letter 1 EAD Umao TRI letter 1 EC7 UH letter 1 ED3 ITH letter 1 A7 N Zan Cho Zong Shuri J letter 1 ED3 and Jimin Hate L letter 1 EDBN Karu J letter 1 ECD IV letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 A7N H I letter 1 EC3 and letter 1 ED9 T LU letter 1 ED3 and G Song Zan R letter 1 EF1 C Bung Laren Soy Song Distroke I letter 1 EC7 and TH letter 1 EDD UT letter 1 ED1 I C letter 1 E3 Fong Rung CHU Y letter 1 EC3 and TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB CS letter 1 ENC M letter 1 E1 and H TH letter 1 E7 N Thon Jiang H letter 1 E1 Shuri Sung S letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB NG Vi CU letter 1 ED1 I Kung Da TRI letter 1 EC7 UH letter 1 ED3 I Thang Kong TH letter 1 A7 N Zan Isaac Distroke letter 1 E9 and G Quan Sot V letter 1 EDB IV letter 1 EBB M letter 1 EB7 T Tin Ton V letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 A7N XU letter 1 EA5 TH I letter 1 EC7 N L letter 1 ED9 and G L letter 1 EAB YHUY letter 1 EC1 N letter 1 EA3 Bao Quan B letter 1 EDF INH letter 1 EF and GD letter 1 EA3 IL letter 1 EE5 Azan TH letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB T Tha L letter 1 EA7N Nai TH letter 1 EA7N Zan TH letter 1 EF1C S letter 1 EF1 H I letter 1 EC7 NDI letter 1 EC7 NT R letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB CH letter 1 ECD C letter 1 EADN C letter 1 EA3 and H Guong M letter 1 EB7 T Zin Distroke letter 1 EB9P N Hung L letter 1 EA1 and H Lung C letter 1 EE7 A TH letter 1 EA7 N Zan Bako Doi Tai NH letter 1 ECDN Vatrang S letter 1 E9C Hin B letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB M L letter 1 EA5P Lon Tran Talk Doi M letter 1 EAFT V letter 1 EABN Chua M letter 1 EDF N Hin TH letter 1 EBF Giant Shuri S letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB NG Ron Kai TH letter 1 EA5 Y Ngai L letter 1 EC5 Thang Kong R letter 1 EF1C R letter 1 E1 TH letter 1 E7N Zan CU letter 1 ED1 I Kung Da XU letter 1 EA5 TH I letter 1 EC7N Isaac Distroke letter 1 E9 NG and Gay Sao Lung M letter 1 EB7 T to letter 1 EC9 and H Bo Ken NG letter 1 E3 IC letter 1 EAD U Bay Lam to letter 1 ED1 T L letter 1 EAFM Dang Luke Cow H letter 1 E9 and G Thai Shuri B letter 1 EA5 T Angel letter 1 EDD NTR letter 1 ECDN M letter 1 ED9 T Don Dao to letter 1 EB Fia Sao M letter 1 EB17 Mu B I letter 1 EBF and D letter 1 E1 and G Liuan. Z letter 1 EAD U and letter 1 EB1 M Dosan. Su B letter 1 EST Mate. Isaac L letter 1 E 9 M B letter 1 E 9 M CH letter 1 E F C T letter 1 E O N I T H U letter 1 E D 1 C M letter 1 E 1 and H qua. Thoi K letter 1 E C 7. Distroke letter 1 E B 1 and G now can distroke letter 1 E C B and H. Cho no and G letter 1 E 7 M letter 1 E D 9 T G I letter 1 E A 5 C. TH letter 1 E 7 N Zan C letter 1 B 0 letter 1 E D D I Chu. C letter 1 E9 and G letter 1 E1 C U letter 1 ED1 I Kung dot stroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 C con sen trung than TRI letter 1 EC7 UH letter 1 ED3 I Ba B letter 1 EAFT stroke letter 1 EA7 U D letter 1 EB7N Do Ngirm Tuk R letter 1 EB1 NG M letter 1 ED9 T M letter 1 ED1 I Ngai L letter 1 EDBN Dang to D letter 1 ECD Ajia to letter 1 ED9 C Ashu Ba B letter 1 EA3 O Engage letter 1 EA7N De Coam letter 1 ED9 T K letter 1 EBB stroke letter 1 EA1 I Ok S letter 1 EFPH letter 1 E7 YDI letter 1 EC7 T to letter 1 E5 T C letter 1 EA3 Hasty letter 1 ED1 Chiron H letter 1 EFN H letter 1 ED1 IC letter 1 EA3 Isaac to letter 1 EB to letter 1 EB B letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB CT letter 1 EDB I Trong Kai TH letter 1 E7N Zanvi letter 1 EBN M letter 1 EA3 I Merji letter 1 ECD I Con Sen C letter 1 E7 Amin Mas CH letter 1 EB3 and G Hey B I letter 1 EBF TJ C letter 1 EAD UN Hawk C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Ngok M I letter 1 EC7 NGH letter 1 ECF I NG letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 CL letter 1 EA1 Jaiko Saltoi PH letter 1 EA3 IH letter 1 ED1 IC letter 1 EA3 I TH letter 1 EA7N Zan Distroke letter 1 E9 NG Hin Vai Jai M letter 1 EAFT TR letter 1 E3N NG letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 C Vi Qua S letter 1 ED1 C TI letter 1 EBF NG Hate TH letter 1 EA5T Than Vang D letter 1 ED9 IKH letter 1 EAFP Distroke I letter 1 EC7 NTH letter 1 EDD Bat TH letter 1 EA7N H O letter 1 EA3 NGL O letter 1 EA1 N T letter 1 ED9 T Distroke letter 1 ED9 Kongtin Vao M letter 1 EAFT Min Isaac H letter 1 ECF I Zoe Sao TH letter 1 EA5 YNG letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Quen Ma Hate to TH letter 1 EBF B letter 1 E5 TL letter 1 ECBCH S letter 1 EF1 V letter 1 EADY TH letter 1 E7N Zang Gao H letter 1 ECF I Con Sen C letter 1 E7 Abad Dao R letter 1 ED3 I C letter 1 EAD U B letter 1 ED3 I Therm 150 NAM R letter 1 ED3 INH letter 1 EC9 V letter 1 EBN KH letter 1 ECF ECH letter 1 E9 Con TH letter 1 EB1 and G N Hawk Kia Thai Dang Ng letter 1 E7 and Go and R letter 1 ED3 I Distroke letter 1 EB and G low Lin H letter 1 ED3N C letter 1 E7 A TH letter 1 EA7N Zan B letter 1 EAFT Distroke letter 1 EA7 U Tan B I letter 1 EBF N D letter 1 EA7N and Gay T R letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB C M letter 1 EB7 T Is M letter 1 ED9 T Thong Bao Thayer Bao Quickach H I letter 1 EC7 and Kong Lier N letter 1 E1C Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3C H I letter 1 EC7 and Ryan Hu M letter 1 ED9 T Kutat Vao M letter 1 EB7 T V letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 E7N T letter 1 ED9 INGH I letter 1 EC7P Isaac QEXU letter 1 ED1 NG Hin Shuri Dang B letter 1 EA5T T letter 1 EC9 NH H letter 1 ECF I do a Zem Co MU letter 1 ED1 N Ng letter 1 E7 My Kong C letter 1 EAD U Gay Tai Thai TH letter 1 EA7M M letter 1 EDD I M letter 1 ECDC C letter 1 EAD U Dai Lam 2 Sai Bong T letter 1 ED1 IV letter 1 EDB I Min Liuan Cho R letter 1 ED3 I Isaac Distroke letter 1 ECB and H K letter 1 EBFT L I letter 1 EC5 U Liuan Jia Dindang Sai Tan Nai Ba Hate Laren and Gan C letter 1 EA3N Trong TU Y letter 1 EC7 T V letter 1 ECDNG Bavo Distroke letter 1 EA7 U B letter 1 E9 T Tai T letter 1 EF1 H letter 1 ECF I am letter 1 ECD ICH U Y letter 1 EC7 N dot ICH letter 1 C7 CH H letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB and G T letter 1 EB look now CH letter 1 EFC letter 1 EB Tin Distroke letter 1 ED3N Fong letter 1 EA5N View as Yuang and H letter 1 E3M and Hai Do Ho Rababi letter 1 ECB L letter 1 EB and H letter 1 EF and GK letter 1 EBB Kiju letter 1 ECD Idola THU letter 1 EAD TC letter 1 ED5 Kshua and Hung TH letter 1 EF1 CCH letter 1 EF5 Lam letter 1 ED9 T QL letter 1 EB a TH letter 1 EBF K letter 1 EF7 Distroke letter 1 EC3 and H letter 1 ED1 T Bat L letter 1 EA1 I D letter 1 EB a T letter 1 EC9 and H D letter 1 EAD Y Bat TH letter 1 EA5 Y Min K letter 1 EB9 T Trombong T letter 1 ED1 I Kong TH letter 1 EC3 and Huck and Hitch Hey Dung S letter 1 E and CM letter 1 E1 and H I J letter 1 E7 N Dam letter 1 EDB IH letter 1 ED3 IPH letter 1 E5C Chut It Distroke letter 1 EC3 and Hin Rong Got Isaac C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Koi Chai Kai Engi CHUY letter 1 EC7 N Bat TH letter 1 EFCM letter 1 EFCT letter 1 EA1 I Sao letter 1 ED9 T Ma Vuong L letter 1 EA1 I Distroke letter 1 EA7 U Tai Vao Jia Din 2 Sai Nai Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3C Ba Gao Laren C letter 1 EA3 and H Bao V letter 1 EC1 M letter 1 ED1 IH I letter 1 EC3 MH letter 1 ECD A N Hung CH letter 1 EB3 and G AI Engi TH letter 1 EA5Y Isaac Noi Distroke letter 1 E7 R letter 1 ED3 I Distroke letter 1 EA5Y C letter 1 EAD U Quat Bab B letter 1 EDBT H letter 1 ED3 IT letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDF NG Dai Distroke letter 1 EC3 Vao V I letter 1 EC7 C Chin Phi C letter 1 E A D U Deng B letter 1 E A D N. TH letter 1 E7N Zan L letter 1 EA1 I hate Laren Kin Hai. Batistroke letter 1 ED5 IG I letter 1 ECD. NG Van Zin Isaac Hay Tha Chojia to letter 1 ED9 C Ashua. C letter 1 EAD UCH letter 1 EC9 C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD IKH letter 1 EA9Y. Tai Zem Bab B I letter 1 EC3 UH I letter 1 EC7 and TH letter 1 EBF now. C letter 1 EAD UH letter 1 ECF ITH letter 1 EF1 C TH letter 1 EC3 C letter 1 EE7 Abadeng letter 1 EDF Dao. Ko PH letter 1 EA3 I Chui Vao Con Sao Den Thui Kia Kong. Bas letter 1 E5 T Sui B letter 1 EA3 O Kong Ro. Banoizan Quan Tan Lama letter 1 EF1 C Distroke letter 1 EDM Distroke letter 1 EB7 C. Isaac Inja letter 1 E1 C N here. T letter 1 EF1 H letter 1 ECF IDOM TH letter 1 E7 N Lin letter 1 EDF TH letter 1 E7 N GI letter 1 EDB IDang Lam Jimal letter 1 EA1 I Koma Fop C letter 1 E5 P Cow TH letter 1 EBF Nai C letter 1 EAD UH letter 1 ECF I Bako T letter 1 EF1 Thought Raw Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 C Kong and Hung Bao letter 1 EFC Distroke letter 1 EA7 UCH letter 1 ECB UCH letter 1 EBFT Kong T letter 1 EF1 DCH UY letter 1 EC3 N letter 1 ED5 Isaac TR letter 1 EA7M and Gam Fan Tich C letter 1 EAD U Noi Da H I letter 1 EC3 U and Gaiern Live Ako TH letter 1 EC3 T letter 1 EA1 O Fape G I letter 1 EA3 I Fong and Hung Ma Bat TH letter 1 EA7 N B letter 1 EA3 OK letter 1 EC3 C letter 1 EA3 Kai Isaac Con Love Yuan Kung Chua CH letter 1 EFC Distroke letter 1 E1 T T letter 1 EDB I C letter 1 EA3 and H G letter 1 EDB I Do Shabnak Distroke letter 1 E9 and GC letter 1 E1 and H Kung TH letter 1 EA5 YV letter 1 E5 N Distroke letter 1 EC1 Kang TH letter 1 EB3 and G C letter 1 EAD U CH letter 1 E1 T C letter 1 EA7N, IT and H letter 1 E5 T Ma Fop B letter 1 EADC9. G I letter 1 EDD M letter 1 EDB I B letter 1 EADC6. C letter 1 ED1 Qua Thai H letter 1 ECF and G Zoc. Tom L letter 1 EA1 I last C letter 1 EA7N T H letter 1 EDD I Giant. C letter 1 EAD U Tin Distroke letter 1 EBFN V I letter 1 EC7 C M letter 1 B0 letter 1 EE3 and S letter 1 E9 C R letter 1 ED3 and G. And Hung Lu R letter 1 ED3 and G Deng Trio TH letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDF and G Tri Nasi letter 1 EAD U J letter 1 EFT Qua. Bat TH letter 1 E7N Noi IT and H letter 1 E5 T G I letter 1 EDD. Bat Doc letter 1 EBFT and letter 1 ED1 I Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 EE3. C Chut V letter 1 EDB I N Han G I letter 1 EDB I. Isaac letter 1 ED3 Laren Distroke letter 1 EA7 YV letter 1 EBB Quantan. And letter 1 ED9 TCH I letter 1 EBF. C Longvu L letter 1 E5 P Lon X U letter 1 EA5 TH I letter 1 EC7 N. Banoi to letter 1 E1 MTH letter 1 EDD ICH letter 1 EC9 G letter 1 EED I Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 EE3 CB letter 1 EA5 Y and here. Isaac C letter 1 EA7M L letter 1 EA5 YCH I letter 1 EBF C Longvu. H I letter 1 EC3 U and Gay De letter 1 EDT Trung Giant Distroke letter 1 EC3 C letter 1 EAD U M letter 1 B0 letter 1 EE3 and S letter 1 E9 C M letter 1 E1 and H to letter 1 EB Co TH letter 1 EC3 Bat TH letter 1 A7N C letter 1 EAD U C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD IB letter 1 EA3 OV letter 1 EDB I Kai Thai CH letter 1 AF CH letter 1 AFN Dung Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 EE3 C by TH U letter 1 EADT TH letter 1 EDM Chai C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD and Jehoas letter 1 EA3 Daman G letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I N Ha Ashuliuan. Bat TH letter 1 A7N B letter 1 EA3 Oh Hey Dua No Cho Shuri. Onam letter 1 EAFT Bat TH letter 1 EA7N Distroke letter 1 EA7 YV letter 1 EBB KH letter 1 EA9N C letter 1 EA7U. Bahiv letter 1 ECDNG Shuri S letter 1 EBD M letter 1 E1 and H Laren and H letter 1 EDD No. R letter 1 ED3 ITR letter 1 EDF Then GSCH letter 1 E7 Distroke letter 1 EC3 GI letter 1 EA3 IC letter 1 E9 U back KH letter 1 ECF I Noi Tam T letter 1 ED1 I NAP Isaac C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Distroke letter 1 EC3 UH letter 1 ECF IL letter 1 EA1 I MU letter 1 ED1 and Toy Jup TH letter 1 B1 and G and Hokdo Then GSCH letter 1 E7 Distroke letter 1 EC3 C letter 1 E9 U by H letter 1 E3 TH letter 1 E7 N Zangel letter 1 EADT Distroke letter 1 EA7 Yulia L letter 1 EC C letter 1 EAD U N Hawk CH letter 1 ED1 T Luan Thoi Distroke letter 1 EC3 Toy to letter 1 EF1 C letter 1 E9 U Bacho N Han. TH letter 1 EA7 N Zan and Go Rossi H letter 1 EB3 and G H I letter 1 EC3 U Jai. C letter 1 EAD U L letter 1 E9 M B letter 1 E9 M TH letter 1 EB1 and G. And H letter 1 ECF Dobao G I letter 1 EDD M letter 1 EDB I M letter 1 E1 and H Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 C. C letter 1 EAD U Dang T letter 1 EF1 CH letter 1 EBF Kai letter 1 EA5 N G I letter 1 EA3 I Fong R letter 1 ED3 I Distroke letter 1 E3 I Tai Lazong. V letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 EA7N Engi Zong M letter 1 EB and G R letter 1 E1 H letter 1 ECF ITH letter 1 EADT Kong. Isaac C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Taok Zoe CH I letter 1 EBF C Longvu Trente R letter 1 ED3 ICH letter 1 ED1 T. N Hung Matoy S letter 1 EBD G I letter 1 EF Kai 9. Z letter 1 EAD U and Hawk No S letter 1 EBD. T letter 1 EF1 Min C letter 1 E9 U Bat TH letter 1 E7N. N Hung TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB. C TR and Peach letter 1 EA3 ICH I letter 1 EBF. ML letter 1 EA5 YGH letter 1 EBF GCH letter 1 E7 Da. letter 1 E7 N Zan Gizong R letter 1 E5 N G R letter 1 E D D I tin TH letter 1 E7 N C letter 1 E A D U B letter 1 E A3 O Jai O Gia to letter 1 E D9 C Eshu Cho C letter 1 E A D U Lo L I letter 1 E C7 U Trong Tram Nam T letter 1 E D B I at TH letter 1 E7 N C letter 1 E9 V I letter 1 EC7 C N G H letter 1 EC9 and Goy Isaac Khan D letter 1 EB7N, N letter 1 EBF, U Dom, H letter 1 EDBT, L letter 1 EBB, OV letter 1 EDB, I Shuri Thai Distroke letter 1 EBNG, Hung Thoat Ra. Isaac C letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDD, IS letter 1 E3 and G Koi Tyron B letter 1 ED1, S letter 1 EBD, T letter 1 EDN, H letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDF, NGVI letter 1 EC7, CTI letter 1 EBF, PQU letter 1 EA3 and J T letter 1 EDN C9. Trong Kai Do. Th letter 1 E7N Gao Kok Ven Zin View as Yuang Hei Ngi Benno. D letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB, IB letter 1 EA7 UTR letter 1 EDD, I Quank Dang. Din Th letter 1 F1 Jia to letter 1 ED9C, Eshuvi letter 1 EABN, I Ngai N Hung Kong Kai Distroke letter 1 EA7 Y Kang Th letter 1 EB3 NG. M letter 1 ECD, ING letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD, IH letter 1 ED1T, H O letter 1 EA3, NG Kai Engi Benjamin QUY letter 1 EBF, T Distroke letter 1 ECBNH, R letter 1 EDD, I die. NH letter 1 EA5 T la kai noi ong distroke letter 1 ECBNH T letter 1 EDB I la vung distroke letter 1 EA5 T ku C letter 1 E7 a view as yuong distroke letter 1 EA7 Y and Gai H I letter 1 EC3 M Benjamin L letter 1 EB7 NG L letter 1 EBD Kaok Ao Chang Nate M letter 1 EB7 T Kiern distroke letter 1 ECBNH Kong Lei CHU Y letter 1 EC3 N TH letter 1 EA5 Y Cha QU Y letter 1 EBF T Tam N Hu V letter 1 EADY NG letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD, I con try C letter 1 EA3 V letter 1 ED9, I vang doi di theo distroke letter 1 EC3, H letter 1 ED7 TR letter 1 E3, GSH letter 1 E7 Ashu D letter 1 EB7N, NG letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD, I con letter 1 EDF, L letter 1 EA1 IPH letter 1 EA3 I T letter 1 EDP, Trungan letter 1 EF and V letter 1 EF and G by THU letter 1 EAD TC letter 1 E7, H letter 1 ED3 and G Y Vathayon QU letter 1 EA3, and Liam letter 1 ECD, IVI letter 1 EC7. On KHI letter 1 EBF, and M letter 1 ECD, ING letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD, IS letter 1 EFNG, S letter 1 EDD, Kai B letter 1 EA3 Oh Hey, Can NH letter 1 EFC, VI letter 1 EC7, C Dua Isaac Laren Lam Con New, Chin TH letter 1 E9C, NG letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD, IH letter 1 EA7 U low L letter 1 EFNG. Engi Enhu Benjamin Deng Dai Vao CH letter 1 ED7 CH letter 1 EBFT. Enta NH letter 1 EFC L letter 1 EA1 I L letter 1 EDD I Benjamin R letter 1 EB1 and G Ong Tin Vao Eyes. Benjamin G letter 1 EADT Distroke letter 1 EA7 UTH letter 1 EB. NH letter 1 EADN S letter 1 EF1 Tin T letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDF NG Do. Du C letter 1 E5 PD letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB IV letter 1 EABN Kong H I letter 1 EC3 U Vi Sao on Lam TH letter 1 EBF Benjamin TH letter 1 EB3 NG TH letter 1 EAFN Noi R letter 1 EB1 NG Ong Tin Vao Kai Tin Koch TH letter 1 ED1 I not C letter 1 E7 Isaac V letter 1 EDB IK letter 1 EBB Tan NH letter 1 EABN N Hu V letter 1 EADY C letter 1 EAD Utah S letter 1 EBD Kong B letter 1 ECB Phi Jio Hind Distroke letter 1 EA7 UC letter 1 B0 letter 1 E1 I C letter 1 ED5 Ong MU letter 1 ED1 NCH letter 1 E5 MD letter 1 E9T S letter 1 EF1 Kim K letter 1 EB9 PC letter 1 E7 Ajidin Jio Hong Trong TH letter 1 EBF H letter 1 EC7 Nai Vajio L letter 1 E1 IM letter 1 ED9 JT letter 1 ED9C Ashu Hung M letter 1 E1 and H Cho Isaac Kai C letter 1 EAD U Distroke letter 1 E7 S letter 1 E9C Gonva Benjamin Tin R letter 1 EB1 NG Tai Nang C letter 1 E7 Isaac Kwakwijia Distroke letter 1 EC3 Phi Mon letter 1 EDF Day N letter 1 EBF U Onkoi PH letter 1 E5C Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 C by THU letter 1 EADT Gia to letter 1 ED9C S letter 1 EBD Kong Kon PH letter 1 EA3 IQU letter 1 EF3 TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB CAI N letter 1 EF Ong D letter 1 EB7N M letter 1 ECD ING letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Distroke letter 1 EBNG Kualo Ong Kong D letter 1 EC5 CH letter 1 EBFTV letter 1 EADY Dao Kai Ong Melissa S letter 1 EBD S letter 1 EDBM Ki L letter 1 EA1 I Lo LI letter 1 EC7 U Kong VI letter 1 EC7 C Gia Din Ngay Kai Bong Dong Cha KHU letter 1 EA5 T N letter 1 E5 C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I N Ham H I letter 1 EC3 MH I letter 1 EC7 N row Traren M letter 1 EB7 T N G letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I N try H letter 1 EFN H letter 1 E3 Hervike letter 1 EBB Luan C letter 1 E3 and Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD and Jimin CU letter 1 ED1 I Kung Da R letter 1 EDD I die Hong CU letter 1 ED9 CCH I letter 1 EBF MQUY letter 1 EC1 and C letter 1 E7 H letter 1 EFN B letter 1 EFT Distroke letter 1 EA7 U H letter 1 EFN Tin CH letter 1 EFC Chas letter 1 EBD Konki V letter 1 EC1 T letter 1 EB Fung Distroke letter 1 E5 TC letter 1 E7 AQU letter 1 EF7 Noi dai di letter 1 EC5, co v letter 1 EC1, letter 1 EA5, y lam sao co AI, s letter 1 ED1 and G sa. The letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDB, I chan nu L letter 1 ED, H letter 1 EB and G, H letter 1 F1C. Chinlano and G letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDD, I contract TR letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDF. And Jivathanan letter 1 EF, TI letter 1 EC1, NNHI letter 1 EC7, MT letter 1 EB and G, M letter 1 E5, T Tich Kong D letter 1 EA5, UV letter 1 EBF. Kyangi and G letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDD, IH letter 1 EA7, Unoi Isaac Co TH letter 1 EC3, Koi PH letter 1 E5 C by THU letter 1 EADT. NG letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDD, I and tri B letter 1 EADT, C letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDD, I kin B letter 1 EC9. H letter 1 EFN, Loi T letter 1 EA5M, Guang Ra and Hin Bong Melissa. NG letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDD, I distroke letter 1 B0, letter 1 EE3, C Koi Lam letter 1 E1 and H letter 1 E5T, L letter 1 ECBCH, S letter 1 ED, Con TH letter 1 E5T, B letter 1 EA1, I. Thai Lam Sao M letter 1 ED9T distroke letter 1 EE9, a TR letter 1 EBB, Nhu Isaac Co TH letter 1 EC3 distroke letter 1 B0, letter 1 EE3C. H letter 1 EAFN distroke letter 1 EE9NG, TR letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDB, C M letter 1 EB7T Isaac. And Hin XU letter 1 ED1, and GV letter 1 EDB, I Onum letter 1 EFT, Koi TH letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDD, and GVAB letter 1 EA3, OT letter 1 E5T, C letter 1 EA3, CH letter 1 EC9, Latrovo tri C letter 1 EE7, IM letter 1 ED9T, distroke letter 1 EE9, a TR letter 1 EBB. Isaac IM L letter 1 EB7 and G, CH letter 1 ECB, U distroke letter 1 EF1 NG. And Hong Kong QU letter 1 EF7 and H letter 1 ECF, Baron C letter 1 EA1 and H, Thai Kong H letter 1 EC1, H I letter 1 EC1, and Lan. 3 days later, Isaac's group finally set foot in Hill's village. It was already pitch dark. As soon as they entered the inn, the group received some unwelcome news. The innkeeper said the Duke had left 2 days earlier. Upon hearing that, Lilai nearly fainted from exhaustion, while Isaac stayed calm and said it was fine, villages move, they can catch up. Lee looked at Isaac with a suspicious gaze. She knew her brother well, he was surely scheming something. Lee pulled her hood up and urged the group to sleep less and keep moving. Closing the gap with their grandfather wasn't a joke. The next morning the sun shone brilliantly, but the group's morale seemed a bit low. A smiling village girl said Duke Eshua had left 3 days ago. Hearing that, Lilai wanted to scream. The more they chased, the further grandfather got. The girl added that their grandfather had healed the villagers and cleared nearby monsters before leaving. At that, the group was speechless at how powerful the old man was. Lilai clutched her head in despair. If he could fight monsters and heal people and still move that fast, who could keep up? Isaac remained unhurried. He stretched and urged everyone to continue on, not to lose heart. Another 3 days dragged by. By now Lilai was completely exhausted, muttering that she was about to die. Isaac handed his friend a dry crust of bread to keep him going. The two of them looked like refugees. Lee stayed alert. She told everyone to eat and rest while they still could. While chewing, Isaac observed Lee. He admired the Saintess for leading the group through a monster-filled forest in a single day and remaining fresh. Lee pointed ahead and said that beyond this border lay Delos, the land of the bone fiends. Lilai trembled and nearly dropped her piece of bread. Lilai asked if Isaac had written to their grandfather about the forbidden art. Isaac nodded between bites, saying he just received a reply today. Isaac reread his grandfather's letter with a troubled expression. He was told to return at once or be disinherited. Lilai was truly alarmed. The demon Shabnak appeared and asked whether grandfather believed the rumor of fake forbidden arts. Isaac sneered and said that's why it had to follow him. Shabnak was still uneasy, but Isaac worried only whether the demon could move fast enough to catch up with their grandfather. Isaac's eyes narrowed with calculation. He knew a seasoned cardinal like his grandfather wouldn't be easily fooled by petty tricks. He decided to send another letter to put pressure on him, saying they'd wait here. Lilai fevered with worry that Isaac might truly be cut from the inheritance list. Isaac tore at his hair, saying that if his grandfather refused to meet, they'd risk everything and storm into the land of the bone fiends to make themselves known. Lilai anxiously asked whether this plan was feasible, because Isaac's expression was anything but trustworthy. Isaac then came up with a bolder scheme. Just write that he had been kidnapped by a bone fiend and run with that. Lee heard the outrageous plan and broke into a wicked smile. She urged Lilai to write it quickly. Night fell deep in the forest and the three sat around the fire. Lilai fretted, wondering if their grandfather would return to rescue Isaac out of concern. Lee drew her sword and wiped it clean, coldly saying that if the trick failed, they'd just march into Delos. Hearing the name Delos made Lilai want to faint again. Shabnak recalled that Delos had once been raised by the Bone King. It asked Isaac whether he had indeed destroyed it with his own hands in a past life, and Isaac casually admitted it. The slave demon found it strange because Master never paid attention to human lands, yet Delos was the only place he had mercilessly annihilated. Lilai only wished everything would stop here so they wouldn't have to set foot in that haunted place. Li, meanwhile, was lost in thought. Li recounted that centuries ago, the Bone King massacred the clerics in Delos with extreme brutality. His dark power still seemed to linger. Isaac listened coolly. She wondered why such a savage being would suddenly attack Delos. Isaac feigned speculation, saying perhaps someone important had been executed there and that drove him mad. Lili chimed in to guess who the unlucky person might be, maybe some bishop. He had no idea the truth was far worse. Just then, the bushes behind them shook violently. Lee exclaimed, "It's the Saintess." Lili jumped when a figure came hurtling out. It turned out to be Uncle Benjamin. Lee called his name in surprise. The uncle was breathless and sweating from running so fast. Lili gaped, asking how he was here. The uncle scolded the group for recklessly venturing into demon lands. He said he'd received word that Isaac was kidnapped and had crossed a 4-day journey in just a few hours to rescue him. He grabbed Lili, face furious, and barked where Isaac was, making the boy's heart nearly stop. The uncle was extremely agitated because of Lee's message claiming Isaac had been taken by a bone fiend. Lili froze, not understanding how the uncle had learned so fast. Seeing the uncle's rage, Lili began to sense something was wrong. The prank had probably gone too far. Behind Uncle Benjamin stood a whole legion of green knights with blood-red, murderous eyes. They swore to slaughter the bone fiends to retrieve the young master. Lee and Lili turned pale, realizing disaster was imminent. The uncle kept roaring, asking where Isaac was. Trembling, Lili pointed behind them and said Isaac was still standing right there. In the distance, a tall, dark figure emerged from the mist. The group froze because it seemed not to be Isaac but a real bone fiend had appeared. Lili frantically pointed toward the rocky outcrop, calling Isaac in vain. A grotesque demon suddenly appeared and seized Isaac. Isaac could only sigh as his fake kidnapping scenario unexpectedly became real. The demon laughed with glee and shouted, asking if they were the ones looking for it. Isaac looked at the monster with bored eyes. To him, this level 5 demon was nothing more than a plaything. A foot slammed into the ground, creating deep cracks. A tall, dark figure with blazing blue eyes appeared in the ancient woods. It was Duke Eshua, who had rushed back in worry for his grandson. The Duke's face was chillingly cold. He was furious that anyone would dare make his beloved grandson fear, even for a single minute. The demon began to tremble. It tried to negotiate, insisting it meant no harm to the child. The knights behind the Duke roared with anger. They didn't believe a single word from the filthy monsters. The demon broke into a cold sweat when it realized these people had no intention of listening to reason. Rewinding a bit, Isaac had told Lili to write a letter claiming he was kidnapped and being brutally tortured to lure their grandfather back. He even jokingly apologized to the demon for unintentionally making it the victim of a scheme he hadn't anticipated. The knights drew their swords in unison, ready to charge and rip the monster apart to rescue the young master. Duke Eshua erupted with murderous intent, his eyes blazing as if to burn the enemy. He bellowed in fury, "I will crush you." The knights, emboldened, shouted for the annihilation of the monsters to avenge Isaac. The demon frantically used Isaac as a hostage, threatening to tear him apart if anyone dared step forward. A small cut on Isaac's neck, blood trickling, pushed Duke Eshua's fury to its peak. The Duke surged forward like a lightning bolt, trailing brilliant blue arcs that tore through the darkness. He cast the holy spell Light Speed, moving so fast it produced a cascade of afterimages. The demon was utterly horrified, unable to believe a human could possess such incomprehensible speed. The Duke followed up with no retreat, sealing off every escape route for the beast. Brilliant blue rays pierced the space around the demon. A horrific energy explosion erupted at the creature's position. The demon screamed in agony as divine power struck it head-on. It tried to call for its master, but it was too late. In desperation, it threatened to kill the child, but Duke Eshua merely advanced coldly, radiating lethal intent. He held a sword glowing with a brilliant azure aura, declaring firmly that this demon would never harm anyone again. The Duke unleashed his finishing technique, Punish 1 to warn 100, calling down colossal blue lightning bolts. Duke Eshua's face bore the awe-inspiring terror of a war god, ready to obliterate anything that dared touch his child.